Chapter 1. The Peculiar Youth. Jinyang City lies 1,000 miles northeast of the capital of the Great Han Kingdom. In the tumultuous days of yore, this land was once a battleground for various formidable factions. Yet now, the discord has ceased, and the clangor of arms is but a distant memory. Jinyang City has become the capital of the fiefdom ruled by the Prince of Dai, the fourth son of the founding emperor of the Great Han, Emperor Gaozu, and the half-brother of the current sovereign. 18 years ago, when the late emperor ascended to the throne, he conferred the title of Prince of Dai upon him, though he only arrived in Dai Kingdom 6 or 7 years prior. On this day, the city of Jinyang is imbued with the joyful spirit of festivity even before dawn. Officials have organized the townsfolk to begin clearing the streets. Colorful lanterns, specially crafted at the behest of the prince's residence, are being hung to adorn both sides of the thoroughfare. The Jinyang Guard is one of the two military forces tasked with the protection of Dai Kingdom, primarily responsible for the defense of Jinyang City, and is divided into three corps: the Jinyang City Guard, the Inner Guard of Jinyang City, and the Inner Guard of the Prince's residence. The Jinyang City Guard comprises approximately 4,000 soldiers, stationed along the four walls of the city. The Inner Guard of Jinyang City also consists of about 4,000 men, divided into southern and northern patrols, primarily tasked with patrolling the city and enforcing the night curfew. The Inner Guard of the Prince's residence, numbering around 2,000, is dedicated to the direct protection of the prince's estate. The proprietors of the various taverns and shops in the city have also instructed their staff to hang an array of lanterns outside their establishments. Today marks the Lantern Festival of the 19th year of the Great Han, and the prince has decided to revel with the common folk this evening, accompanied by his concubines and children, to admire the lantern displays in the streets. On the night of the Lantern Festival, there is no curfew in Jinyang City, and with the myriad of programs and delicacies unique to the Lantern Fair, the level of excitement is bound to be extraordinary. Many villagers from the surrounding towns near Jinyang have formed long queues, eager to enter the city. Consequently, the city gates have been reinforced with additional soldiers to conduct thorough inspections of those wishing to enter. Just after the hour of the snake, four young men clad in green garments approached the northern gate of Jinyang City, carrying a modest-sized box as they sought to exit. "What do you carry?" A soldier guarding the gate halted their progress. Most individuals today are entering the city, and it is uncommon for anyone to be leaving. The sudden appearance of these four youths, bearing what appeared to be a light box, aroused the guard's suspicion. "What is the matter?" a voice called out from behind the soldier. Turning around, the soldier saw his superiors standing behind him. "I report to you, my lord. These four men seem hurried and are carrying a box," he replied promptly. "Enough. With so many entering the city, do you have time to dawdle here? It is merely four individuals wishing to leave. Let them pass. Our focus should be on those entering," the gate officer interjected, waving his hand to allow the four to depart. Once the four young men exited the city, they did not linger. They continued to carry the box, hastening towards the deep mountains to the north. Not long after their disappearance, a sudden clamor of hooves echoed through the city. A small troop of cavalry charged towards the city gate like a whirlwind. "By order of the prince, close the city gates immediately. No one is permitted to enter or exit," a heralding officer, mounted on a tall steed, proclaimed loudly towards the gate. Before long, the northern gate of Jinyang City began to close amidst the grumbling of the citizens both within and outside the city. Simultaneously, the other three gates of Jinyang City were also shut. Unbeknownst to all, as the gates closed, the face of the officer who had just permitted the four to leave had turned ashen. 60 miles beyond the northern gate of Jinyang City stands a dilapidated temple. The plaque above the entrance has long since vanished, and even the oldest resident nearby can no longer recall what deity it once honored. The grand entrance has disappeared, leaving only a bare post, and 3 of the surrounding walls have collapsed. Even the roof of the main hall has only a small section remaining, with the interior in ruins. The idol that was once worshipped there has long vanished, leaving behind an empty pedestal. In a mere half-hour, the four young men, disguised as servants, arrived outside the crumbling temple. The distance they covered in such a short time suggests that they are well acquainted with the terrain, and their skills are undoubtedly impressive, at least of the 7th rank in martial prowess. As they approached the non-existent entrance of the dilapidated temple, they suddenly halted. Through the shattered walls, they spotted something that did not belong in this forsaken place. A horsey, an old horse, an aged steed that swayed even while standing. This old horse, entirely black with white hooves, was not tethered, and it ambled about the yard, occasionally lowering its head to nibble on the few dry blades of grass that remained, savoring its meager meal. Though the horse bore no saddle, its demeanor and movements conveyed an unmistakable message. This horse had an owner, and that owner was nearby. How could this be? This ruined temple had been abandoned for ages, seldom visited by anyone. It was precisely for this reason that the four men in green chose this desolate site for their clandestine meeting. But now, someone else was present nearby, and that individual was certainly not the one they sought. Had word of their plans been leaked? The four exchanged glances and gently placed the box on the ground, their movements deliberate and cautious, as if to avoid awakening some unseen presence. They then instinctively scattered, with the most skilled leader remaining behind to guard the box, while the other three fanned out towards the temple. As the trio stepped into the courtyard, a voice resonated from within the main hall. "Dahe, we are about to depart." A young man emerged from the hall, cradling a complete set of saddlery in his arms. The boy appeared to be quite young, likely under 20 years of age. With a fair complexion and striking features, he bore a faint scar in the middle of his right eyebrow that bisected his brow. This mark did not mar his appearance, rather, it lent him an air of gallantry. However, the boy's attire was undeniably peculiar. Firstly, he was bald and wore no hat, his head adorned with hair roughly an inch long, unlike the common folk of the Great Han who typically styled their hair under a headscarf. Secondly, he donned garments made of animal hide akin to those worn by the Hu people, yet fashioned in the style of Han clothing, perhaps due to a lack of materials. His attire lacked sleeves. Indeed, this youth was bare-chested. Lastly, his trousers were merely knee-length shorts made of animal skin. Hu people? It doesn't seem so, but this boy is truly odd. This was the shared thought among the four. After all, it is the first month of the year. Is he not cold-dressed in such a manner? Could he be a hunter from the mountains? The four continued to speculate on the boy's identity. At that moment, the boy turned to regard them. His expression bore no sign of surprise, as if he had anticipated their presence all along. "Hello." He casually nodded in their direction before striding towards the old horse, beginning to affix the saddle. The three individuals in the courtyard turned their attention to their companions stationed at the entrance, who, upon meeting their gaze, pondered momentarily before his expression shifted to one of steely resolve. He nodded decisively at the three, and upon receiving the signal, they encircled the boy from various angles. As they moved, each drew a dagger from within their garments. Their uniform attire, synchronized movements, and now identical daggers left no doubt of their affiliation with organized crime. Who could believe otherwise? The boy remained focused on securing the saddle, seemingly oblivious to the unfolding situation behind him. In an instant, the three were upon him, with the closest only half a horse's length away. At that moment, the boy was bent low, fastening the saddle's leather straps, while the nearest assailant stood directly behind the horse's rear. His dagger lunged forward. The assailant possessed considerable experience as he shifted his body and extended his arm. He was confident that with just half a step further, his dagger would find its mark in the boy's back. The position was impeccably so perfect that even the boy's movements seemed to align with his intent. It was such an advantageous position that even the old horse could not help but applaud. Suddenly, the horse lifted its hind legs and delivered a powerful kick backward, striking the assailant with its hooves. So swift was the action that the other two had no time to react, witnessing their companion fly backward at nearly 5 times the speed of his advance. Startled, the two immediately halted their forward motion and retreated in haste, regrouping with the guard at the entrance. The guard at the entrance swiftly drew a dagger from his own attire. As the three regained their footing, they cast a glance at the unfortunate soul who had just been sent sprawling. What a tragic sight! The poor fellow lay amidst a pile of rubble, his chest caved in, a massive hoofprint emblazoned upon it. Blood and fragments of internal organs spilled from his mouth, his gaze already growing vacant. It was evident that he would not survive. How could this be? To comprehend the fallen individual, it must be noted that he is akin to them, all being 6th-tier martial artists. Ah, the 6th-tier martial artist, indeed the pinnacle of the lower tier. Although there may exist minor disparities in their skills, the differences are hardly substantial. Martial artists of their caliber would not easily succumb to the kick of a horse, let alone that of an aged steed. Unless, of course, that horse is a spirit beast. A spirit beast? How could this be possible? Such a creature would be equivalent to a mid-tier martial artist. What level of prowess must the youth possessing a spirit beast possess? Upon this realization, the trio felt an unease creeping into their hearts. How has society come to this? The young man suddenly voiced. As he spoke, the trio redirected their attention toward him. I have only been away from the Great Han for 2 years. Has the atmosphere become this fierce? The youth remarked, while his hands continued to secure the saddle. Why do they prefer silence, resorting to murder without uttering a word? Prefer? A man in green instinctively blurted out, only to be met with a fierce glare from his leader. Indeed, and what of that one wearing the silver mask? The youth finally paused his tasks, turning to face the trio as he continued, he is with you, is he not? Identical garb, the same blades, even their combat movements mirror each other. The only distinction is that he dons a silver mask. At his words, the trio collectively furrowed their brows. After a moment of silence, the leader cautiously inquired, have you encountered the silver mask envoy? Where is he? In the great hall, the youth replied, gesturing towards a direction within the hall. However, he is already deceased, the youth added. It was not my intention. I was soundly asleep when he stormed in and ordered me to leave. I informed him that I had arrived first, and if anyone were to leave, it ought to be him. In response, he brandished a dagger, intent on my demise. I found it peculiar that he exhibited such rage in the dead of winter. Now I understand he was clearing the area to assist you. No, not merely to assist you, but to secure whatever lies within that box. Am I correct? The trio fixed their tense gazes upon the youth, their hands gripping their daggers, veins standing out, and beads of cold sweat beading on their brows. The youth seemed oblivious to their trepidation, continuing, the Great Han has only recently celebrated its 19th year. Though the various factions that once vied for supremacy against the founding emperor have been vanquished, many still seek vengeance. Within the Great Han, there exist corresponding organizations that, to maintain stability, clandestinely engage in various activities. Furthermore, numerous nobles have begun to cultivate loyal assassins. Thus, I hold no interest in the faction to which you belong. Initially, our encounter was serendipitous, devoid of grievances. Yet, you have chosen to dramatize your own narrative. Do you fancy yourselves as paid actors? The trio evidently failed to grasp the youth's meaning, or perhaps at that moment, they were too preoccupied to discern his words. Undeterred, the youth pressed on, typically, I would dispatch those who seek their own demise with a swift stroke of my blade. At this juncture, a chill ran down the spines of the trio. Recalling the youth's earlier nonchalance when he mentioned killing the silver mask envoy, they felt a wave of dread wash over them. However, transporting such items as you do is unacceptable. The youth's voice grew increasingly frigid. Thus, I have resolved to escort you back to the city and deliver you unto your adversaries. What methods they employ against you is no concern of mine. From my perspective, you have violated my boundaries and must face the consequences. As he spoke, the youth advanced toward the trio, each step amplifying his imposing presence. This intangible aura bore down upon the trio, rendering them breathless. This was might, a quality reserved for only the most accomplished martial artists. But could it be? How old could this youth be? 18, 19, or perhaps 20? Surely, there could not exist such a young top-tier martial artist. It was utterly unfathomable. Time was of the essence. Should the youth elevate his might to its zenith, the overwhelming pressure would render them incapable of even taking their own lives. And if they were truly to fall into the hands of their enemies, their fate would undoubtedly be worse than death. Death. The leader summoned all his strength to utter the word. Simultaneously, the trio plunged their daggers into their own hearts, succumbing to silence. The youth gazed upon the lifeless forms of the once vibrant trio and softly uttered, "It appears they truly were assassins." He sidestepped the corpses, approaching the box, and opened it with a swift motion. Inside lay a young girl, perhaps 4 or 5 years of age. Indeed, this was the source of the youth's ire. He had sensed the presence emanating from the box. In his eyes, whether through abduction or robbery of a child, such acts were unforgivable. The girl's eyes were gently closed, Her breath tranquil, she remained in a slumber, evidently drugged. Her attire was remarkably simple, suggesting she hailed not from a wealthy household. Yet, upon noticing the girl's adornments, the youth could not help but furrow his brow. While I suspected this affair to be complex, I did not anticipate it to be such a considerable predicament. The youth muttered to himself, then glanced back at the corpses on the ground, continuing, having deemed it troublesome, I frightened them into self-destruction. Had I known the box contained such a one, I would have preferred to escort them back instead. The youth contemplated for a moment, then did not turn but gestured toward the horse. A gourd flew into his hand from the horse's back. Had the four men in green still been alive, they would have found no grievance in their demise upon witnessing this scene. The ability to project one's internal energy outward was a hallmark of a third-tier expert, while summoning external objects was beyond the capability of those below second tier. The youth extracted a portion of liquid from the gourd, gently sprinkling it onto the girl's forehead. As the liquid fell, the girl slowly opened her eyes. Chapter 2. A cricket for you. If heaven were to grant me another chance, I would surely stifle my insatiable curiosity. I would never have opened that box. Even had I done so, I would categorically refrain from sprinkling water upon that little girl's forehead. I would ensure she remained in slumber, promptly returning her to Jinyang City and into her parents' arms. Such were the thoughts reverberating within the mind of the beast-skinned youth. He felt on the brink of madness. Earlier, he and the old horse had dispatched 4 assassins in merely the time it took to brew a cup of tea. Yet, since the moment the girl awakened, half an hour had elapsed. In that span, the girl had done but one thing: cry. This reaction was, in truth, understandable. A 5-year-old girl, roused from slumber, unable to see her father, mother, brother, sister, or even the maids and nurses who typically attended to her, would naturally be frightened into tears upon encountering a dilapidated temple and a stranger. However, the girl's stamina was remarkable. Perhaps due to a life of luxury, she exhibited extraordinary resilience, crying for half an hour without any sign of ceasing. During this time, the youth exhausted every method he knew to amuse children, yet none proved effective in halting her tears. He had a knack for caring for children, whether through making faces, telling stories, or singing lullabies. He could always elicit laughter from them. Yet, this time, he found himself at a complete loss. The reason being, the girl, while crying, completely drowned out his voice. Moreover, she tightly shut her eyes, neither listening nor looking. Despite his myriad talents, he was rendered powerless. Additionally, the girl's unique status precluded him from employing any overly forceful tactics. Amidst the girl's wails, the youth found himself questioning his very existence. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? At last, he could no longer restrain himself and resolved to unleash his ultimate gambit. He returned to the old horse, retrieving a large bundle from its back. From within, he extracted 3 or 4 small oil paper packets, each roughly the size of a child's palm. Approaching the girl once more, he unwrapped one of the oil paper packets. Within lay a square white object, which he waved in front of her nose before taking a large bite himself, chewing loudly and exclaiming, "Absolutely delicious. How can such a delectable treat exist in this world? What a pity. Someone is too busy crying to savor such a delightful morsel." Finally, as he neared the end of his first piece, the girl ceased her cries, gazing at him with wide, innocent eyes that blinked in curiosity. The youth smiled, offering no further words, but directly handed her a piece. With great caution, the girl unwrapped the oil paper packet, scrutinizing the white square. After a brief moment of hesitation, she carefully took a bite. In the blink of an eye, the girl's eyes narrowed into crescent moons, and a joyful smile illuminated her round little face. Without a moment's hesitation, the little girl began to devour the delectable food before her. "This is simply delightful," was the sole thought occupying her mind. What of the father and mother? Where had they gone? What of the brothers and sisters who were absent? What of the maids and nurses who were nowhere to be seen? What of the desolate mountains, the crumbling temples, and the fearsome wolves? In the eyes of a little gourmand, delicacies are everything. The young boy observed the girl with a knowing smile. Surely, this is akin to licking honey from a cliff. As the little girl quietly savored her food, the boy finally seized the opportunity to scrutinize her closely. The girl was strikingly beautiful, with large, expressive eyes, a high nose, and a cherubic face still bearing traces of baby fat. She wore a garment of exceedingly ordinary design, indistinguishable from the attire of the children bustling about the streets. Only those with a discerning eye could discern that the fabric, stitching, and tailoring were of exquisite quality far beyond the reach of common folk. Most importantly, the two floral wreaths adorning her twin buns were made of white jade and red silk, intricately woven in a manner exclusive to the imperial court. Such adornments were reserved for the most esteemed ladies of noble lineage, and even the families of ordinary officials would lack the privilege to possess them. The boy had surmised the girl's identity solely based on the sight of these floral wreaths. After some contemplation, he resolved to ascertain the little girl's identity further. After all, he had been away from this place for 2 years and was uncertain if there had been any changes within Jinyang City. As he pondered how to broach the subject, the little girl had already finished her food and looked up at him with pleading eyes. It was simple enough. The boy waved the last oil paper package in his hand and asked, "Would you like some?" The little girl nodded eagerly. "If you answer a few questions for your brother, I shall grant you the treat, all right?" In that moment, the boy felt akin to a wolf attempting to deceive Little Red Riding Hood. "I am not a pervert," he reassured himself. "Everything about me is entirely normal." Upon hearing his words, the little girl nodded once more. "How many brothers do you have? What are their names?" "I have 4 brothers, Lu Qi, Lu Wu, Lu Can, and Lu Yi." Confirmed, this little girl was indeed the youngest daughter of the Prince of Dai. While the boy was solidifying his conclusion, the little girl continued to regale him with details about her brothers. "Lu Qi is 18 this year, Lu Wu is 17, Lu Can is 11, and Lu Yi is 10. I also have an elder sister, who is 16 years old. Her nickname is Meyer, and she isn't married yet. My name is Xiar." "What is this? Who inquired about your sister's name, her age, or her marital status?" Upon hearing this, the boy couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and exasperation. It was precisely because he suspected this little girl to be Princess Xiar that he had inquired about her brothers. After all, mentioning her parents' names was still considered inappropriate in this era. Yet, unexpectedly, in that final moment, this unfortunate little girl divulged information about her sister. Should anyone overhear, they might assume he had some improper interest in the esteemed princess. Moreover, he had lured her into conversation with treats. If the stingy Prince of Dai were to learn of this, he would likely have him strung up at the city gate, mercilessly whipped. However, he was not one easily captured. Without waiting for the little girl to continue, he swiftly unwrapped the last paper package and placed it into her hands. "Here, eat," the boy said with a smile, though his grin bore a somewhat sycophantic quality. Watching the little girl joyfully indulge in the food before her, he fell once more into deep thought. What he had given her was homemade cheese, a treat he had prepared for himself during his travels beyond the frontier. In the vast expanses of the frontier, where cattle, horses, and sheep thrived, milk was abundant. Fermented Mara's milk was a staple beverage among the nomadic tribes. Other dairy delights, such as milk tea and cheese, were plentiful as well. However, the boy found the methods employed by these nomads to produce cheese to be somewhat crude. Thus, he sought out a nomadic camp, amicably requesting some milk and utilizing their tools to craft his own cheese. Of course, interpretations of friendliness vary from person to person, and the standards of amiability can differ greatly even for the same individual. This matter need not be elaborated upon. The cheese he crafted was sweet and tangy, an absolute favorite among young girls. Yet, this cheese should not be consumed in excess. Overindulgence could lead to gastrointestinal distress in young children. Hence, the boy needed to devise a way to capture the little girl's attention once more. Otherwise, the journey from here to Jinyang City would be quite the challenge for him. After a brief moment of contemplation, he stepped toward the edge of the grass. As the little girl finished the cheese in her hands, a yellow grasshopper appeared before her. Upon seeing the grasshopper, her eyes sparkled with delight as she snatched it up and cradled it in her arms, casting a wary glance at the boy, as if fearing he might reclaim it. "Do you like it? If you do, it's yours," he said. At this, our Princess Xiar beamed with satisfaction once more. "Xiar, Would you like your brother to take you back to the city to find your family? The boy smiled at the little princess. Yes, brother. At this point, the girl seemed to recall something and hesitated before continuing. Brother, I still don't know your name. Ziyu, you can call me Su Lin, or simply Ziyu. Ziyu, brother. The little girl repeated his name and continued on the topic she had previously left unfinished. Brother Ziyu, can you hunt? Of course. Su Ziyu pointed to the bow and arrows resting at the entrance of the grand hall, which he had yet to secure to his horse, and added with a smile, my archery skills are rather decent. Within 500 paces, aiming for a wolf's right eye, I could very well hit its tail. The little girl, being only 5 years old, was not entirely familiar with the world. She knew neither the distance of 500 paces nor the strength required to shoot an arrow that far. Nevertheless, Su Ziyu's nonsensical banter left her somewhat dizzy. Yet, our little princess was quite tenacious and not easily swayed from her topic. She persisted with her inquiries. Could you catch me a little rabbit on our way back? At last, the little girl articulated her request. A little rabbit? Su Ziyu gazed at the adorable little girl and seemed to grasp her intention. Would you prefer a long-haired rabbit or a short-haired one? Do you like white or gray? Su Ziyu, too, felt a childlike innocence wash over him, his tone softening. Long-haired or short-haired, white or gray? The little girl hesitated, as though wrestling with a decision. After much contemplation, she finally spoke up. It doesn't matter, so long as it's fat. As she said this, the little girl swallowed hard. Fat is all that matters. Su Ziyu instinctively echoed her words, gaining a deeper understanding of her gourmand tendencies. Brother Ziyu, did you know? In autumn, my father and brothers take me hunting. The little girl abruptly halted, looking at Su Ziyu with caution. Su Ziyu began to secure the bow, quiver, and other belongings to his horse. He possessed very few items, just a small sack of food he had previously placed on the horse and a bundle of clothing made from furs he had crafted during his time in the frontier. After all, in the 2 years he had spent beyond the frontier, he had undergone many experiences and had grown significantly. The clothing he had originally brought with him was no longer wearable, even if it remained intact. He had also fashioned several leather garments and capes for his family. All these items were contained within that large bundle. He was left with only a straw hat and a 5-foot-long bamboo pole. As Su Ziyu secured his belongings to the horse's back, he suddenly felt as though he were missing something. He glanced at the little girl, who had fallen silent, her eyes cast down as she played with the grasshopper in her hands. Yet, she would occasionally steal glances at Su Ziyu from the corner of her eye. What's the matter? Why the sudden silence? Su Ziyu approached the girl, leading his horse, and inquired curiously. Mother told Xiao'er that when outside, she must not let strangers know her father is a king. The little girl said, once more covering her mouth. Su Ziyu chuckled as he lifted her onto the horse, then mounted himself. While controlling the reins, he explained to the little girl, I am well acquainted with your father, as well as your mother. Moreover, your elder brother Zio is no stranger to me. He met you when you were just born. At that time, he was merely 13 years old, having come to the royal residence on behalf of my sister-in-law to congratulate your mother. Since then, he has seen you many times. However, you were too young back then to remember me. 2 years ago, I had to travel beyond the borders, which is why you haven't seen me recently. Nonetheless, I am quite familiar with your elder brother and second brother. In fact, I have given them a good thrashing. That's preposterous. My elder brother and second brother are formidable. You could never defeat them. And why would you even want to fight them? Also, why did you go to congratulate my mother on behalf of my sister-in-law? Why couldn't she go herself? The little girl first defended her brother's reputation and then, like a curious child, bombarded Su Ziyu with a series of questions. Why did I beat them up? Because they are too overbearing, bullying nearly every child of similar age in Jinyang City, and they even attempted to bully me. I cannot allow such behavior to go unchecked. As the saying goes, a young tree must be pruned to grow straight. Similarly, a person must be corrected to behave properly. Nonsense. My elder brother and second brother would never bully anyone. Sometimes it's our third and fourth brothers who do the bullying, and they don't allow it. That's when I took it upon myself to teach them a lesson, Su Ziyu explained with a smile, seemingly reminiscing about past events. As for why I went to the royal residence on behalf of my sister-in-law, it was because she had just given birth to a little baby. Do you know Huier? Huier. I know her, we are good friends. Upon hearing a familiar name from Su Ziyu's lips, the little girl was so elated that she nearly leapt off her horse. So, you are the uncle Huier often speaks of. The little girl seemed to realize something, continuing, does that mean I should also call you uncle? Why is it that I am the same age as Huier, yet you are the same age as Luchiga? Huier calls you uncle while I call Luchiga brother? Su Ziyo suddenly found himself at a loss for how to respond to this inquiry. How could he explain to a 5-year-old girl that his parents had spaced their children 10 years apart, and that the princess had given birth to 4 children over the span of 13 years, not to mention that the prince's consort had also borne him 2 children? Thus, he was of the same age as the prince's eldest son. His nephew shared a birthday with the prince's youngest son, and his niece was born the same year as the prince's youngest daughter. After all, this was an era of early marriage, where both his sister-in-law and the princess were merely teenagers when they had their first child. Such intricate familial relationships would only become more convoluted with the passage of time. After a moment's contemplation, Su Ziyo replied to the little girl, you may call me whatever you prefer. From your brother's side, you can call me brother. From Huier's side, you may refer to me as uncle. Then I shall call you brother. This way, when I see Huier next time, I can have her call me as such. The little girl suddenly found herself at a loss, the relationship's a bit too complex for her to untangle at that moment. She resolved to inquire with her mother later. Su Ziyo observed the little girl, sensing a certain cunning akin to that of a little fox within her. A thought crossed his mind, prompting him to unconsciously ask, little one, are you cold? Do not call me little one. It seemed that Princess Xiara was quite particular about her title. Yet, the next moment, she nodded in acknowledgement of Su Ziyu's inquiry, as the biting cold of the winter wilderness was undeniable. Very well, shall I call you little Xiara then? Su Ziyo jested while retrieving a small red cloak from his pack. He had crafted 2 identical cloaks, one from fire fox fur and the other from silver fox fur. Both types of foxes were exceedingly rare, even beyond the borders. In the span of 2 years, he had only encountered each type once. Thus, he had enough material to fashion 2 distinct colored cloaks for his little niece. Seeing the cold weather, he decided to lend the cloak to the girl for a while. Clearly, the little girl was not satisfied with the title Little Xiara. However, before she could voice her objections, Su Ziyo wrapped her up in the fox cloak. Perhaps it was due to her earlier tears, or perhaps she was full from the cheese, or perhaps the cloak shielded her from the cold. In any case, shortly after being wrapped in the cloak, the little girl fell soundly asleep. She slept peacefully, and when she awoke, she found they had arrived outside Jinyang City. At that moment, however, it seemed one of her brothers was encountering trouble at the city gate. Chapter 3. The conflict at the city gate. Su Ziyo's aged steed appeared to amble slowly, at least from the perspective of the onlookers. The horse swayed unsteadily as if it might topple over at any moment. Previously, the 4 who had perished took half an hour to gallop from the north gate to the dilapidated temple, and they were all ranked 7th-tier experts. Yet, in reality, the journey from the temple to the north gate took less than half an hour, even with Su Ziyo pausing en route to hunt. Indeed, though the young girl slumbered soundly, Su Ziyo, to avert unnecessary complications, managed to catch 4 or 5 rabbits during their travels. To prevent this little creature from changing her mind unexpectedly, he refrained from using his bow and arrows. For Su Ziyo, whether to use a bow or not was inconsequential. He simply employed flying stones to incapacitate the rabbits before summoning them to be tied to his horse. As Su Ziyo's old horse approached within 100 meters of the north gate of Jinyang City, he brought it to a halt. The way ahead was completely obstructed, as a throng of individuals lingered, eager to enter the city. Unbeknownst to Su Ziyo, the gate had only recently reopened for less than half an hour. The multitude that had gathered at the city gate still had not been permitted entry. Although the gate was reopened, rigorous inspections were mandated for both ingress and egress. Clearly, the city was still searching for the young county princess, yet they were oblivious to the fact that she had already frolicked outside the city for quite some time. However, the primary reason for the impasse at the city gate was not merely the search. The true cause was a funeral procession that had completely blocked the entrance. Su Ziyo observed the funeral entourage with a slight furrow of his brow. The number of people in this procession was indeed considerable. The The guards stationed at the gate had already formed a battle array, weapons in hand, confronting the mourners. At the forefront of the procession was a group of burly men clad in plain white mourning garments, brandishing wooden clubs and glaring defiantly at the guards. Amidst the two factions, several individuals were engaged in a heated dispute, some clad in mourning attire while others donned armor. Among the armored individuals, Su Zio recognized a familiar face. Lu Wu, the second brother of the little girl, in Su Zio's eyes. Lu Wu had undergone significant changes over the past 2 years. He had grown taller and exhibited a newfound martial vigor. Although the transformation in his facial features was less pronounced, allowing Su Zio to recognize him immediately. Upon discerning Lu Wu, Su Zio deduced the likely circumstances surrounding the situation. Indeed, the reality aligned closely with his conjectures. Upon discovering the disappearance of Princess Yar, the Dai Wang's residents promptly ordered the closure of all 4 city gates, forbidding entry and exit. Simultaneously, they imposed strict confidentiality regarding the princess's vanishing. Thus commenced a citywide search. Unfortunately, the internal guards of Jinyang City had spent an hour searching without uncovering any leads. At this juncture, a strategist under the Dai Wang's command proposed reopening the 4 gates and deploying the palace guards, alongside individuals familiar with Princess Yar, to ambush near the gates. The gate guards would scrutinize those attempting to exit, while the palace guards monitored from the sidelines, secretly trailing any suspicious individuals. When the time was right, they could apprehend and interrogate them in one fell swoop. Naturally, if they happened upon the young princess at the gate, they would rescue her directly. Upon learning of this situation, the Dai Wang's eldest and second sons approached him, volunteering to guard the respective gates. The Dai Wang was pleased to see his sons eager to share in his burdens, and was equally glad for their concern for their sister, thus assigning them to the south gate and the north gate, respectively. Consequently, the second prince led a contingent of guards to the north gate. Perhaps eager to prove himself, upon arriving, he did not adhere to the strategist's plan of discreet observation. Instead, he commenced an ostentatious inspection of all individuals wishing to leave the city, regardless of age or status. Each person attempting to exit was first questioned regarding their purpose. Those whose explanations were unsatisfactory were promptly detained and escorted to the city guards. Even those with plausible reasons underwent thorough searches, often 2 or 3 times, before being grudgingly allowed to leave. Fortunately, due to the festivities of the Lantern Festival, the actual number of individuals seeking to exit was relatively small. Some, upon witnessing the stringent checks at the north gate, opted to divert their route to other gates or postpone their departures altogether. Thus, the initial searches did not incite significant turmoil, it must be said. The second prince did exude a somewhat naive disposition. With such a commotion, even if genuine traffickers were present, they would hardly choose to exit through this gate. Shortly after the second prince arrived at the north gate, a funeral procession unexpectedly approached. This procession belonged to a prominent family, the Li family of Jinyang City. Aside from the Dai Wang's external influence, 3 powerful local families coexisted in Jinyang: the Hu, Zhang, and Li families. These 3 factions had endured for several centuries, alternating between rivalry and cooperation, intermarriage, and mutual assistance. Whenever one family gained strength, the others would unite to counterbalance. However, their foundational principles differed significantly, preventing any genuine amalgamation. The Hu family prided itself on its scholarly Confucian heritage, tracing its lineage to one of Confucius's 72 disciples. They were a traditional agrarian family, possessing substantial farmland in the surrounding estates of Jinyang. The current head of the Hu family had previously held an official position in the court, ranking among the 9 ministers. Due to the new chancellor's advocacy of governing the state through Taoist principles, which starkly contrasted with the Hu family's Confucian beliefs, the head resigned and returned to Jinyang. The Zhang family boasted a lineage tracing back to Tao Zhugong. Legend has it that the Zhang family's ancestor once served as a steward under Tao Zhugong. After depleting his fortune, this ancestor arrived in Jinyang with his share of the remaining wealth, employing the business acumen he had acquired alongside Tao Zhugong to gradually become the wealthiest merchant in Jinyang. Today, half of the shops in the city are owned by the Zhang family, with many of the remaining shops holding their shares. Moreover, the Zhang family's investments extend beyond commerce. The Dai Wang's youngest consort hails from the Zhang family, having borne him the 4th prince, Lu Yi. Additionally, Lu Wu's betrothed is the legitimate daughter of the current head of the Zhang family. The Li family, in contrast, rose to prominence through martial prowess, with every member being a warrior. Their family enterprises were diverse, encompassing agriculture, retail, and, at times, involvement in the illicit salt trade, which endowed them with formidable combat capabilities relative to the other two families. This advantage afforded them considerable leverage in local family rivalries. However, during the previous tumultuous period, the Li family suffered the most significant blows among the three. Regardless of who seized control of Jinyang, the Li family was invariably subjected to stringent scrutiny. The major factions typically employed two methods to suppress the Li family: forcibly conscripting their youth to serve as cannon fodder in conflicts between factions, or sowing discord by bribing various branches of the family, thereby preventing them from uniting against external threats. These tactics nearly fragmented the Li family. It was only after the restoration of order that the Li family began to recover gradually. Upon arriving in his fiefdom, the Daiwang's approach to the three major families varied considerably. With the Hu family, he aimed to maintain a facade of peace, for the prevailing ideology in the current court favored Taoism. Yet, with Confucian scholars still present, he could not overtly suppress the Hu family. With the Zhang family, he sought to cultivate alliances, recognizing that commerce, despite being the lowest tier of society, was indispensable. As for the Li family, he remained ever vigilant. Currently, half of the city guards were recruited locally, yet among them, few were Li family scions. During the chaos, the Li youths had been expendable, and in the new order, they were to remain distanced from military ranks. Perhaps this encapsulated the tragedy of the Li family. The second prince, Lu Wu, mirrored his father's attitudes towards the Li family scions. As the funeral procession approached the north gate, Lu Wu felt a surge of anxiety. His mind racing to the worst possible scenarios. Could it be that his sister had been abducted by the Li family and hidden within this procession? His gaze inadvertently flickered toward the coffin. The mood among the Li family members was equally grim. The deceased was not an ordinary member of the clan. He was Li Ming, the third elder of the Li family, a third-tier martial artist who had endeavored to advance to the second tier but had failed. Since then, he had endured debilitating internal injuries. He should have perished long ago. Yet sensing the Li family's dwindling elite, he clung to life for over a decade, only to finally succumb last winter. Given his status within the Li family, they had observed a period of mourning that lasted 49 days. Today marks the day of the funeral. When the Li family learned of the Daiwang's decree to seal the city, their ignorance of the truth led them to believe that the Daiwang was deliberately targeting them. It was only after extensive inquiries that they discovered a significant figure had gone missing from the Daiwang's residence. Though they remained unaware of the individual's identity, after all, the disappearance of the Daiwang's daughter was not something that could be casually disclosed to outsiders, both for the sake of the Daiwang's reputation and the safety of the young princess. It was not until the Daiwang's second order was issued, reopening the city gates, that the Li family finally commenced the funeral rites. Thus, the hearts of the Li clan were filled with pent-up frustration. Little did they expect that upon arriving at the north gate, they would be obstructed once more, this time by none other than Lu Wu, the second son of the Daiwang. Lu Wu was aware that the Li family was to hold a funeral today. Yet ever since he began to harbor suspicions about them, every action taken by the Li family appeared to him as mere attempts to cover up their intentions, without exchanging many words. Both sides instinctively grasped their weapons and confronted one another. Observing each other's actions, both parties solidified their assumptions. One side believed the other was using the funeral as a guise to abscond with his sister. The other side was convinced that the opposition was deliberately trying to complicate matters for their family. Fortunately, within both groups were several level-headed individuals capable of dialogue, who temporarily quelled the brewing conflict. The leaders of both factions convened to deliberate on a resolution to the pressing issue at hand. According to Lu Wu's perspective, it was imperative to search every member of the Li family, to inspect all boxes purportedly containing burial items, and even to open the coffin for inspection. For the Li family, this was an affront to their dignity, and they adamantly refused to comply. While they might concede to a search of individuals and an examination of funeral goods, there was no way they would allow the coffins to be opened. Moreover, Lu Wu had consistently refused to disclose the identity of the person sought by the Daiwang's residence. Tensions escalated once more. With both sides prepared to escalate the confrontation, at this juncture, both factions found themselves in a precarious predicament. It was at this moment that Su Zio arrived outside the North City Gate. Although he surmised the specific cause of their standoff, he was unaware of the deeper conflicts at play. Regardless of his understanding, he was determined to prevent any violence from erupting between the two sides. Had the little girl not been in his arms, he might have simply observed from the sidelines. However, with the child nestled against him, he realized that revealing her presence would simultaneously offend both factions. Even if he was unafraid of them, there was no need to provoke unnecessary enmity. Thus, he called out loudly, "Lu Wu, what are you doing blocking the city gate? Are you looking for trouble again?" Indeed, Su Ziyou was well acquainted with Lu Wu. Their relationship was fraught with complexities, encompassing numerous events that Lu Wu would prefer to keep hidden from others. Upon hearing Su Ziyou's familiar yet irksome voice, Lu Wu involuntarily shuddered. The demon had returned. To Lu Wu, Su Ziyou was indeed a devil. Not only did he harbor such sentiments, but even the eldest prince Lu Qi feared Su Ziyou. Lu Wu instinctively turned towards the source of the voice. Su Ziyou had undergone significant changes. This was Lu Wu's first impression upon seeing him. What had happened to the scar on his brow? Lu Wu was taken aback by the alteration in Su Ziyou's appearance. Yet, in the next moment, his eyes widened in disbelief as he beheld someone he had never expected to see in Su Ziyou's arms. His youngest sister, the little princess of the Dai Wang's residence. The very child whose disappearance had thrown the entire Jinyang city into chaos. How could this be? Lu Wu felt as though his mind had turned to mush in that instant. He was aware that Su Ziyou had been absent for over 2 years. So it seemed he had just returned. But why? Why was his sister, who had only been missing for 2 hours, now in Su Ziyou's embrace? Could it be that she had been secretly smuggled out of the city and fortuitously rescued by Su Ziyou? In reality, Lu Wu was not dim-witted. He was merely caught up in youthful naivety. Just as Lu Wu began to piece everything together, a shrill voice pierced through the air. "Bold bandit! How dare you abduct the little princess? Come, seize him!" The speaker was a young eunuch from the palace, usually in attendance to the Dai Wang, but today was exceptional, hence he had accompanied Lu Wu, primarily tasked with relaying messages to the Dai Wang. Upon hearing this, Su Ziyou nearly burst into laughter. Would a genuine abduction be resolved by a mere shout from you? The only outcome of such a loud declaration would be to heighten the alertness of those present. And did you not hear me conversing with your master? Since when did such a fool appear beside Lu Wu? Has he been infected by Lu Wu's naivety? Lu Wu could hardly restrain his desire to reprimand the young eunuch. The matter of the little princess's disappearance had long been a secret within the palace. With that shout, had he not just made it known to all? Was he not turning the palace into a laughingstock? Indeed, when the Lu family members heard the eunuch's exclamation, they all turned to look at Su Ziyou. Soon, those with sharper minds began to comprehend the events unfolding today. The members of the Lu family quickly suppressed their anger, adopting expressions of curiosity as they observed the scene before them. Yet, the young eunuch seemed oblivious to his own foolishness, continuing to frantically direct the city gate guards. "Hurry, don't let that brat escape. Capture him! Silence!" Lu Wu finally managed to restrain himself from scolding the eunuch. "But your highness, that brat, be quiet." Lu Wu interjected again. "Hurry back and inform father that my sister has been found, and I will return her to the palace shortly." "Understood," the young eunuch replied reluctantly, mounting a horse and galloping towards the Dai Wang's residence. Even then, he remained unaware of Su Ziyou's true identity or the circumstances surrounding this incident, though he seemed to grasp enough to recognize the potential danger he faced. After sending off the eunuch, Lu Wu, accompanied by a heavily armored general, approached Su Ziyou. Meanwhile, the general discreetly commanded the guards at the city gate to surround Su Ziyou quietly. The key figures of the Lu family exchanged glances and followed suit, for they too were victims of the situation and wished to understand what had transpired. Chapter 4. I go to light a stick of incense before Su Ziyou shouted at the second prince. He had carefully covered the little girl's ears to prevent her from waking up, but with the eunuch's loud cry, she was startled awake. Still groggy from her slumber, the little girl rubbed her eyes and yawned, struggling to fully open her drowsy eyes. While she remained in a daze, Su Ziyou dismounted and gently lifted her from the horse. "Brother Ziyou, where are we now?" The little girl, still not fully awake, looked up at Su Ziyou with a puzzled expression. "We have arrived at the city gate of Jinyang. You shall soon be home," Su Ziyou replied with a smile. He then pointed towards the approaching group and continued. "Look, there comes someone to greet you." The little girl turned her head, scrutinizing the figure approaching, and eventually recognized Lu Wu. Clearly, she was still not fully alert. "Second brother," she exclaimed joyfully upon seeing him. she instinctively attempted to break free from Su Ziyou's embrace to reach her brother. But Su Ziyou held her firmly in his arms. What is going on? Lu Wu instinctively furrowed his brow, while the general beside him discreetly signaled. Upon observing the general's gesture, the surrounding soldiers quietly closed in. Encircling Su Ziyou, the Lu family members also recognized the predicament and silently prepared themselves for defense. Su Ziyou appeared oblivious to the reactions of those around him, approaching the group confidently. When the distance between the two parties narrowed to less than 5 paces, Su Ziyou finally halted. The little girl, seemingly anxious, began waving her small hands in an attempt to escape Su Ziyou's grasp. Ignoring her, Su Ziyou stood still for a moment longer before gradually placing her on the ground. As Su Ziyou released her, the little girl rushed into Lu Wu's embrace. Seeing the little girl held tightly by Lu Wu, everyone around breathed a sigh of relief. The general made another signal, and the soldiers gradually lowered their weapons. At that moment, the general suddenly realized that the position occupied by the young man was precisely at the center of their formation. It seemed that he had remained stationary to ensure all the soldiers reached their designated positions. Thus, it was not that he was unwilling to release the little princess. Rather, he had intended to wait until the area was entirely secure before doing so. This young man was rather intriguing. His face bore a certain familiarity, clad in the furs of the Hu people, exhibiting a remarkable understanding of the Han military formations, and he even recognized the second prince. Who was he, at that moment? The two siblings were entirely oblivious to their surroundings, engrossed in their own conversation. Lu Wu engaged in conversation while meticulously inspecting his sister from head to toe, relieved to find that she was unharmed. Observing that the soldiers surrounding them had relaxed their vigilance, he took a few steps forward, stepping into the view of the crowd. The commander glanced at the pair of siblings, who appeared to have forgotten everything around them. With no other option, he steeled himself to greet them. However, before he could utter a word, Su Ziyou had already taken a step forward, bowing in respect as a junior. "Uncle Song, it's been a long time." The simple phrase left the commander momentarily stunned, for his surname was indeed Song. Song Qi, a lieutenant of the Jinyang Guard, commanded over 1,000 soldiers, primarily responsible for guarding the northern city wall of Jinyang. Thus, the northern gate naturally fell under his jurisdiction. But how did this young boy know that? Could he be an acquaintance? Yet the commander struggled to recall any such connection. "Who are you?" "I am Ziyou." "Su Lin Su Ziyou. My brother is Su Zizwa." "Su Ziyou. Su Zizwa. Ah? It's you? You've returned." After a brief moment of recollection, the commander finally recognized the young man before him. Su Zizwa, like himself, was also a lieutenant in Jinyang City. Albeit responsible for the internal guard, no wonder the boy seemed familiar. After all, he was friends with the commander's son, whom he had met a few times previously. Clarifying the young man's identity, the commander posed the question that lingered in his mind. How did the young princess come to be here? Before he could finish his inquiry, Su Ziyou stepped closer and whispered a brief account of the events that transpired in the dilapidated temple. Upon hearing Su Ziyou's words, Song Qi summoned a junior officer with a subtle gesture, quietly instructing him. Moments later, the junior officer turned and led a squadron of cavalry towards the direction of the ruined temple. With the sound of galloping hooves fading into the distance, Lu Wu finally ceased his conversation with his sister. He stood upright, his gaze averted from Su Ziyou, seemingly hesitating over something. Ahem. Su Ziyou cleared his throat and regarded the prince with a peculiar smile. Finally, Lu Wu stomped his foot decisively, approached Su Ziyou, and bowed deeply, saying, "Disciple pays respects to the master. Thank you for rescuing my sister." "Well done," Su Ziyou replied. Lu Wu nearly crinkled his nose in annoyance, wishing for the conversation to end. "If only I could overpower you." The onlookers from the Li family nearly bulged their eyes in astonishment. What was happening? Who exactly was this youth? He was acquainted with the city guard commander, was the master of the second prince, and had returned with the young princess. No, he had rescued her. Yet his attire was too. The Li family had not forgotten the recent events. They had narrowly avoided a significant crisis just moments ago. The Li family found themselves in a precarious situation. Had they allowed an inspection of the funeral procession, opening the coffin, the Li family would have lost all standing in Jinyang City. However, if they refused, a conflict could arise, openly opposing the Dai Wangfu, leaving them with no foothold in Jinyang City. They did not truly wish to confront the Dai Wangfu. They simply had no inkling that the Dai Wangfu was searching for a young princess. Had they known, they would have had no choice but to swallow their pride. All the impending crisis dissipated with the arrival of this young man. The Li family felt as though their recent experience had been a mere dream. At this moment, a middle-aged man stepped forward from the Li family and bowed deeply before Su Ziyo. "Thank you, young hero. Today's events owe much to you. I am Li Feng, and today marks my father's funeral. Your great kindness will not be forgotten by me, Li Feng. Should you ever require my assistance, do not hesitate to ask. I shall not shy away from any endeavor." Li Feng spoke with a hint of excitement. His words slightly jumbled, yet his intent was unmistakably clear. Su Ziyo quickly clasped his fists in return. "You flatter me, esteemed elder. Today, I merely happen to be present. I dare not claim any great kindness. Today, as we honor the late hero Li, I have long admired him from afar, yet have never had the fortune to meet him. Might we have the opportunity to pay our respects with incense?" A simple shift in address from I to we inadvertently included the second prince in his request. The second prince, about to speak, was silenced by Su Ziyo's sharp glare. Li Feng instinctively wished to decline. After all, time was not on their side, and the funeral was limited. Given the multitude of events that had transpired, they had precious little time left. Yet, in the next moment, he seemed to grasp Su Ziyo's intentions and felt a surge of excitement to acquiesce. Ultimately, he managed to steady his emotions. "It is indeed commendable for everyone to pay respects to my father, but may I return to consult with my family? This is not a trivial matter." Su Ziyo gestured for him to proceed. Li Feng quickly returned to the gathering of the Li family, who surrounded him at once, both curious about what had transpired and eager to know when they might depart. Lu Wu observed from a distance as Li Feng animatedly relayed the events to the crowd. Rolling his eyes in disdain, he turned to Su Ziyo and inquired, "Why must we pay our respects? My father is waiting at home, anxious for my sister's return. Why waste time here? What is wrong with accompanying your master to offer incense?" Su Ziyo countered without addressing Lu Wu's question, instead posing one of his own. Lu Wu felt the urge to retaliate. "I'm merely a year younger than you. Must you always refer to me as your master? Can we not enjoy ourselves together?" Standing aside, Song Qi had begun to comprehend Su Ziyo's intentions. He scrutinized Su Ziyo anew, recognizing the young man's resourcefulness. At that moment, it appeared the Li family had reached a consensus. Li Feng approached them once more, addressing them courteously. "Everyone, please." He gestured for them to proceed. Su Ziyo, holding Lu Xia's hand, walked ahead with his head held high, while Lu Wu and Song Qi flanked him. In that instant, Li Feng experienced a peculiar sensation, as if Su Ziyo were the true prince. In fact, long before the passing of the elderly, Song Qi had already visited the Li family for mourning, and even the Dai Wang had sent the eldest prince to pay his respects. Su Ziyo's brother, Su Zizhua, had also come to honor the elder. Yet, Su Ziyo felt it necessary to pay homage once more, his intent being to ease the strained relations between the Dai Wangfu and the Li family. Strictly speaking, Lu Wu had indeed overstepped his bounds. Without any evidence, he had halted the Li family's funeral procession, demanding searches and inspections, even threatening to open the coffin. Such actions were a blatant affront to the Li family. Nevertheless, the Han Dynasty was a feudal monarchy, and both Lu Wu and Xiao'er were royal descendants. Thus, the Li family had no choice but to swallow their grievances. Now, with Su Ziyo leading Lu Wu and Xiao'er in offering incense to the deceased, it effectively served as an apology to the Li family. Of course, since they were paying respects to the deceased, it would not truly cause Lu Wu and Xiao'er to lose face as royals. A simple act of offering incense could mend the rift between the two parties. Why not take advantage of such an opportunity? As the Li family deliberated, Su Ziyo had felt a twinge of concern. He feared that, in a moment of rashness, the Lu family might refuse his proposal to offer incense. After all, a simple act could resolve the matter, but the Li family might not be inclined to comply. Should they decline the request, it would leave no room for reconciliation. Fortunately, the Li family agreed to his proposal. The group approached the coffin of old Master Li, where a table had already been set with incense burners, fruits, and other offerings for the ceremony. Accepting 3 sticks of incense from a servant, Su Ziyo respectfully bowed 3 times before the coffin, then returned the incense to the servant, who placed it in the burner. The other 3 followed suit, bowing 3 times as well, including Xiao'er, who meticulously completed the ritual. "Family members, please return the salute." With the officiant's loud proclamation, the the Li family members respectfully returned the gesture. The Li family then resumed their interrupted funeral procession. Su Ziyou had thought that this would conclude the proceedings. However, to his surprise, yet another elder from the Li family approached them. The second elder, Song Qi, exclaimed in shock upon recognizing the old man. Su Ziyou had already taken note of the elder, for he was a peak third-tier expert, on the verge of breaking through to the second tier. Among the Li family, he stood out like a firefly in the dark, so remarkable and distinguished. Before Su Ziyou and his companions could speak, the elder lowered his voice. Today, the Li family acted somewhat rashly. Tomorrow, arrangements will be made to visit the royal residence to apologize. He then glanced at Su Ziyou and added, "You have done well." Without waiting for a response, he swiftly returned to the funeral procession. Su Ziyou couldn't help but smile. They were all astute individuals. "You respect me an inch, and I shall respect you a mile. That is how a harmonious society functions," he remarked to Lu Wu with a grin. At that moment, Lu Wu begrudgingly began to grasp Su Ziyou's purpose in offering respect. However, he seemed disinclined to dwell on the matter for long. "Fine, you win this time," Lu Wu conceded in a dismissive tone. "But I'm far more concerned about another matter." "What matter? When did you manage to win over my sister?" Lu Wu, in a fit of anger, forcibly seized his sister's hand from Su Ziyou. Su Ziyou felt a twinge of embarrassment. Fortunately, the child was merely a 5-year-old girl, or else he would have found it quite difficult to explain himself. In truth, Su Ziyou had been holding the little girl's hand primarily as a precaution. After all, during the recent memorial ceremony, they had been surrounded by members of the Li family, including elderly heir, a formidable third-tier expert. Although Su Ziyou held no fear of them, prudence is never a vice. A moment's carelessness could lead to regret too late to remedy. After returning to the group, elderly heir took only a few strides to approach another middle-aged man. If Song Qi had been present, he would have instantly recognized this individual as Li Yong, the current head of the Li family and the son of elderly. "Father, you should take Fenger to the Wang residence tomorrow morning to apologize." The elder disregarded his son's protest and proceeded to outline his plans. In large families like the Li clan, the head's primary responsibility is to oversee all family affairs, akin to a modern-day CEO. While the elders function more like board members, typically uninvolved in daily operations. However, being his father, he could naturally command his son to a CT. "Is it truly necessary?" Li Yong questioned, feeling reluctant to go and apologize, fearing it would bring shame upon the Li family. Such is the nature of people. Just moments earlier, when Li Feng had informed him of Su Ziyou and Lu Wu's intention to pay their respects, he had felt a surge of joy, believing it indicated that the Wang residence was extending an olive branch. This news would bolster the Li family's reputation, and without a second thought, he had agreed. Yet, when his father insisted he personally deliver the apology, his enthusiasm waned. "Absolutely necessary," elderly heir declared firmly. "At your age, you should be more astute than a mere youth." Lu Wu is the second son of the Wang, and his apology would be tantamount to an official apology from the Wang residence. What right do we, the Li family, have to accept an apology from such illustrious progeny? If we complacently accept this, the demise of the Li family will be imminent. Even if the Wang does not pursue this matter, others will not spare us. This is an opportunity. A sincere apology could not only mend relations with the Wang but perhaps even allow us to forge a beneficial alliance. Elderly heir articulated his perspective with deliberate calmness. "You have been the head for nearly a decade, yet your handling of affairs lacks the sophistication expected of your position, falling short of that of a young man." "Are you referring to the second prince?" Li Yong inquired. "Certainly not him. Did you not recall what Fenger mentioned earlier? He said that Su Ziyou and Lu Wu were coming to honor your third uncle." "Who is Su Ziyou, the young man who just paid respects to my third uncle?" "I am uncertain, but it is evident that he shares a good rapport with the Wang residence. He was instrumental in finding the missing princess. When he honored your third uncle, he stood in front of Lu Wu, who appeared quite willing to be behind him. Hence, it should not be difficult to ascertain his identity. Once we uncover the truth, we must cultivate a good relationship with him. Even if we cannot become allies, we must ensure he does not become an adversary. Observe how maturely he conducts himself. His potential for greatness is limitless." Elderly heir withheld one critical observation. He found it impossible to gauge the young man's strength. For a third-tier expert, being unable to discern another's prowess typically indicates one of three possibilities. The other is superior, is entirely untrained, or practices a unique form of cultivation. Given that the youth had rescued the princess, he could not possibly fall into the second category, whichever of the remaining two scenarios it was. The Li family could only afford to befriend him rather than offend him. As the Li family's entourage departed, the group gathered at the city gate prepared to part ways. Lu Wu intended to escort his sister back to the Wang residence. Ever since the disappearance of the young princess, the residence had been in turmoil, and her continued absence would only exacerbate the chaos. Song Qi, on the other hand, needed to continue his vigil at the city gate. Where a throng awaited entry, Su Ziyou planned to return home. Lu Wu considered inviting him to accompany them to the Wang residence, but Su Ziyou declined, and away. I haven't been home in 2 years. Why should I go to your house first? It was evident that Su Ziyou was not a particularly courteous individual in private. By chance, Su Ziyou, along with the one siblings, walked a portion of the way together. Just as they were about to part ways, the sound of urgent hooves approached from the direction of the Wang residence. In a flash, a cavalry unit surrounded Su Ziyou and Lu Wu. The guards around Lu Wu immediately drew their weapons, yet upon recognizing the visitors, they stood in stunned silence. It was the internal guards of the Wang residence, and Su Ziyou was momentarily taken aback. What is your intention? Lu Wu shouted with anger. However, the guards paid him no heed. Then, a shrill voice echoed from a distance. The Wang has arrived. Chapter 5. An invitation to travel. The Wang, the fourth son of the former Emperor Gaozu of Han, married Dou and had 2 other wives, Lady Bai and Lady Zhang. Those familiar with the Wang family know that the Wang and the Wang Fei share a close relationship, together for over a decade. They have had 4 children, the Wang's eldest son, eldest daughter, third son, and youngest daughter. Each wife bore him 2 children. Lady Bai is the mother of Lu Wu, while Lady Zhang is the mother of the Wang's youngest son. This explains why the Wang's eldest and second sons are less than a year apart, and the third and fourth sons are similarly close in age. According to rumors circulating within the Wang residence, the Wang often spent his nights in the Wang Fei's chambers, rarely visiting his other 2 wives, only staying with them during their pregnancies. This has led to the widespread belief that the Wang is somewhat cowed by his wife. Aside from this, another quirk of the Wang is his preference for daughters over sons, or rather, he is a doting father to his daughters. The Wang treats his sons and daughters with starkly different attitudes. Aside from the legitimate eldest son, Lu Qi, who occasionally garners some praise as the heir, the remaining 3 sons have largely grown up under his scolding and reproaches. In stark contrast, his 2 daughters are showered with affection. If it were not for their kind natures and the Wang Fei's diligent upbringing, the inner court of the Wang residence would have devolved into utter chaos. Good-hearted children are a blessing. They do not bully their siblings, do not mistreat servants, and do not harm small animals. Su Ziyou. I think this point could use some further discussion. However, this does not imply that kind-hearted children do not cause trouble. Sometimes, the more well-behaved a child is, the more significant the chaos they unleash. The Wang still vividly recalls that 6 years ago, his eldest daughter, merely for telling a small fib to her 2 brothers, caused a tremendous upheaval in Jinyang City, instilling fear in the children of all the affluent families. Upon learning of the incident, he punished his 2 sons severely, confining them to their beds for 3 days. Yet, after their release, the 2 little rascals resumed their mischief. It was only when they encountered the Su family's little lad that they finally calmed down. That time, however, his eldest daughter was already 10 years old, and a bit of mischief was hardly a concern. But his youngest daughter was merely 5. Can you believe it? This 5-year-old girl had the audacity to threaten her 10 and 11-year-old brothers into secretly taking her out of the Wang residence for some fun. Astonishingly, the 2 brothers acquiesced. The 3 little ones somehow procured commoner attire and managed to deceive the guards, escaping outside. Remarkably, not a single person in the Wang residence realized that the 3 children had slipped away. Had it not been for his 2 foolish sons losing their sister and rushing back in tears to report the incident, he would never have believed that the Wang residence, the most secure location in Jinyang City, could be so easily infiltrated by a few children. Initially, upon discovering his youngest daughter was missing, the Wang did not panic. He ordered the city gates closed, partly for show to appease his wife, and partly as a precaution. He had a nagging suspicion that his daughter was merely hiding to play a prank on her brothers. However, as time passed without any sign of her, the Wang's anxiety began to mount. He heeded the counsel of his advisors, deploying personnel to discreetly monitor the 4 city gates, maintaining an appearance of laxity while tightening internal security. Simultaneously, he ordered searches of all disreputable establishments in Jinyang City, including brothels and gambling houses. The proprietors, workers, and even beggars and pickpockets found themselves in dire straits. The Wang commanded the arrest of all these individuals. If the young princess could be recovered, they might have a sliver of hope. If, however, she had met with misfortune, they would all be held accountable. Just as he could no longer wait and was preparing to lead a search party himself, a eunuch named Xiao Guo hurried back with news. "My lord, the young princess has been found." Upon hearing this, the Wang's heart soared with joy. Where was she found? Where is she now? At the North City Gate, held captive by a bandit. The bandit has already been surrounded by the second prince's guards and the city gate sentinels. Yet, the second prince hesitated. Regardless of the world, there will always be individuals who, lacking full knowledge of the situation, dare to speak with unrestrained audacity based solely on fragmented information. Unfortunately, this young eunuch was unaware that some statements should never be made lightly. He remained oblivious to the fact that, in his inadvertent manner, he had offended someone he could not afford to provoke. Upon receiving news of his daughter, the Prince of Dai felt his earlier anxiety dissipate. Indeed, even if she had been abducted, as long as she could be found, she could undoubtedly be rescued. This was the confidence of a lord of a city. "Ah Fu, summon Mr. Dongfang to come here." The prince instructed the middle-aged eunuch beside him. "As you command." The eunuch replied before swiftly departing to relay the message. "You shall lead a contingent of guards to support the second prince. Inform him that the safety of the young princess must be ensured. I shall arrive shortly." The prince further directed the young eunuch, who had just delivered the news. "As you command." The young eunuch hurriedly acknowledged before hastily making his exit. Perhaps it is a common affliction of those in power to develop a sense of paranoia. The prince increasingly perceived the day's events as suspicious. His daughter had vanished suddenly, only to reappear. And she had been kidnapped no less. It seemed as though someone was orchestrating these events from the shadows. Who could it be, and what was their intention? Could it be that the abduction of his daughter was merely a ruse? With the true target being the prince himself, contemplating this, he felt an even greater need to exercise caution. The Mr. Dongfang he had summoned was the foremost expert of the royal residence and his strategist. Only with him by his side could the prince feel assured in his quest to rescue his daughter. It was not long before Mr. Dongfang arrived. The Prince of Dai, finally feeling a sense of relief, boldly set forth with his retinue to rescue his daughter. Unbeknownst to him, at that very moment, his beloved daughter was wailing in fright due to his decisions, her cries echoing in distress. The 5-year-old princess was genuinely terrified. In her simplistic worldview, Zio Gij was a good person. He provided her with treats, brought her crickets, and was, in essence, a benevolent figure. She recognized the guards, and even if she could not recall their faces, she knew from their attire that they belonged to her household. Yet, why were the royal guards seizing Zio Gij? Confused and agitated, the little princess resorted to her ultimate weapon, tears. When Xiao Guozi suddenly appeared with guards intending to capture Su Zio, Lu Wu was equally bewildered. Lu Wu could not fathom why his father would suddenly seek to apprehend Su Zio. Even if he truly disliked him, if he were to send someone to capture him, he should have dispatched someone more formidable. Though these guards were indeed from the royal residence, their most competent members barely ranked 6th tier. 6 years prior, when Su Zio had bested him, he had already been at the pinnacle of 5th tier. This was hardly a suitable method of dealing with the situation. However, Lu Wu had no time to dwell on such matters. His foremost duty was to soothe his sister, though he did not understand why she was crying. He had to calm her down. "What are you doing? Quickly apprehend this audacious thief." Xiao Guozi commanded the royal guards with an air of authority. At that moment, Xiao Guozi felt he was reaching the pinnacle of his life. From discovering the kidnappers of the princess, to reporting to the prince, and now leading the guards to capture the culprits and rescue the princess, he was on the brink of soaring to greatness. The guards, however, were far more composed than this starry-eyed young eunuch. Even if 1 or 2 guards were inclined to see Su Zio, they were swiftly restrained by their colleagues. None of them were fools. When they had first arrived, the young man had been engaged in conversation with the second prince, and the young princess had remained by his side the entire time. Have you ever seen a kidnapping unfold like this? The second prince had also been accompanied by several royal guards. Upon witnessing the new guards attempting to capture Su Zio, they exchanged glances in silent warning. Regrettably, Xiao Guozi was oblivious to all of this. Either he failed to notice it, or he chose to ignore it. When the Prince of Dai arrived, he was met with chaos. A young eunuch was jumping up and down, shouting something, while the guards stood still as statues, encircling someone who appeared somewhat familiar. None of this was particularly significant. The most pressing matter was that his daughter was crying loudly, while his son attempted to comfort his sister, albeit ineffectively. Step aside. The Prince of Dai angrily pushed his son aside and swiftly cradled his daughter in his arms. In the next moment, his expression softened into one of paternal tenderness. Xiar, do not cry. Lu Wu stood speechless nearby. In the prince's earnest attempts, the young princess's cries only grew louder. Indeed, this was the behavior of a child emboldened by someone's support. Why not try this? A voice chimed in beside the prince. As a hand extended an oiled paper package, that moment, the prince was already frazzled by his daughter's cries. He had not even registered who was beside him and simply accepted the package. Opening it instinctively, however, the moment he unveiled its contents, he was taken aback. What was this? A white square. To his utter astonishment, in that fleeting moment of distraction, his precious daughter reached out and attempted to pop the white square into her mouth. Don't eat that carelessly, my little ancestor, the prince exclaimed in a panic. All the guards who overheard his words looked up in unison, gazing at the heavens. Yes, all right, I made it myself. It's quite delicious. The melodic voice rang out once more. Upon hearing this, the prince's anger flared. What do you mean it's fine because you made it? Who are you? If anything happens to my daughter, can you bear the responsibility? Seeing his daughter swiftly consume the white object, the prince stood upright in fury, determined to confront the audacious individual. In the next instant, Mr. Dongfang's figure flashed and positioned himself between the prince and the source of the voice. Mr. Dongfang, whose full name was Dongfang Su, had been invited to serve the prince after much effort. A third-tier Taoist mastered in Mr. Dongfang's eyes. Apart from the 3 second-tier masters in Jinyang City, no one was his equal, even among the other third-tier individuals. He was confident he could defeat them. But who was this young man who had just appeared? The youth had previously been 7 steps away, surrounded by guards, and in the blink of an eye, he had reached the prince's side. Even Mr. Dongfang himself had only reacted after the youth had spoken twice. There is danger, without a moment to consider whether he was a match for the young man. Mr. Dongfang instinctively positioned himself in front of the prince. Yet, before he could steady himself, a flurry of movement flashed before him. Clang! Mr. Dongfang drew his sword, fully alert. However, he soon discovered a rather embarrassing predicament. The young man had already retreated. Rejoining the circle of guards, the youth even raised his empty hands towards Mr. Dongfang, signaling he meant no harm. Mr. Dongfang did not lower his guard due to the young man's gestures. He was confident he could easily navigate through the guards' encirclement, as they were merely of 6th-tier caliber. However, moving freely in front of a 3rd-tier master was a height Mr. Dongfang could not achieve. What seemed to stretch over a long time was, in fact, a matter of mere moments. At this point, the overwhelming majority of those present began to tense up. Mr. Dongfang fixed his gaze on the young man. The guards gripped their weapons tightly, and even the head eunuch, Fu, was gathering his energy in readiness. Just as the atmosphere reached a breaking point, an unexpected voice broke through. Bold assassin, how dare you attempt to assassinate the prince? Quickly apprehend him. Yes, it was that young eunuch named Xiaoguozi. The term ignorance is bliss aptly described such individuals. He could not comprehend the whirlwind of events that had just transpired, but felt compelled to assert his presence at that moment. Quickly! Xiaoguozi was about to continue his tirade when suddenly, darkness enveloped him, and he collapsed, 2 young eunuchs hastily catching him before dragging him away. It was Fu's doing. With a mere wave of his hand, he had rendered the excitable young eunuch unconscious. Such was the prowess of a 3rd-tier master. Fu was making a statement, signaling to the young man that there were 2 3rd-tier masters present, advising him against any rash actions. To his surprise, the youth was not intimidated. Instead, he gave Fu a thumbs up. Uncle Fu, what skill! Upon hearing this address, everyone turned their gaze toward the esteemed eunuch. God damn it, Uncle Fu? Who is your uncle? You're just a... Fu was about to erupt in anger, feeling that associating with a suspect like this would be perilous for him. Yet, before he could finish, he halted abruptly in the royal residence. Only the prince and the princess consort addressed him as Ah Fu. The princes and the princesses called him Eunuch Fu, while the other members of the residence referred to him as Chief Fu. Even the two ladies of the house addressed him in that manner. Only one person dared to call him Uncle Fu. Could it be? At this moment, the Prince of Dai finally pieced it together and spoke with a note of incredulity. "You are Su Zio? Zio greets you, uncle," the youth replied with a smile, bowing respectfully as he spoke. Upon hearing the youth's response, the prince's heart raced as if a stampede of beasts were charging through. "Who are you calling your uncle? Have some shame." Su Zio had once charmed the princess consort with his flowery words, leading her to dote on him and recognize him as her nephew. Yet, the prince's heart was filled with rejection. It is merely that Prince Dai holds a certain respect for his wife. Indeed it is you, Zio. Did you not venture beyond the borders? Yes, I just returned today, young man. One must persist in their endeavors. How can you return so swiftly from the outer regions? The conditions beyond the borders may be somewhat lacking, but it is an excellent place for honing one's will. Why not stay out there for another 10 or 8 years? Upon my return, I shall have someone prepare the necessary documents for you, ensuring your smooth passage out. Well, those divine beasts have once again traversed the thoughts of Su Zio. The affairs of my nephew beyond the borders have been concluded. In these past 2 years, he has nearly explored the entirety of the outer lands. Oh, you have finished exploring? Prince Dai nodded, pondering for a moment before continuing. Do you wish to venture to the western regions? There exists a certain sect known as the Sandmen, which appears to be flourishing. Would you be interested in witnessing it? Or perhaps a journey to the southern frontier? It is said that the women of the south are exceedingly beautiful. There is also a place by the sea called Ingzhou, which, according to legend, was once visited by an individual surnamed Su who took a group of young boys and girls there. He shares the surname Su. Perhaps he is a distant relative of yours. If you prefer not to travel far, exploring within the Great Han territory is also an option. Whether it be Langya, Jiaoji, Chongzhou, or Diaoyu Island, you may choose wherever you wish to go. There are countless renowned mountains and rivers to behold, for as the saying goes, reading thousands of books is no match for traveling thousands of miles. Do not concern yourself with financial matters. All your expenses will be covered by the prince's estate. Alternatively, you could simply hold a position within the prince's court, undertaking the role of searching for rare and exquisite treasures from across the realm. You would even have the privilege of resting at various official post stations, with all your meals and accommodations funded by the government. Su Zio felt as though he were experiencing auditory hallucinations. Might he consider renaming himself Su Xiaka? How unwelcoming this uncle of his truly is. Chapter 6. Finally, the journey home. Prince Dai could not quite articulate his feelings towards Su Zio. The first time he heard of this boy was when he was merely 8 years old. A memory Prince Dai recalled distinctly. This boy was of the same age as his eldest son. He remembered that at that time, he was still in the capital, just a prince without a title. Suddenly, the entire capital was abuzz with rumors of an 8-year-old child who had attained the 6th rank in Confucian studies. An 8-year-old had become a mid-tier master, stirring a sensation throughout the capital. This child became a guest of honor among the aristocracy, nobles, and even the royal family. However, the boy did the unthinkable. He declined all invitations, shunning every gathering and rejecting all individuals. He continued to attend school daily. Seemingly unaffected by the myriad of legends surrounding him, at that time, Prince Dai was quite intrigued and sent him an invitation. Yet, the invitation vanished as if cast into the sea, leaving no trace. This incident left Prince Dai with the first impression of the youth being arrogant. The boy's pride led him to disdain all forms of power, including imperial authority. It was then that he committed to memory the name Su Lin. Su Zio. The second time he heard of this child was a year later. That day happened to be the 9th birthday of his eldest son, but unfortunately, he was not in the mood to celebrate. His father had just returned from a crushing defeat at the frontier, with countless soldiers lost. The Ministry of War and the Ministry of Revenue were overwhelmed with lists of casualties and assessments for compensations, leaving even this idle prince conscripted by his elder brother to assist at the Ministry of Revenue. Amidst this turmoil, news of the boy resurfaced. It turned out that during the recent battle, the child's father had also perished. The boy resolved to abandon scholarly pursuits for martial training. Both his father and brother were military officials. His brother had resigned to observe a period of mourning for 27 months. And the youth decided to forego school to stay home and learn martial arts from his brother. Little did anyone anticipate that shortly after leaving school, news would emerge that the youth had attained the 5th rank in Confucian studies. 8 years old at the 6th rank, 9 years old at the 5th. Such a prodigious talent. In an instant, aside from the Confucian scholars, others felt a sense of relief, pleased that the youth had chosen the martial path. Otherwise, another genius would have emerged within the Confucian ranks. The third encounter with this child was through an official list. At long last, Prince Dai was to visit his fief, Jinyang City. Upon perusing the list of officials in Jinyang, he spotted the name of the boy's brother, Su Zizhua. After further inquiry, he learned that the brother's mourning period had concluded, and since the brother's former position was filled, he was assigned to serve in Jinyang City. Upon receiving this news, Prince Dai was delighted. He had always been fascinated by the boy, and with his brother now a subordinate, he anticipated an opportunity to meet him. This opportunity arose sooner than expected, though the reason for their meeting was entirely unforeseen by Prince Dai. The catalyst was none other than Prince Dai's daughter, Princess Mir. When the prince was conferred his title, Princess Mir naturally accompanied him. As a newcomer to Jinyang City, she sought to make local acquaintances but was collectively ostracized by the local girls. While they merely shunned her, being a princess, they dared not go too far. However, this displeased the young princess, who confided in her 2 brothers about the mistreatment she endured. The subsequent events astounded all involved. The 2 young princes first banded together to confront the brothers of the local girls. Indeed, it is improper for boys to bully girls, yet they could chastise the brothers of the girls, exclaiming, "Why should your sisters bully mine? How utterly reasonable." They then proceeded to confront boys from other influential families in the area, justifying their actions with, "Why do you locals take pleasure in bullying outsiders?" Ultimately, they even assaulted the sons of officials who had accompanied Prince Dai to Jinyang, with the rationale, "You dared not join us in confronting the locals. It serves you right to be beaten." During this tumultuous period, a few children attempted to resist, but alas, the 2 princes were formidable, one ranked 7th and the other 8th in a gathering of 14 to 15-year-olds. They were nearly invincible. As the ruckus escalated, both Prince Dai and his consort learned of the unfolding events. Prince Dai ordered that his 2 sons be disciplined, leaving them bedridden for several days while imposing a 3-month house arrest. The consort also chastised their daughter, requiring her to transcribe texts at home for several days. Consequently, the 2 young princes grew enraged. They cared little for their punishment but were indignant that someone had reported them, causing their sister to suffer. Thus, still nursing their injuries, they resolved to escape the palace and seek further trouble. Learning of this, Prince Dai became even more furious and commanded his subordinates to retrieve his sons. To his astonishment, before the men could even leave the palace, the 2 young princes returned, bruised and battered. Indeed, they had been beaten, and their assailant was none other than the very child of great interest to Prince Dai, Su Zizhua. Initially, the 2 princes were unwilling to accept defeat, believing their injuries had hindered them. They repeatedly sought to provoke him, with each encounter yielding predictable results. Eventually, Su Zizhua, perturbed by the persistent provocations, took decisive action that sent shockwaves through Jinyang City. He blockaded the gates. From that day forth, a youth stood at a small corner gate of the Dai estate, wielding a staff taller than himself. Should the 2 princes dare to step outside, he would unhesitatingly deliver a thorough thrashing. The princes were left dumbfounded, for in the wake of this bullying incident, they were effectively under house arrest, only able to sneak in and out of the palace through the small gate. However, with the youth stationed outside, they found themselves at a loss in time. The young princes attempted numerous disguises, posing as eunuchs, maids, and even sickly patients, scaling ladders to climb over walls or crawling through dog holes, but none succeeded. The youth seemed to possess an uncanny foresight, always appearing before them at the opportune moment to deliver a sound beating. Eventually, they conceded defeat, vowing never to provoke one another again, only to be met with a direct refusal from the other party. At this juncture, both Prince Dai and his consort could no longer remain passive. They had been aware of the situation but had merely wished to observe how far the 2 sides would go without intervening. Now, however, they had no choice but to step in. They summoned the youth, along with the 2 young princes, for a meeting. Before the encounter, Prince Dai had already mentally labeled the child with 3 descriptors. First, prideful, possessing an arrogance that viewed lords and nobles as mere refuse, especially given that he had spurned all invitations. Second, pedantic, for a child who had attained the 6th rank at 8 and the 5th at 9 ought to be a bookworm. and third, brazen, for who else but a bold individual would dare to blockade the gates of a prince's estate? Yet, upon finally meeting the boy, he realized his assessment was gravely mistaken. Swiftly, he reassigned the youth 3 new labels: snobbish, cunning, and shameless. This little rascal had somehow gleaned the information that the Dai estate was governed by the consort's decree. Throughout the meeting, he paid little heed to Prince Dai, casually dismissing his inquiries, yet he showed remarkable enthusiasm when addressing the consort, meticulously responding to her every question. Snobbish indeed. After discussing the basic circumstances, the boy took the initiative to recount his encounters with the princes. At this moment, the Prince of Dai truly witnessed the eloquence of the young man. The lad spoke with such fervor that saliva flew from his mouth, launching into a discourse that lasted an entire hour, leaving the prince's mind buzzing. Remarkably, throughout that hour, the young man never repeated himself. By the end of his oration, the 2 young princes had come to a profound realization of their own mistakes, weeping bitterly. The princess also praised the youth effusively, compelling the 2 princes to kneel before him and take him as their mentor, even bestowing upon him a switch specifically intended for the education of the princes. Then came the most audacious moment. Upon receiving the switch meant for educating the princes, the young man was unexpectedly moved to tears. Expressing envy for the princes who had such a caring mother, he lamented the loss of his own mother, revealing that in the stillness of the night, he would often weep in secret due to his longing for her. And this emotional outpouring continued for another half-hour. Consequently, the prince's wife gained a nephew, and the young man acquired a princely uncle. However, the lad was quite astute in knowing how to navigate his position. After that encounter, he neither continued to bully the 2 princes nor took advantage of his nephew status to gain favors in the royal residence. The prince even dispatched someone to keep an eye on him, only to find that the young man returned home and immersed himself in his family's training grounds, diligently continuing his practice. In this manner, the lad vanished from the sight of everyone in Jinyang City. Subsequently, aside from being specially summoned by the princess or during significant festivals, he was rarely seen again. Indeed, there were times when even the prince's summons might not elicit his presence. The prince's disfavor toward this nephew was not due to trivial matters. After all, he was a prince and would not be so petty. His disdain stemmed entirely from another issue. Initially, it was during the young man's expression of longing for his mother. His heartfelt words were so poignant that they moved the listeners to tears. The princess wept openly, the 2 young princes had red-rimmed eyes, and even the maidservants discreetly covered their faces to hide their tears. It was at that moment that the prince heard another sound of sobbing. This sound did not emanate from the princess, nor from the maidservants, nor from the 2 young princes. It came from behind the screen where the princess stood. The prince was acutely aware of who was concealed behind that screen. It was then that the first thorn pierced the prince's heart, a wound that would be reopened time and again. Each time his wife summoned the young man, he noticed that his daughter would be elated for several days. Whenever there was a significant celebration and it was confirmed that the young man would attend the royal banquet, his daughter would spend considerable time adorning herself beautifully. He recalled one occasion when the young man claimed to have other matters to attend to and would not come to the palace, leading his daughter to forego her preparations. Yet, when the young man unexpectedly arrived, she dashed back to her chamber and spent the better part of the day getting ready, only to emerge after the banquet had concluded, discovering to her dismay that he had already departed. This incident left her despondent for several days. What infuriated the prince most was that the scoundrel appeared utterly oblivious, for his daughter dared not speak to him. Even a distant glance at him during the banquet would render her crimson with embarrassment. However, the prince could not bring himself to believe that the young man was truly unaware. He suspected that the rogue was merely feigning ignorance, employing the age-old tactic of desire through restraint. Why else would he acknowledge the prince's wife as an aunt if not to curry favor with their family? Would it not be more advantageous to be her godson? Surely, being the godson of a prince would surpass that of a mere nephew, for the only advantage a nephew has over a son is the possibility of marriage alliances. Was this not precisely the sort of opportunistic, cunning, and shameless behavior one would expect from such a lad? Just as the prince felt compelled to take action, the young man unexpectedly arrived at the palace. This caught the prince by surprise, for after the young man had established kinship with his wife, he had not once come to the palace in 3 years. Were it not for the young man's mere 16 years of age, the prince might have suspected he was there to propose marriage. Regardless of the young man's motives for visiting the palace, the prince hurried to his wife's side. Yes, this little scoundrel claimed to have come to the palace. Yet upon arrival, he went straight to see his wife, blatantly disregarding the prince's presence. Upon meeting the young man, the prince learned that he had come to bid farewell. The lad announced his intention to travel beyond the borders. And when pressed for details, he remained tight-lipped, merely stating that he would return in no less than 2 years and no more than 5. In that moment, the prince felt an unprecedented surge of joy. He believed 5 years would be ample time for his daughter to forget the young man. Although after his departure, the young man's sister-in-law became a frequent visitor to the palace, forming a close bond with the prince's daughter, while his wife maintained a good relationship with her as well. Even his youngest daughter became good friends with the young man's niece. Yet, the prince held on to the hope that in 2 or 3 years, even if the young man returned, his daughter would likely have moved on. However, just at that moment, the young man returned. Why must he come back in the shortest possible time? Would it not have been better to return after the longest duration? Father, it was Zio who found my sister. Lu Wu finally could not restrain himself from speaking up upon witnessing his father's inexplicable arrangements for Su Zio's journey. Is that so? I said that one must venture out more to discover good things. The prince was preoccupied with thoughts of how to deceive Su Zio into leaving and did not listen closely to his son's words. As a result, he inadvertently offended the little girl who had just stopped crying. Upon hearing her father refer to her as an object, the young lady erupted into tears once more. Hearing his daughter's sobs, the prince finally realized what his son had just said in a flurry. He soothed his daughter before turning his attention to Su Zio to inquire about the matter at hand. Su Zio did not conceal the truth, promptly recounting the events that had transpired at the dilapidated temple, including the appearance of a masked figure the previous night. After listening to Su Zio's account, the prince's brows furrowed deeply. This matter was far from simple. At that moment, a group of individuals approached from the direction of the northern city gate, led by none other than Song Qi, who had just parted ways with Su Zio and the others. Upon spotting the prince, Song Qi led his men directly to him. Your Highness, Song Qi greeted the prince with a respectful military salute. Continuing, I have just dispatched men to the dilapidated temple mentioned by Zio, where we discovered 5 corpses and a box. As he spoke, he gestured toward a cart behind him, draped in white cloth covering several bodies, with a small box placed atop it. Upon seeing the box, a guard at the gate informed me that it was Zhang Si, the gatekeeper, who had allowed the person with the box to leave. I interrogated Zhang Si, and he claimed it was Wang Lu, the city gate official, who instructed him to let the person go. As he spoke, 2 individuals bound with ropes were pushed forward from behind Song Qi, namely, the gatekeeper and the young officer who had ordered him to release the individual. Their mouths were gagged, and despite their desire to speak, they could produce no sound. The prince was quite satisfied with Song Qi's efforts and waved for the palace guards to take custody of the individuals and the cart. Once everything had been transferred, Song Qi saluted the prince once more before leading his men away. Seizing this opportunity, Su Zio also took his leave to return home. You've been away for 2 years. Would you like to accompany me back to the palace? Your aunt misses you dearly and often speaks of you. Knowing that Su Zio had saved his daughter, the prince's mood lifted considerably, prompting him to invite him over. It has been a long time since I last saw my aunt. I, too, have missed her. However, I have just returned from my travels and am rather disheveled. I humbly request your pardon to return home and tidy myself up before paying my respects to the palace in a couple of days. This little rascal has rejected my invitation again. The prince's mood soured once more. Very well, then you may return for now. With a casual wave of his hand, he turned and led his retinue toward the palace. However, after taking only a few steps, Su Zio rushed to catch up, handing over a collection of rabbits he had caught to the palace guards, saying they were for Princess Yar. Observing the gleam in his daughter's eyes, the prince found himself convinced that this young man was certainly not of good character. Therefore, without waiting for Su Zio to express his thoughts, he turned and left with his entourage. Watching the prince's party depart, Su Zio felt a tinge of disappointment. He should have retrieved the cloak before offering them the rabbits. Now, it seemed, once one entered the royal gates, it was akin to descending into the depths of the sea. Henceforth, the cloak would belong to another. Indeed, the primary purpose of Su Zio's pursuit had been to reclaim the cloak draped over Princess Yar. With little hope of retrieving it now, he had no choice but to turn his horse around. Finally heading home, Chapter 7. Brothers Reunited. The first day of trouble for the gatekeeper of the Great Han. 7. Brothers Reunited. Su residence. This is one of the few grand entrances in Jinyang City that proudly displays the character Zhai on its plaque. Perhaps it is due to the humble origins of the Emperor Gaozu that he has always sought ways to elevate his status. After all, during the tumultuous era when various warlords vied for control over the Central Plains, he was the sole individual of genuine commoner descent. Since ascending the throne, he has categorized residential plaques throughout the realm into 5 distinct tiers: palace, mansion, residence, domicile, and household. Only the emperor's abode is permitted to bear the inscription palace. Beneath him, the doors of kings, dukes, and marquises display mansion. The titles of earls, viscounts, and barons are denoted by residence, while officials of rank 7 and above without titles may use domicile. If an official relinquishes their post, they may continue to display that inscription. However, upon their passing, if no one in the family persists in holding an official position, the plaque must be removed. Lastly, household is reserved solely for families of the 6 scholarly lineages, in present-day Jinyang City. There are none bearing the palace plaque, only a solitary mansion, and merely 7 or 8 residences. Conversely, there are numerous domiciles, yet only one household, mirroring the count of mansions. Upon arriving at his doorstep, Su Ziyou gazed at the imposing character Su residence and could not help but lament that his elder brother's official rank barely secured a place in the top 10 within Jinyang. Whereas their dwelling undoubtedly ranks among the top 5 in the city, both in terms of size and the grandeur of its plaque. All of this is owed to their late father. Like all feudal dynasties, the emperor not only imposes restrictions on the inscriptions of residential plaques, but also on the dimensions of the homes themselves, with even more intricate regulations governing the distinctions between serving and retired officials. For instance, both Su Ziyou and the Song family display residence plaques on their doors. Yet, while Su Ziyou's family boasts a 5-courtyard compound, the Song residence consists of merely 4. Su Ziyou's father and Song Qi were close friends, having fought side by side under Emperor Gaozu. Upon the emperor's ascension, both were bestowed the title of Viscount. However, during the northern campaigns, Su Ziyou's father perished in battle while saving Gaozu in recognition of his valor. The emperor posthumously elevated him to the rank of earl, thus naturally rendering the Su residence more magnificent than the Song residence, but of course, this title holds no relevance for Su Ziyou himself. It rightfully belongs to his elder brother. Should Su Ziyou choose to separate from his brother and establish his own household, he would find himself as a mere commoner without any plaque to adorn his door. Perhaps he could indeed solicit a 7th-rank official position from the Prince of Dai, which would allow him to display a plaque even after parting ways with his brother. Amused by his own fanciful musings, Su Ziyou knocked on the door. "Who is it?" came the frail voice from within. Upon hearing that familiar tone, Su Ziyou felt a rush of excitement. It had been so long since he had returned home. "Zhongbo, it is I, Ziyou." Su Zhong, a rather pedestrian name, yet it encapsulated the elder's most sincere sentiments. The old man had once been rescued from the battlefield by Su Ziyou's father and willingly became the family servant, adopting the name Su Zhong. "The second master has returned," with joyful exclamations. The door creaked open. Upon hearing this title, Su Ziyou felt a mix of amusement and resignation. Since the death of his father, the servants of the Su household, under Su Zhong's guidance, had altered their addresses for the brothers. His elder brother was now referred to as the first master, while he himself had become the second master. Who would have guessed that at such a tender age, Su Ziyou had already been dubbed master? As the door opened, Su Zhong emerged, flanked by 3 or 4 servants. After exchanging pleasantries, they busied themselves. Some took the luggage, others led the horses, while the more agile ones dashed towards the inner courtyard. Su Zhong's hand clasped Su Ziyou's, his eyes brimming with tears as they made their way into the inner courtyard. Suddenly, a horse whinnied, indicating trouble. The servant leading the horse was struggling, as the old steed seemed reluctant to follow. Su Ziyou, having already covered some distance, turned back to soothe the creature. Once he had calmed the old horse, he turned to the servant and instructed, "This horse can be quite temperamental. Lead it slowly. When you reach the stable, keep it segregated. Inform the groom not to feed it. I will tend to it myself." The servant acknowledged and led the horse towards the rear stable. Observing the old horse, Su Zhong voiced his curiosity. "Second master, this horse does not appear to be Deqing, does it?" De Qing was a warhorse that Su Ziyou's elder brother had specifically acquired for him when he expressed a desire to venture to the frontier. In this era, a fine steed could command a price equivalent to that of a modest-dwelling De Qing. I gifted it to a friend I met in the frontier. I traded it for this fellow, whom I affectionately call Lao Hei. Oh, Lao Hei, Su Zhong replied, continuing to guide Su Ziyou back toward the inner courtyard. That moment, the courtyard of the Su residence was a flurry of activity. Just as Su Ziyou reached the entrance, a fleeting figure darted past, and a small fist aimed at his abdomen. Su Ziyou instinctively grasped the little fist's owner and effortlessly lifted the assailant into the air. Uncle, you have finally returned. I missed you. The little one in his arms was none other than Su Ziyou's nephew. Su Ziyou playfully ruffled the child's nose and joyfully remarked, "Well done, little one. After 2 years apart, you've grown stronger. You are already at the 9th rank? Yes." The child nodded eagerly. My father says that in 6 months, I might reach the 8th rank. Excellent, Su Ziyou responded, giving him a hearty thumbs up. At that moment, a woman's startled exclamation broke through the air. A slightly round-bellied young woman, accompanied by a throng of maids and matrons, approached the doorway. Behind her, a little girl with pigtails peered from behind the crowd, secretly observing him. "Ziyou has come to see you, sister-in-law." Su Ziyou quickly dashed forward, kneeling before the young woman, his gaze uplifted, tears streaming down his face. This young woman was none other than Su Ziyou's sister-in-law, Hu Jie, the wife of Su Zizhua. Ziyou, Hu Jie wept, her face flooded with tears, momentarily speechless. She reached out to caress Su Ziyou's face but hesitated, as if fearing that the scene before her was merely a dream. Witnessing his sister-in-law's tears, Su Ziyou's own body trembled with emotion. There were things he wished to say, yet he refrained, not wanting to burden those who cared for him with worry, sorrow, or grief. However, Su Ziyou's brother and sister-in-law knew him all too well. Even without his words, they could discern his thoughts. Su Ziyou understood that ever since he had departed for the frontier, his brother and sister-in-law must have been in constant concern for his well-being. They were likely aware of the incident from half a year prior. Yet, like Su Ziyou himself, they had chosen not to disclose it to others, silently bearing the weight of their worries. When Su Zhong first saw him, although he was equally moved, it was a joyful reunion after a long separation. In contrast, for his sister-in-law, it was the ecstatic relief of witnessing a beloved family member return from the clutches of death. Eventually, with the encouragement of those around her, Hu Jie gradually composed herself, and the family welcomed Su Ziyou into their home. "Oh, why did you insist on going to the frontier for 2 years? It was so perilous. You have grown so thin. Why are you dressed like this? Who made these for you? Have you not eaten yet? Someone, prepare lunch for the second master, and make sure to prepare plenty. And don't forget, you'll want to take a bath, right? Someone, instruct the kitchen to boil extra water for bathing, and ensure the bath in the second master's room is cleaned. Xinger, your uncle has just returned, and he must be tired. Later, let him teach you some skills. Huir, why are you hiding there? Didn't you want to see your uncle? Come greet him." Su Ziyou observed his sister-in-law directing the household with the authority of a battlefield general. Concerned for her well-being, he attempted to suggest she take a moment to rest, but his words were in vain. He had departed from the dilapidated temple around noon, initially believing he could reach home in time for a meal. However, unexpected delays along the way had brought him to the present hour, and he truly felt hunger pangs. After such a long journey, he yearned for a refreshing bath to soothe his weariness. Noticing the little one clinging to him and the other shyly hiding behind a large vase, Su Ziyou set his small bundle on the table and opened it to reveal its contents. "Help yourselves, eat as you wish," he said to the little ones, then began to entice the other child with a snack. Su Xing wasted no time, eagerly tearing open a package to indulge, perhaps inspired by his brother's voracious appetite. Su Huir finally mustered the courage to approach Su Ziyou. Upon tasting the delightful cheese, her eyes sparkled with delight, reminiscent of her earlier demeanor. "Oh dear, how could I have forgotten?" Hu Jie exclaimed, slapping her forehead. "Quick, someone go inform the master that the second master has returned and to hurry back." When Su Ziyou first entered, Uncle Zhong had sent someone to convey this news. However, it seemed there was a significant issue at the Prince of Dai's residence that had detained the master for the time being. A small servant outside reported, "There appears to be a major incident at the Prince of Dai's residence." What could it possibly be? Hu Jie sat at the table, lost in her own thoughts. At this moment, the dishes had already been served, and Su Zio was indeed feeling a bit hungry, so he lowered his head and began to eat, intending to discuss matters with his sister-in-law after finishing his meal. To his surprise, the two little ones, seeing Su Zio enjoying his food, suddenly declared that they were hungry as well. Jia had no choice but to have someone serve them 2 small bowls of rice. And the two little ones happily began to eat. It seemed that fate had decreed that Su Zio's meal would be anything but peaceful before he had a chance to take more than a few bites. He heard Su Zizao's voice from outside. Second brother, is that you back?" Accompanied by hurried footsteps, a burly man suddenly burst into the room. This man was none other than Su Zio's elder brother, Su Qi, and Su Zizao. Su Zio quickly put down his bowl and chopsticks and turned to stand up. In the next moment, the two brothers embraced tightly. The brothers were of similar height, though Su Zio was somewhat leaner. Su Zizao's physique resembled that of a fitness coach, with muscles all over. Su Zio, on the other hand, appeared more like a long-distance runner, with sinewy flesh. Their appearances differed significantly. To put it bluntly, Zizao resembled their father, while Zio took after their mother. Despite the considerable differences in their looks and builds, the bond between them was genuine. Just as they embraced, Su Zizao unexpectedly burst into tears. Not the silent weeping of tears streaming down his face, but a full-throated wail. In that moment, nothing else mattered to Su Zizao. He paid no heed to his pregnant wife nearby, nor to the two little ones engrossed in their food, nor to the servants inside and outside the house. All that mattered was that his brother had returned. When he had learned of that terrifying news 6 months ago, Su Zizao had spent several sleepless nights, even contemplating going beyond the borders to find Su Zio. It was only upon discovering that Hu Jia was expecting again that he had to abandon the idea of venturing out, for he was already a father of 2 and soon to have a 3rd child. After crying for a considerable time, Su Zizao was finally coaxed by Hu Jia to sit down at the table. "Zio, you should eat first. We can talk after your meal," as Hu Jia urged Su Zio to eat. She posed a question she had been pondering. "Just now, the servants said you couldn't come back. They mentioned something major happening at the prince's residence." Su Zizao replied with a heavy tone, nodding gravely. "Indeed, something significant has occurred. When our family sent word to the military camp looking for me, I was outside dealing with that matter." Saying this, Su Zizao gave a wry smile and continued, "As soon as I returned to the camp, the gatekeeper told me that my second brother had come back, so I rushed right over. That won't have any repercussions, will it?" Hu Jia asked anxiously. "Repercussions? There have long been repercussions, but that matters little. What is most important is that my second brother has returned." Initially, Su Zio had not paid attention to the conversation between his brother and sister-in-law. However, as he sat down to continue eating, he suddenly realized that apart from the bowl of rice before him, there was nothing else to eat. Although his return had been rather abrupt, and the kitchen had not had time to prepare an abundance of dishes, there should still have been 3 or 4 plates of appetizers like marinated meats and fried eggs. Yet now, they were all empty. Su Zio looked around and discovered that the two little ones who had been beside him had already scampered off. It seemed evident who was responsible for the situation. No guessing was required. The two little ones had already hidden in the inner room, peeking at Su Zio through the gap in the curtains, and bursting into joyful laughter, clearly pleased with their little prank. Su Zio chuckled softly and shook his head, setting down his bowl of tea. That moment, he finally heard his brother say, "What matters most is that my second brother has returned." "What happened?" Su Zio couldn't help but ask, lifting his head. "There was an incident at the prince's residence, but it has nothing to do with you. Just eat your meal." It was evident that Su Zizao did not want his younger brother to worry. "Are you referring to the disappearance of Princess Xia?" Su Zio replied calmly. "The princess is missing? How do you know?" Both husband and wife exclaimed simultaneously, only to realize they had spoken too loudly, and exchanged a gesture, glancing around. Thankfully, since Su Zizao had entered the room in tears, the servants understood that it was not appropriate to linger and had already left. "Brother, sister-in-law, there's no need to be anxious. The princess has already been found. Let me explain how it all transpired." Thus, Su Zio recounted the events. Upon hearing Su Zio's account, Hu Jia let out a long sigh of relief, gently patting her chest. "Thank goodness you encountered her. It was truly frightening. Whether it was a kidnapping or something else, what matters is that the child has returned." Su Zizao interrupted his wife's words, his voice deep and resonant. However, His tone revealed no signs of relief. Su Ziyou's gaze sharpened. His brother's reaction seemed off. Hu Jia also appeared to notice her husband's unusual demeanor and was about to inquire further when a voice from outside interrupted. "Master, madam, someone from the prince's residence has arrived and is currently at the front gate." The three of them hurriedly made their way to the entrance. Upon seeing the visitor, Su Ziyou smiled. It was an old acquaintance, having parted ways only a short while ago. The steward from the prince's residence. The couple Su Zizhao and Hu Jia approached first to pay their respects, and only then did Su Ziyou swagger forward. "Uncle Fu, it's good to see you again so soon." The stewardess' lips twitched at the address of uncle. He steadied his emotions and disregarded Su Ziyou's familiarity, continuing, "By the order of the prince." The message conveyed by the prince's order was quite straightforward. It was to commend Su Ziyou. The matter of the princess's disappearance was not to be spoken of lightly. Even now that she had been found, it should not be made widely known. Therefore, the royal decree was rather vague, merely stating how commendable Su Ziyou was, and how the prince and princess were delighted to hear of his return, bestowing upon him a multitude of gifts in no time. A pile of fine items was laid out in front of Su's residence. After the steward finished reading the royal decree, he approached the trio again, first whispering something to Su Zizhao before leaning towards Su Ziyou and Hu Jia to say quietly, "The princess has expressed that she has not seen Miss Hui for quite some time and misses her dearly. She wishes for Madame Hu to bring Miss Hui to the prince's residence for a visit tomorrow." He then drew out the last word, glancing at Su Ziyou and adding, "Young Master Ziyou is welcome to join if you have the time." "Certainly, Uncle Fu." Without waiting for Hu Jia to respond, Su Ziyou readily agreed. The stewardess' lips twitched once more as he turned to return to the prince's residence. Of course, on his way back, the stewardess' sleeves were fuller than they had been upon arrival. "Ha ha ha, splendid." Not long after Uncle Fu departed, Su Zizhao suddenly transformed from his earlier despondency into hearty laughter. "Madam, prepare some wine and dishes. I shall enjoy a few drinks with my second brother." Hu Jia shot him a glare and replied, "Didn't you say there was no curfew tonight, and that you must stay at the camp for safety?" "What do you mean by drinking?" "It's fine. It's still early. I'll have a few drinks with Ziyou, take a short nap in the afternoon, and then stay awake all night. But this afternoon, there's nothing to worry about. Ziyou has finished what I needed to do ahead of time, so naturally, I can stay home." "All right, as long as you are aware of your own limits." Today was indeed a joyful occasion, and Hu Jia did not wish to contradict her husband's wishes too much. Leaving behind a word, she turned to the kitchen to prepare the meal. Su Ziyou thought for a moment and said to his elder brother, "Brother, the dishes will take a little while longer to prepare. I'm quite dirty from my journey. Sister-in-law has already had the servants prepare a bath. I'll return to wash up before joining you for drinks." "Hey, you lad, always so quick to bathe. Hurry back." Chapter 8. The extraordinary transmigrator Su Ziyou stripped himself bare and settled into the large bathtub in his room. There was nothing more comforting than soaking in hot water during the freezing winter months. The bathtub was quite spacious. Su Ziyou reclined within, covering his face with a towel, gradually allowing his body to relax. As he relaxed, his mind began to drift into a deep reverie, recalling his past life and present existence. Su Ziyou was an ordinary soul transmigrator. With his spirit originating from Earth on Earth, he was also named Su Ziyou, an ordinary individual born in the late 1970s. His youth was markedly different from that of the subsequent generations born in the 1990s and 2000s. For instance, attending university was not the first choice for most children during his time. Houses were not as exorbitantly priced, and people were accustomed to working in one place for a lifetime. Su Ziyou had not attended university. He had studied automotive repair at a vocational school. After graduating, his family helped him secure a job at a company repairing cars, but after a few years, he ventured out to start his own auto repair shop. Initially, he earned a good amount of money, but later on, he felt that the money was coming in too slowly. He then invested his earnings in the stock market. But unfortunately, luck was not on his side, and he lost all his money, ultimately having to sell his auto shop. After that, his life had been a series of ups and downs. He had dabbled in machine tool business, seafood trade, opened restaurants and cafes, and even engaged in the then popular short video craze, trying his hand at various platforms. Some ventures were profitable, while others resulted in losses. All in all, his financial situation remained rather average. His previous life included 2 marriages. The first instance of his downfall occurred when he was discovered by his wife, leading her to divorce him while taking their child with her. in a subsequent misfortune. He learned, when the child was 10 years old, that he was not the biological father. In a fit of rage, he expelled both mother and child from his home. That very night, drowning his sorrows in alcohol, he inadvertently transcended time. Upon realizing he had traveled back, it was just as this life was beginning. However, for reasons unknown, it took him nearly 2 years to regain all the memories of his past existence. Thereafter, Suziyo began to familiarize himself with this new world. This realm bore a striking resemblance to the Han Dynasty of his previous life. For instance, the founding emperors all bore the surname Liu, and the prior struggles between Chu and Han were echoed here. Yet, notable differences existed. From a technological perspective, this world had already developed advanced papermaking techniques and various other innovations, in terms of figures and events. It diverged from Earth as well. For example, the illustrious trio of the early Han Dynasty was reduced to merely 1.5 in this world. Zhang Liang was absent, and the name of Shao he had transformed into He Shao. Furthermore, while the second emperor of the Han on Earth seemingly had no son, his mother, El Ho, somehow procured an infant and claimed him as her child, elevating him to the status of the third emperor of the Western Han. In contrast here, the emperor's offspring was already in his early 20s, with rumors of grandchildren circulating. Suziyo's historical knowledge was rather scant. However, in his past life, he had cultivated a habit of researching the true accounts behind historical dramas claiming to be based on actual events. Although the information online might not always be entirely accurate, it was still somewhat reliable. The most significant distinction between this world and Earth lay in the fact that it was a realm of advanced martial arts, or, more accurately, a world where cultivation was possible. Cultivation in this world was divided into 2 paths, civil and martial. The martial path was a gradual understanding attained by ancient humanity through various struggles against nature. A method of combat that involved unlocking human potential. Over time, the martial cultivation evolved into 3 primary systems: the foot combat school, the cavalry combat school, and the stealth combat school, collectively referred to as the 3 schools. The foot and cavalry combat schools were relatively easy to comprehend, while the stealth combat school specialized in the use of concealed weapons and crossbows. There were no strict oppositions among the 3 schools. The outcomes of battles varied depending on the environment. For instance, on the vast grasslands, if the cavalry combat school had sufficient distance to charge, they could decimate the foot and stealth combat schools. Conversely, in urban street battles, the foot and stealth combat schools could exploit their surroundings to overpower the cavalry combat school. In scenarios where distance was ample, the stealth combat school could utilize kite flying to eliminate the foot combat school. Yet in close combat, even the stealth combat school would struggle to withstand 10 strikes from a similarly ranked foot combat school practitioner. Moreover, there were no rigid boundaries between the schools. For instance, the Su family's ancestral martial arts belonged to the foot combat school, yet during Suziyo's wanderings on the grasslands, he primarily relied on the cavalry tactics and archery techniques of the cavalry and stealth combat schools for his battles. The emergence of the civil path was fundamentally distinct from the martial path. The civil path originated from an elder surnamed Ji, who, through years of contemplation of the universe, created it. Subsequent generations respectfully referred to him as Wang, literary king. Following nearly a millennium of development, numerous schools emerged from the civil path. Although these schools shared the same root, their ultimate philosophies diverged significantly, often standing in stark contrast to one another. After a millennium of evolution, a fierce clash of ideas erupted 2 centuries prior. It was an era marked by intellectual fervor, where diverse thoughts intermingled. There was conflict, cooperation, debate, and compromise. When later generations reflect upon that time, they are invariably captivated by its radiant intellectual legacy. Thus, it was dubbed the 100 Schools of Thought contending. As the 100 Schools of Thought concluded, 6 comprehensive civil systems emerged, respected by the world: Taoism, Confucianism, Moism, legalism, militarism, and medicine. Beyond the Central Plains 6 schools, the Northern region, Southern territories, and Western regions also possessed paths capable of producing sages, collectively referred to as the 9 streams. Alongside the martial path, they were collectively known as the 3 schools and 9 streams. Among these, Taoism, Confucianism, and Moism were regarded as the upper 3 streams, while militarism, legalism, and medicine formed the middle 3 streams. The Northern region's witchcraft, the Southern territories' poison, and the Western region's sand were deemed the lower 3 streams by the Central Plains in terms of combat prowess. The upper three streams were slightly inferior to practitioners of the same rank in the martial path. The middle three streams, however, were considered utterly ineffective in combat. Unless one truly attained sagehood, even a top-tier practitioner from a middle stream would struggle against an 8th or 9th rank martial practitioner. The combat capability of the lower three streams was comparable to that of the upper three streams, yet they were regarded as outsiders and were not popular in the Central Plains. Unlike the martial path, which allowed for cross-school cultivation, individuals pursuing the civil path were generally confined to a single school unless they possessed extraordinary talent, although dual cultivation of both paths posed no issue. The prominence of the 6 schools in the Central Plains was primarily due to the emergence of powerful figures transcending the first rank among their civil practitioners, revered as sages or holy ones. Sage typically referred to the originators, enhancers, or reformers of particular philosophies who also surpassed the first rank in strength. Conversely, a holy one was a practitioner of a specific school who exceeded the first rank in power. The Taoist sages included 2 notable figures, Li Dan and Zhuangzhou, commonly referred to as Lao Zhuang. The Confucian sages were also 2, Kong Qiu and Ming Ku, affectionately known as Kong Ming. The militarist sage was a grandfather-grandson duo, Sun Wu and Sun Bo Ling the legalist. Mahist and medical sages were represented by a single figure each, Guan Wu, Moz, and Qin Yurun, respectively. As the 6 schools gradually took root among the populace, the civil path finally surpassed the martial path. After all, many martial practitioners relied heavily on familial lineage, whereas civil cultivation could be pursued with the guidance of a teacher. If someone wished for their child to pursue civil studies, they could start with Confucianism. And if that failed, they could try Taoism, followed by Moism, militarism, legalism, or medicine. For affluent families, the choice among the 6 schools merely entailed investing in additional teachers for their children. The term entry rank referred to the initial resonance achieved through preliminary cultivation with a particular school's techniques. After entering a rank, practitioners would engage in a tiered progression from weak to strong, classified from the 9th rank to the 1st, and culminating in sagehood. As the number of practitioners achieving entry rank increased, ambitious individuals began to emerge. Ultimately, chaos ensued, with warlords vying for supremacy. The dynasty established by Wen Wang fell amidst the turmoil, paving the way for a new dynasty to rise. As various schools showcased their strengths and weaknesses during the upheaval, people gradually discerned the merits and flaws of each. Taoist techniques emphasized tranquility and naturalness, advocating for a life devoid of desire. Seeking harmony between humanity and nature, in battle, they primarily relied on agility and evasive maneuvers, aiming to avoid mistakes rather than seeking victory. Defeating them was relatively easy, but killing them proved to be a formidable challenge. Confucian techniques focused on conviction, emphasizing the moral cultivation of benevolence, righteousness, propriety, wisdom, and faithfulness. In combat, practitioners drew strength from their beliefs. When their conviction was unwavering, they could even challenge opponents of higher ranks. However, should their beliefs falter, they risked losing all their cultivated power. Mahist techniques advocated for a harmonious integration of body and mind. One's internal cultivation must be matched by physical prowess. Their primary tenets were universal love and non-aggression, earning them the reputation of being the strongest among all civil practitioners, though achieving entry rank within Moism was notoriously difficult. Militarist techniques concentrated on formations. While individual combat skills might not be their forte, when they arranged their soldiers into specialized formations and invoked unique mental strategies, their combat effectiveness could multiply exponentially. For instance, the legendary Marquis of Huayin was a first-rank militarist who, through his devised 10-sided ambush formation, managed to exhaust and ultimately defeat the infamous Overlord, who had previously repelled a Mahist sage and was deemed the only one capable of achieving sagehood through martial prowess. Ironically, the Marquis himself was later overwhelmed and killed by a throng of 8th and 9th rank servants. Legalist techniques focused on cultivating inner righteousness, which became increasingly resilient against external disturbances as one's cultivation advanced. Legalists were the most susceptible to the influence of the court. Their power often correlated with their official positions. Thus, when they were elevated to high ranks, some could not manage their inner righteousness, leading to their downfall, while others, lacking adaptability, fell victim to treachery. The medical school was the most peaceful among the 6, dedicated to healing and saving lives, with medical practitioners adhering to their principles. The true energy of the medical school had limited application in combat but excelled in healing. After the establishment of the new dynasty, The emperor seemed uninterested in the three schools of Confucianism, Taoism, and Moism, expelling them from the court entirely. Eventually, even the representative of legalism met a tragic end. With the major civil schools banished from the court, the consequences became apparent. Thus, the newly founded dynasty collapsed shortly after its inception, plunging the realm into chaos once more. The first period of turmoil lasted for centuries, while the second ended swiftly, lasting merely a decade or two. The initial upheaval shattered the monopolistic grip that various clans held over martial arts. Many martial arts families perished amidst the chaos of war, their ancestral techniques vanishing along with them, while numerous other martial arts found their way into the hands of the common folk. Concurrently, a plethora of new techniques emerged, created by various individuals. Take, for instance, the Su family's ancestral swordsmanship, known as Su family blade technique. The name may appear rather ordinary, as it was bestowed by Su Ziyou's grandfather, a hunter who was illiterate. During one of his hunts, he stumbled upon a basic set of sword techniques beside a corpse. These techniques were indeed rudimentary, merely sufficient to introduce a practitioner to the basics. After mastering this foundational technique, Su Ziyou's grandfather, drawing upon his extensive hunting experience, developed his own techniques, ultimately reaching the 5th tier, thereby establishing himself as a local formidable figure. Regrettably, at the onset of the Second Great Upheaval, he was falsely accused by an enemy and subsequently annihilated by government troops, leaving only Su Ziyou's father, Su Wei, to escape, who then joined the army of the Han Wang. Through relentless battles, Su Wei advanced further, evolving the Su family blade technique to the 3rd tier. Tragically, he fell in battle before he could validate his advancements, possessing only a 4th tier strength at the time of his demise. By the time Su Ziyou truly comprehended the world around him, he was already 7 years old. It took him a full 5 years to grasp the rudiments of this new reality. After all, this world was starkly different from Su Ziyou's previous life, devoid of the internet, computers, or smartphones. All information was transmitted orally or sought out in books. The invention of paper in this world predates Su Ziyou's former existence, having originated during the era of the 100 schools of thought. However, acquiring books was no simple task, as they were monopolized by various powerful families. The few books belonging to the Su family were hastily procured by Su Wei after he received his title. Merely for the sake of appearances, in his youth, Su Ziyou secretly perused these books, which were written in clerical script. The characters bore some resemblance to the traditional Chinese characters of his former life. Although they were not identical, yet, even minor discrepancies in appearance could result in vastly different meanings. The Su family was entirely illiterate, leaving Su Ziyou unable to seek clarification on these characters. This predicament persisted until Su Ziyou's 7th year, when his first teacher arrived at the Su household. This individual was none other than Su Ziyou's sister-in-law, Hu Jie was the granddaughter of the Hu family's patriarch from Jinyang City. The Hu family's ancestors were among the 72 disciples of Confucius, and they are now one of the 12 branches of Confucianism. The term branch refers to the various ideological subdivisions within each family. At that time, as stability returned to the realm, the Hu family sought to ally with the rising gentry, while Su Wei desired a scholar to elevate his family's cultural standing. Moreover, Su Wei had previously rescued Hu Jie's father amidst the chaos. Thus, the union of the two families seemed only natural. Su Ziyou's greatest joy was that Hu Jie's dowry included 2 large chests of books. The ensuing events unfolded quite naturally. Su Ziyou, having clandestinely entered his brother and sister-in-law's new home to steal a look at the books, was caught. The Su family convened an emergency meeting, with Hu Jie attending for the first time, while Su Ziyou listened in. The assembly unanimously approved Hu Jie to serve as Su Ziyou's mentor, initiating his education. Having been immersed in scholarly pursuits from a young age and later studying under her uncle, Hu Jie had already reached the 8th tier of Confucianism by the time she married into the Su family. Thus, she felt confident in her ability to instruct her younger brother-in-law. Alas, she was gravely mistaken. Her expectations were utterly misplaced. After merely 10 days of study, Su Ziyou attained the 1st tier, even before fully mastering the characters. The correlation between recognizing characters and achieving tiers was negligible. Tio put it simply, as long as one gained a preliminary understanding and accepted the ideology of a particular school, successfully commencing cultivation through that school's techniques constituted entry into the 1st tier. However, what transpired next truly astonished Hu Jie. In just 20 days, Su Ziyou ascended to the 9th tier, and within 40 days, he reached the 8th tier. At this juncture, Hu Jie found herself incapable of continuing Su Zio's instruction, for she herself had only attained the 8th tier. In truth, Su Zio was equally bewildered. As a self-assured transmigrator, Su Zio had been searching for his own cheat since the moment he realized his situation, be it a grandfatherly figure, a system, or some mysterious artifact. Yet, he found nothing. When he began cultivating alongside his sister-in-law, he finally comprehended that he required no external aid. He was, in fact, the cheat himself. For Su Zio, Hu Jie, who had been married for less than 2.5 months, returned to her parental home that very night. Initially bewildered, the Hu family soon grasped the situation and was taken aback once more. Subsequently, the Hu family patriarch hurried to the Su household. Upon witnessing the 8-tier prowess displayed by this seemingly stuttering young boy, he made a pivotal decision on the spot. He would take Su Zio as his disciple. When the news returned to the Hu family, not a single voice of dissent arose. Thus, Su Zio became the nominal uncle to his sister-in-law. Despite having been her student just a day prior, the patriarch of the Hu family, named Hu Yao, had 3 sons and 1 daughter. His daughter had long since married into another region, and his 3 sons, Hu Cheng, Hu Ming, and Hu Qin, together had 5 grandsons and 2 granddaughters. Hu Jie was Hu Cheng's eldest daughter, the matriarch of all 3 generations of the Hu family. Hu Cheng had 2 sons. Hu Ming had 2 sons, and the youngest, Hu Qin, had both a son and a daughter. Hu Yao was a prominent minister in the court, and his official duties left him little time to instruct Su Zio. Consequently, Su Zio spent most of his time learning from Hu Ming. Among Hu Yao's 3 sons, the eldest, Hu Cheng, and the youngest, Hu Qin, held official positions in the court, while the second son, Hu Ming, was a free spirit who preferred not to serve. His primary focus was on educating the next generation of the Hu family. Su Zio often mused that had Hu Ming pursued Taoist cultivation, his achievements would have undoubtedly surpassed his current standing. Ultimately, it mattered little who taught him. Su Zio continued to progress at an exponential rate. After 80 days, he reached the 7th tier, and after 160 days, the 6th tier. Upon achieving the 6th tier, he had spent a mere 310 days in cultivation, 310 days without holidays. Su Zio discovered that once he embarked on his training, he need not be concerned with holidays. The ancient adage, the fist does not leave the hand, nor the tune the mouth, seemed not to apply to him. If he merely rested for a day or two, his progress in cultivation would remain uninterrupted. However, if he rested for more than 3 days, his cultivation would halt, yet he would experience no regression, as though he had saved his progress at that point. Su Zio could not help but secretly disdain himself more than once. In his previous life, he had detested such academic prodigies, who, despite neglecting their studies, left everyone else far behind. Little did he anticipate that in this life, he would become the very person he once loathed. Yet, he found it oddly satisfying. In the span of a year, he transformed from a carefree child into a mid-tier Confucian master. News of his progress spread swiftly through the servants of the Hu and Su families, soon reaching every corner of the capital. Although the 6th tier was not particularly high, his youth and rapid advancement drew attention from all the prominent figures in the capital. In the blink of an eye, invitations began to rain down upon him like snowflakes. However, Su Zio was no ordinary 8-year-old child. While his body was merely 8 years old, his actual age was closer to 40 or 50. The experiences and knowledge from his previous life kept him grounded, preventing him from being lost in the allure of superficial fame. Not to mention, the tale of Shang Zhongyong was a mandatory text in middle school during his former life. As he gazed at the thick stack of invitations on the table, on the floor, and even in the hands of the servants, Su Zio paid them no mind. He did, however, respectfully pen a reply to the palace, expressing his youth and commitment to diligent study, with the aspiration of contributing to the construction of the Han Dynasty in the future. After all, he had to write this letter, considering his father was still in service to the emperor. Hu Yao was thoroughly pleased with his young disciple's conduct. Initially, he had worried that Su Zio might become lost in the distractions of fame, preparing to offer guidance if necessary. Yet, he was pleasantly surprised to find that this young lad truly remained unaffected by external matters. Another 320 days passed, and Su Zio ascended to the 5th tier. However, just as he prepared to share this joyous news with his family, they received a devastating piece of information. 6 months prior, the frontiers had sounded the alarm as the Hu people's leader, Ma Dongzhan, launched an assault on the Han Dynasty with an army of 10,000. Han Gaozu mobilized 300,000 troops to confront them. Su Ziyou's father and elder brother were among those dispatched. While the odds seemed favorable at 300,000 against 10,000, the reality was that infantry faced cavalry. Thus, the initial encounters resulted in a stalemate. Yet, what no one anticipated was the sudden intervention of the Hu people's sage. Chapter 9. The Bamboo Hat Man beyond the Central Plains. Sages were not solely a phenomenon of the region. In the southern borders, there existed a Gu sage who unified the southern territories, possessing unfathomable strength. However, he held no interest in the Central Plains, and the Central Plains dynasty likewise shunned that miasma-ridden land. Resulting in a long-standing peace between the two in the western regions, there was also a sage who established a sect known as the Shaman, boasting a multitude of followers. They were quite intrigued by the Central Plains, but their interest lay in spreading their teachings rather than conquest. As for the Hu people, a group solely adept in warfare could hardly be expected to produce a sage. It is worth noting that even the formidable warriors of the past, like the Overlord, failed to attain such a status. In reality, the first sage among the Hu people was a grand shaman responsible for their rituals. During a celestial ceremony, this shaman grasped a certain force of heaven and earth, thus becoming a sage. Consequently, the sages among the Hu people have historically been the shamans who communicated between the nomads and the heavens. The current sage's involvement in the Hu army's campaign remained undisclosed to the Hu people, as he concealed himself within their ranks. At a critical juncture, a sudden onslaught emerged, with the troops' blades aimed directly at the founding emperor of the Han Dynasty. The Central Plains boasted 3 masters of the sacred realm. Yet regrettably, none accompanied the army into battle. Consequently, the soldiers below could only sacrifice their lives to confront this formidable foe. Su Ziyou's father fell during the ambush, slain by a third-rank expert, while his elder brother sustained grievous injuries. The Han army suffered a catastrophic defeat, becoming besieged on Mount Baidang. Subsequently, Emperor Gao of Han lavishly bribed the opposing high-ranking officials, and the 2 sacred masters from the Central Plains arrived near the battlefield. Only then did the Hu people withdraw their forces. Upon hearing this news in the capital, Su Ziyou's mother, Lady Zhou, fell gravely ill. At the same time, Hu Jie, already with child, nearly collapsed upon learning of Su Ziyou's severe injuries. In this moment of turmoil, Su Ziyou found himself compelled to shoulder the family's burdens, temporarily assuming the role of head of the household. He arranged for physicians to tend to his mother and sister-in-law, while instructing the household servants to construct a mourning pavilion, where his father's attire would be placed in the coffin, awaiting his elder brother's return with their father's ashes for burial. Several malicious servants sought to take advantage of the Su family's crisis, some attempting to manipulate the accounts for personal gain, while others brazenly pilfered the family's possessions for themselves. Alas, they underestimated the young master. Manipulating the accounts? Having spent half a lifetime in various businesses in his previous life, could these Han accountants outsmart him? As for theft, the strategy employed by Wang Shifeng in managing the Ningguo mansion was quite effective, registering and cataloging all items, assigning responsibility to individuals. Some even colluded with nearby thieves to seize the opportunity. What a joke! The literary prowess of a 5th-rank Confucian scholar was no trivial matter. When he discovered a thief scaling the walls of his home, Su Ziyou unleashed a powerful shout, merging his literary energy with his voice. As a result, a few intruders were so frightened they lost their nerve, while others fell from the wall, breaking their legs. The servant who colluded with the thieves knelt in terror on the ground. Following this incident, those in the Su household who harbored ill intentions promptly reined in their schemes. Once the household found stability, Su Ziyou finally had the opportunity to contemplate his next course of action. Emotionally, his feelings for his parents in this life paled in comparison to those of his previous existence. In terms of time, he had spent many more years with his former parents. In terms of memory, his recollections from his previous life were a true genesis. In terms of companionship, his father in this life was largely preoccupied with military affairs, leaving him with scant memories of his father. Nevertheless, he felt an intense sorrow, a sense of loss that compelled him to take action. It was a yearning for what had been lost. He had bid farewell to his previous parents upon traversing to this life, only to receive the affection of his current parents. At times, that love made him, a man with an adult's perspective, feel somewhat awkward. Yet he understood his parents' intentions and silently accepted this affection. However, now that affection had diminished by one measure. Su Ziyou felt a pressing need to avenge his father. Yet, what course of action should he take? Should he enter the political arena, employing every means at his disposal to seize control of the court, and then initiate a campaign to annihilate the Hu people? With the memories of his past life and the advantages of this current existence, Su Ziyou was confident he could achieve this. Yet, he was no madman. Such actions would inevitably entangle many innocent lives. Moreover, it would take an inordinate amount of time. What if the enemy perished before he could attain power? Should he continue studying and cultivating Confucian principles? While these principles effectively countered other literary arts and even allowed for challenges against higher ranks, they proved less effective against martial practitioners. To ensure a foolproof revenge against a third-rank adversary, he would need to attain at least the second rank. Having spent nearly a year progressing from the 6th to the 5th rank, he would require 2 more years to advance from the 5th to the 4th, 4 years from the 4th to the 3rd, and 8 years from the 3rd to the 2nd. 12 years to ascend from the 5th to the 2nd rank seemed slow to no one. As the saying goes, a gentleman's revenge is a dish best served after 10 years. Yet, Su Ziyou believed 12 years held too many variables. What if the enemy also advanced in rank? If they reached the 2nd rank, he would have to wait an additional 16 years. If they attained the 1st rank, that would be 32 years, an eternity, even under the assumption that he would undoubtedly achieve greatness. What of abandoning literature for martial prowess? Su Ziyou was uncertain whether his advantages would translate effectively in martial arts. Logically, the descendants of the Su family would find it somewhat easier to master the Su family's sword techniques than outsiders. However, just how much easier would it be for him? In other words, how swiftly could his cultivation progress? No one could provide him with an answer. Furthermore, the Su family's sword techniques had only been theorized up to the 3rd rank. That was merely conjecture, with no one having truly practiced them. If it proved inadequate, he would have to re-theorize, which would only consume more time. Which path should he choose? Just as Su Ziyou grappled with this decision, his elder brother Su Zizwa returned, still recovering from his injuries, bearing their father's ashes. To the astonishment of the Su family, upon hearing of Su Zizwa's return, Lady Zhou, confined to her sickbed, miraculously rose. As if nothing had happened. She gathered the entire family to properly place Su father's ashes. Observing the unnatural flush on his mother's cheeks, Su Ziyou felt his heart twisted in agony. He struggled to whisper 4 words. Returning light to the past. Indeed, that very night, Lady Zhou passed away. The consecutive losses of 2 beloved ones plunged the Su brothers into profound sorrow. Su Zizwa submitted an official request to observe a 3-year mourning period, which the court approved, accompanying a decree posthumously elevating their father to the title of Earl of Dongping and granting Lady Zhou a 5th-rank noble title. After their parents' burial, Su Ziyou finally resolved to pursue his ambition. He approached his elder brother and expressed his desire to learn the Su family's sword techniques. Looking at his younger brother, who was not yet 10, Su Zizwa found it impossible to refuse. He recognized that his brother had displayed extraordinary composure throughout the ordeal. From learning of their father's death to their parents' burial, he had not shed a single tear. Yet, anyone could discern that something deeply unsettling brewed within him. Subsequently, Su Ziyou penned a lengthy letter to Hu Yao, indicating his intention to uphold mourning alongside his brother while learning the Su family's martial arts, no longer having time to study at the Hu household. He also expressed that the opportunity to apprentice under Hu Yao would be a lifelong honor. Upon reading the letter, Hu Yao sent 3 boxes of books to Su Ziyou, advising him that it was fine not to have time to study literature, but he should still read whenever possible. Since Hu Jie was expecting, the 2 began their mourning period at the Su residence, having dismissed most of the household servants, retaining only a few loyal ones like Su Zhong. Thus, Su Ziyou embarked on his martial training. Some like to say that a scholar excels in any pursuit they undertake. This saying could be adapted for Su Ziyou too. With advantages, he excels in all martial arts. Su Ziyou's rapid advancement in martial arts nearly drove his elder brother Su Zizwa to the brink of despair. He knew his brother was a quick learner, but he never anticipated such a pace. Within 5 days, he reached the rank of 9th, and in 20 days, he attained the 8th rank. Su Zizwa pondered why this was twice as fast as his literary studies. Su Ziyou, too, felt a surge of excitement. Upon reaching the 8th rank, Hu Jie gave birth to a robust baby boy for the Su family. Since they were still in mourning, there was no grand celebration, merely notifications to relatives. Only Hu Jie's parents visited. with her father bringing a letter from Hu Yao, eagerly naming the newborn Su Xing, while her mother decided to stay and care for her daughter, with Hu's mother temporarily residing at the Su household. The two brothers felt secure enough to move to their parents' graves, officially commencing their mourning and martial training. Within 40 days, Su Ziyou reached the 7th rank. 80 days later, he attained the 6th, and after 160 days, he entered the 5th rank. By the time he reached the 4th rank, Su Ziyou was 11 years old, but his cultivation came to a halt. On one hand, their mourning period had concluded in ancient times. A typical mourning period spanned 25 to 27 months, amounting to 3 years. Su Zizhua was summoned back by the court, appointed as a captain in the Jinyang Guard, necessitating a family move to Jinyang City. This marked a departure from his previous life, where Jinyang was known as Jinyang. On the other hand, Su Ziyou discovered a flaw in the theoretical framework of the Su family's sword techniques. According to his father's theories, while one could cultivate to the 3rd rank, there was no pathway for further advancement. As a with advantages practitioner, Su Ziyou could not allow such an issue within his family's martial arts. So he resolved to re-theorize, directly formulating a system of Su family sword techniques capable of reaching the 1st rank. 3 years passed as Su Ziyou meticulously developed the sword techniques, achieving the 1st rank in 1 year. During this process, he refrained from rushing into cultivation, adhering to the proverb, sharpening the axe does not delay the work of cutting firewood. Of course, in those 3 years, he also engaged in various activities unrelated to cultivation, such as confronting the local prince, recognizing his aunt, and teasing his aunt's husband. The intentions of certain young ladies, in the eyes of a man like Su Ziyou, who had lived 2 lifetimes, were all too transparent. Moreover, he deliberately tested this by feigning a lack of time to attend a banquet, only to appear unexpectedly, which confirmed his suspicions. Next, Su Ziyou resumed his training. With the martial arts system now established, there was no reason to delay cultivation. As for that young lady, he merely intended to amuse himself. Su Ziyou was not a pervert. He held no genuine intentions towards an 11 or 12-year-old girl. Subsequently, at the age of 16, Su Ziyou reached the 3rd rank in martial arts. He was uncertain if he was the youngest 3rd-rank practitioner in history, but he understood that he could no longer afford to wait. He meticulously prepared everything and rode forth alone on a majestic steed, departing from the pass. Among the realms, Yinmen stands supreme. For Yinmen Pass, the largest stronghold situated over 300 miles north of Jinyang, had stood resolute for centuries, guarding the central plains against foreign adversaries. As Su Ziyou prepared to venture north through Yinmen Pass, he attended a farewell banquet held at the very gates. During the event, he transcribed an ancient poem, only to find himself inexplicably experiencing a profound breakthrough, not in martial prowess, but in the long-neglected realm of literary cultivation. When he realized the advancement, Su Ziyou was utterly bewildered. Since ceasing his literary studies at the tender age of 9, his cultivation had stagnated at the 5th tier, remaining unchanged despite his extensive reading of Confucian texts during his martial training. Now, merely by copying a poem, his Confucian scholarly rank had ascended to the 4th tier. Had he known that such effort was unnecessary, he could have simply copied a few more poems, in front of so many witnesses. To rise from the 5th to the 4th tier was indeed a remarkable feat, yet, even amidst this spectacle, he was not the most astonishing figure of the evening. The true marvel lay with the host of the banquet. After graciously accepting Su Ziyou's poem, he unexpectedly advanced from the 2nd tier of martial arts and the 3rd tier of military prowess to the 1st tier of martial arts and the 2nd tier of military skill. This event not only sent ripples of astonishment through the gathering but also reverberated throughout the Han Empire, becoming a topic of intrigue even among the barbarian tribes beyond the pass. A seasoned general, once burdened by old injuries and stagnation, had suddenly regained his health and strength, emerging as a formidable force among the court's military elite. Indeed, he was none other than General Gao, whose full name was Gao Bo. Following the death of Su Ziyou's father, he had ascended to the position of General of Anbei, tasked with overseeing the outer 3 passes near Yinmen. Upon returning to the court, the old general bypassed the 4 regional commanders, swiftly rising to the rank of general of the northern expedition. He cherished the poem as a treasured relic, guarding it within his home. Longtime friends who sought to glimpse it were turned away. Many sought to uncover Su Ziyou's identity, yet to no avail. Ever since Su Ziyou took up martial training, he had faded from public view. Even his later connections with the Dai Prince's residence were overshadowed by the elite's preoccupation with the capital of Jinyang. At the banquet, few recognized Su Ziyou. Those who did were silenced by the general's gag order, a martial technique that forbade any discourse regarding confidential matters unless one possessed a level of cultivation surpassing that of the issuer. Su Ziyou had requested this, mindful of his intention to venture forth with lethal intent, lest his plans become widely known. After the general departed, Su Ziyou did not hasten to leave the pass. Instead, he lingered within Yinmen for over a month, gathering intelligence from the guards and passing merchants regarding the geography and culture beyond the walls, preparing various necessities for his journey before finally setting forth. His first destination beyond the pass was the site where Su Wei had perished in battle. The founding emperor had commissioned a grand tomb there, where the majority of fallen soldiers were interred. Only generals like Su Wei were permitted to be cremated and returned home for burial. Before the grand tomb, Su Ziyou respectfully bowed several times, silently pledging a promise to the fallen. Thus, he embarked upon his journey of wandering across the grasslands. The grasslands were teeming with wandering warriors, the most formidable among them being those of the third tier. An unwritten rule dictated that every tribe must maintain at least one warrior of the second tier, or above, to safeguard their territory. When a tribe's second-tier warriors perished, it would swiftly fall prey to neighboring tribes. Those of third, fourth, or even fifth tier within the consumed tribe would find themselves exiled, as such individuals, upon attaining second-tier status, often led their former tribesmen away. To prevent further fragmentation, tribes would thus reluctantly expel their most skilled members, leading to a proliferation of solitary specters roaming the grasslands. These exiles became mercenaries, assassins, and bodyguards, willing to undertake any task for survival. Those who sensed they could break through to the second tier would gather fellow wanderers, and upon achieving success, could establish a new tribe. Upon learning of this dynamic, Su Ziyou resolved to embrace the identity of a wanderer, an archetype that could appear anywhere, engaging in any manner without raising suspicion. However, to his astonishment, his intention to remain inconspicuous inadvertently led to his notoriety. The reason for his newfound fame was entirely unexpected. While most on the grasslands donned felt or leather hats, Su Ziyou entered wearing a straw hat typical of the Central Plains. It was an oversight on his part. Han merchants traversing the grasslands typically wore such hats, yet they did not become wanderers. Marauders who ambushed merchant caravans would seize most valuables, but had little interest in the Han-style straw hats. Thus, Su Ziyou, garbed in attire of the barbarian tribes, yet adorned with a Han straw hat, swiftly became a figure of renown on the grasslands. This notoriety was also tied to Su Ziyou's approach to action. The vastness of the grasslands, coupled with the tribe's lack of fixed territories, compelled Su Ziyou to slowly seek out his father's murderers. During his wanderings, if he encountered fellow wanderers akin to himself, he would not hesitate to eliminate them. On one hand, it was to elevate his own prowess through combat. On the other, it was to diminish potential foes, as such wanderers often served as vanguards in assaults against the Central Plains. Should he cross paths with a merchant caravan from the Central Plains, he would offer them protection for a time, allowing him to procure essential goods from the grasslands while also increasing his opportunities for combat. Thus, the moniker Bamboo Hat Man gradually spread throughout the grasslands. When Su Ziyou first heard this name, he was perplexed. Is it not a straw hat? How has it become Bamboo Hat Man? Perhaps it was due to the rarity of bamboo on the grasslands or a misunderstanding stemming from dialect differences. Regardless, he thus became one of the four renowned wanderers of the grasslands: One-Eyed Wolf, Featherless Eagle, Two-Headed Fox, and Bamboo Hat Man. Chapter 10. The First Tier Master. The One-Eyed Wolf had participated in the siege against the founding emperor of the Han Dynasty. But misfortune struck, and shortly after the conflict commenced, he lost an eye to an arrow. Consequently, he harbored a deep-seated animosity towards the Han people, seizing any opportunity to ambush their merchant caravans. The Featherless Eagle was a middle-aged man who had gone bald. He and the One-Eyed Wolf commanded a formidable band of marauders, both of whom stood the highest chance of ascending to the second tier. The Two-Headed Fox was a pair of twin brothers, aptly named for their duality. Even when referred to as brothers, it merely underscored their duplicitous nature. If a merchant caravan hired them as bodyguards, they would first assist in dispatching any wandering foes threatening the caravan, only to later betray the caravan when they least expected it. Su Ziyou did not anticipate that his first encounter would be with the Two-Headed Fox. One night, while passing a Han merchant caravan, he discovered chaos within, the twin brothers wreaking havoc. Without hesitation, Su Ziyou intervened to confront them. This battle marked one of the most perilous encounters since his departure from the pass, arguably the most dangerous fight he had faced since beginning his martial journey. Prior to his departure, Su Ziyou had only sparred with his brother and had occasionally bullied two princes. The brothers, in perfect synchrony, exhibited a combat prowess that eclipsed that of four third-tier warriors. Yet, Su Ziyou ultimately emerged victorious, and not only did he win, but he also experienced another breakthrough. To his astonishment, after half a year of honing his skills through battle, he had attained the second tier. Following the skirmish, the merchants expressed their gratitude and sought to hire Su Ziyou as their bodyguard. The caravan originally boasted 3 third-tier bodyguards and had additionally employed the twin brothers upon reaching the grasslands. When the brothers turned on their employers, they ambushed the 3 bodyguards, resulting in 2 deaths and 1 injury. After a moment's contemplation, Su Ziyou agreed to the caravan owner's request, pledging to accompany them until the injuries of the remaining bodyguards had healed. To his surprise, within the caravan, he encountered a familiar face. The caravan was a coalition of several merchant owners, and one young proprietor turned out to be an old acquaintance of Su Ziyou. This individual, surnamed Wang and named Wei, was a year older than Su Ziyou. They had been childhood companions, with the Wang and Su families residing as neighbors separated by a mere wall. Though a year older, Wang Wei had always been led by Su Ziyou in their childhood escapades. For instance, after Su Ziyou urinated, Wang Wei would come along to play in the mud. Upon their recognition, both were astonished by the other's presence in such an unexpected locale. Su Ziyou was aware that Wang Wei was merely 17 or 18 years old, yet he had the audacity to accompany a merchant caravan to the grasslands for trade. Furthermore, given that the Wang family was a neighbor to the Su family, it stood to reason that they held some social standing. How could they allow their sole son to engage in commerce? After several conversations, Su Ziyou eventually learned that Wang Wei belonged to a branch of a prominent family known as the Royal Merchants. During the time of Han Gaozu's struggle for dominance, over 1/3 of the wealth came from their lineage. Following the unification of the realm, Wang Wei's grandfather was granted the title of baron. Although this title was the lowest among the nobility, the distinction of being ennobled as a merchant was unique throughout the ages. Even Tao Zhugong, who famously squandered his entire fortune 3 times, was never bestowed a title. Despite their humble status, the Wang family enjoyed considerable privileges. Wang Wei's grandfather resided on the same street as other nobles, while Wang Wei and several of his uncles lived near Su Ziyou. Wang Wei did not find it inappropriate that Su Ziyou had attained the rank of 3rd grade, considering that Su Ziyou had been the quintessential neighbor's child in his youth. Attaining 5th grade at the age of 9 and 3rd grade by 16 or 17 seemed reasonable. Su Ziyou shared with Wang Wei his purpose for coming to the grasslands, omitting any mention of seeking revenge for his father's death, merely stating he was searching for someone. Under Wang Wei's persistent inquiries, Su Ziyou revealed a sketch of his target. He had not anticipated that his passion for drawing from his previous life would serve such a pivotal role in this one. After thoroughly questioning his elder brother and several surviving soldiers from the battlefield, he produced 2 portraits, one of which depicted his father's killer. At this juncture, Su Ziyou had already roamed the grasslands for half a year. He had inquired among the members of 2 merchant caravans he encountered. Yet none had seen the individual he sought. He refrained from questioning any local herders, fearing it might alert his quarry. What he did not foresee was that Wang Wei had indeed encountered the man. Wang Wei provided him with a map created by the caravan, indicating the location of his target. Additionally, he informed Su Ziyou that, including his father's murderer, the tribe in question boasted 4 2nd-grade warriors. Upon receiving this information, Su Ziyou felt a newfound sense of calm. His adversary had only just entered the 2nd grade and would not ascend to the 1st grade in the short term. Having recently attained the 2nd grade himself, he resolved to stabilize his cultivation and meticulously devise a plan to annihilate their clan. Su Ziyou continued to wander the grasslands with the caravan for another month, observing the intricacies of commerce in that vast expanse. Once the 2 3rd-grade warriors of the caravan had regained substantial strength, he bid them farewell. As a parting gift, Wang Wei presented Su Ziyou with a black steed. While Su Ziyou left his large blue horse with Wang Wei, such is the nature of friendship, Su Ziyou did not disclose his intentions to Wang Wei, yet Wang Wei willingly offered the steed to him. Su Ziyou accepted without question. When Su Ziyou later discovered that the black horse was a spiritual beast, he felt no urgency to return it. The map provided by the caravan was somewhat abstract, leaving Su Ziyou feeling somewhat perplexed. Initially, he believed that even with a direction, it would take at least half a year to find his target. To his surprise, following Wang Wei's indicated direction, he encountered his goal in less than a month. As the saying goes, the heavens reward the audacious. This tribe, having recently gained 2 new members at the 2nd grade, found their strength surpassing that of the combined forces of the 3 neighboring tribes. As a result, they expelled the other tribes, claiming a fertile expanse of grassland for themselves. This, however, spared Su Ziyou considerable trouble. With his target identified, the plan became straightforward. First, he would gradually eliminate the herders who ventured out to graze, then employ guerrilla tactics to dispatch the cavalry seeking the herders. Throughout this process, he deliberately utilized arrows pilfered from the displaced tribes. Eventually, his target grew incensed, leading a contingent of soldiers to retaliate against the other 3 tribes. Upon receiving this news, Su Ziyou preemptively informed the 3 tribes of the impending assault. Among the 3 tribes, there were only 3 2nd-grade warriors, yet their forces vastly outnumbered those of their adversaries. While the leaders of the 3 tribes conferred on their next course of action, Su Ziyou feigned severe injury and barged in, uttering that they have arrived, before collapsing unconscious. The leaders assumed Su Ziyou was a spy from a rival tribe, believing him without question, and promptly mustered their forces for a decisive battle. The ensuing conflict was devastating. All 3 tribal leaders perished, and over half of their soldiers fell on the opposing side. For 2nd-grade warriors sustained 1 fatality and 3 injuries, leaving their remaining forces diminished. With the battle concluded, Su Ziyou finally made his move. Alone on horseback, his arrows found their mark with unerring accuracy. He refrained from targeting the 3 2nd-grade warriors directly, instead dispatching their common soldiers. When the enemy closed in, Su Ziyou feigned retreat, maintaining a strategic distance while continuing his archery. At that moment, Su Ziyou silently expressed gratitude to Wang Wei, not only for guiding him in the right direction but also for gifting him a fine steed, a genuine spiritual beast worthy of only the most esteemed figures on the grasslands. The 3 leaders soon realized they could not catch Su Ziyou, prompting them to retreat, but it was too late. After a ferocious battle and a relentless pursuit, their soldiers were utterly fatigued. Su Ziyou remained behind, persistently eliminating their ranks. Unable to contain their frustration any longer, the 3 leaders ordered their remaining soldiers to return while they attempted to corner Su Ziyou. To their astonishment, Su Ziyou ignored them entirely, effortlessly evading their grasp on his swift steed, continuing to eliminate their common soldiers. With their eyes blazing with rage, the 3 leaders disregarded their injuries and relentlessly pursued Su Ziyou. Finally, it seemed as though they were closing the distance. Su Ziyou's steed appeared to tire, slowing its pace, while the gap between them diminished. However, unbeknownst to the 3 leaders, they were actually falling further behind. Just as the foremost leader deemed the distance sufficiently close to release an arrow at Su Ziyou's back, Su Ziyou abruptly turned, unleashing 3 arrows in rapid succession. The leader narrowly dodged the arrow aimed at him, but was elated to find he had closed the gap considerably. What he failed to realize was that his 2 companions had been momentarily halted by Su Ziyou's arrows. From the moment Su Ziyou made his appearance, he had relied on the advantage of his steed, engaging in a battle of attrition while exhibiting strength equivalent to a 3rd-grade warrior, all the while donning his signature bamboo hat. The 3 leaders had come to identify Su Ziyou as the bamboo hat man. They instinctively presumed he was a mercenary hired by the 3 displaced tribes, having previously shouted offers of money for him to cease his onslaught. As the 2 pursuing leaders were struck by Su Ziyou's arrows, they were taken aback. The realization of facing a 2nd-grade warrior dawned upon them. But before they could alert their companion, they witnessed Su Ziyou leap from his steed, drawing forth a glimmering blade, accompanied by the clashing of metal against metal. It felt as though an eternity had passed. Yet, in a fleeting moment, the blade's light faded, along with the sounds of battle, leaving behind the severed heads of their companions. Su Ziyou decapitated the enemy leader, igniting a ferocious response from the remaining 2. They exchanged glances and charged at Su Ziyou together. Little did they know, Su Ziyou was a master of deception. With 4 against 1, he lacked confidence in victory, but facing 2 was akin to a massacre. Su Ziyou deliberately reserved the execution of his father's murderer for last, indulging in a brutal display of torment, methodically dismembering his opponent. As the confrontation progressed, the man attempted to flee, yet Su Ziyou did not intervene. He summoned his steed, mounting it to follow at a distance. Each time the man attempted to halt, Su Ziyou would unleash a few arrows, drawing forth blood with each strike. Eventually, the man returned to the gates of his tribe. Yet before he could call for help, Su Zio's steed galloped past him, severing his head with a single stroke. In the next moment, Su Zio surveyed the remaining members of the tribe. Under their horrified gazes, he raised his blade high. No snowflake is innocent. The strong among this tribe had pillaged and plundered in the central plains, their spoils serving as nourishment for their clan's growth. Thus, when it came time for reckoning, who among them could claim innocence? Of course, Su Zio maintained a modicum of restraint. He would not slay those unable to wield a weapon. However, when the primal instincts of the tribespeople were unleashed, from the frailest of infants to the eldest of elders, they all brandished their blades and charged at Su Zio. Consequently, when Su Zio departed, only 3 infants remained in swaddling clothes within the tribe. It was not until 3 days later that anyone passed by the remnants of this tribe. Subsequently, a rumor spread across the grasslands. The Bamboo Hat Man has slaughtered an entire tribe. After all, the other 3 tribes still had survivors who had witnessed the Bamboo Hat Man in his deadly work. This incident brought significant trouble upon the Bamboo Hat Man as a wanderer. One could pilfer from a tribe, seize their possessions, and even kill members of a tribe if hired. However, annihilating an entire tribe was beyond the pale. Intertribal annihilation might be permissible, but a wanderer could not commit such acts. Should anyone dare to do so, they would become an enemy of the entire grassland. If this had befallen another wanderer, they would have already fled to hide in fear. Yet Su Zio had intentionally sought conflict. How could he possibly hide? The relentless battles of the previous 6 months had propelled him from 3rd grade to 2nd grade. How long would it take to ascend from 2nd grade to 1st grade? Su Zio had guessed it would take a year. Clearly, he had underestimated the peril that the title of public enemy of the entire prairie brought upon him. He was soon to learn the gravity of his miscalculation. The first to confront him was the One-Eyed Wolf. Having recently ascended to the rank of a 2nd-tier master, the One-Eyed Wolf was preparing to petition the Chanyu for recognition of his faction as a tribe when he and his subordinates stumbled upon Su Zio. A 2nd-tier master faced off against a group of 3rd and 4th-tier masters. However, they did not launch an immediate attack on Su Zio. Once a band of wanderers, they were most familiar with the unpredictable tactics of their kind. Thus, a cunning battle ensued, marked by poison, traps, kiting, and ambushes, showcasing a plethora of unconventional combat methods. The greatest distinction between wanderers and tribes lay in their adaptable fighting styles and their relentless tenacity. Previously, when Su Zio's father's nemesis realized he could not match Su Zio, he surrendered and attempted to flee. When the entire tribe recognized Su Zio's intent to eradicate them, they collectively charged at him, but it felt more like a tragic last stand. In contrast, the wanderers were driven by a singular desire to slay their adversary, even at the cost of their own lives, determined to drag their foes down with them. Engaging with these individuals rapidly enriched Su Zio's combat experience, instilling in him an acute awareness of the need for vigilance. It was only when he witnessed the last wanderer succumb to death that he felt a sense of relief. Yet he refrained from scavenging the spoils and instead turned away to depart from the scene. This final 4th-tier wanderer had coated his weapon, clothing, and skin with a lethal toxin, fully aware of the chasm between himself and a 2nd-tier master, even lacking the hope of landing a blow. The toxins were mere sleights of hand. The true lethal strike lay in the venom coursing through his veins. This poison would disperse into the air upon his demise, carried forth by his spilt blood, ensuring that Su Zio would inevitably succumb to its effects with every breath he took. This was the hallmark of a wanderer's combat style. Fortunately, the ranks of wanderers on the prairie were not plentiful, and with the annihilation of the One-Eyed Wolf and his men, no other wanderers approached Su Zio for the time being. Although the threat of wanderers had dissipated, masters from various tribes soon surrounded him. Su Zio adeptly applied the guerrilla warfare tactics he had honed in his previous life, for the 16-character mantra was etched in the very essence of the descendants of Huaxia. Yet, Su Zio soon realized he had miscalculated the time required to reach the 1st tier. In truth, he had accomplished this in merely 8 months. During this period, his longest respite was a mere half of an hour. This was a battle of endurance and spirit. Initially, he faced 7 2nd-tier masters in a siege, and 8 months later, it remained 7. However, these were not the same 7, as several new challengers had replaced them. 47 was the final tally Su Zio arrived at. Throughout these 8 months of combat, He scarcely had the opportunity to engage in one-on-one or even one-on-two encounters. It was most common for him to face 4 or more simultaneously. At last, when Su Ziyou sensed he was on the verge of a breakthrough, he opted to confront the final 7 in a head-on clash. He emerged victorious, achieving his long-awaited advancement. Anticipating that the bamboo hat man had also made a breakthrough, Su Ziyou found himself undisturbed for a month following his own. He understood this tranquility was merely the calm before the storm. It was certain that he could not reach a peaceful resolution with the prairie folk. However, first-tier masters were not easily found. They possessed their own pride and were reluctant to ally with others. Yet, they would not come one by one, as that would be akin to willingly granting experience to their adversary. After waiting another month, on the very day of his 18th birthday, Su Ziyou encountered the individuals he had been anticipating. Observing the 3 first-tier masters arrayed before him in a triangular formation, Su Ziyou gripped his steel blade once more. This coming-of-age ceremony seemed rather fitting. Su Ziyou internally mocked himself before advancing towards the trio. First-tier warriors were among the most formidable individuals anywhere. On the prairie, a tribe could gain recognition with merely one second-tier warrior. Possessing 4 or more would classify them as a mid-tier tribe. Yet, to become a major tribe, they must boast at least one first-tier warrior. Even the Chanyu, as the overlord of the prairie, had no more than 4 first-tier masters within his own clan. Ultimately, Su Ziyou triumphed once again, and this victory came with ease. Throughout this lengthy period, he had been engaged in combat. His experience was sufficient to compensate for the disadvantage of his relatively brief tenure as a first-tier master. The 3 adversaries had taken far too long to reach their current status, long enough to have forgotten the essence of battle. Had anyone among them fought with the tenacity of the Wanderers, Su Ziyou would have been compelled to flee. Had 2 of them possessed such fighting spirit, it was likely Su Ziyou would have met his demise. However, there were no hypotheticals. Su Ziyou emerged victorious. What he did not anticipate was that while he was assessing his spoils, his next opponent had already arrived on the battlefield. Chapter 11. The Battle. A gust of wind from behind struck Su Ziyou. Knocking his bamboo hat from his head, Su Ziyou made no attempt to evade, for he knew he could not escape and recognized that the blow bore no intent to kill. Slowly, he rose to his feet and turned to face his opponent. Upon seeing Su Ziyou's youthful visage, the visitor's previously cheerful expression gradually morphed into one of cold scrutiny. The bamboo hat man? A Han? The grand shaman? The saint? Unlike the voice of the newcomer, brimming with uncertainty, Su Ziyou had discerned his identity the moment he struck. His voice trembled slightly, yet remained resolutely firm. It was indeed the saint of the prairie, the grand shaman. His arrival came far earlier than Su Ziyou had anticipated. Su Ziyou believed he needed to slay several more first-tier masters before crossing paths with this figure, yet he had not foreseen this early confrontation. It was truly a miscalculation on Su Ziyou's part. Ever since he had set foot on the prairie, only Wang Wei had glimpsed his true face. No one else had seen him, for he had consistently worn his bamboo hat. Thus, when the grand shaman heard of a wanderer who, in the span of just over a year, had ascended from 3rd tier to a suspected 1st tier, he immediately contemplated the possibility of subduing this wanderer. What of annihilating a tribe? What of slaying numerous 2nd and 3rd tier warriors? Even when Su Ziyou killed 3 first-tier masters, he had no intention of intervening, merely observing from a distance, a lion among a flock of sheep. The grand shaman had his own calculations. The blow delivered from behind bore no malice. For the grand shaman sought only to demonstrate his own prowess, thereby facilitating the subjugation of his opponent. However, upon seeing Su Ziyou's face, a surge of murderous intent filled his heart. Why? Though the grand shaman did not articulate it clearly, his meaning was unmistakable. Why would a 3rd-tier warrior engage in a massacre on the prairie? Why would such a gifted young man disturb the peace of the land? Su Ziyou offered no reply to the inquiries posed by his opponent. Instead, he swung his blade and charged forward. The grand shaman, with a stern countenance, brandished his iron staff to meet Su Ziyou's onslaught. The clash echoed with the sounds of impact as the iron staff and steel blade collided 3 times. Yet only 2 resounding thuds were heard. The 3rd strike was silent, for Su Ziyou had deliberately redirected the force, propelling himself towards the great black steed. Anticipating the escape, the grand shaman smirked and prepared to pursue. However, he was taken aback when, as Su Ziyou flew backward, he suddenly expelled a jet of blood, obstructing the Grand Shaman's path. As the Grand Shaman evaded the blood spray, Su Zio had already mounted the great black steed and fled into the distance. "Cunning little brat, where do you think you're going?" the Grand Shaman bellowed, striding after Su Zio. Deep down, the Grand Shaman acknowledged the cleverness of this bamboo hat man when he appeared before Su Zio. The latter would have three choices: to fight to the bitter end, with the outcome of a first tier versus a saint being all too predictable; to turn and flee, which would be nearly impossible for a first tier to escape from a saint; or to engage and retreat, seemingly the only viable option. The Grand Shaman was well aware that Su Zio would make such a choice and had formulated a plan to counter his escape. Yet, he had not anticipated that after two direct exchanges, Su Zio would attempt to flee on the third strike. Nor had he foreseen the use of blood to block his advance. The Grand Shaman trailed Su Zio closely, occasionally sending gusts of energy towards his back. Were it not for the extraordinary speed of the great black steed, the Grand Shaman would have long since caught up. Nevertheless, he chose not to exert himself fully in the chase, adopting a cat-and-mouse mentality while following closely behind. His occasional strikes were merely to apply pressure on Su Zio. Unbeknownst to the Grand Shaman, a deep gash from Su Zio's blade marred his iron staff. 1 hour passed, then 2, and 3. Su Zio had not calculated how far the great black steed could run at full throttle for 3 hours, but he was aware that it was nearing its limit. After all, running with all one's might, and running desperately were three distinct concepts, each impacting the steed's stamina differently. The Grand Shaman also noted the declining condition of the extraordinary beast ahead and quietly prepared to accelerate. He would seize any change in Su Zio's speed to close the gap. Yet another unforeseen event transpired. Su Zio unexpectedly dismounted and, with a swift turn, charged toward him. This sudden move caught the Grand Sorcerer completely off guard. With most of his power concentrated in his legs, the Grand Sorcerer could only feebly raise his iron staff to parry Su Zio's steel blade. With a resounding crash, Su Zio's steel blade struck the Grand Sorcerer's body. The iron staff shattered, leaving a deep gash on Su Zio's brow from the severed end. Had the staff not broken, Su Zio's head might have been crushed. Moreover, the Grand Sorcerer failed to notice that Su Zio's initial 2 strikes had targeted the same spot on his staff. He also underestimated that Su Zio had not exerted his full strength in those earlier blows. Thus, when Su Zio delivered his full-powered third strike to the same location, the staff was cleaved in 2. Another aspect the Grand Sorcerer had not anticipated was the resilience and sharpness of the steel blade in Su Zio's hand. In his previous life, Su Zio had never forged steel nor tempered iron. However, he had been involved in the machinery business. Though he did not know how to enhance the hardness or toughness of steel, he could discern quality steel when he saw it. During the 3 years he developed the Su family swordsmanship, he took the time to collaborate with his brother's army's blacksmith, crafting several fine pieces of steel. As for which piece of steel to use for forging the sword, Su Zio was not overly concerned. He simply guided the blacksmith to stack several pieces together and employed modern forging techniques to create a beautifully spiraled steel blade. Su Zio's weapon was a spear-like sword, measuring 3 feet and 7 inches in length, 2 fingers wide, with a straight blade that embodied attributes of both sword and spear. The scabbard and hilt were fashioned from a sturdy bamboo, the hilt measuring 2 feet, while the scabbard extended 3 feet and 8 inches. Indeed, this very sword was the bamboo staff Su Zio carried with him. The Grand Sorcerer, now enraged, felt himself outmaneuvered by Su Zio. Not only had his weapon been destroyed, but he had also suffered a wound. Although he quickly channeled his internal energy to ward off the invasive blade's force, the sharp edge still left a profound cut on his body. The Grand Sorcerer finally lost his composure, unleashing a tempestuous assault against Su Zio. Yet, as the saying goes, prolonged defense inevitably leads to loss. After barely managing to withstand his onslaught for the duration of half a joss stick, Su Zio could no longer hold out. The Grand Sorcerer used the remaining portion of his iron staff to deflect Su Zio's spear-like sword while simultaneously striking Su Zio's chest with his other hand. A surge of saintly energy flooded into Su Zio's body like a torrent. The energy of a first-grade martial artist was already formidable, yet it was as fragile as a paper dam against the onslaught of saintly energy. With that single strike, Su Zio, a first-grade martial artist, found his powers utterly depleted. As Su Zio fell, the Grand Sorcerer's face finally broke into a smile. Yet, the next moment, That smile froze upon his countenance. A short dagger, 1 foot in length, pierced his heart in an instant of relaxation. Simultaneously, a strange energy flowed into the Grand Sorcerer's body along with the dagger. He attempted to retract his own energy, but it was too late. This peculiar energy severed his connection to his own power. It was the Confucian energy of the Han Dynasty, embodying the essence of a gentleman's virtue. The Grand Sorcerer expended his last strength to send Su Ziyou flying, simultaneously crippling Su Ziyou's 4th-grade Confucian cultivation. Gazing at the gasping Su Ziyou on the ground, the Grand Sorcerer's eyes filled with fear and disbelief. He could not fathom how this young man could be so extraordinary in his youth. Su Ziyou was already among the pinnacle of 1st-grade martial artists, yet he possessed the strength of a 4th-grade Confucianist. The Grand Sorcerer's gaze gradually dulled, ultimately devoid of any light. The Grand Sorcerer had finally perished. A smile finally graced Su Ziyou's face. Since his arrival on the grasslands, he had never revealed his Confucian strength. This was partly due to the fact that, compared to martial prowess, 4th-grade Confucianism seemed somewhat lacking. It was also to prevent the exposure of his Han identity. Upon realizing the Grand Sorcerer's sudden appearance, he had resolved to use his Confucian skills as a trump card to turn the tide. Alongside this, he had also concealed a short blade within the handle of his long sword. The short blade was crafted from an excess piece of the spear-like sword. This was the true combat style of a wanderer. The initial 2 strikes were feigned. The retreat was a ruse. The desperate 3rd strike was a deception. The feigned defense was a pretense. The disarmed sword was a guise, and even the depletion of his powers was a ruse. All of this was merely a prelude to the final blow. To the Grand Sorcerer, Su Ziyou's actions appeared entirely reasonable, even showcasing his cunning. However, he failed to anticipate that what followed all semblances of reason would be the true lethal maneuver. Darkness was swiftly descending upon the sky, the sun casting its final rays upon the earth. Su Ziyou lay on the ground, reflecting on how exhilarating this birthday had been. Uncertain how long he had been lying there, Su Ziyou slowly sat up. The great black horse approached, still gripping Su Ziyou's long sword in its mouth, the scabbard resting on its back. Su Ziyou took the long sword and unsteadily walked over to the Grand Sorcerer's corpse. Raising the blade high, suddenly, he recalled the earlier inquiry of why. Addressing the lifeless body, he declared, "The vengeance for my father cannot coexist under the heavens." With that, the blade glimmered. What a remarkable sword this is! Although Su Ziyou had already lost his powers, with a single strike, he severed the head of that saint. Su Ziyou retrieved a bag from the horse's back, filled with copious amounts of lime powder and another severed head, the head of his father's nemesis. He tossed the Grand Sorcerer's head into the bag as well, securing it to the horse's back. Having completed these tasks, Su Ziyou finally allowed himself to truly relax, binding himself to the horse's back before slipping into a deep slumber. Su Ziyou was unaware of where the great black horse would take him, yet he trusted it would lead him to safety. At this moment, the various tribes on the grasslands had lost all trace of the bamboo hat man. Previously, they could locate him because Su Ziyou had intentionally left clues. However, after slaying 3 first-grade martial artists, Su Ziyou's horse had galloped for 3 full hours, covering a distance that would be exceedingly difficult to track. In truth, no one dared to pursue him, for he had slain 3 first-grade martial artists. Moreover, no one knew that the Grand Sorcerer had also been killed by the bamboo hat man. In fact, the Grand Sorcerer had not disclosed to anyone his intent to seek out the bamboo hat man. He simply wished to covertly subdue him and use him for his own ends. When Su Ziyou awoke, he found himself lying within a tent. Though he had lost his powers, he bore no wounds, save for a scar between his eyebrows. Curiously, despite battling for a year and a half on the grasslands, he had not sustained a single injury. While Su Ziyou was still in a daze, a large head suddenly appeared before him. Wang Wei. Su Ziyou was astonished to find that it was Wang Wei who had saved him. Wang Wei gestured for silence, glancing outside the tent before approaching Su Ziyou's side and quietly explaining the situation. It turned out that Wang Wei and his companions had finished their business and were on their way back to the Central Plains. That very night, as they were setting up camp, the large blue horse Su Ziyou had gifted him suddenly grew restless. Wang Wei sensed something amiss and, seizing the opportunity when no one was paying attention, he stealthily rode the large blue horse out of the camp. Indeed, shortly after leaving the camp, he encountered the great black horse and the unconscious Su Ziyou upon its back. He left the great black horse outside the camp to roam freely. Then clandestinely brought Su Zio back. At this time, the great black horse was quite renowned on the grasslands. Many were aware that the bamboo hat man had a black stallion. Thus, Wang Wei dared not bring it into the camp. Conversely, Su Zio, aside from Wang Wei, had never been seen by any living soul on the grasslands. Would he not attract attention? Su Zio did not wish to trouble his friend. Had he not fainted? He would not have ventured over. No, this merchant convoy, formed by 5 families, is not particularly familiar with one another. Everyone is wary of each other. Each family consists of 70 to 80 individuals. Who would notice an additional person? Wang Wei inquired. By the way, I heard that 3 first-grade martial artists were planning to ambush you. Did you encounter them? Who inflicted such severe injuries upon you? Was it those 3 first-grade martial artists? Yes, but they are all dead now. No one will know I am here. Su Zio refrained from mentioning the demise of the Grand Sorcerer, as it was too shocking, and he did not want to frighten his friend. Nevertheless, Wang Wei's eyes widened in astonishment as he silently gave Su Zio 2 thumbs up. Then you should stay with us for now, hiding among our merchant convoy to recuperate. Oh, you need any healing medicine? Upon hearing Wang Wei's words, Su Zio examined his body and was taken aback. He recalled that he had been completely drained of energy and had severed meridians. Yet, after merely a brief slumber, his meridians had remarkably restored themselves. He was certain he had not consumed any elixirs or come into contact with any precious herbs. Yet, his meridians had inexplicably recovered. Damn it, Su Zio cursed himself inwardly. Since his meridians had already healed, he decided to resume his cultivation. Having avenged his family, he no longer felt the urgency, opting instead to cultivate slowly, believing that one day his strength would be restored. Contemplating this, he shook his head at Wang Wei. There is no need for the medicine. I am merely fatigued and will recover with some rest. However, there is a question I wish to pose to you. What is the true nature of Dehe? Why did you insist that I ride it? Are you aware it is a spirit beast? Caught off guard by Su Zio's sudden inquiry, Wang Wei paused for a moment before responding. Indeed, Dehe is a spirit beast. I had my suspicions regarding your motives for coming to the grasslands, which is why I had you ride it. Just in case that as for how I acquired it, that is of no concern to you. Su Zio felt a jolt of surprise. There seemed to be a story behind this. Yet, noticing Wang Wei's expression, he refrained from pressing further. Though he was somewhat curious, he was not oblivious to social cues. After a moment's thought, Su Zio continued, Dehe has now become quite famous. Everyone on the grasslands knows of it. Therefore, I cannot return it to you, as that would only invite trouble. Consider this a significant favor I owe you for saving my life. Thus I owe you too. Wang Wei attempted to interject, but Su Zio waved his hand to silence him, adding, I know what you wish to say. However, I must reiterate that I will always remember my debt to you. Should Dehe's circumstances bring you any trouble, allow those troubles to seek me out. A formidable aura emanated from Su Zio. Although he had currently lost all his power, he had once been a first-tier warrior. This presence rendered Wang Wei speechless. As night deepened, Wang Wei returned to his own tent. After having slept for a considerable time, Su Zio lay in bed, wide awake. Perhaps it would be best to engage in self-cultivation. Su Zio made a decision that honored his ancestors. Half an hour later, Su Zio opened his eyes in disbelief. He had attained the first tier. It had taken him 10 days to reach the first tier in literature, and 5 days for martial arts. Yet this time, through simultaneous cultivation of both, he achieved it in merely half an hour. Su Zio, possessing a fair grasp of mathematics, calculated the time before closing his eyes once more to continue his cultivation. After an hour, he entered the 9th tier in both literature and martial arts. 2 hours later, he reached the 8th tier. By this time, dawn had broken, and the merchant caravan was already packing up to depart. Su Zio decided to travel with them. 10 days later, Su Zio was elated to discover that both his scholarly and martial prowess had advanced to the 3rd tier. At this juncture, the caravan received 2 astonishing pieces of news from a passing tribe. The first was that the bamboo hat man and 3 first-tier experts had perished together. Someone had gone to investigate the battlefield, but arrived too late. A wolf pack had already passed through. The investigator found only a bamboo hat and the weapons of the 3 others. The second piece of news was that the sage of the grasslands, that great shaman, had decided to enter seclusion once again to further enhance his strength. Upon hearing the second piece of news, Su Zio couldn't help but laugh. It seemed that the Chanyu had suddenly realized his ally had gone missing, and in a bid to prevent retaliation from the Han and stabilize the situation on the grasslands, had to release this information. Su Zio's speculation was indeed correct, though he was unaware that a wolf pack had also passed through the site of his confrontation with the great shaman, assisting in the disposal of evidence on 2 occasions. His scholarly prowess stagnated after reaching the 3rd tier, yet his martial prowess continued to ascend. After more than 2 months, he finally regained his 1st-tier martial strength. At this point, Su Zio resolved to part ways with the caravan, primarily due to differing routes, as he intended to enter the central plains from the southern side of Yinmen Pass, while the caravan aimed for the capital. Knowing their separation was imminent, Wang Wei was filled with sorrow. Crying like a child weighing over 300 pounds, under the cover of night, Su Zio stealthily exited the camp, just as he had entered, unnoticed by anyone. Outside the camp, he found a He, mounted swiftly, and rode northward. A few days later, another piece of news spread across the grasslands. The hairless eagle, which had been preparing to ambush the Han merchant caravan, was obliterated by a mysterious figure. Chapter 12. Trouble brewing. Su Zio gradually emerged from his reverie. He had not brought back the 2 severed heads. Initially, he intended to place them at his parents' graves, but later thought them too grotesque. He feared they might frighten his mother. Thus, he opted instead for the mountain tomb. He spent the final 3 months near the mountain tomb, confirming that his assumptions about martial arts were correct. He also constructed a toilet nearby, as it was likely many would come to pay their respects to the deceased, and it would not do to have them relieve themselves indiscriminately. Of course, there were 2 non-stone items in the foundation of the toilet, but those were minor matters. In his previous life, Su Zio had long wished to make some small improvements, but at that time, his abilities were limited. If given the chance in the future, it would certainly be worthwhile to visit Yingzhou. Some claimed that the people there were brought by Su Fu, while others denied this assertion. It would be good to see for himself, and perhaps construct a few more toilets. As Su Zio indulged in these musings, he dried himself and donned the Han attire prepared for him by his brother and sister-in-law. They had even thoughtfully provided him with a jade pendant to carry. Upon seeing the pendant, Su Zio was reminded once more of his brother and sister-in-law's reactions upon their initial meeting. They knew him too well. Thus, when the news of the bamboo hat man slaughtering the tribe reached the central plains, they must have surmised that the bamboo hat man was indeed him. Upon hearing that the bamboo hat man had perished on the grasslands, seeing him alive after half a year must have stirred their excitement. When Su Zio returned to the dining hall, the food was already laid out. The Han custom was to serve meals separately, and his elder brother had taken the head seat, with 2 little ones already seated beside him. Su Zio could not help but smile wryly. It seemed the 2 little ones had taken a liking to him. Looking up at his elder brother, he found Su Zizua wearing a similar expression of wry amusement, though for a different reason. Su Zio glanced toward the 3rd table, which belonged to his sister-in-law. Two individuals occupied the small table, one leaning into the other's embrace, weeping uncontrollably. The one offering comfort was his sister-in-law, Jia, while the other, obscured from view, appeared to be a girl based on her attire. Su Zio looked at his brother and sister-in-law with a face full of confusion. Su Zizua awkwardly gestured for him to sit down before glancing at his wife. Jia whispered something in the ear of the girl in her arms, and gradually, the girl ceased her sobbing. She slowly rose and deeply bowed to Su Zio. "Tonger has met Brother Zio," she said. "Tonger, Brother Zio," Su Zio thought, recalling these familiar yet strange titles, and he rose to return the greeting. After their mutual bows, the young girl returned to Jia's side, and at that moment, Su Zio finally recognized her identity. She was Hu Tong, the youngest granddaughter of Hu Yao, and the younger cousin of Hu Jia, Su Zio's childhood companion. During his 2 years of study at the Hu family, there were 3 children of a similar age as Su Zio who studied with Hu Ming. They were Hu Ming's youngest son, Hu Pei, Hu Qin's son, Hu Chun, and daughter Hu Tong. While they were said to study together, it was more akin to a group of mischievous children led by one of their OWN. Hu Ming had a rather easygoing personality. As long as they completed their daily assignments, he would not interfere. The assignments given by Hu Ming were not simple. At that time, characters like 300 and 1,000 had yet to emerge, so the difficulty of enlightenment for children was quite high. Therefore, Su Zio admired the Hu family's lineage. No matter how challenging the coursework, the 3 little ones managed to complete their studies with relative ease. After finishing their studies, the trio would follow Su Zio around the Hu residence. Acting like little rulers. Point 1 must not overestimate Su Ziyou. Any adult suddenly reverting to the mindset of a 7 or 8-year-old might well turn into a little troublemaker. Moreover, such troublemakers knew precisely how to cause mischief without getting hurt themselves. As Su Ziyou reminisced about his childhood experiences, Hu Tong began to cry again in Hu Jie's embrace. Su Ziyou shot a questioning glance at Su Zizhua, who looked to his wife. After receiving her affirmation, he quietly began to explain. The situation arose during last year's Qiqiao festival when Hu Tong and some of her friends were playing, only to be interrupted by Ama and Hu Tong, possessing a personality akin to Hu Jie, was quite formidable among the group of girls. Without hesitation, she scolded the Ma and, to her surprise, he not only felt no shame but also responded with vulgarity. However, he underestimated the group of girls, and under Hu Tong's leadership, they managed to drive him away with both scolding and force. Initially, they thought the incident had concluded there. However, it turned out the man was not so simple. He sought out Hu Tong's father to propose marriage. Upon hearing this, Su Ziyou's thoughts raced as he anticipated what would unfold next. Hu Qin, the youngest son of Hu Yao, was entirely different in temperament from his two elder brothers. At nearly 40 years of age, Hu Qin had only reached the 7th tier, yet his official rank surpassed that of his elder brother. Hu Qin's talent is indeed commendable. However, his mind is entirely preoccupied with flattery and sycophancy. It can be said that his ascension to the rank of a 5th-grade official is merely due to the highest level achievable at the 7th-grade realm. Did Hu Qin agree? Su Ziyou articulated his speculation, sounding both like a question and an answer. Indeed, the identity of the other party is not simple. Su Zizhua paused briefly before continuing. He is the youngest son of the Huailing Marquis. Upon hearing this name, Su Ziyou instinctively furrowed his brow, not out of concern but disdain. The Huailing Marquis, Xiao Chang by birth, was a childhood companion of Emperor Gaozu. When the emperor rose to power, he was among the first to follow him. Unfortunately, this man was timid, apprehensive, and utterly devoid of capability. After the establishment of the Han Dynasty, during the distribution of rewards, Xiao Chang's achievements barely qualified him for a barony. However, his thick skin and long-standing friendship with the emperor allowed him to persistently pester the emperor. And through relentless entreaties, he finally secured a marquisate. The officials responsible for bestowing titles held him in contempt and ultimately conferred upon him the title of Ling. Su Ziyou recalled that when his father, Su Wei, was alive, he held the Huailing Marquis in the lowest regard. Su Ziyou was also aware of the Huailing Marquis' youngest son. Despite being of the same generation as Emperor Gaozu, he was still a year younger than Su Ziyou, the product of a concubine. Despite the elderly man's advanced age, he remained quite the libertine, having taken several concubines since the founding of the Han. His lawful wife and eldest son had been sent back to their hometown in Shuzhou, leaving only his youngest son, Xiao Hai, born of a concubine, by his side. Suddenly, Su Ziyou recalled an amusing anecdote shared by Wang Wei during their casual conversation beyond the frontier. Su Zizhua interrupted Su Ziyou's reverie and continued recounting the unfolding events. Upon learning that she was betrothed to Xiao Hai, Hu Tong vehemently refused to comply. Not only did she create a ruckus during the Kaina ceremony, but she also took advantage of her family's unawareness to flee to Jinyang City, seeking refuge beside Hu Yao. This spring festival, Hu Tong spent her time alongside Hu Yao. However, she was taken aback when Hu Qin unexpectedly pursued her. Not only did he come after her, but to her astonishment, Xiao Hai arrived as well the previous night. Naturally, old Hu held Xiao Hai in contempt, yet the matter of marriage has always been dictated by the commands of parents and the words of matchmakers, making it difficult for old Hu to intervene. Consequently, Hu Tong sought her sister's assistance, imploring Hu Jie for a solution. After hearing the entire account, Su Ziyou fell silent, contemplating how to resolve this predicament. The anecdote Wang Wei shared should prove useful, but how to achieve the most effective outcome remained uncertain. Sensing a shift in the atmosphere, Hu Tong finally ceased her weeping, and together with Hu Jie and Su Zizhua, they fixed their gaze on Su Ziyou. Awaiting his words, that moment, a sudden loud bang erupted from outside the courtyard. Two servants of the Su family came hurtling into the center of the courtyard, accompanied by fragments of the Su family's grand entrance. Simultaneously, a brazen voice reverberated from beyond the door. "Bold scoundrels, how dare you abduct my wife?" A man, adorned like a flamboyant butterfly, stormed into the Su family's courtyard, flanked by a dozen ruffians. Upon witnessing the audacity of the intruders, Su Zizua felt a surge of anger rise within him. He grasped the large blade resting on the rack and strode forward to confront them. Su Ziyou and the others promptly followed him to the entrance, while Hu Tong hid behind Hu Jie, with the two younger ones peeking curiously from behind Su Ziyou. The servants had already aided the injured individuals to a safe distance, while the remaining servants and retainers armed themselves with weapons. Though Su Zhong was conspicuously absent among them. "Who dares approach?" Su Zizua inquired in a low tone. "Who am I? You are not worthy to know. Hand over my wife at once, or you shall face dire consequences." "Pa, who is your wife? How shameless!" Hu Tong, still hiding behind Hu Jie, felt a rush of indignation to brother-in-law. "He is Xiao Hai. We must drive them away." Feeling somewhat emboldened by her sister's presence, Hu Tong found her courage. "I care not who you are, nor your intentions. My family is honored by the late emperor as the Count of Dongping, and I am a Xiao Wei of Jinyang City. You shall not leave this door today. A mere Xiao Wei dares to shout in my presence. Seize him." With this command, a man leaped forth from behind the flamboyant figure, brandishing a sword and charging towards Su Zizua, a fourth-grade Taoist adept. Upon witnessing the intruder's prowess, Su Ziyou had no intention of intervening. The prevailing rule within the Han Dynasty's martial and literary circles is that within the same rank, martial prowess is paramount. Followed by the Mahes school, and subsequently the Confucian and Taoist paths. As for the medical, legal, and military schools, they are merely to be observed, for figures like Huayin Ho, Shang Yang, and Li Si all fell at the hands of lesser individuals. Xiao Hai had undoubtedly conducted thorough investigations into the Su family's circumstances, recognizing that their most formidable member was Su Zizua, a fifth-grade warrior, which emboldened him to provoke them. In truth, Xiao Hai was indeed aware of his own limitations. Though he was arrogant, he was not a fool. Prior to his arrival, he had meticulously assessed the Su family's strength. His objective was not to truly harm the Su family. He merely sought to abduct someone, believing that would suffice. Regrettably, he had made an experiential error. Sometimes, a fifth-grade warrior may not necessarily be bested by a fourth-grade one, just as a certain could vanquish a sage at the first grade. Su Zizua and the Taoist adept stood their ground, neither yielding an inch. In fact, due to the unique characteristics of the Su family's swordsmanship, Su Zizua subtly gained the upper hand in this skirmish. The Su family's swordsmanship emphasizes an invincible spirit of unyielding advance. Conversely, the Taoist relies on prolonged breathing to engage in combat. In a typical scenario, the outcome remains uncertain. Upon observing his subordinates embroiled in a stalemate with the opponent, Xiao Hai concocted a nefarious scheme. He discreetly signaled to another of his lackeys. The lackey then maneuvered around the combatants in the courtyard, directly charging toward Hu Tong, intent on seizing her. The assailant believed his approach would catch his target off guard. Yet he unexpectedly found himself intercepted. However, it was not Su Ziyou who intervened. The one to thwart the assailant was none other than Hu Jie. Brandishing Su Ziyou's spear, she refrained from drawing it, but instead swung it like a staff. Striking at the intruder, Hu Jie had already attained the 6th grade level in the Confucian path and, as a female gentleman, was quite remarkable among women. The difficulty of cultivation across the 6 schools of thought varies significantly between genders. For male practitioners, the hierarchy is Confucian military Taoist legalist Mahist medical, with increasing difficulty the further one progresses. In contrast, female practitioners face the opposite challenge. Thus, Hu Jie's accomplishments are noteworthy. Despite the inherent challenges of Confucianism for women, she had reached the 6th grade. The assailant, a 6th grade Taoist, found himself evenly matched with Hu Jie. Observing that both of his subordinates had been thwarted, Xiao Hai could no longer contain himself and realized he must take decisive action. Leading a contingent of over a dozen men to abduct someone, only 2 of them were true mid-grade experts. The remainder were ordinary individuals. After estimating the situation, Xiao Hai felt his men outnumbered the opposition by 4 or 5. He bellowed, "Seize her!" With his command, all his subordinates sprang into action. Xiao Hai himself charged toward Hu Tong, while the rest of his men engaged in combat with the Su family's retainers. Hu Tong boldly confronted the advancing Xiao Hai, clashing with him in battle. Yet, as the two began their skirmish, Su Ziyou could hardly suppress a laugh. "Do you wish to witness what it means for 2 novices to peck at each other? Behold the spectacle of Hu Tong battling Xiao Hai. Hu Tong's prowess in the Confucian path pales in comparison to Hu Jie's. When Hu Jie married Su Zizua, she was approximately the same age as Hu Tong is now. At that time, Hu Jia had already been in the 8th grade for over a year, while Hu Tong remains at the 9th grade. If Hu Tong is considered inexperienced, then Xiao Hai is the epitome of ineptitude. Although he is a year older than Hu Tong and has trained in the family's martial arts, he is still at the 9th grade, much like Hu Tong. This is hardly surprising, as even Xiao Chong only recently entered the 6th grade. Compared to Hu Tong, Xiao Hai's only advantage may be his greater physical strength. Unfortunately, this advantage soon dissipated as a newcomer entered the fray. Once again, it was not Su Ziyou, but rather the next generation of the Su family, Su Xing, at merely 10 years of age. Su Xing had initially been hiding behind Su Ziyou, but upon witnessing the flamboyant figure overpowering his aunt, he stealthily grabbed a wooden sword and joined the battle. This sword was no ordinary implement. It had been crafted from a particularly durable hardwood by Su Wei in his youth. Su Zizhua and Su Ziyou had both trained with that very wooden sword when they began their martial journey. Watching the young lad wield the sword with vigor, Su Ziyou felt a wave of nostalgia wash over him. Reminiscing about his own childhood, as the clash unfolded, the most leisurely among the family turned out to be Su Ziyou, the strongest of them all, alongside the little Su Hui cradled in his arms. Unbeknownst to anyone, this little one had procured a small bag of fried beans, munching away with great delight as he watched the unfolding scene. Completely unfazed by the commotion, instead, she found herself clapping enthusiastically in Su Ziyou's embrace, cheering for her family. Suddenly, she noticed Su Ziyou munching on some beans and, unable to resist, reached out her hand to ask him for some. Su Ziyou glanced at the fried beans in his hand, then at Su Hui's tiny milk teeth, and promptly produced a homemade fruit-flavored lollipop from his pocket, placing it in Su Hui's mouth. The beans were too hard. He mused silently, better to have a lollipop than risk breaking those delicate teeth. It was Su Hui's first taste of a fruit-flavored lollipop, and her joy increased, her clapping growing more vigorous. Encouraged by the young lady of the house, the servants found their rhythm, feeling as if divine assistance was guiding them in the scuffle. Whenever the opponents attacked, their strikes inexplicably went awry. Conversely, whenever the servants retaliated, their enemies seemed to present their heads on a platter in no time at all. The men led by Xiao Hai had all but collapsed. Only Su Zizhua and his wife remained entangled with their adversaries. While 3 young novices continued their tussle in the hall at that moment, a sudden flurry of hurried footsteps echoed from outside the main gate. A contingent of soldiers clad in Han military armor, wielding wooden clubs, surged into the Su residence under the leadership of Su Zhong. As soon as Xiao Hai's men had invaded the Su household, Su Zhong had stealthily slipped out through a side door. Upon exiting, he raced at breakneck speed to the entrance of the Jinyang inner guard camp, informing the gatekeeper of the commotion at the Su residence. Upon hearing that trouble had befallen his superior's household, the gatekeeper wasted no time, gathering a few men and heading straight for the Su estate. Su Zhong, however, displayed a greater sense of maturity, instructing them to set down their weapons in favor of clubs. Upon entering the courtyard, they found Su Zizhua and his wife engaged in a fierce battle, making it difficult to intervene. Su Zhong, undeterred, approached Su Ziyou and, after introducing himself and a junior officer, quietly inquired how they could assist. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Ziyou replied, instructing the men to tie up those ruffians outside, securing them tightly. Then, pointing toward Xiao Hai, who was still battling in the hall, he added, "Do you see that flamboyant butterfly? Bring in all the brothers from the outer ranks and together, let us teach that scoundrel a lesson. Just ensure he remains alive. Anything beyond that is permissible." Although the outer ranks were somewhat inferior to the inner ranks, the disparity was minimal, especially considering their numbers. Among the 50 men, there were 7 or 8 from the outer ranks and 2 from the inner ranks. With such a multitude, armed with clubs, they charged into the room, unleashing a barrage of blows upon Xiao Hai. Practitioners of martial arts often pay keen attention to their surroundings as their power increases. Thus, the 3 inner-rank fighters embroiled in combat had no awareness of the chaos unfolding outside. Consequently, when this horde joined the fray, all 3 were momentarily stunned, uncertain whether they were facing allies or foes. Fortunately, Su Ziyou was quick-witted, swiftly extracting his 2 comrades from the melee. The 4 of them then stood at the sidelines, watching as Xiao Hai took a beating. At that moment, Su Hui, perched upon Su Ziyou's shoulders, was filled with glee, her excitement causing her to tumble down from his neck. Chapter 13. all locked up just as the battle in the main hall was nearing its conclusion. Two individuals outside concluded their skirmish first. These two were Su Zizwa and a fourth-rank Taoist expert. In truth, Su Zizwa's fight was far from the effortless display it appeared to be. The Su family's sword techniques were grand and forceful, ideally suited for direct confrontation. Yet, this Taoist adept relied primarily on agile evasion, refusing to engage Su Zizwa in a head-on clash. Moreover, he held a slight advantage in skill, leaving Su Zizwa at a temporary disadvantage. Fortunately, Su Zizwa was aware that his brother was nearby, allowing him to focus entirely on his opponent without concern for his safety. In the initial exchanges, both combatants were evenly matched. The Taoist expert, while engaged in battle, remained vigilant of his surroundings. Initially, he detected nothing amiss, but gradually, he became aware that his side's numbers were dwindling. A flicker of panic began to arise within him. Soon after, the soldiers from Jinyang made their entrance, accompanied by the anguished cries of his lord. The fourth-rank warrior finally lost his composure, shedding the earlier air of ease. As his mental state wavered, his footing faltered. The saying goes, one misstep leads to further missteps. And Su Zizwa seized the opportunity, executing a flurry of 3 strikes. This technique was reminiscent of Su Zizwa's battle against the high priest. However, these 3 strikes flowed more gracefully and naturally. After all, Su Zizwa was endowed with an extraordinary realm but lacked experience compared to Su Zizwa. The fourth-rank expert barely managed to parry the first 2 strikes with his sword, redirecting their force to the side. But he was unable to react in time to the third. Raising his sword in a futile attempt to block it, a sharp sound resonated as metal met metal, and the sword shattered upon impact. Rather than retracting his blade, Su Zizwa shouted and lunged forward, driving the entire sword through his opponent's chest. In the next instant, the two had exchanged places, standing back to back. Then, the Taoist adept's body slowly crumpled to the ground. Cleaved in 2 at the torso, Su Zizwa, startled, swiftly lowered Su Hui from his shoulders, shielding the little girl's eyes with his hand. "Elder brother, don't," Su Zizwa stammered, momentarily at a loss for words. Su Zizwa, however, ignored his brother, gradually closing his eyes to savor the recent battle. Having reached the 5th rank some time ago, Su Zizwa was exceptionally talented, and the time he had spent honing his skills had been sufficient. What he lacked was merely an opportunity for breakthrough. Initially, he had intended to ask his brother for assistance in achieving this breakthrough upon his return, but he had not anticipated that trouble would come knocking at their door. The final strike, which he could have held back, was delivered without mercy, as he recalled the numerous misdeeds committed by Xiao Hai in Jinyang City over the years. He felt no compassion for this lackey of Xiao Hai. Such an enabler of evil deserved to be eliminated. After delivering the blow, clarity washed over him, prompting him to seize the moment for a breakthrough. With his brother by his side and the presence of soldiers, he felt remarkably secure. Su Zizwa found himself utterly helpless in the face of his elder brother's actions. At this juncture, the soldiers in the main hall had subdued Xiao Hai, breaking his legs and dragging him out like a lifeless dog. Su Zizwa decided to usher the 3 of them back into the hall. Just as he was about to re-enter, Hu Jie suddenly shouted furiously. It turned out that the individual battling Hu Jie realized he was the only one left on his side. And without warning, he broke free from her grasp and charged towards Su Zizwa in the midst of his breakthrough. Su Zizwa was unable to resist. Frantically, Hu Jie called out, racing toward her husband in an attempt to shield him. To her surprise, the young man feigned an attack, skillfully evading her and darting toward the main entrance point. 2 soldiers attempted to block his path, but he dispatched them effortlessly with a kick. He had already devised a plan. Once he cleared the gate, he would flee Jinyang City at the quickest pace, returning to the capital to seek the Hualing Ho. He intended for the Hualing Ho to rescue Xiao Hai while simultaneously devising a scheme to retaliate against the Su family. Yet, just as he was a mere step away from the exit, a voice rang out beside him. "You think you can leave? Do you believe you can come and go from the Su family as you please?" The voice was melodious, seemingly belonging to the young man who had been lurking in the hall, remaining passive until now. However, the content of the words sent a chill of dread coursing through him. Accompanying the voice was a light tap on his back. The impact was not forceful, scarcely stronger than a swat at a fly. Yet, that single touch robbed him of control over his limbs, rendering him limp, akin to a discarded rag, as he collapsed to the ground. Aside from Su Zizua and his wife, everyone in the courtyard stood frozen, staring at Su Zio, who stood at the entrance. The courtyard was now bustling with people, Jinyang city soldiers, Su family servants, and the ruffians brought by Xiao Hai. Some had previously encountered Su Zio, while others were seeing him for the first time. But that was inconsequential. From the onset of the fight, Su Zio had remained at the back, as if the entire conflict were none of his concern. When the first few combatants engaged, he refrained from intervening. As the chaos escalated, he still remained on the sidelines. Even when Hu Tong and Su Xing joined forces against Xiao Hai, he merely stood back and observed. In some respects, his demeanor was even less proactive than that of little Su Hui, who at least cheered them on from the sidelines. When the soldiers from Jinyang City stormed into the courtyard, he had even attempted to direct them. Had it not been for the urgency of the situation and the fact that they were in the Su family's domain, the soldiers might have wondered just who he was. Yet, unexpectedly, this seemingly indifferent figure seized the moment to act just as the last man attempted to flee, and his intervention astonished everyone present. In a single stride, he crossed the expanse of the courtyard. With a mere flick of his hand, he felled a sixth-rank expert. In that instant, a singular thought resonated in the minds of all present. Young man, you really ought not to behave in this manner. It is quite unbecoming. All this time, what have you been doing standing idly by? Watching us amateurs peck at one another can't possibly be that entertaining. Can it? Just moments ago, you were munching on beans. For heaven's sake, at least pretend to be a participant. A few keen observers noted the scattered beans strewn about the courtyard, and they seemed to piece together the unfolding events. You are all doomed. A hoarse shout shattered the tranquility of the courtyard. All eyes turned towards the source of the commotion, where Xiao Hai, his legs broken, sat on the ground, cursing vehemently. You've landed yourselves in serious trouble. Do you know who I am? Do you know who my father is? How dare you strike me? You're doomed. I will have my father kill all of you. Su Zio glided forward, his gaze cold and unyielding as he faced Xiao Hai. The onlookers in the courtyard sneered at Su Zio's graceful approach. Oh, quite the figure you are. Who are you? I don't recall. When you barged in looking for trouble, my brother had asked the same. Did you not say we were unworthy of knowing? As for your father, perhaps you should inquire with your mother. How pitiful it is that you, grown as you are, remain unaware of your own father's identity. Su Zio, spare me your theatrics. I warn you. This feud between the Xiao family and your Su family is now irrevocable. It's either your demise or mine. You recognize me. Su Zio's surprise was genuine. He had not anticipated that the infamous playboy before him would remember him. Indeed, when Su Zio was just 8, he had made quite a name for himself in the capital, though that was a decade ago. And with the rapid spread of gossip, he assumed his exploits had long been forgotten. The fact that this flamboyant butterfly still recalled him was astonishing. Yet, little did Su Zio know, this very butterfly harbored a deep-seated envy for him. Su Zio had first stirred controversy in the capital when, at the tender age of 8, he ascended from an ordinary boy to a 6th-tier Confucian practitioner within a year. At that time, Xiao Hai was merely 7, and Xiao Chang believed his son was capable, thus inviting various tutors to educate him. A year passed, and after 2 months with a single tutor, Xiao Hai achieved nothing. It was not due to poor teaching or lack of talent. Rather, the boy simply had no desire to learn. Under the indulgence of his biological mother, he attended classes for less than 20 hours throughout the entire year. The following year, Su Zio entered the 5th tier, initiating a second legend, while Xiao Chang resolved to personally instruct his son in the Xiao family's martial arts. Unfortunately, the father and son were cut from the same cloth. With their efforts resembling a hit-or-miss endeavor, one barely reached the 6th tier, while the other's progress was even less noteworthy. Nevertheless, Xiao Hai's growing resentment towards Su Zio blossomed from the fact that his father insisted he cultivate his skills. In Xiao Hai's eyes, why toil in training when his father, at merely the 6th tier, still held the title of Marquis? Even though he was a 9th-tier practitioner, he could simply hire skilled protectors with his wealth. What was a 4th-tier expert to him, but a pawn to command at will? He had even ordered his 4th-tier bodyguard to capture several girls stronger than himself, crippling their abilities to fulfill his desires. Upon learning that Hu Tong had gone to the Su family, he felt a mix of hatred and fear. He was aware that Su Zio had reached the 5th tier by the age of 9. Even if Su Zio had stagnated in the years that followed, his subordinates were likely still formidable. wasn't until he heard Su Zio had been away from home for 2 years that he resolved to make a move. With a 4th tier and a 6th tier on his side, and his own 9th tier strength, he perceived the Su family as merely Su Zizwa, a 5th tier practitioner, and believed victory was assured. Indeed, he had not even ascertained Hu Jia's capabilities, let alone the news of Su Zio's return. Upon arriving at the Su residence, he failed to recognize Su Zio, or perhaps despite his envy, he had never laid eyes on him before. It was only when Su Zio intervened to subdue his fleeing subordinate that realization dawned upon him. The figure hiding behind the child was indeed Su Zio. Unable to contain himself, he unleashed a torrent of curses, seeking to instill fear in the entire Su family, as if only through such acts could he quell his own trepidation. Alas, his efforts bore no fruit against Su Zio. Su Zio effortlessly lifted him as one would a chick. You, a mere chick, wish to represent the Shao family in a feud against the Su family? At this juncture, Su Zio pointed towards Su Zizwa, who was breaking through the ranks. Oh, you see him? That is my elder brother, the current head of the Su family. He then gestured towards his nephew, Su Xing, who was watching the spectacle with his sister. That is my nephew, the next head of the Su family, the future Marquis of Dongping, and perhaps even the Count of Dongping or Duke of Dongping. Lastly, look at me. I am the legitimate son of the Su family. You, a mere offspring of a concubine, dare to declare war on us? What audacity do you possess? You, listen here. My father has already submitted a petition, and soon Shao Ji, that good-for-nothing, will lose his claim to succession, allowing me to become the next Marquis of Huailin. Prepare for my retribution against your Su family. The fury-laden words finally erupted from Shao Hai, who had been provoked beyond measure by Su Zio. Many soldiers and servants present exchanged glances, realizing the gravity of his claims. If he spoke the truth, the Su family was indeed facing a significant predicament. However, Su Zio erupted into laughter, tossing Shao Hai at the feet of his soldiers. Bind him and imprison him alongside his subordinates in the military camp. With strict orders that no one is to approach them, an awkward silence ensued. The soldiers remained motionless. After all, Su Zio was merely Su Zizwa's brother, a commoner without any official status, while this young man had just proclaimed himself a future marquis. The soldiers hesitated, unsure of how to proceed. Follow my brother's orders. Imprison them all. Not a single one shall escape. Just then, Su Zizwa successfully broke through, striding to the hesitant soldiers with a composed expression. The young officer attempted to speak, but a single glare from Su Zizwa silenced him. With his 4th-tier presence intensified, he exerted even greater pressure on the soldiers. Simply follow orders. Everything else is beyond your concern. The young officer complied, binding everyone present, even wrapping the corpse in a sack for the military authorities to handle. As they prepared to escort the prisoners back to the camp, Su Zizwa called out to them once more. You all performed admirably today. Upon your return, compile a list of today's participants. Each shall be handsomely rewarded. The soldiers cheered in unison. For sometimes, a simple pat on the back accompanied by a sweet reward sufficed. Once the soldiers had departed, Su Zizwa turned to Hu Jia, ready to share his elation over the breakthrough when suddenly, a resounding slap echoed through the air. Su Zizwa stood frozen. Su Zio was stunned. Hu Tong gasped, and Su Xing and Su Hui fell silent. While the servants remained motionless, Hu Jia had delivered a stinging slap to Su Zizwa, standing in the courtyard's center with her hands on her hips, berating him. Enough of this. If you must kill, then kill. Why create such a bloody mess? How are we to clean this scene? And you let him go, leaving a trail of debris to clean up. You have no fear of scaring the children. Seeing the situation deteriorate, Su Zio prepared to discreetly slip away, only to be called out by Hu Jia. Is this the knife you gave your brother? Why is it so sharp? Look at it, look. Su Zio could only respond with a helpless expression. When he had just completed crafting that knife, his elder brother had mocked him mercilessly for its length and peculiar patterns, suggesting it was made of inferior iron. Yet, after Su Zio had effortlessly severed 3 of his brother's treasured blades, Su Zizwa had clutched the knife protectively, refusing to return eye to eye in the end. Su Zio had no choice but to approach the blacksmith again, requesting a blade of equivalent quality for his brother, thereby reclaiming his own knife. When my brother asked for a blade, did you not say he was to lead troops and needed a good one? This thought lingered in Su Zio's mind, though he dared not voice it aloud. Finally, with Hu Tong's persuasion, Hu Jie ceased her tirade and returned to the main hall with several others, leaving the servants to clean the blood-soaked ground. As Su Ziyou entered the house, he glanced back at the servants scrubbing the courtyard floor, unable to suppress a smile. Cleaning was never a concern for his sister-in-law. Her slap and scolding were merely to temper his elder brother's newfound arrogance following his breakthrough. Once they were all seated in the main hall, Hu Tong voiced her worries. "Sister, what shall we do now?" Although brother-in-law can contain him for a time, he cannot do so indefinitely. If he truly becomes the Marquis of Huailin, then I. The young girl's eyes brimmed with tears. "Fear not. Your brother-in-law is here, if necessary. We can have him killed in the military camp." Su Zizua felt a wave of anxiety wash over him as he quickly explained to his wife. "That cannot happen. After all, he is the son of the Marquis of Huailin. We cannot allow him to die in the military camp. Today, they initiated the conflict, and we have numerous soldiers to testify on our behalf. Should I slay that boy, I would have many matters to attend to afterward." Hu Jie understood the implications of not being able to kill him. She merely sought to comfort her sister. Upon hearing Su Zizua's words, she shot him a fierce glare. As the two began to bicker anew, Su Ziyou interjected hastily, "Elder brother, elder sister, please do not fret. Regarding Tonger's matter, I initially held only a 30% chance of resolution, but now I possess a 90% assurance." Upon hearing Su Ziyou's words, the three turned in unison to face him. "Resolution? How do we resolve this? You don't intend to keep him locked up indefinitely, do you? My place is a military camp, not a prison. Confining him for 10 days or half a month is manageable, but anything longer is out of the question. Furthermore, while his father may not be well-liked, he is still a marquis. If he seeks connections, whether through a decree from the Grand Commandant or a royal edict from the Emperor, I would be compelled to release him." In truth, Su Zizua had initially no desire to detain anyone. He merely wished to expel these individuals. However, his brother had already issued orders at the moment of his breakthrough. To support his brother, he had subsequently enacted a formal military command. "Elder brother, today's situation presents an excellent opportunity. If managed well, we can not only alleviate Tonger's troubles, but also deliver a severe blow to Xiaochong." Upon hearing Su Ziyou's remarks, the remaining individuals in the room could not help but brighten at once. Chapter 14. The upright individual as a soul from the modern era. Su Ziyou inherently believed in the principle of equality among all. After all, in his former world, even the second or third born, let alone daughters and illegitimate children, possessed equal rights to inheritance. Yet in this world, only the legitimate eldest son held primary inheritance rights. The shares of the remaining children depended entirely on the eldest son's disposition. Su Ziyou recalled that in the Han Dynasty of his previous life, it took many years before the Edict of Promotion was enacted, which ostensibly granted equal inheritance rights to the second sons and illegitimate children. Moreover, the ridicule he directed at Xiao Hai today stemmed not only from a personal aversion, but primarily from a desire to elicit that final statement from him. In fact, the matters he discussed today had already reached his ears on the grassland through Wang Wei. "You say the capital's populace is aware? Yet how come I haven't heard a whisper of it?" Hu Jie and Hu Tong each raised their queries. Indeed, the ordinary citizens of the capital had no inkling. But those in positions of power had their own channels of information. The Huailing Marquis was the only marquis in the court without a fief, thus he had to remain in the capital. Even as a marquis, he dared not openly advocate for the replacement of the legitimate heir with a younger son. As for the officials, that shameless old man had no fear of them. His true concern lay with the one above. The emperor? No, it was the Empress Dowager. Su Ziyou leisurely uttered that title, devoid of any particular reverence or disdain, as if he were casually mentioning a vendor at the market. However, upon hearing Su Ziyou's words, the others were struck with astonishment. Observing their expressions, Su Ziyou continued to elucidate. In this realm, if one were to ascertain who harbors the deepest resentment towards the elevation of illegitimate sons over legitimate ones, it would undoubtedly be the Empress Dowager. The current emperor's position as crown prince was nearly jeopardized due to that very Lady Qi's machinations, was it not? Following the late emperor's demise, Lady Qi was subjected to a gruesome fate at the hands of the Empress Dowager. It's the mention of the term human pig. The two ladies present shivered simultaneously. Wang Wei had informed me that Xiaochong had secretly approached the emperor numerous times, pleading and lamenting to bequeath his illegitimate son the right to inherit the title. Yet the emperor had consistently denied his requests. Nevertheless, the emperor, being kind-hearted, had advised the eunuchs surrounding him not to relay this information to the Empress Dowager. The eunuchs, having received the emperor's decree and profiting handsomely from Xiao Chong, remained tight-lipped. Some of the Empress Dowager's relatives had also benefited significantly from Xiao Chong. Initially, I dismissed this as mere gossip. But since he has provoked Tong'er, we cannot allow him to go unpunished. The mere mention of Tong'er prompted Hu Tong to shoot Su Ziyo an incensed glance, her cheeks flushing involuntarily. Ignoring her disdainful look, Su Ziyo proceeded. To deal with Xiao Chong and his son, the simplest method is to relay this incident to the Empress Dowager and ensure it becomes common knowledge. If the news is only discreetly delivered to her. Given Xiao Chong's unscrupulous nature and his connection to the royal family, while Xiao Hai may not inherit his title, Xiao Chong should remain unscathed. Consequently, Tong'er's marriage would still be unaffected. Initially, I had merely a 30% chance of escalating this matter, but this fool has now come knocking at our door. I intentionally provoked him earlier to elicit his father's intentions before everyone present. Now, the entire affair is far more manageable. Elder brother, Su Ziyo addressed Su Zizwa, you must write a memorial to the emperor immediately. Understood. I will certainly inform the emperor of the Xiao family's predicament. Observing Su Zizwa's righteous demeanor, Su Ziyo felt a pang of exasperation. Brother, you are not an official. What gives you the authority to meddle in the affairs of their inheritance? What then should I write? Certainly, you should document matters concerning our own family. Did we not just suffer an attack? Upon hearing this, Su Zizwa surveyed the room, noting that the dishes had disappeared and the floor bore remnants of various soups. The recent scuffle had undoubtedly resulted in the destruction of those items. Fortunately, the combatants possessed limited strength. While tables and chairs had been toppled, they remained intact. Of course, the broken items had long since been tidied away by the servants. Yet, as a military officer, Su Zizwa was reluctant to relinquish his pride. Elder brother, there are times to be heroic and times to be humble. The ability to yield is the hallmark of a true gentleman. Have you not heard that the crying child receives milk? Look at that old fellow Xiao Chong. He managed to weep his way into a marquisate from the late emperor. Meanwhile, our father perished in battle for the late emperor only to attain a mere countship. We need not stoop to Xiao Chang's level of shamelessness, but if we are wronged, we must ensure the world is aware. Feeling somewhat bewildered by his brother's words, Su Zizwa could only nod in agreement. You say these individuals not only vandalized our home but also attempted to seize our women. You have already informed them that this is the residence of a count, yet they remain entirely unconcerned. The leader, who claims to be Xiao Hai, the heir to the Huailing Marquisate, intends to inherit the title. When questioned about the heir being Xiao Ji, he insisted that his father wishes to have him, Xiao Hai, succeed the Marquisate, insisting not only on his own inheritance, but also that his birth mother be recognized as a lady. Wasn't that claim about inheriting the title made only when you pressured him? Su Zizwa's voice dwindled as he noticed his brother gazing at him with an expression of disbelief. Helpless, he had to force an explanation. I merely fear that if those above were to send someone to investigate. Su Zizwa fell silent, realizing that his lack of explanation had been preferable, as the three individuals in the room now regarded him with incredulity. Patience wearing thin, Su Ziyo clarified. Elder brother, Xiao Hai indeed stated that his father intends for him to replace his brother as the heir. Correct? Su Zizwa nodded. Then what difference does it make whether he spoke first or last? Even if those above were to send someone to look into the matter, they would only seek to verify whether he indeed made such a statement. Su Ziyo mused to himself that his brother was sorely lacking in experience. Perhaps he should familiarize himself with the various magical clips of the future, where everything would be documented in images, recordings, and videos. But regarding the issue of replacing a wife with a concubine, elder brother, you truly underestimate the gossiping prowess of the common folk. Though you believe that within 3 days, you will not hear an even more exaggerated version of this on the streets? Should those above truly send someone to investigate, they might even find your account vague and think you were trying to spare the Huailing Marquis some face. Su Zizwa cast a doubtful glance at his wife and Hu Tong. Receiving 2 resolute nods in return, elder brother, you must remember that while the affairs of the Huailing Marquis should not be overly detailed in your account, it is crucial to mention them. The primary purpose of your memorial is to lament to the emperor while requesting assistance in recovering our losses from the Huailing Marquis family. When you submit your memorial, make it as tragic as possible, detailing how our household was vandalized and the extent of our losses. Su Ziyou paused and called out to the outside. Uncle Zhong, what were our losses this time? At Su Ziyou's call, Su Zhong hurried into the hall. Replying to the second master, our household has suffered approximately 100 or so taels in losses, primarily from the damage to the main gate and the dining utensils. Fortunately, no one was seriously injured. Though no injuries were sustained, there were certainly frightful moments, requiring some medicinal expenses. Additionally, my sister-in-law is with child and was also alarmed, necessitating some precious herbs for her peace of mind. Listening to Su Ziyou's account, Hu Jie nodded incessantly, completely forgetting that she had been the one to rush into combat earlier. Moreover, elder brother, did you not face off against a fourth-grade master? Could you not claim to have been grievously wounded while valiantly slaying him? After sustaining injuries, do you not require time to recuperate? Do you not need medicinal supplies? While it may not appear so from the outside, the internal injuries are indeed severe. I shall teach you a set of techniques. Even if a second-grade physician were to investigate, they would conclude that your internal injuries are quite grave. Furthermore, did not Prince Dai recently send us a plethora of gifts? Let us find some fragile items and, later, break a few, claiming they were not stored in time and were instead smashed by Xiao Hai's ME and as for the value? Elder brother, just write it down as 10,000 taels. Their family is wealthy, and with their son in our custody, they will have no choice but to comply. You do intend to reward those soldiers, do you not? The funds must come from here. Listening to Su Ziyou's audacious demands, the remaining individuals in the hall were unable to suppress their cold sweat. How ruthless! Only when the sum of money required becomes substantial can this matter escalate to a true uproar. And only when it gains such prominence will it attract the attention of the wise, who will inevitably notice Xiao Chang's intention to replace his wife with a concubine. The conclusion of the memorial. You should state that our family could not have thwarted them, had it not been for a patrol of the Jinyang Guard fortuitously passing by our doorstep, which allowed us to apprehend these individuals, resulting in several injuries among the Jinyang Guard. Attacking the city guards? Su Zizhua furrowed his brow, for in the Han Dynasty, assaulting the guards in broad daylight was no less severe than attacking a noble's estate. Brother, if we are to strike, we must do so with lethal intent. Furthermore, did not Xiao Hai just engage with the Jinyang Guard in this very hall, when that sixth-rank official attempted to flee? Did he not injure 2 soldiers in the process? You must write the memorial at once. Once completed, take it to the prince's residence for his perusal. After all, you are currently considered a subordinate of the prince. Although your rank allows you to submit directly to the emperor, it is unnecessary to provoke the prince's suspicion. After reviewing it, you may also attempt to request the prince to issue a direct order for strict supervision of Xiao Hai. To the Jinyang Guard, you are the current authority, and the prince is the county official. With both voices united, Xiao Hai will find it nearly impossible to escape their grasp. At this juncture, Su Ziyou noticed his elder brother sitting there, utterly motionless. Brother? Su Ziyou tentatively called out. Now? But I usually take a long time to write these things, Su Zizhua replied with a wry smile. Although he had learned to read and write from his wife, he was not adept at composing such documents. This is urgent. The sooner, the better. If word leaks out and Hui Lingho gets wind of it first, we will be in a predicament, Su Ziyou asserted decisively. Shall I take over? Hu Jia offered. No, sister-in-law, your eloquence is commendable, but the officials and the emperor are well aware that my elder brother is rather coarse. If you were to write it, they would surely suspect ghostwriting. Diminishing its impact, if absolutely necessary, then sister-in-law may draft a version, which my brother can later revise in his own tone. Very well. The couple then turned and headed towards the inner hall, followed closely by 2 little shadows. Leaving Su Ziyou and Hu Tong alone in the grand hall, Hu Tong was about to speak when she saw Su Ziyou requesting paper and ink from Su Zhong and hurriedly began writing. Stealthily approaching, Hu Tong discovered that Su Ziyou seemed to be composing a letter. She did not scrutinize the contents, but was captivated by his elegant and novel calligraphy. Su Ziyou's handwriting in his past life was rather unsightly. One could even liken it to the scrawl of a dog. However, in this life, he had diligently practiced his penmanship. Whether after learning from the Hu family or during breaks from his martial training, he would practice writing, though he lacked a model to follow. In this world, he was the first to write in regular script. As long as it was aesthetically pleasing, his style would set the standard. As Su Ziyou continued penning his letter, Hu Tong's eyes sparkled with admiration. During his time with the Hu family, Su Ziyou had been young, and his script had yet to mature, making this her first encounter with his skillful regular script. Upon finishing the letter, he was nearly startled by the gleaming eyes beside him. At that moment, Su Zizhua and his wife returned from the back with the completed memorial, eager for Su Ziyou's approval. To his surprise, they had finished so quickly that he hurriedly examined it. It was excellently written, with all the necessary details clearly articulated. The tone conveyed a sense of sorrow mixed with indignation, vividly portraying the image of a wronged military officer. Excellent, brother and sister-in-law, your collaboration is nothing short of seamless. Su Ziyou exclaimed, instinctively giving a thumbs up. Blushing at the praise, Su Zizhua finally stammered. This was dictated by Xinger, and I merely transcribed it. Xinger. Su Ziyou glanced at the bashful figure of Su Xing hiding behind Hu Jie. Xinger has also broken through to the 9th rank in Confucianism and Taoism 6 months ago, Hu Jie proudly proclaimed, upon noticing Su Ziyou's gaze. Truly talented in both literature and martial arts, Su Ziyou mused. Sensing that the Su family was on the verge of producing yet another exceptional individual. Now, dear brother, you must hasten to meet the prince, he urged, handing his recently pinned letter to Su Zizhua. What is this? It's a letter for Wang Wei, Su Ziyou explained. When you return, have the messenger deliver this letter to the capital. Although Wang Wei is not in the court, his family handles royal and palace affairs. Maintaining close ties with the eunuchs, I ask him to discreetly spread news of today's events within the palace. This will complement your memorial effectively. Su Zizhua took the letter and turned to head toward the door. Wait, brother, there's one more thing. Su Ziyou suddenly realized a flaw in his plan and called out to his brother, who was already at the entrance. After meeting the prince, you must convey my sister-in-law's apologies to the princess. The princess had originally invited her to the prince's residence tomorrow. You must inform the prince that my sister-in-law cannot attend, stating that she has been sent back to her family for 3 days before being retrieved. Ah? The three exclaimed in unison, though their meanings diverged entirely. Su Zizhua thought, to send my wife back to her family, I must possess that much courage. Hu Jie contemplated, just moments ago, I praised our collaboration as seamless. Yet now he dares to suggest sending me away. What on earth does he intend? Hu Tong pondered, what mischief is Brother Ziyou concocting this time? Su Ziyou observed their expressions and continued to elucidate. Though we have apprehended Xiao Hai and his subordinates, there remains one individual who will undoubtedly alert the Xiao family. This person is intent on forging a familial alliance with them and hopes that Xiao Hai can inherit Xiao Chang's title. You mean my father? Hu Tong gasped, and Hu Jie and Su Zizhua quickly grasped the implication. Indeed, if I am not mistaken, even Xiao Hai's recent disturbances might have his influence behind them, Su Ziyou declared, directly naming Hu Qin just as he had Xiao Chong, demonstrating his utter lack of respect for the man. Should he learn of Xiao Hai's capture, he would immediately seek assistance from Xiao Chong. After all, he knew his mentor well. Such matters would not warrant his aid. The casual mention of mentor rendered the two women in the hall somewhat awkward. Sister-in-law, you must return to the Hu family immediately. You must intercept Hu Qin and inform him that due to the chaos he incited, our Su family has been attacked by Xiao Hai's men, and in a fit of rage, my brother has banished you from our home. He must provide an explanation. While the mentor could not intervene in Tonger's marital affairs, if the turmoil surrounding one granddaughter's marriage disrupted another's household, he would have ample reason to intervene. You must delay Hu Qin for 3 days, by then. My brother's memorial will have reached the capital, and even if Hu Qin returns, it will be too late, understood. Hu Jie, acting with more resolve than Su Zizhua, immediately commanded her servants to prepare a carriage, intent on returning to create a ruckus. Before departing, she took her 2 children along, for a complete performance requires the full cast, does it not? And what of me? Just as everyone was preparing to depart, Hu Tong suddenly inquired, should I accompany my sister back? Su Ziyou deliberated carefully before shaking his head. It's best not to if you return, your father may forcefully take you away. After all, you are the root of this whole affair. If he were to confine you or impose some other situation, all our efforts could be in vain. Moreover, if you do not appear, my sister-in-law would have a better chance of detaining your father. Very well, Hu Tong acquiesced at this moment. Su Zizhua and Hu Jie exchanged peculiar glances with Su Ziyou. Yet, they said nothing and exited. Noticing their gazes, Su Ziyou felt somewhat disheartened. Hey, you two, what do those looks mean? I am a righteous person. All of this is for Sister Tong's sake, is it not? Chapter 15. Princess Mir, the Su family hall suddenly fell into a profound silence. Everyone had departed. Su Zizhua had left for the Dai Wangfu, and then intended to visit the barracks to check on the group from the Xiao family that had been captured. Hu Jia had also taken her leave, intending to return to the Hu residence to find her uncle Hu Qin and create a scene. The two little ones had followed her back to the Hu family, and from Su Xing's sparkling gaze, it was evident he would be his mother's most excellent ally. Su Ziyou remained, seated in the hall, instructing a servant to bring him a pot of wine. Yet he did not drink, merely toying with a wine cup in his hand, silently awaiting news from his brother and sister-in-law to devise his next strategy. At that moment, many issues could be easily resolved through force. If he were to assert his strength, some matters could be settled without uttering a word. However, he reveled in this feeling, relishing the endless pleasure of engaging in conflict with others. Hu Tong had not left either. She sat quietly in her place, her eyes fixed on the cup in Su Ziyou's hand, her mind wandering unknown distances away. As time passed, the hour grew late, and the hall became illuminated with lanterns. The servants, wishing not to disturb the two within, quietly lit candles in the corners of the hall. Suddenly, two servants rushed into the hall in quick succession, their arrival shattering the tranquility. Su Ziyou's voice remained as steady as ever. Report to the second master, the eldest master has just left the Dai Wangfu. He asked me to inform you that the Dai Wang has personally ordered someone to hasten the delivery of the memorials and letters to the capital. The eldest master is now heading to the barracks to inspect the captured individuals. It seemed the Dai Wang was acting with more urgency than Su Ziyou had anticipated. He could not help but nod in approval. In truth, the relationship between the Su family and the Dai Wangfu had not reached the level of mutual ruin or glory. Despite recognizing the Dai Wangfei as an honorary aunt, it was not taken seriously by either party. Although he had saved the young princess today, the Dai Wangfu had also rewarded him. Thus, whether the Dai Wang assisted or not was a matter of indifference. Now that the Dai Wang had intervened, the pressure on Su Ziyou's side had significantly lessened. After all, a count battling a marquis was entirely different from a count allied with half a prince and a marquis. Su Ziyou then turned his gaze to another individual. When the lady returned to the Hu residence, she saw her third uncle preparing a carriage, indicating his intent to return to the capital. The lady directly pulled the old gentleman into the Hu residence, and shortly thereafter, the gates of the Hu family closed. The carriages were turned away. It appears my sister-in-law is indeed preparing to make a grand display. Yet, he had originally planned to visit his mentor tomorrow, but now he would have to wait a few more days. Reflecting on Hu Yao, Su Ziyou felt a tinge of regret. Fortunately, everything was proceeding as planned, and there was nothing that required correction. Su Ziyou sighed deeply, gestured for the two servants to leave, and turned his attention back to Hu Tong. Hu Tong remained undisturbed by the servants' words, still lost in contemplation of the cup held by Su Ziyou. It was only at this moment that Su Ziyou had the opportunity to closely observe this childhood companion of his. The little girl who once trailed behind him had undergone a complete transformation. She now radiated an unearthly beauty, akin to a water lily emerging from the depths, her features comparable to those of a celestial being, delicate and sweet, yet still possessing a youthful visage that lent her a quirky charm. She bore a resemblance to Huang Rong from Jin Yang's novels. Her eyes were exceptionally bright, large and round, brimming with vitality. The corners were elegantly tapered, and the ends slightly lifted, giving her a painterly allure. Her nose was round and exquisitely formed. Her teeth were white and even. Her lips had smooth, clear contours, curving upward at the corners. Such stunning features would undoubtedly be enchanting when she smiled. Her entire physique was petite and graceful. Her skin fair and luminous, radiating a captivating sheen. Su Ziyou felt a stir in his heart. Although his mental age was that of a man in his 50s or 60s, his physical age remained that of an 18-year-old youth. The influence of hormones was not something that could be controlled by cultivation alone. As he gazed, Su Ziyou began to comprehend why Xiao Hai had been so persistently enamored. Second master, the call from Su Zhong outside the hall abruptly roused the two from their silence. Upon realizing they were both staring at each other, an awkwardness enveloped them. One darted his eyes about the room, while the other wished to sink into the ground. Not noticing their discomfort, Su Zhong continued. Second master, today is the 15th of the first month. There is no curfew tonight. The young men in the residence wish to go out to see the lanterns. I wonder what your thoughts are on this? Oh, cough, cough. Su Zio cleared his throat to alleviate his embarrassment and replied, very well, if they wish to go, let them. Tonight they may enjoy themselves. They performed admirably during the day, so distribute some money to them as a reward from the elder brother and sister-in-law. Thank you, second master. A chorus of cheers erupted from outside the hall. Once the noise outside began to subside, Su Zio suddenly stood up. He walked a few steps to Hu Tong's side, gazing at the young beauty, still playing the part of an ostrich, and said, Sister Tonger, with elder brother and sister-in-law away, the house feels rather dull. Why don't we go out to enjoy the lanterns as well? As someone who had been married twice, Su Zio felt no pressure in inviting a young girl out for a stroll. Conversely, Hu Tong lowered her head, responding with a barely audible good. At the entrance, they encountered Su Zhong and several older servants. Having lost their enthusiasm for viewing lanterns, they chose to remain behind to guard the house. Su Zhong discreetly handed Su Zio a small package, containing a few coins that he had prepared. During Su Zio's exploits on the grasslands, he had indeed acquired many fine items. However, copper coins were not commonly used on the grasslands. Gold, jade, and pelts were more prevalent. Most of what he had obtained had been given to Wang Wei, leaving him with only a few exquisite pieces, such as the small cloak that the young princess had taken. He had originally intended to return home and distribute the items, but after the tumult of the afternoon, it had slipped his mind. Currently, he carried some gold leaves with him, but using those to buy lanterns would be akin to flaunting wealth. It would be as if someone at a night market pulled out a check to purchase stinky tofu. They would surely be scolded or worse. Thus, it was fortunate that Uncle Zhong was so thoughtful. Su Zio smiled gratefully at Su Zhong before embarking on their lantern viewing journey with the lovely young lady. The Daiwangfu was situated in the heart of Jinyang City, with the entire estate oriented north to south, flanked by two broad roads leading east and west. The townsfolk referred to these as Wangfu Front Street and Wangfu Back Street. Gradually, two large markets formed on either side of the Wangfu, known as the East Market and the West Market. The merchants of the East Market predominantly hailed from the grasslands, primarily trading horses, cattle, sheep, and furs, whereas the West Market merchants focused on grains, silk, and textiles. The merchants from both markets held a mutual disdain for one another, and thus, each year on the 15th of the first month, they engaged in a competition of wealth, vying to see whose market could display the most, the largest, and the most exquisite lanterns. The Su residence was located to the northwest of the Daiwangfu. So Su Zio and Hu Tong began their exploration from the West Market. Su Zio was not well versed in history and did not know when the tradition of lantern viewing began. However, he had memories of it from his childhood. Even at a young age, he had accompanied his family many times, yet he always marveled at the beauty of the lanterns. Though this era lacked many advanced tools, it was rich in cultivators. With their assistance, magnificent lanterns could still be crafted. Given the limited entertainment options of the time, lantern making had become a national pastime, resulting in exquisite lanterns adorning the doorsteps of every household. Some of these lanterns were so intricately designed that they surpassed those of later generations. The only lament was that the culinary offerings of this era were underdeveloped. Aside from some sugary treats, little else was available in a time where even tofu was scarce. The prospect of finding stinky tofu was utterly impossible. Su Zio mused that he should work on introducing a variety of delicacies. Tangyuan, dumplings, stinky tofu, fried skewers, grilled sausages, and crystal buns. Anything that came to mind. Despite the lack of culinary delights, the streets were lined with an abundance of goods, with various handicrafts displayed along both sides. These were crafted by the townsfolk during their off-seasons, hoping to earn some income during the festival. Saving money now would make life easier in the months of February and March. As the saying goes, even immortals find it hard to get by in February and March. Unbeknownst to him, Su Zio's hands were already filled with an assortment of crafts, while Hu Tong remained spirited. Before they knew it, they had arrived in front of the auspicious pavilion in the West Market. In Jinyang City's West Market and East Market, there were two prominent taverns, Xiangshuan Tower and Hongfu Tower in the East Market, and Jixiang Pavilion and Jufu Tower in the West Market. These four taverns were renowned throughout Jinyang City, often booked in their entirety during major festivals. Especially on the 15th day of the first lunar month, ascending the tower to admire the lanterns is a notion that ordinary individuals scarcely dare to dream of. The Su family, of course, received an invitation from a grand banquet hall. However, it was not addressed to Suziyo, and thus he left without it. Upon arriving at the auspicious pavilion, Hu Tong eagerly tugged at Suziyo, wishing to enter, but he promptly pulled her back. He gestured towards the imposing figure standing at the entrance and said, "This place has already been reserved. Let us find a smaller venue." Hu Tong, being unfamiliar with local customs, was unaware of the rules, but Suziyo was well aware. During major festivals, the Duke's residence would first reserve one of the 4 major banquet halls, primarily to host important officials from the Duke's fief, along with the Duke's family and distinguished local literati. Subsequently, the 3 prominent clans of Jinyang City would collectively fund the reservation of another banquet hall within the same market. This establishment would cater to all the young talents of Jinyang City. Given the proximity of the 2 halls, news would travel swiftly, allowing these young talents to showcase their achievements, be it victories in various games, composing fine poetry, or other remarkable performances, ensuring that their accomplishments reached the Duke's hall without delay. This arrangement served as a collective effort by the 3 clans to nurture local talent. Another pair of banquet halls in a different market would typically be reserved by 1 or 2 of the 3 clans. Although Suziyo was unaware of who had reserved the auspicious pavilion this year, he certainly did not embody the archetypal protagonist of a domineering novel. The thought of rushing to the entrance to have the gatekeeper stop him, only for a figure to emerge and confront the gatekeeper on his behalf, followed by the cliché remark about the gatekeeper's narrow-mindedness, struck him as utterly tedious. If you possess an invitation, you may enter. If you do not, it is your own fault, and one must bear the consequences of their own shortcomings. The gatekeeper is not your father. Why should he care who you are? In truth, Suziyo was already aware of who had reserved the auspicious pavilion before arriving. Hence, he wished to hasten his departure with Hu Tong. Unfortunately, Suziyo's movements were a fraction too slow. Just as he turned to leave with Hu Tong, a voice called out from behind them, "Young Master Su, please hold on." Upon hearing the call, Suziyo had no choice but to halt, donning a sincere smile as he turned once more to face the individual at the entrance of the banquet hall. "Ah, is that you, Uncle Fu? It has been quite a while. How have you been?" "Indeed, it has been long. I believe I have seen you thrice today already." The one who called out was none other than the chief steward of the Duke's residence. Uncle Fu, I hope your health is well. I have some matters to attend to today." So, Suziyo chuckled lightly as he began to retreat with Hu Tong. He intended to back away to a suitable distance before making their escape. Uncle Fu, of course, would not approach him unbidden. It was surely the Duke who sought him out. But what day was it today? Who was accompanying Suziyo? He had no time to concern himself with that old man. Uncle Fu did not obstruct him but merely stated, "My lady has requested your presence." With that, he turned and entered the pavilion. Upon hearing the mention of my lady, Suziyo felt as if he had been deflated like a defeated rooster. Lowering his head as he stepped into the auspicious pavilion, before entering, he entrusted the items he carried to a gatekeeper, requesting them to be returned to the Su family, and slipped a copper coin into the gatekeeper's hand. The gatekeeper, being a guard of the Duke's residence, recognized Uncle Fu, and upon seeing him personally descend to summon Suziyo, readily agreed. Hu Tong remained utterly perplexed, unable to comprehend the events that had just transpired, and could only follow Suziyo inside. Poor girl, completely oblivious to the treacheries of the world. She had no inkling that within this very place, she would encounter her greatest adversary, ally, companion, and confidant in life. The auspicious pavilion, though only 3 stories tall, occupied a vast expanse comparable to a basketball arena in later times. At its center on the first floor stood a platform the size of a basketball court, where a troupe of dancers swayed gracefully to the music. The lower 2 floors primarily housed low-ranking officials from the Duke's residence and their families, along with some local literati of lesser renown. The top floor was divided into eastern and western sections. The east was reserved for the Duke and esteemed officials, while the west, closer to the street, accommodated the Duke's family and the wives of those high-ranking officials. At that moment, the number of young people within the auspicious pavilion was quite limited. Most confident youths had already made their way to the Gathering Fortune Pavilion 3 miles away. Thus, when Uncle Fu suddenly appeared with 2 young individuals at the auspicious pavilion, it naturally drew the attention of everyone present, especially as they proceeded directly to the western side of the 3rd floor, where the noblewomen were situated, prompting curious onlookers to inquire about their identities. "Little monkey, you finally decided to return. Have you forgotten your aunt during this long absence? Come here." Let me have a look at you. Su Zio, who had yet to pay his respects to the princess, was interrupted by her exclamation. The noblewomen gathered around the princess were momentarily taken aback by her words. Aunt? Is this person a relative of the princess? They had not heard of any relatives of the princess residing in Jinyang City. Su Zio, sporting a cheeky grin, stepped forward to awkwardly bow and explain. Aunt, what are you saying? Even if I forget to eat, I could never forget you. There have just been too many matters at hand. You see? The princess scrutinized Su Zio for some time before nodding in approval. You've grown taller, slimmer, and more handsome. Suddenly, her expression shifted, and with concern, she inquired, What happened to your eyebrows? At that moment, she noticed the scar on Su Zio's brow. Oh, it's nothing. I encountered an old brigand on the grasslands who attempted to steal from me. But in the end, I drove him away. He tried to take my life, but I sent him straight to hell. Su Zio mused inwardly. You are such a disobedient child. I warned you not to go to the grasslands. You mustn't venture into such perilous places again. I understand. Aunt, your eyes are truly keen. I have already seen Uncle Fu 3 times today, and he did not notice the scar on my brow. Uncle Fu? What sort of appellation is that? The noblewomen around them gasped in astonishment. Uncle Fu's lips twitched slightly. Oh, he noticed but chose not to say anything. The princess shot Su Zio a glare before gesturing for Uncle Fu to return to the duke's side. At that moment, a lady seated beside the princess noticed Hu Tong, who had been standing quietly behind Su Zio. She gently nudged the princess and pointed towards Hu Tong. The princess then turned her attention to Hu Tong. Oh, who is this lovely young lady? She is quite enchanting. Zio, why don't you introduce her to your aunt? Aunt, this is my sister-in-law's cousin. Her name is Hu Tong. She is the youngest granddaughter of old master Hu Tong. You should greet the princess. Hu Tong stepped forward, respectfully performing a curtsy before the princess. So you are Hu Tong. I have heard of you from Zizua. Such a pitiful child. Come closer. Let me get a good look at you. As she spoke, she pulled Hu Tong to her side and began to chat amiably, drawing the attention of everyone present towards Hu Tong. Yet at that moment, Su Zio felt another gaze fixed intently upon him. He turned to meet the gaze and spotted a girl of exquisite beauty, comparable to Hu Tong, hiding among the crowd, secretly observing him. This girl possessed finely chiseled features with an exceptionally radiant countenance. Her elegantly arched eyebrows and delicate brow shaped a captivating visage. Her large, expressive eyes sparkled with clarity, the irises shimmering like lustrous jade, holding a bewitching allure. The sharpness of her gaze, combined with the delicate upturn at the corners of her eyes, rendered her a vision that could enchant any man. Her straight nose and elegantly rounded tip added to her charm, while her slightly parted lips, tinted with a hint of red, could quicken any heartbeat with a mere glance. Upon realizing she had been caught staring, the girl instinctively sought to blend back into the crowd. However, the next moment, she was called forth. Mir, where have you run off to? Come here and let me introduce you to a friend. The one calling her was none other than the princess. And the girl being summoned was the one who had locked eyes with Su Zio. She was the duke's eldest daughter, Princess Mir. Chapter 16. You helped me investigate when Lumi and Hu Tong stood together. All the light in the room seemed to converge upon them. Lumi was a few centimeters taller than Hu Tong, possessing a more elongated figure, yet Hu Tong appeared to possess a bit more allure. For a moment, they were rivals, equally matched in beauty. At that moment, the room was filled with noblewomen, with Su Zio as the sole male, indulging his eyes in the spectacle. However, Uncle Fu's voice intruded at an inopportune moment. Your Highness, the Duke wishes to inquire if you and young Master Zio have concluded your conversation. He wishes to meet him. Very well, then you may go see your uncle first. The princess dismissed Su Zio with a wave. Su Zio's face fell in reluctance. This old man had once again thwarted his good fortune. In truth, the Duke was only in his 30s or 40s, yet Su Zio still deemed him an old man in his heart. As he sought to extricate himself from Jinyang City, I trust you. Not at all. You are a cunning old man. The Duke awaited him alone in a small chamber, with even his advisor, Mr. Dongfang Su, absent. Upon Su Zio's arrival, the Duke waved Uncle Fu away as well. You have attained the 2nd rank now? The Duke's first question left Su Zio utterly bewildered. Do not deny it. I have inquired with Mr. Dongfang and Uncle Fu, and they both claim they are no match for you. The Prince of Dai spoke with an air of someone who had already seen through everything. Since the prince held such a belief, what could Su Zio possibly say? Naturally, he had to acquiesce to someone's self-importance. Uncle, your insight is remarkable. You've even noticed this. A small flattery left the prince quite pleased. I made some amendments to the memorial submitted by your brother. This statement left Su Zio somewhat bewildered. Seemingly relishing Su Zio's expression, the prince leisurely sipped his tea before slowly explaining, I added 3 strokes to the character one. To expect me, the Prince of Dai, to intervene for a mere 10,000 guan is simply beneath me. Therefore, it amounts to 60,000 guan. I've already come to an agreement with your brother. I will take 40,000, while your Su family will receive 20,000. Su Zio suddenly realized that poverty had indeed limited his perspective. In his previous life, he was merely a small business owner, his assets never exceeding 3 million. And that included his family's house. In this life, his family was but a minor noble. Although they lived comfortably, their existence was quite ordinary. He truly did not comprehend the world of the wealthy. In truth, there was another issue at hand. The 10,000 guan proposed by Su Zio was a reasonable figure, albeit somewhat exaggerated, yet still plausible. However, in the eyes of the prince, it was clearly an attempt to extort. There was no room for rational discourse. Su Zio regarded the prince with a peculiar gaze, thinking to himself, if you intend to extort, why go through so much trouble? Wouldn't it be more appealing to simply demand 100,000 guan? Seemingly grasping Su Zio's sentiment, the prince chuckled and retorted, greedy little rascal, 60,000 guan is hardly insignificant. The Duke of Huailing has amassed merely over 90,000 guan through years of cunning and plunder. Taking 2/3 of that in one fell swoop should suffice to teach him a lesson. Su Zio couldn't help but click his tongue at this revelation. The Han Dynasty had yet to reach its 20th year, and the Duke of Huailing had already amassed over 90,000 guan in wealth. Noticing Su Zio's silence once more, the prince inquired curiously, what is the little rascal pondering now? In 20 years, how many people has he harmed for those 90,000 guan? Upon hearing Su Zio's words, the prince was momentarily taken aback, but Su Zio continued in a low voice, he is merely a marquis without a fief, yet possesses such wealth. What of those who hold territories? What are those currently seated in the court truly contemplating? Su Zio fell silent as the prince softly admonished him. There were many matters in the court that even the prince could not comment upon freely. Su Zio understood the prince's good intentions, thus he promptly changed the subject. Uncle, you summoned me under such secrecy. Surely it cannot merely be to discuss the division of spoils. The mention of spoils nearly led the prince to hurl the wine cup at Su Zio's head. I am a prince, for heaven's sake. Who is dividing spoils with you? Suppressing his inner fury, the prince gestured towards a stack of documents on the table and said to Su Zio, take a look for yourself. Without further ado, Su Zio began perusing the contents, his frown deepening with each page. These were the testimonies of Zhang Si and Wang Lu, the gatekeeper and gate official of the North Gate of Jinyang City. They were the ones who allowed the captors of Princess Lu Xia to exit the city. Zhang Si's testimony was rather uneventful, indicating he was indeed merely following orders. Wang Lu's, however, was far more intriguing. He claimed that one of the 4 men was a childhood companion of his. 6 months prior, this friend had sought him out, initially treating him to lavish meals and displaying great generosity. Wang Lu, a gambler by nature, often squandered his monthly military salary within 3 days. When he found himself short of funds, his friend would readily lend him money. Gradually, he accrued a substantial debt. Eventually, when his friend sought repayment, Wang Lu had nothing to offer. That was when his friend revealed his true intentions. He claimed to be the leader of a band of thieves, targeting the wealthy merchants in the city. After each theft, they could not dispose of the goods locally, hence Wang Lu was to facilitate their escape with both the men and the loot. The 2 parties had been collaborating for over 3 months, during which they had executed 5 operations. After the first 4, Wang Lu had inquired and confirmed that indeed 4 families had been robbed, and the value of the stolen goods aligned closely with what had been promised to him in return. Ironically, Wang Lu had never truly received any of his share. All had gone to settle his debts, and even then, he had only managed to repay 30%. When the prince's residence issued a city lockdown today, he assumed his friend had stolen from the prince's treasury. After reviewing both testimonies, Su Zio began tapping his fingers on the table, contemplating the entire situation. What is your perspective on this matter? This is quite serious. There is indeed a gambling den within Jinyang City. Wang Lu, as an official, must face severe punishment for this. The next moment, he was met with the prince's piercing gaze, capable of devouring him whole. I am not jesting, the prince stated coldly. I merely sensed the atmosphere was too tense and sought to alleviate it. Su Ziyou delayed voicing his opinion and instead posed another question. How many individuals have seen these testimonies? Aside from myself and Mr. Dongfang, even Ah Fu has yet to see them. And what does Mr. Dongfang think? He believes these individuals are calculating and deliberate. The previous thefts were merely to placate Wang Lu. You do not trust Mr. Dongfang? Su Ziyou suddenly asked a question that took the prince by surprise. Why are you being so verbose? Just tell me your thoughts. The prince clearly avoided Su Ziyou's inquiry. Their testimonies should be reliable. Their families reside in Jinyang City, and they would not brazenly participate in the kidnapping of the princess. Su Ziyou began organizing his thoughts, speaking slowly. These individuals have indeed been scheming for quite some time. The very fact that they took 6 months to ensnare Wang Lu indicates their premeditation. However, their actions may have been excessive, perhaps revealing a flaw. Although it is uncertain whether it is too late, the prince could command someone to check with the authorities for any records of the 4 families that reported the thefts, while also discreetly monitoring these households. You suspect those 4 families? I cannot specify what the problem is, but their involvement in this affair seems exceedingly peculiar. Firstly, I have resided in Jinyang City for many years, and I have never heard of these 4 families. Yet they are targeted by a group of thieves of at least 7th rank. Judging by subsequent events, their first 4 thefts were likely to mislead Wang Lu, but if the intent was to deceive, shouldn't they have chosen well-known affluent families? Of course, this could be interpreted as the thieves lacking the capability to rob the wealthy. Yet, they managed to abduct the princess with ease. When I rescued the princess, her attire was quite ordinary, suggesting she was not in the prince's residence at that time, correct? Su Ziyou tentatively inquired. Noticing the prince's lack of reaction, he continued, regardless of whether the princess was at the prince's residence. She would certainly have attendants accompanying her. The fact that the captors were able to abduct her under such circumstances indicates their strength must be formidable. Thus, their choice to target these 4 families is inherently illogical. Moreover, according to Wang Lu's testimony, the wealth stolen from these families is substantial. Such riches residing in these seemingly ordinary households, without them investing in enterprises or burying their fortunes underground, seems rather intentional. As if they were waiting for someone to steal from them. This point also lacks credibility. Furthermore, the items stolen from these 4 families are themselves questionable, all being easily transportable and of clearly defined value. Each family's stolen goods could conveniently fit into a small box, allowing for straightforward valuation. It appears as though they deliberately aimed to allow Wang Lu to calculate his share. Su Ziyou concluded that the cooperation of these 4 families was indeed essential. Thus, it would be prudent to send someone to investigate further. Upon hearing Su Ziyou's observations, the prince regarded him with a grave expression. Gradually, the corners of the prince's mouth began to curl upwards into a smile, eventually erupting into hearty laughter. Mr. Dongfang is correct. This little rascal is sharper than a monkey. Mr. Dongfang must have identified these issues, correct? Indeed, Mr. Dongfang did not come today because he is personally supervising those 4 households. So you do not suspect Mr. Dongfang, but rather sought to test me? Su Ziyou inquired. Yet what is the purpose of your test? I wish for you to help me uncover who within the prince's residence is the traitor. The moment Lu Xia, the princess, stepped outside, she was abducted, and given the extensive preparations made by the captors, it is utterly impossible that there is no insider within the prince's residence. Can I refuse? Su Ziyou did not wish to become embroiled in this matter, as he was an outsider. Yet he understood that escape was futile. From the moment he inadvertently rescued Princess Lu Xia, he had positioned himself as an adversary to those involved. He simply intended to negotiate. What say you? The prince regarded him with a knowing smile. Then I require 2 things, Su Ziyou stated. Raising 2 fingers, power and benefits, power and benefits? The prince repeated, clearly perplexed by Su Ziyou's meaning. The so-called power refers to the clear delineation of which level of individuals I am permitted to investigate and which level I am authorized to take action against. Certainly, this authority pertains solely to the investigation of the traitor. I shall not cause any disturbances within the Wang Fu. The Dai Wang fell silent, trusting Su Ziyou, aware that with Su Ziyou's current prowess, should he wish to act, no one within the Dai Wang Fu could deter him. However, The distinction between Su Ziyou's capacity to act and the authority he is granted is significant. After a prolonged contemplation, the Dai Wang hesitantly inquired, "What level do you seek?" "Everyone except for you," and the Wang Fei. Upon uttering this phrase, the Dai Wang once more fell into silence. He understood that if he acquiesced, it would imply that Su Ziyou could investigate everyone beside the Wang Fei. This included not only trusted individuals like Gong Fu and Mr. Dongfang but also his 2 wives and 6 children. Su Ziyou remained unhurried, leisurely sipping his tea, fully cognizant that this demand was somewhat excessive. He did not believe that any of these significant figures would be traitors. However, it is better to be cautious, as sometimes even individuals of high standing could pose challenges. After much deliberation, the Dai Wang finally retrieved a golden token from his waist and tossed it heavily onto the table. "Here." Su Ziyou did not rush to take the token but continued, "There is one point I must clarify. The Dai Wang Fu undoubtedly harbors many factions. I can only assure you that I will uncover those involved in the abduction of the Junju. If I find issues with others, I will certainly deal with them, but I will not proactively seek them out." The Dai Wang nodded in acknowledgement. He recognized that the Dai Wang Fu was likely rife with spies, some from the palace, others from various factions within the capital, additional princes, and numerous families within Jinyang City. Many of these spies bore no ill will. Some were merely monitoring. Even if some were eliminated, replacements would swiftly emerge. Thus, it sufficed for him to eliminate those who posed a threat. Su Ziyou could not help but be impressed by the Dai Wang's resolve. When he made his request, he was prepared for a refusal. Even in the society Su Ziyou hailed from, should someone learn that the authorities intended to investigate their family, they would instinctively resist and conceal the truth. Yet, the Dai Wang had acquiesced to everything. The Dai Wang was aware of his own strength and understood the difficulty of seeking retribution or silencing individuals afterward. Nonetheless, even so, he permitted the investigation, motivated not only by the incident that had touched his sore spot, but also by a measure of trust in Su Ziyou. However, Su Ziyou was uncertain of the origin of that trust. Not overly fixated on this question, Su Ziyou curled one of his 2 outstretched fingers and then waved the remaining one, continuing, "Now, let us discuss my benefits. What do you desire?" A hint of wariness crept into the Dai Wang's voice. Unbeknownst to Su Ziyou, the Dai Wang thought, "If you dare to ask for my daughter, I shall have someone cleave you in 2. Regardless of your second-rank prowess, Su Ziyou had no intention of asking for the Junju. In his view, women were to be pursued, not exchanged. "I want books." Su Ziyou once again articulated a request that took the Dai Wang by surprise. "I wish to borrow all the books currently housed in the Wang Fu." "Borrow?" "Yes, I do not require ownership of these texts. I merely wish to borrow them. Furthermore, I would need the Wang Fu's assistance in procuring books from the Liu and Zhang families." As Hu Yao's close disciple, Su Ziyou had already read all of Hu's works. Although paper had been invented relatively early in this world, the printing press had yet to emerge, making books primarily handwritten and thus rare. Especially in the wake of recent conflicts. When Hu Jie married into the Su family, the most valuable part of her dowry consisted of 2 boxes of books. Like many transgressors, Su Ziyou harbored aspirations for enhancing this new world. However, he needed to first comprehend the nature of this realm and the extent of its technological advancements before integrating it with his limited knowledge. For instance, the knife he wielded was a product of amalgamating techniques from both worlds with a blacksmith from the military camp. Though the knife's strength might not surpass that of later eras, it certainly exceeded that of this time. "You mean all books, not just Confucian texts?" "Indeed, all writings from the various schools of thought." Upon hearing Su Ziyou's response, the Dai Wang's eyes brightened considerably. "Not only our Dai Wang Fu's collection, but I shall also endeavor to procure all books from within Jinyang City. Moreover," he added, "as long as the Dai Wang Fu can obtain books in the future, you shall have access to them." The Dai Wang's attitude astonished Su Ziyou. He had not anticipated such amiability from the Dai Wang. Unbeknownst to him, the Dai Wang had completely misinterpreted his intentions. Upon confirming Su Ziyou's capabilities, the Dai Wang believed that Su Ziyou had the potential to become a Confucian sage. After all, at merely 18 years of age, a second-rank individual had a high likelihood of achieving such status. This was also why the Dai Wang placed his complete trust in Su Ziyou. The character of a sage is invariably worthy of trust, regardless of their origins. Otherwise, they would never reach such heights. However, when he learned that Su Ziyou wished to explore the works of various schools, a bold idea began to form in his mind. Su Ziyou was already a second-rank Confucian. Should he aspire to become a sage? He would need only to continue studying Confucian texts and would not require the works of other schools. The only explanation for Su Ziyou's interest in their writings was that he intended to establish a school of his own. If Su Ziyou succeeded, he would transcend the status of a sage, becoming a sage in his own right. If a sage is considered the strongest of his time, a sage is immortalized throughout history. Should Su Ziyou ascend to this status with the Dai Wang's assistance, the rewards for the Dai Wang would be incalculable. At this moment, the Dai Wang began to contemplate the possibility of a union between Su Ziyou and his daughter. Chapter 17. Finally, there is food. Su Ziyou remained blissfully unaware of the Dai Wang's mental deliberations during this brief interval. He was acutely aware that not only had the Dai Wang acquiesced to all his requests, but he had also offered more than he had anticipated. The next moment, Su Ziyou lightly tapped the table with 2 fingers. To his amazement, the token leaped high from the table in response to his touch. Su Ziyou reached out to catch the falling token, examining it closely. The token was not particularly large. Its circular diameter was roughly akin to that of a modern tennis ball. Both sides bore a small character for order, surrounded by the 12 zodiac signs on one side and the 8 trigrams on the other. This token appears to be quite remarkable. Su Ziyou mused as he gazed at it, glancing up at the Dai Wang. The Dai Wang regarded him with a serene expression. Su Ziyou abandoned any further examination of the token, tucking it into his robes before rising to his feet. I will help you uncover them all within half a year. With that, Su Ziyou left the room. Hearing Su Ziyou's confident proclamation, a smile once again graced the Dai Wang's face. Little did he know, Su Ziyou had set the 6-month time frame not out of confidence in his ability to unearth traitors, but because he would be departing Jinyang City again in 6 months. His previous departure had been for vengeance. This time, it was to fulfill his mother's wishes. After leaving the Dai Wang's quarters, Su Ziyou intercepted Gong Fu, who was about to enter a small room. As there was a matter he needed to clarify first. Uncle Fu, where exactly was the little Junju abducted today? The little Junju sneaked out of the Dai Wang Fu today with the 3rd and 4th princes. They had deliberately disguised themselves in commoner's attire and exited through the northwest gate of the Wang Fu. After about a quarter of an hour of walking, a horse pulling a cart suddenly panicked, scattering them. Although there were guards following them, they were momentarily distracted by the ruckus. By the time the guards realized, the Junju had vanished. Immediately, 2 guards returned to inform the Wang, while the others searched for the Junju. Though unaware of the specifics of Su Ziyou's conversation with the Dai Wang, Gong Fu understood Su Ziyou well enough to recognize that such inquiries could only have been sanctioned by the Dai Wang. Consequently, he poured forth all the information he possessed. How long was it from the guards reporting to the Wang until he ordered the gates to be sealed? Approximately a quarter of an hour. Where was the Junju taken? Not yet at Juxifeng in the West Market. Everything all right with the cart? The driver, Lu Laosher, has long been hauling goods in the West Market. His horse was injured in the rear by a concealed weapon. Having gathered the information he required, Su Ziyou bid farewell to Gong Fu. As Gong Fu entered the small room, Su Ziyou made his way toward the quarters of the women. Upon arriving outside the doors of the women's quarters, he did not enter directly. Instead, he requested the eunuch at the entrance to convey a message, asking for Hu Tong to come out. Given the significance of this day, a single visit to the noblewomen inside was sufficient for Su Ziyou. There was no need for him to remain in their company continuously. For Su Ziyou, venturing out with the charming young lady proved far more delightful. However, he was taken aback to discover that accompanying his father-in-law were 3 beauties, 2 adults and 1 child. The drowsy Princess Lu Xia, rubbing her sleepy eyes, was the first to rush over upon noticing Su Ziyou. Brother Ziyou, my mother said she wants you to take us to enjoy some delicious food. It seemed this little girl had just been roused from slumber, undoubtedly enticed by the prospect of culinary delights. Brother Ziyou, the princess just mentioned she also wishes to go out for a stroll. And the queen has consented, they chimed in unison, Lumi and Hu Jie, apologizing for the interruption. Su Ziyou appeared oblivious to their peculiar demeanor and bent down to embrace Lu Xia, smiling at the two. This is splendid. The more the merrier when it comes to shopping, he declared, leading the group downstairs. As they descended, Prince Dai emerged from a small room. He glanced at the retreating figures and then at the ladies' quarters. A broader smile gracing his features, Su Ziyou was certainly no fool. In fact, he possessed more experience than these 2 young beauties before him. Yet, he could not help but admire their spirited banter. which laid bare the remarkable combat prowess of girls and their subtle rivalry. For instance, within a clothing shop, one remarked, "Sister, your figure is exquisite. This garment accentuates your slender form," to which the other retorted, "Dear sister, your figure is far more admirable. This short skirt suits you perfectly." Ultimately, they left the shop empty-handed. Given their status, it was apparent that purchasing clothes was not their purpose. Their motives were transparent. Throughout this amusing spectacle, Su Ziyou cradled Lu Xia, relishing the unfolding drama. Naturally, he refrained from intervening. He was no fool. Witnessing such stunning beauties vying for his attention would satisfy any man's vanity. As for the future, Su Ziyou had not contemplated that. Both girls were too young for him. They were both 16, with Lu Mi being 3 months older than Hu Tong. However, this age difference held little significance to Su Ziyou, a time traveler who understood that the appropriate age for marriage was typically 18, even though women in this era often married young, some as early as 12 or 13. Su Ziyou was determined to wait until they reached 18, out of a sense of responsibility towards himself and his future wife and children. What? Marry and not consummate? Did he truly consider himself a paragon of virtue? The passage of 2 years could bring unforeseen circumstances. Who could predict which would come first, the unexpected or tomorrow? As for pursuing a girl actively, perhaps influenced by his past experiences, he was currently devoid of such intentions that, of course, as a reformed scoundrel, he could not help but occasionally tease the lovely young ladies before him. If it came to a situation where both girls insisted on marrying him, he would acquiesce. In his youth, Su Ziyou had been somewhat naive, influenced by traditional beliefs, thinking that ancient Huaxia was a society of polygamy. It was only after watching a drama set in the Qing Dynasty that he grasped the stark distinctions between wives and concubines, as well as the significant divide between legitimate and illegitimate offspring. He researched further and discovered that the concept of a secondary wife was not protected by ancient laws. It was not until the Qing Dynasty that such arrangements were even acknowledged. In theory, it was impossible for these 2 girls to become his concubines. However, this world was rife with cultivators, and the strong were revered, which was a fundamental rule of society. As the younger son of an earl, marrying 2 wives, one of whom was a princess, was utterly unattainable. Yet, as a sage or even a saint, securing a princess as a concubine could be merely a matter of speaking. During times of chaos, many factions sought to bind the saints to their causes through such means. However, those saints had long transcended such earthly desires, their ages making them less susceptible to such trivial pursuits. Su Ziyou, on the other hand, was merely 18, and in 2 years he would be just 20. At that moment, Su Ziyou, holding Lu Xia, trailed behind the 2 ladies, enjoying ice cream, listening to their lively discussions, and savoring the candy Lu Xia had shared. He was thoroughly occupied, occasionally acting as an arbiter. "Brother Ziyou, which hairpin do you think is prettier, the one I chose or the princess's?" "Brother Ziyou, who looks more beautiful wearing this hair ornament, me or Tonger?" The barrage of questions left even Su Ziyou, who had mastered the art of avoiding pitfalls, momentarily flustered. His accompanying guards stifled their laughter at the scene. Indeed, while it was perfectly acceptable for the princess to shop, having guards was essential. Their presence spared Su Ziyou the burden of carrying items. He could focus solely on caring for Lu Xia while deftly managing the relentless inquiries from both sides. Just as he was overwhelmed, a savior appeared. Such individuals exist in the world, blissfully unaware of its perils yet diving headfirst into chaos. As the 2 ladies departed from a lantern vendor, preparing to select their next battleground, a young man with a fair complexion, white teeth, and red lips, accompanied by 4 or 5 attendants, obstructed their path. He bowed deeply to the princess. "I have the honor of meeting your highness," the princess. "And you are?" Replying to your highness, "I am Feng Zheng, the son of the esteemed Feng Yuan, the prince's advisor. Last year, during the Chongyang festival, I had the privilege of meeting you through my father." "Oh, it's you? I remember now." The young man was visibly thrilled to have been remembered by the princess. "Your highness, are you also here to enjoy the lanterns at Jufilu?" At Feng Zheng's inquiry, Lu Mi and Hu Tong realized they had already arrived at Jufilu. Hu Tong was unfamiliar with Jinyang City, but Lu Mi knew that Jufilu was situated 3 or 4 miles away from the auspicious pavilion they had just left. The realization that they had traversed such a distance in Su Ziyou's presence flushed Lu Mi's cheeks with a hint of color. However, Feng Zheng interpreted this scene quite differently, allowing his imagination to run wild. Suddenly emboldened, he addressed Lu Mi. "Your Highness, why not let us ascend the tower together to enjoy the lanterns?" Lu Mi, not fatigued, still sought Su Ziyou's opinion, glancing towards him. To her surprise, she found Su Ziyou had wandered off with Lu Xia to observe a sugar painting stall, engrossed in their discussion about which design was more appealing. With no other option, Lu Mi turned her gaze towards Hu Tong, seeking her input. All the while, Feng Zheng discreetly observed Lu Mi. When Lu Mi looked towards Su Ziyou, he was turned away, thus remaining unaware of his appearance. However, when her gaze shifted to Hu Tong, Feng Zheng was captivated, astonished to discover another beauty rivaling Lu Mi's allure. Hu Tong, however, was not inclined to visit Jufilu. Her contest with Lu Mi was unresolved, and she could not allow such an abrupt conclusion. She subtly shook her head in response to Lu Mi. Seeing Hu Tong's refusal, Feng Zheng was unwilling to let this opportunity slip away. Before Lu Mi could voice her rejection, he hastily interjected, "Your Highness may not be aware, but today's rules for ascending Jufula differ from previous occasions. The first and second floors have been transformed into martial and literary arenas. Those wishing to engage in combat must be under 25 and achieve 5 consecutive victories to access the third floor. The literary arena features a variety of questions, including medicine, divination, astronomy, and couplets. One must answer 5 correctly to ascend. Each person permitted on the third floor may bring 2 friends along. When I arrived, I learned from my family's servants that only a mere 30 individuals, including the second prince and members of the Hu and Zhang families, have ascended so far." Upon hearing that their brothers were present, Lu Mi and Hu Tong exchanged glances, both simultaneously altering their decisions. Lu Mi gently proposed, "Then we shall rely on Master Feng to guide us." Feng Zheng, elated, hurried ahead. Su Ziyou had just purchased the largest sugar painting for Lu Xia and returned to follow the 2 ladies, though Feng Zheng failed to notice him. Meanwhile, Feng Zheng's attendants spotted Su Ziyou, attempting to nudge him aside to clear the way for their master. Regrettably, they have overestimated themselves. Before Su Ziyou could even make a move, the guards of the Dai Wangfu had already thrown them 10 meters away. Inside Jufu Tower, the atmosphere was indeed lively, with a cacophony of voices. The first floor, as Feng Zheng had mentioned, was set up with not 1 but 3 arenas. Simultaneously, combatants were engaged in fierce duels on all 3 stages. Creating an exhilarating spectacle, Feng Zheng, a practitioner of the 7th rank of Taoism, was considered quite proficient among the younger generation. He was eager to showcase his abilities once more, intending to ascend to the third floor with the 2 ladies. However, Lu Mi had no intention of pausing. She directly took Hu Tong's hand and made her way to the second floor. "I was careless. It seems the princess does not fancy valiant warriors." Feng Zheng mused as he quickened his pace to lead the way ahead of them. "The second floor is also acceptable. Allowing the princess to witness my literary talent is certainly a worthy endeavor." He continued to daydream. Yet, to his astonishment, something remarkable occurred. Lu Mi completely disregarded the literary arena on the second floor and resolutely pulled Hu Tong towards the entrance of the third floor. "Princess, this is the third floor." Just as Feng Zheng was about to clarify the rules for ascending, Lu Mi unexpectedly produced a large red invitation from her bosom and handed it to the guards stationed at the entrance of the third floor. One of the guards took the invitation, glanced at it, and then respectfully returned it to Lu Mi. The guards then cleared a path and collectively bowed to her, inviting her to ascend. Indeed, the Dai Wangfu held significant sway in Jinyang City. If the children of the Dai Wang were to compete on the third floor, it would be a clear misjudgment on the part of the event organizers. In truth, the invitations to ascend directly to the third floor had been delivered to the Dai Wangfu several days prior, with a total of 3 invitations, 1 for each of the Dai Wang's adult children. Furthermore, the invitations were not limited by the number of guests. One could bring as many companions as desired. Thus, the 5 of them, 4 adults and 1 child, ascended to the third floor, with the guards of the Dai Wangfu remaining at the entrance. Meanwhile, Feng Zheng's entourage had been intercepted at the entrance of Jufu Tower. Upon reaching the third floor, before Feng Zheng could utter a word, Lu Mi and Hu Tong unexpectedly separated, heading in different directions. Feng Zheng was left momentarily stunned. This time, the third floor, as he had previously described, housed only around 20 to 30 individuals, primarily divided into 2 large circles, with a few scattered individuals. The largest circle consisted of the Dai Wang's second son, Wenwu, and the Zhang families Zhang Yang and Zhang Chu. Lu Wu was already engaged, with his fiancée Yi Zhangyang's sister, by his side. Lumi was also approaching this group. Conversely, the other circle was centered around the Hu brothers, Hu Qin and Hu Pei. Surrounded by notable scholars from Jinyang City, the discussions among them were spirited and animated. Tio Feng Jing's surprise. A beautiful woman who had just been with the princess made her way toward this circle. Without hesitation, he followed Lumi in the direction of Lu Wu. Unbeknownst to him, or perhaps he simply failed to notice, someone carrying a child had been trailing behind them. Su Ziyou had no intention of joining either circle. He directly carried Lu Xia to the center of the third floor. This gathering resembled a cocktail party from a later era. The delicacies and seating arrangements were situated in the central hall, allowing those eager to indulge to help themselves to the food and find a place to enjoy it. Those uninterested in eating naturally stood by the windows, conversing while gazing at the lanterns. Upon seeing the spread of delectable dishes, Su Ziyou felt his spirits lift. He hadn't had a proper meal all day. The previous night's disturbances had kept him awake, and he had skipped breakfast. After mediating a dispute at the city gate, he had missed lunch, and his sister-in-law's carefully prepared afternoon tea had been devoured by the two little ones. When his elder brother returned home, he had hoped to enjoy a meal together, but Xiaohai had come and ruined everything. Thankfully, he had managed to snack on some cheese, fried beans, and a few street snacks. Otherwise, he would have surely been starving. Lu Xia, however, was even more impatient than Su Ziyou, urging him to hurry over and promptly began selecting her desired treats. Once Su Ziyou and Lu Xia settled down to eat, they found that only 3 individuals were truly enjoying the feast in the hall. Aside from Su Ziyou and Lu Xia, there was only a burly man present, who had already been eating for quite some time without pausing. Su Ziyou glanced at him a few times, finding the man strangely familiar, yet he couldn't quite place him. The burly man, noticing Su Ziyou's gaze, responded with a smile before boldly sitting down across from him with his food. "Ziyou, you've returned." The man's voice conveyed genuine delight yet lacked any trace of surprise. "Who are you?" Su Ziyou inquired, feeling increasingly perplexed. According to his memory, he shouldn't have forgotten any former acquaintances. For instance, he had played daily with Wang Wei until they were 7, and even though they saw little of each other thereafter, he recognized him immediately on the grasslands after years apart. Yet, the imposing figure before him evoked no recollection whatsoever. Sensing Su Ziyou's confusion, the burly man wore a proud expression. He offered no explanation but simply said, "Let us eat first. Once we're full, we can chat in detail." "All right," Su Ziyou replied, not one to dwell on trivial matters. Since the man suggested they eat first, he complied. Already hungry, accompanied by 2 fellow food enthusiasts, the trio found their meal increasingly enjoyable. Gradually, more individuals ascended to the 3rd floor, some joining the earlier circles and others forming smaller groups. By now, there were over 50 people on the 3rd floor, yet the only ones truly eating remained the 3 of them. Chapter 18. A meeting at the summit of Taishan. All types of people were present. At such an important gathering, some seemed solely focused on eating, as if they were reincarnations of starving ghosts. A soft voice suddenly broke through the air, pleasant to the ear, yet the words were quite jarring. Su Ziyou looked up to see the speaker eye in his past life. He had believed he had drunk himself to death, thus considering himself a glutton or a reincarnation of a gluttonous ghost. The fact that someone would label him a reincarnation of a starving ghost seemed to imply that the fortune teller was not very accurate. Before him stood 2 young women. One was dressed in blue, and the other in pink. Both were tall, even slightly taller than Lumi. They bore striking resemblances to one another, clearly twins, though the girl in pink had some bruising on her face, indicating she had recently been struck. The blue-clad girl appeared to be the one speaking. She seemed taken aback by Su Ziyou's sudden gaze, momentarily awkward. She opened her mouth as if to explain but quickly closed it again. The girl in pink noticed Su Ziyou looking at them and hurriedly attempted to pull the blue-clad girl away. The blue-clad girl seemed to want to say something, but the pink-clad girl hastily covered her mouth and dragged her away. Watching the 2 girls depart, Su Ziyou exhaled softly. He truly could not comprehend such behavior. They had not taken anything from her, so what was the point of her condescending remarks? She didn't even know them. Indeed, she likely didn't if she did. She was certainly courting trouble by provoking someone who had a princess seated nearby. Fortunately, the 2 girls left. Otherwise, if that overprotective brother had heard, it might have caused quite a scene. Su Ziyou was determined not to let anyone disrupt his meal. After all, this was his only chance for a hearty feast today. Among the three, Lu Xia was the first to finish eating. Being a child who had already snacked her way through the day, with her little belly round and full, she showed no urgency to leave, instead sitting beside Su Ziyo and watching him eat. The burly man was the second to finish. He had already consumed a fair amount before Su Ziyo arrived. Surprisingly, the satisfied burly man did not rush off either, but remained beside Su Ziyo. Watching him eat, the fact that he was full yet lingered on was rather irksome. The blue-clad girl's voice rang out once more. Su Ziyo realized he had misjudged her. She could not possibly be addressing a mere 5-year-old girl with such comments. So her target must be the burly man beside him. When Su Ziyo had first looked up, the blue-clad girl had felt awkward, aware that he had misunderstood her. This time, however, Lu Xia was the one who misinterpreted. Upon hearing someone say she was disliked, her eyes reddened, her little lips quivering, on the verge of tears. Recalling the painful experience from that morning, Su Ziyo quickly conjured a lollipop from somewhere and stuffed it into the little girl's mouth, thereby saving the entire third floor from distress. The burly man also took notice of the blue-clad girl. While he had been eating, he hadn't paid any attention to her jibes, staring at her. The burly man gruffly remarked in the arena, "If you're lacking in skill, must you blame me? If you're unsatisfied, let us take the stage and duel again." The blue-clad girl was about to respond when the pink-clad girl rushed in from somewhere, once again covering the blue girl's mouth in an attempt to pull her away. The burly man paused, taken aback by the identical appearance of the pink-clad girl. "Was I fighting you just now?" The burly man cautiously inquired. Su Ziyo, with his mouth full of food, could no longer contain himself upon hearing the man's words. Su Ziyo had subjected himself to rigorous training, typically managing to suppress his laughter unless absolutely unavoidable. The situation was evidently clear. The lady in pink had been slapped in the face by the burly man during the competition. This was an affront that any young woman would find intolerable. While the lady in pink seemed to withstand the humiliation, her twin sister appeared unable to hold back, frequently seeking out confrontation. The girl in green was indeed obstinate, one at the 6th rank and the other at the 8th. Yet she felt compelled to provoke. Su Ziyo was growing weary of maintaining his composure. As the entire hall gradually fell into silence, all eyes began to converge on the unfolding drama. Many were unaware of the context, simply drawn to the commotion, for the human instinct to witness a spectacle is deeply embedded in our genetic makeup. However, due to their ignorance of the circumstances, numerous onlookers mistakenly regarded Su Ziyo and Lu Xia as participants in this affair. Oblivious to the fact that they were merely bystanders, Su Ziyo felt a tinge of regret. Alas, if only this era had greenhouses for cultivation, he could procure some watermelons to enjoy, which would have been quite fitting. Today, he had already indulged in melons throughout the day. The young woman in pink noticed an increasing number of gazes directed at them. Whether out of embarrassment or some other reason, she suddenly stamped her foot angrily and turned to flee downstairs. The girl in green could only follow her sister closely, casting a fierce glare back at the burly man as they descended. Just as everyone assumed the matter was concluded, the two young women abruptly halted at the door. Seemingly obstructed by someone attempting to ascend, no one could discern the identity of the newcomer. As their figures blocked the entrance, a dispute appeared to ensue at the threshold, with the girl in green taking the lead. However, her fury seemed to diminish, and eventually, a smile graced her face. The two ladies then stepped aside, revealing a group of 7 or 8 individuals ascending behind them, led by a young nobleman clad in fine garments. As the young women guided this entourage back towards the hall, many in attendance recognized the nobleman and eagerly approached to greet him, to which he graciously responded. Noticing the approaching crowd, Su Ziyo hastily finished the remnants of his food and concealed the small girl behind him. Maintaining a safe distance from the gathering, the burly man, undeterred by the influx of people, remained seated with an unyielding demeanor, his gaze fixed calmly upon them. The young nobleman approached the burly man, bowed respectfully and spoke, "Greetings, esteemed brother." The burly man was not one to exhibit arrogance. Upon receiving the greeting, he rose and returned the gesture. The nobleman continued, "I have come to seek your confirmation on a matter." "Speak," the burly man replied, his tone tinged with suspicion. "Is it true that you injured the face of this Miss Chiu?" he asked, gesturing towards the girl in pink. "Indeed. What of it?" The burly man's response prompted a flurry of murmurs among the crowd. The girl was exceptionally beautiful, ranking among the top 5 in appearance among the young women present. How could the burly man have struck her so callously? The young lady felt the weight of the crowd's scrutiny, her face flushing with embarrassment as she wished to flee, yet her sister held her firmly in place. Esteemed brother, you are in the wrong here. How can you be so brazen towards a fair maiden? Humph, I propose this. You should sincerely apologize to the lady and seek her forgiveness. What say you? My brother speaks true. A pretty boy has no good intentions, and one like you is surely a smiling tiger hiding a knife. You seem to have misunderstood me. I merely asked that you apologize to the injured lady. Did I ask that too much to ask? The surrounding onlookers chimed in, supporting the nobleman's stance. I have not misunderstood. You are indeed mistaken. The burly man's retort caught everyone off guard. There is nothing wrong with my actions regarding her injury, yet you demand an apology from me. Is this not a distortion of truth and a failure to discern right from wrong? Seeing the crowd momentarily stunned by his words, the burly man felt a surge of exhilaration and unleashed his full rhetoric. You claim I have harmed her, yet assert that I am in the wrong. Such reasoning is sheer sophistry. A young man, resembling the nobleman but evidently younger, chimed in. Me, sophisticating. Do you possess any understanding of the principle of contextual analysis? His statement rendered the crowd momentarily speechless. Allow me to impart some new knowledge. When we engage in activities or contemplate issues, we must tailor our approaches to the distinct circumstances at hand, rather than adopting a one-size-fits-all mentality. Take the matter of hurting someone. If an individual randomly injures a passerby, that is an act of oppression, and such a person must apologize and compensate for the victim's losses. However, if someone retaliates after being struck first, that is self-defense. If it occurs during a nighttime confrontation with an intruder, that is a matter of protecting one's life and property. And if it happens on the battlefield, striking an enemy is an act of valor, deserving of commendation rather than condemnation. The crowd nodded in agreement with the burly man's assertions. Su Zio, however, gazed at him in disbelief. The moment the burly man uttered the phrase pretty boy, Su Zio was taken aback. He was the first to voice such sentiments in this timeline, having articulated similar thoughts during his altercation with those two princes. The only individuals who had heard him back then, apart from the princes, were those who had accompanied him. Could this burly man be him? Yet, the transformation was too dramatic, if they were indeed the same person. It would explain why the man recognized Su Zio, while Su Zio remained oblivious to him. As for the matter of injuring her, I openly and fairly defeated her in the arena. Why must I apologize? If an apology is required, then I must ask. Today, those who ascended to this third floor have undoubtedly vanquished at least 5 opponents. Must we all apologize? With that, the burly man pointed again at the girl in pink. Before facing me, she too had triumphed over 3 others. I wonder if she extended apologies to them. This. All eyes turned toward the young lady, who appeared increasingly anxious, her face alternating between red and pale. Meanwhile, Su Zio's ears perked up. He overheard some intriguing tidbits from the ongoing discussions. Although this arena was not a life-or-death situation, participants had signed waivers acknowledging their own risks prior to the competition. Yet now, they demanded an apology from him. Was this not the epitome of sophistry? The young nobleman was rendered speechless by the burly man's rebuttal. Yet the leading nobleman remained unfazed, continuing, "Your martial prowess evidently surpasses that of this young lady. There are numerous ways to secure victory, yet you chose to strike her face. Is that not a grave affront to a lady? Should you not apologize? Do you truly lack any compassion for her?" Ha ha ha! The burly man erupted in laughter at this remark, causing the nobleman's expression to darken. At last, the burly man reined in his laughter and, fixing his gaze upon the nobleman, inquired, "You possess quite the rhetorical flair. Though I may not be a renowned figure in this Jinyang city, I am familiar with most influential personalities. After conversing for so long, it has become quite bothersome addressing you as esteemed brother. Would you mind revealing your identity?" The nobleman hesitated, caught off guard by the sudden shift in topic. However, it was unnecessary for him to answer. One of his companions promptly spoke on his behalf. "This is the grandson of the current chancellor, Chao Luan, the son of the first scholar of the Han Dynasty, Yin Wei, one of the 4 prominent young nobles of the capital, Yin Jiang, and beside him is his brother, Yin He. Furthermore, Yin Jiang is also a disciple of the esteemed Book Lao." Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in murmurs, many of whom were encountering this Yin Jiang for the first time, though his name was already widely known. The young ladies in pink and green lit up at the mention. The burly man, however, remained indifferent, casually gesturing with his hand. Ah, so it is the illustrious Yin Jiang, is it? Yin Jiang's expression grew increasingly frosty. Regarding your previous statement, I find myself somewhat confused and would like to seek clarification. Speak. Since you assert that striking her face constitutes an affront to a lady, then where precisely is it acceptable to strike her? The chest, the abdomen, the posterior? Or would you prefer I break her limbs outright? As the words left the burly man's mouth, the girl in pink hid behind her sister, while the girl in green glared at him fiercely. Noticing her gaze, the burly man smiled and explained, "Do not glare at me so. This is not my intent, but rather a reflection of Yin Jiang's perspective." He then turned to Yin Jiang and continued, "Surely, you do not mean to suggest that I should refrain from striking altogether? If that were the case, what purpose would the arena serve? If beauty alone sufficed, one could simply ascend to the third floor without contest. In the spirit of cherishing beauty and tenderness, conceding a defeat is not entirely out of the question. It is also in this vein of compassion that I have long heard whispers of young Master Yan's numerous enchanting companions in the capital. It appears those rumors hold truth. Alas, I am not young Master Yan. In my eyes, there is but one person worthy of my affection. Oh, who might that be? Naturally, it is my future wife. Aside from her, I see no reason to extend my compassion to anyone else. Unlike you, young Master Yin, who appears to be a lover of many, my only concern is to treat my future wife with utmost care. Returning to the matter at hand, should I show leniency towards this lady and my wife later discovers it? Would it not disrupt the peace of my household? Perhaps, in pursuit of tranquility, I would be compelled to seek refuge elsewhere." Upon hearing these words, young Master Yin was initially taken aback, his face flushed with indignation, and his entire being trembled with anger. The burly man added, "I merely mentioned the potential circumstances we might encounter in the future, not implying it pertains to you." Young Master Yan seemed everyone present had come to a realization as to why young Master Yin was in Jinyang City during the Lantern Festival, rather than in the capital. The young ladies who had previously gazed at young Master Yin with admiration now wore expressions of dismay. Young Master Yin took a few deep breaths, gradually regaining his composure, and finally spoke. "It seems you are quite familiar with me, sir. May I inquire your esteemed name and lineage?" From the outset, young Master Yin addressed the burly man as brother, indicating a facade of politeness. Yet he was indifferent to the other's identity, having not even inquired about his name. Now, however, he realized he had severely underestimated the man before him, who possessed a remarkable understanding of young Master Yin. While the latter remained utterly oblivious to his identity, "Young Master Yin, I am but an inconspicuous individual. There is no need for you to concern yourself with who I am. Within this hall, princes, noble ladies, and many distinguished youths abound. I am merely a small fry, unworthy of mention. You refuse to apologize to that lady, nor will you disclose your name. Are you truly unwilling to extend young Master Yin this courtesy today? Extend you courtesy? Do you believe yourself worthy?" The burly man could no longer restrain himself and was on the verge of taking action. "Whether you seek death or not, you will know once we spar." The burly man appeared unperturbed by the other's bravado. "You set the location, and I will determine the time." "Very well, let us meet at the first floor of the Gathering Fortune Tower." "Agreed. Then let it be set 100 years hence." 100. The collective sound of gasps echoed as everyone erupted in disbelief. 100 years later. What absurdity was this? Was this burly man a monster? Who would establish a duel date a century in advance? Su Zio had initially been curious to witness their confrontation. Among the group of second-generation officials of similar age, apart from Su Zio, most possessed only the strength of the 8th rank. There were certainly several of the 9th rank, like Xiao Jiang, and those at the 7th rank, such as Second Prince Lu Wu, were already the Sirmi de la Sirmi of this cohort. Yet here stood the burly man and Yin Jiang, both at the 6th rank, a remarkable feat indeed. Su Zio recognized the burly man's identity and genuinely wished to gauge his friend's current strength. Little did he expect that his friend would exhibit such audacity. He wondered who had led him astray. "I am not jesting." Yin Jiang finally could no longer contain his outrage. "Nor am I. What, are you lacking confidence, fearing you may not live to see such a time?" "I am quite confident in my own vitality." At this, the burly man audaciously tapped his chest. and upon seeing Yin Zhang's increasingly darkened expression, he seemed to relent and softly said, "All right, you can set the time. And I shall choose the location in that moment." Yin Zhang wished fervently to eliminate the burly man before him, and without a moment's hesitation, he declared, "Right now, this very night, we shall determine victor and vanquished. Then I shall choose the summit of Mount Tai as our battleground. I shall set off now, and I hope we can settle this before dawn breaks. Farewell to you all. We shall meet atop Mount Tai." Chapter 19. That works. No, it does not. Yin Jiang was inherently lecherous, known for his amorous pursuits. Earlier that year, he had seduced a prominent young lady, resulting in a scandal that forced him to marry her publicly. However, even after marrying, he remained unrepentant, indulging in numerous affairs, accumulating 6 or 7 concubines within a year. Eventually, his wife could no longer tolerate his infidelities, asserting her authority at home before returning to her family. Consequently, he faced stern reprimands from his grandfather, master, and father, and he had to beg his wife to return home, exhausting every means at his disposal. He became the laughingstock of the capital, and during the spring festival gatherings, he felt too embarrassed to attend. Just as he was wallowing in boredom, a friend invited him to Jinyang City, and he decided to join. His visit to the gathering fortune tower was initially for a pressing matter, but unexpectedly, he encountered 2 breathtakingly beautiful women. What's more, they were twins, igniting his desires. As he noticed the 2 ladies were upset, as a seasoned libertine, he instinctively knew how to placate them. While conversing with the twins, he subtly tried to glean information about the burly man, discovering that he was formidable yet seemingly unconnected, as neither of the ladies recognized him. However, Yin Jiang soon regretted his oversight. While his exploits had spread throughout the upper echelons of the capital, no one in Jinyang City seemed aware of his notoriety. The burly man's insightful remarks left him questioning whether the man had been deliberately waiting for him. The burly man prepared to leave for the dueling location atop Mount Tai. Yin Jiang swiftly blocked his path. "What are you afraid to go?" the burly man retorted. The surrounding crowd erupted in laughter at his bold challenge. "Brother, Jinyang City is 1,000 miles from Mount Tai. Do you truly believe we can reach the summit overnight? Not even a sage could accomplish such a feat. Choose a visible location, or I have no qualms about engaging you right now." "A visible location?" The burly man suddenly turned to Lu Wu and offered him a bow, then spun around to address the crowd. "Oh, all the distinguished gentlemen present, I now invite you to bear witness. This young Master Yin from the capital has repeatedly challenged me. However, despite my proposal of duel conditions twice, he has yet to comply. Now, he demands a visible location for our contest. If he still refuses after I declare it, how shall we regard this matter?" "Naturally, it would be deemed his loss," Lu Wu interjected. "But I must warn you, do not attempt any tricks. You are well aware of my status. Even if you suggest we duel at my royal residence, I would find a way to ensure your challenge is honored, even at the risk of my father's wrath." Lu Wu's words filled Yin Jiang with gratitude. He had not considered such a possibility. Had the burly man insisted on the royal residence for the duel, Yin Jiang would have been at a loss. With the second prince's assurance, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. To duel at the royal residence? I lack the qualifications for such a thing, the burly man quipped self-deprecatingly, casting an intentional glance at Su Zio. "One more matter must be clarified before our duel. Should I lose today, I shall offer my apologies, not only to this lady but also to you, young Master Yin. But what if I emerge victorious? If you win?" Yin Jiang pondered for a moment. Retrieving a bundle from his younger brother Yin, he, unwrapping it, revealed 2 neatly rolled scrolls and a box designated for scrolls. He unfurled one of the scrolls reverently, revealing a piece of calligraphy. Onlookers quickly gathered around, their gasps echoing as they beheld the exquisite script. It was the great wind song of the founding emperor, yet the style was unlike any they had encountered. "What beautiful characters! Young Master Yin, your calligraphy is remarkable. I have never seen such exquisite writing. Heavens, how is such a script even created?" As the discussions gradually subsided, someone stepped forward to inquire, "Brother Jiang, this character's structure is square and robust. I have never encountered such remarkable calligraphy. Could it be your handiwork?" The questioner was none other than Hu Qin of the Hu family, the foremost representative of Confucianism in Jinyang City. His opinion held substantial weight among the scholarly community. In the next moment, Hu Qin continued, While this character may indeed be pinned by young Master Yin, the mastery displayed in its execution is beyond what I believe your skills could achieve. With that, Hu Qin bowed again to Yin Jiang, respectfully requesting, "Might you enlighten us as to the true creator of this splendid work?" Upon witnessing the local literary figures bowing in deference to him, Yin Jiang could not help but feel a sense of pride and vindication. He waved his hand dismissively, signaling Hu Qin not to be overly formal, then unfurled the second scroll in front of the assembly. "Indeed, brother who is worthy of being the literary luminary of Jinyang City," he remarked. "What you said is entirely correct. These characters are not of my own creation. I have merely copied my father's work. This is, in fact, my father's original manuscript." The crowd turned their gaze toward the second scroll, which revealed yet another grand composition of Vida Fenggu, the characters appearing even more seasoned than those of the first scroll. "Naturally, my script cannot compare to my father's. Even now, I can only emulate about 70 to 80% of his skill." While Yin Jiang feigned humility with his words, an undeniable sense of self-satisfaction lingered on his countenance. His eyes roamed the hall, surveying the numerous beauties present, most of whom regarded him with admiration, save for two exceptions. Those two were, ironically, the most stunning maidens in the room. Yin Jiang had noticed these two beauties from the outset. Regrettably, one stood beside the second prince, while the other was ensconced between the Hu brothers, Hu Qin and Hu Pei, leaving him hesitant to approach them. As he introduced the characters, the beauty next to the second prince seemed entirely indifferent. While the maiden among the Hu brothers appeared lost in thought, he resolved to expedite the matter at hand in hopes of seizing an opportunity to engage with those two enchanting ladies. Turning to the burly man, he proposed, "Let us compete. Should you emerge victorious, I shall concede my father's work to you. What say you? Just this piece?" The muscular man scoffed. "I have over a dozen pieces displayed in my home that are far superior to this. You dare to wager it?" Surprisingly, Yin Jiang did not take offense at the man's disdain. Instead, he regarded him with an expression of bemusement. The assembled literati shared similar incredulous glances at the burly man. "Whose script is this?" "It is the new script penned by the foremost scholar of our time," they thought. "You dare to claim that your collection surpasses this, with more than a dozen pieces to boot? The only explanation is that you, a brutish warrior, cannot discern the quality of writing. Oh, my good fellow, you possess better calligraphy at home. Might I have the privilege of appreciating it?" Yin Jiang quipped, a teasing lilt to his voice. "You are not worthy," the burly man retorted, brimming with arrogance. "Those who are ignorant remain perpetually unaware of their own ignorance," Yin Jiang remarked, a haughty tone betraying his self-satisfaction, which elicited a ripple of laughter from the crowd. The burly man did not rebut but feigned a reluctant acceptance, saying, "Fine. If you believe this script holds merit enough to wager, then let it be the stake." After a period of silence, Lu Wu, who had remained quiet until now, interjected, "Since both parties have agreed upon the wager, I shall graciously serve as judge today. What do you all think?" Upon seeing no objections, he continued, "This contest is initiated by young Master Yan's challenge to this burly man. Should young Master Yan triumph, the man must apologize to the lady on behalf of young Master Yan. If the burly man prevails, young Master Yan shall forfeit his father's Defeng Gu to him. The time of the contest shall be determined by young Master Yin, while the location will be chosen by the burly man, provided it is within sight." At this juncture, Lu Wu turned to the two competitors. "I trust there are no objections to what I have stated. You both agree?" "Agreed," affirmed the burly man. "Agreed," echoed Yin Jiang, though he felt a sense of foreboding. Su Zio chose to close his eyes, knowing the outcome had already been predetermined. This was a tactic he had previously employed to outsmart the two foolish princes. Now, Lu Wu and the burly man had conspired together to orchestrate a trap for Yin Jiang. The most detrimental part lay with Lu Wu, as he, the second prince, had effectively sealed Yin Jiang's fate. "Very well. Now that young Master Yin has declared the time is now, I invite our burly friend to select the contest location." All eyes turned toward the burly man. He deliberately surveyed the audience before peering out the window for an extended moment. Just as impatience began to ripple through the crowd, he proclaimed loudly, "I have chosen, there," lifting his arm high. The crowd followed the direction of his finger, only to discover that he was pointing at the moon. A stunned silence enveloped the room as disbelief washed over everyone. "What madness is this?" Is this man a celestial being? He wishes to compete upon the moon. Surely, we do not dwell in a world of martial prowess, but rather one of immortals. After a considerable pause, Yin Jiang finally regained his composure and coldly remarked to the burly man, "You certainly are cunning. Since you have chosen the venue for our match, I implore you to ascend first." It was evident that no one could reach such heights. The burly man merely sought to create a situation where a draw was inevitable. This was the consensus among the majority of those present, as they began to comprehend the ruse. Unexpectedly, Lu Wu interjected, "Brother Yin, you are mistaken." Just 5 words left everyone perplexed. "This contest was initiated by you, Brother Yin. According to the rules of our martial contests, you must ascend the platform first and await this burly man." As Lu Wu spoke with utmost seriousness, the crowd began to comprehend. The challenger is to take the stage first, a rule of the martial arts battles they had not anticipated would become a pivotal point in this contest. Yin Jiang stared incredulously at Lu Wu and suddenly shouted, "You two are already acquainted. You have conspired against me." Su Zio regarded him with pitying eyes, as if witnessing a child on the verge of madness. Yet Lu Wu, with a perfectly earnest demeanor, began to explain, "Brother Yin, we are in Jinyang City. As the second prince of the Dai Wang Fu, it is not unusual for me to know a distinguished person in our city. As the judge, I assure you I have not colluded with him. I am aware of his likely statements, for I have been ensnared in a similar manner before. But why should I divulge this to you? As for the notion of conspiracy, you were the one who initiated this contest, and the wager was determined by you as well, Brother Yin. One must be magnanimous. It is merely a piece of calligraphy. Your father is still alive. You can always have him create another." Yin Jiang genuinely contemplated turning away and disregarding these provincial folk of Jinyang City. However, he managed to rein in his emotions. His primary objective for being here had yet to be fulfilled. He could not act rashly. Constantly reminding himself, Yin Jiang inhaled deeply, regaining his composure. "Very well, I concede this contest today," he declared, handing the scroll containing his father's work directly to the burly man. He then turned to the maiden in the pink attire and bowed, saying, "I, Yin, am unworthy and could not vindicate your honor. I beg your forgiveness and no, it is quite all right," the pink-clad maiden stammered, flustered and unable to articulate her thoughts. Meanwhile, the majority of the young women in the hall were once again moved by Yin Jiang's actions, casting disparaging glances at the burly man. Young Master Yin is indeed magnanimous. Indeed, who could he be? This fellow appears brawny and brutish, merely capable of employing petty tricks. While the crowd dared not speak ill of Lu Wu, they whispered praises for Yin Jiang and disparaged the burly man. Yet, regardless of the disdain or the scorn, the burly man remained unfazed. As public sentiment once again turned in his favor, Yin Jiang felt a surge of defiance rise within him. "Esteemed guests, the outcome of this contest is of little consequence to me. I have come here today to seek an old acquaintance, for I have a matter of importance to discuss with him." With that, he opened the final box from his bundle, revealing another scroll. As he slowly unrolled it, the assembly leaned in to glimpse its contents, which revealed a lengthy poem. Song of the White Snow, sending General Gao back to the capital. The north wind sweeps the white grass down. In Hutian's August, snow begins to fall. Suddenly, as if a spring breeze arrives overnight, thousands of trees blossom like pear flowers, scattering into the pearl curtains, dampening the gauzy drapes. The fox fur does not warm. The silk quilt is thin. The general's horn bow cannot be drawn. The iron armor of the protector is cold and difficult to wear. The vast sea's railing is 100 zhang of ice. The gloomy clouds linger, sorrowful for 10,000 miles. The central army toasts to the returning guests, who Qin, pipa, and Chang flute play in concert. Amidst the evening snow, at the horse gate, the wind tugs at the red flags. Frozen and unmoving at the eastern gate of Luntai, I bid you farewell. As you depart, the snow blankets the Tianshan road. The mountains twist, the path turns, and I cannot see you. Only the hoofprints remain upon the snow. As the audience gazed upon this poem, despite the presence of several braziers in the hall, a chill swept over them. They began to murmur amongst themselves, "A magnificent poem, truly splendid. Not only is the poem exquisite, but the calligraphy as well. Is it merely my imagination, or does it appear superior to the previous 2 pieces?" "I share the same sentiment," Hu Qin, feeling a surge of excitement, inquired, "This poem, this script, Brother Yin? What does this signify? Dear friends, do not be hasty. Allow me to explain," Yin Jiang responded. "Brother who has rightly observed that this script is angular and forceful, certainly not something we young folk could have created. To have encountered the creator of such a font is a rare occurrence, with only a handful of individuals having done so. The only piece of his work that has circulated widely is this poem." He gestured toward the signature at the bottom of the poem. The assembly chorused, "Indeed, it is the esteemed drunken guest, 2 years ago, General Gao, upon his return to the capital after serving at the Sandpass, was honored with a farewell banquet by the soldiers. The gentleman known as Drunken Guest also attended that banquet. During the festivities, this drunken guest was inspired and composed the poem Song of the White Snow to bid farewell to General Gao as he returned to the capital. The verses were filled with a majestic spirit, with lines such as suddenly, as if spring breezes arrived overnight, thousands of trees burst forth in pear blossoms, and the vast sea's railing is 100 zhang of ice. Sorrowful clouds loomed darkly for 10,000 miles, leaving all present profoundly shaken. General Gao, who had long harbored hidden injuries and had reached a stagnation in his martial prowess, had intended to return to the capital to enjoy a quiet retirement. However, upon reading this poem, not only did his concealed wounds miraculously heal, but his martial and literary realms also ascended a level. Now, General Gao has risen to the rank of General of the North, merely a step away from the title of Grand Commandant. Regrettably, the true identity of this drunken guest has remained a mystery. The guests at the banquet were silenced by the old general's decree. Upon hearing this, the crowd wore expressions of regret. In truth, Jianyang City is much closer to the Three Passes than the capital. And many had heard whispers of this tale, though few knew the details, and even fewer had seen the poem itself. Observing the crowd's gaze, Yin Jiang continued with unrestrained pride, stating, "From that moment onward, this poem became the heirloom of the old general's family. Many dignitaries from the capital sought to acquire it, some offering to borrow it for a glimpse. They proposed various conditions for exchange, but most were met with rejection from the old general. The My master, Book Old, managed to trade his most cherished calligraphy for merely half an hour of viewing the poem at the old general's residence. Yet he deemed it a worthy exchange. After returning home, my master replicated 5 copies for memory. According to him, the finest copy possessed about 70% of the original's essence, while the least retained nearly 60%. Naturally, the best copy was taken by the palace. Although I, Yin, am of lesser talent, my esteemed master still gifted me one of these replicates. The 2 grand songs of the wind you just beheld were composed by my father and me after days and nights of studying my master's works." Upon hearing this, the crowd's perception of the poem shifted. Initially, their expressions had conveyed admiration and awe. Now, their gazes were filled with a fervent longing, as nearly everyone wished to claim this piece for themselves. Hu Qin struggled to compose himself and, with great difficulty, addressed Yin Jiang. "Might I inquire about your purpose in presenting this piece?" Yin Jiang replied, "I wish to use this poem to request mercy from a certain esteemed individual regarding my friend, Xiao Hai." Turning suddenly to Su Ziyo, he continued, "I wonder if this offering is sufficient. Su brother, could you possibly show leniency towards Xiao Hai?" Su Ziyo was taken aback that his acquaintance still remembered him. Though they had met a decade prior in the capital, the passage of time had significantly altered their appearances. It seemed he had underestimated the other. Yin Jiang was quite pleased with Su Ziyo's astonished expression and continued, "The marriage between the Xiao and Hu families is a matter for their respective households. Why should you interfere, Su brother, and play the villain? It would be better to return and persuade your brother to show mercy towards Xiao Hai." "No, it can be done." Chapter 20. A case of adolescent delusion. A need for remedy. The crowd turned to see the speakers were the 2 Hu brothers. The usually reticent Hu Pei firmly declared, "No," while Hu Qin said, "It can be done." The Hu brothers had arrived early at the gathering fortune tower, having been involved in its decoration since the Li family was preoccupied with the funeral and contributed funds without personnel. Thus, the 2 brothers had been able to oversee preparations. When Hu Jie had caused a commotion at the Hu residence, they had not been trapped at home. Upon Hu Tong's arrival at Gathering Fortune Tower, he had informed them of the day's events at the Su residence. They understood the context, yet their reactions were markedly different. Hu Pei, who had studied alongside Su Ziyo, was greatly influenced by him and felt an urge to applaud upon hearing his sister recount the events. A year older than Su Ziyo, He genuinely disdained Shanghai but found himself with little voice at home. His father was carefree and indifferent to such matters, while his elder brother was a bookworm. He had long harbored dissatisfaction towards their uncle, but felt powerless to voice it. In stark contrast, Hu Qin, for years older than Su Ziyou, had been dismissive of these younger boys during their time together in the Hu household. Despite Su Ziyou's rapid advancement, he shared his uncle Hu Qin's perspective regarding Hu Tong's marriage, not out of any fondness for the Shao family, but purely adhering to the principle that marriage is the mandate of parents and the words of a matchmaker. If his younger sister opposed the union, it would be deemed unfilial. Strangely, the two, Hu Qin and Hu Qing, although differing in characters, shared an unexpected consensus on Hu Tong's marriage. Thus, upon hearing Yin Zhang's words, Hu Pei promptly rejected the proposal on behalf of Su Ziyou. Fearing that if Su Ziyou acquiesced, his sister would find herself in renewed peril, he acknowledged that Yin Zhang's offer was indeed tempting. Conversely, Hu Qin agreed on Su Ziyou's behalf, believing it was an internal family matter that should not involve their distant relatives, and that the Su family was meddling unnecessarily. After hearing the brothers' responses, Hu Tong shot a fierce glare at Hu Qin, instinctively leaning towards Hu Pei in the public eye. She could not directly confront Hu Qin, so she resorted to this subtle means of expressing her discontent. The crowd, hearing the brothers' answers, was left bewildered. While many had witnessed the events at the Su residence that afternoon, the incident had unfolded too swiftly for widespread dissemination of the news. Moreover, the engagement between the Hu and Shao families was unknown to anyone in Jinyang City. Yet, the brothers' starkly different responses indicated that this was a significant matter for the Hu family. If it were trivial, Yin Jiang would not have offered such a valuable piece of calligraphy in exchange for the Su family's withdrawal. At this moment, all eyes were fixed on Su Ziyou, everyone speculating on what decision he would make. Curiously, among all present, it was Hu Tong, the one most deeply involved, whose demeanor remained the most composed. She appeared unconcerned with Su Ziyou's choice, as if already knowing what it would be. Su Ziyou gently set the little princess down, allowing her to play nearby. The little princess, understanding the situation, retreated to the back of the crowd and, noticing no one was watching, slipped back to her sister's side. Su Ziyou approached the table, all eyes turning to him. He extended his right hand, lightly grazing the surface of the calligraphy, remaining silent throughout the process, seemingly contemplating whether to acquiesce to Yin Zhang's request. The crowd held their breath, fearing to disturb Su Ziyou's thoughts. They were both right and wrong in their assumptions. Su Ziyou was indeed deep in thought, yet his musings had nothing to do with the calligraphy. After a considerable pause, Su Ziyou finally spoke. Yin brother, it has been quite a while since we last met. Before I respond formally, I would like to clarify a few questions, if you would indulge me. If my memory serves me correctly, our only meeting was when I was 8 years old, when your father brought you to visit my home, correct? Indeed. Yet, 10 years have passed, and our appearances have changed significantly. I hope you do not take offense, but when you first appeared on the 3rd floor, I did not recognize you. However, you managed to seek me out directly with this precious piece of calligraphy. Not only did you know I would be here, but you also recognized me with such accuracy. I'm curious how you accomplished this. Among the multitude upstairs, there are likely no more than 5 who could identify me before you revealed my identity. People are forgetful. Although Su Ziyou had once intervened to assist many present by confronting 2 princes, that was years ago, and many had not seen Su Ziyou in person. Thus, when Yin Jiang proposed to exchange the calligraphy for Su Ziyou's compliance, many began inquiring about his identity. Seemingly anticipating Su Ziyou's question, Yin Jiang calmly explained, Su brother, I had already gathered information before arriving. Today, all the young talents of Jinyang City are convening at Gathering Fortune Tower. Someone of your stature is certainly among them. Su Ziyou had not anticipated that his mere serendipity in arriving at Gathering Fortune Tower would be misconstrued by Yin Jiang in such a manner. The reason I recognized you amidst the crowd is due entirely to a small innate ability of mine. From a young age, I possessed an extraordinary memory. Indeed, while your appearance has changed somewhat since our childhood, I must say that you now bear a striking resemblance to your esteemed mother. I had the privilege of meeting her during my visits to your family, which emboldened me to make such a conjecture. A prodigious memory? Is that truly the case? How impressive! The crowd began to murmur in excitement. Yin Jiang listened with great satisfaction to the discussion surrounding him, but his composure faltered in the next moment. He had heard of such talents, but had never encountered one in person until today. Quick! Lock him in a cage before he escapes. These creatures are swift and difficult to capture, remarked a robust man. Yin Jiang vowed that if given the chance, he would dig a pit and bury this man himself. He hastily shifted the conversation back to Su Zio's inquiries. As for the 3 scrolls, they have been my constant companions on this journey. I brought no attendants, just my younger brother and myself. These scrolls are too precious to be entrusted to anyone else, hence I carry them with me. Oh, you traveled without servants? Are you jesting, Yin? You came to Jinyang City alongside Xiao Hai, who brought a multitude of attendants, yet you and your brother have none? Yin Jiang found himself at a loss for words. How could he admit publicly that he had been stripped of all his resources by a family member, and that this journey was entirely funded by Xiao Hai? This urgency to rescue Xiao Hai stemmed from the concern that if he remained imprisoned for too long, he would have no means to sustain himself. Presently, the only valuable items he possessed were these 3 scrolls. After some contemplation, he chose to downplay his predicament. Why would I deceive you, Brother Su? My brother and I were invited on this journey by Brother Xiao. All our expenses are covered by the servants of the Xiao family, Su Zio responded with a knowing tone. After Yin Jiang made his request, Su Zio did not hastily refuse him. It was not that he was reluctant to deny the request, nor was it merely the allure of the scrolls that captivated him, but rather he sought to gauge Yin Jiang's true intentions. The Su family's strategy relied upon swiftness to outmaneuver their adversaries. Should the Huailing Marquis catch wind of their plans and make preemptive arrangements, the outcome could be severely compromised. To that end, Hu Jie had returned to her family's home to secure their doors. Su Zio would not allow any uncertainties to arise. Thus, he needed to ascertain immediately whether Yin Jiang had any ulterior motives aside from seeking his assistance, such as sending word to the Huailing Marquis or soliciting aid from other influential figures. Yet, Yin Jiang was oblivious to such intricacies. He believed that presenting the scroll would compel Su Zio to acquiesce. The scroll was pinned by the esteemed Master Shu, and with Yin Jiang's dual identity as both a disciple of Master Shu and the grandson of a prime minister, Su Zio would be hard-pressed to refuse without simultaneously dismissing both Master Shu and the current prime minister. Anyone aspiring to enter the realm of governance would instinctively know the choice they ought to make. As more individuals began to grasp the implications, it became apparent that Su Zio was cornered. He had neither the means nor justification to decline. This realization even cast a shadow of concern across Hu Tong's face for the first time. Having gleaned the information he sought from Yin Jiang's responses, Su Zio felt ready to address the matter at hand. The names of Master Shu and the Prime Minister held no weight for him. Brother Yin is a dedicated disciple of Master Shu. Given that Master Shu is a close friend of my own mentor, I wonder if you have had the opportunity to meet him during your time in Jinyang City? If not, I would be delighted to accompany you, or perhaps Hu Qin and Hu Pei could take you to visit him. Who is your master? This question, akin to the earlier inquiry about Su Zio's identity, sparked a wave of curiosity among those present. However, Yin Jiang felt an uneasy premonition. He was well aware of Su Zio's mentor, as the news of Su Zio's apprenticeship under Hu Yao had once caused quite a stir in the capital. Hu Yao had resigned from his official post precisely because Yin Jiang's grandfather had ascended to the rank of prime minister. The relationship between Master Shu and Hu Yao was far from amicable. They were, in fact, political adversaries. While Hu Yao represented Confucian ideals, both Master Shu and the prime minister were adherents of Taoism. The debate over Wu Wei, non-action, versus the virtue, had once escalated into fierce conflict. With the ascension of the new emperor, who favored Taoist philosophy, many Confucian scholars withdrew from the court. Yet, these scholars did not concede defeat. Rather, they quietly amassed strength, preparing for their resurgence, by mentioning his mentor. Su Zio was subtly indicating to Yin Jiang that his allegiance lay with the Confucian faction. Given their existing enmity, it was inconceivable that Su Zio would be swayed by Yin Jiang's perspective. The strongest support had been disregarded by the other party, yet Yin Jiang remained undeterred and resolved to make one last attempt. Having the opportunity to meet Master Hu would indeed be wonderful. I have long wished to seek his counsel, but fate has not favored me until now. I have heard that Master Hu also has a great appreciation for calligraphy. I wonder what he would think of my master's craft. Yin Jiang knew that the discord between his mentor and Hu Yao would not simply dissipate due to a piece of calligraphy. However, he believed that leveraging this scroll as a bargaining chip might persuade Hu Yao to intercede on his behalf. Allowing the Su family to release Xiao Hai.as, the conversation returned to the topic of calligraphy. Su Zio suddenly entertained a thought and smiled. It seems, Brother Yin, that you have great confidence in this scroll? Indeed, I have practiced calligraphy since childhood. While I do not claim to be exceptional, I believe my skills are presentable. Today, seeing my mentor's work, coupled with your encouragement, has ignited a desire within me to showcase my own. Ha! Do you truly think your handwriting surpasses that of my master? Su Zio's words elicited a derisive chuckle from Yin Jiang. Who is to say who excels and who falters? Such judgments are inherently subjective. However, this moment presents a rare opportunity. As you mentioned, the talented youth of Jinyang City are gathered here today. I dare to present my humble attempt at writing a few characters and solicit your guidance. If you would be so kind, what are you even implying? How audacious of you to boast before my brother. Yin He could no longer contain himself. Let us not forget, if your calligraphy were truly commendable, it would have already caused a stir on the second floor. Are you attempting to challenge your way upstairs? Yin He's indignation stemmed from the fact that his elder brother had just revealed Master Shu's work. Yet the other party not only hesitated but shamelessly sought to compare their skills. With this thought, he could not help but voice his objections. Little did he realize that his words inadvertently revealed Su Zio's lineage to the crowd. Wait, are you saying he is a disciple of Master Hu? How is that possible? He appears far too young. Indeed, he seems younger than the Hu brothers. Not necessarily. Yin Jiang is also a disciple of Master Shu. Could this be a rivalry between the next generation of Confucians and Taoists? A multitude of discussions erupted among the onlookers. However, amidst the chatter, they began to notice another intriguing detail. Could it be that his calligraphy is indeed impressive? Impossible! I've been here at the literary competition and have yet to see anyone produce extraordinary work. True, I've been here as well. Me too, yet I don't recall seeing him at all. Now that you mention it, I haven't seen him either. Could he have gone upstairs with someone else? Wait, I've been over at the martial competition, and the first person to ascend was that large man. Does that mean he wasn't there either? Could it be that he followed someone else upstairs? The Yin brothers were acutely aware of the murmurs among the crowd. Yin He's spirits soared as he scoffed. Is it possible that Brother Su is so desperate to follow others upstairs that he is not concerned about how it reflects on the reputation of your Confucian sect? In the eyes of these self-important youths, the opportunity to ascend the stairs was something to be fiercely contested. Following someone else up was deemed shameful. Although each individual could bring 3 companions, it was rare for anyone to willingly follow another. Yet, Su Zio perceived this as a frivolous concern that needed addressing. Oh, do you, young Yin, believe that following someone upstairs is a disgrace? At the mention of young brother, Yin He's anger flared. Who are you calling your younger brother? Only those lacking in ability would follow others up the stairs. In his fury, Yin He was unaware that his words unwittingly offended many present. Numerous individuals on the 3rd floor had indeed followed others up. For instance, the young lady in the pink attire, who had been defeated by the large man, had ascended alongside the girl in green. Aside from those whose strength fell short, there were also several capable individuals who, for various reasons, chose to accompany others upstairs, such as Su Zio and that renowned Feng Zheng. Unbeknownst to Yin He, his remarks had inadvertently insulted Feng Zheng. Su Zio felt compelled to inform him, lest he remain oblivious to the offense he had caused. May I introduce you to Master Feng Zheng? His father is the illustrious Duke of Dai, Feng Yang. He too ascended alongside someone else. Su Zio carefully explained to Yin He this revelation. Yin He felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. If he could, he would have dug a hole to hide his face. Seeing this, Yin Jiang quickly stepped forward and bowed respectfully to those around him. My younger brother, having indulged in a few drinks downstairs, has spoken thoughtlessly. I ask you all to pardon his indiscretion. He then turned to Feng Zheng, saying, I have long admired your reputation, Master Feng, but have yet to meet you in person. Let us become better acquainted in the future. I ingest. Feng Yuan, a prime minister from a secluded realm, may not surpass his grandfather in stature. Yet in terms of both position and power, he undeniably eclipses his father. Although Yin Jiang initially held no fear of him, the situation changed when his own brother spoke out and offended someone. Thus, he had no choice but to acquiesce. Feng Zheng sauntered to the center, returned a courteous gesture to Yin Jiang, and languidly remarked, Yin brother, you are too modest. Since it is Yin the younger who has indulged a bit too much, I shall not take offense, for we are all from the same Taoist lineage. At this moment, the true ire of Feng Zheng was not directed at Yin Jiang or Yin He, but rather at Su Ziyo. His following the princess upstairs was, in fact, nothing to be ashamed of. It rather attested to the extraordinary connection he shared with the prince's residence. However, Su Ziyo's failure to clarify the matter, instead claiming he merely followed someone upstairs, struck Feng Zhang as a veiled malice, coupled with an attempt to deflect blame. Such a person as Su Ziyo warranted a firm rebuttal, teaching him that he was not one to be trifled with. With that thought in mind, Feng Zhang addressed Su Ziyo. Su brother, you were correct in your earlier statement. I indeed followed someone upstairs. This occurred because I fortuitously encountered the princess outside the building. I may be of a coarse disposition, yet I am grateful for the princess's esteem, which allowed me to guide her. It is through her grace that I ascended to this third floor. At this juncture, he deliberately paused, savoring the envious or jealous glances from those around him before continuing. Yet I wonder, Su brother, who accompanied you to this third floor? Why, it was you, Su Ziyo replied, unfazed. Ha ha. Feng Zhang erupted into hearty laughter upon hearing Su Ziyo's response. I cannot recall having brought Su brother along. Could it be that you stealthily trailed the princess? At this point, he instinctively cast a glance at Lumi, who was standing a short distance away. Radiantly smiling in their direction, Su brother, you? Feng Zhang had initially intended to continue his verbal assault on Su Ziyo, but suddenly halted, as he perceived something peculiar in that fleeting glance. He turned sharply to regard Princess Lumi again. She remained in her previous position, her posture unchanged. Chapter 21. The lyrics of Liangzhou all present sensed something amiss with Feng Zhang, their collective gaze shifting towards the direction of the princess. Yet, in that moment, no one could pinpoint the anomaly. Most of the individuals on the upper floor had previously encountered the princess, and she appeared as enchanting as ever. Not only did the princess seem unperturbed, but even the second prince beside her exhibited no signs of distress, still exuding an air of gallantry while cradling a charming little girl. Wait a moment, who is this little girl? The second prince was yet to be wed, and it was likely that the girl he held was none other than Lu Xia, the princess. However, the crux of the matter lay not in the girl's identity, but in the implications it carried. At that instant, the gathered crowd finally grasped the issue at hand. Although not everyone possessed Yin Zhang's remarkable memory, their recollections were far from deficient. Su Ziyo had just dined with this little girl, a fact most had witnessed. When Yin Zhang confronted the burly man, Su Ziyo had exited with the girl, a detail noted by many. Most crucially, when Yin Zhang approached Su Ziyo, he had placed the girl on the ground before stepping into the center of the hall. If this little girl was indeed the young princess Lu Xia, why did Su Ziyo seem so familiar with her? She had sought the second prince only after departing from Su Ziyo's embrace, indicating that in her eyes, Su Ziyo held the top position while the second prince ranked second. In truth, the onlookers had misconstrued the situation. After being set down by Su Ziyo, Lu Xia had first gone to Lumi for a hug, and later, Lu Wu, concerned that his younger sister might tire, had taken her into his arms. Thus, Lu Wu ranked third in the little girl's affections. After all, what convolutions could occupy the heart of a young gourmand? When she had seen her second brother in the morning, his status was naturally higher than Su Ziyo's. However, after enjoying a leisurely evening of dining and play with Su Ziyo, her second brother had been relegated to a lesser position. Yet, this was not the primary issue at hand. The pressing question was the nature of Su Ziyo's connection to the prince's residence. As Feng Zhang observed the unfolding scene, he found himself at a loss for words. Clearly, Su Ziyo had not lied. He had indeed followed Feng Zhang upstairs. It was evident that he had not merely trailed Feng Zhang, for he had confidently carried the princess up the stairs. The awkwardness of the situation weighed heavily on Feng Zhang, who wished he could excavate a pit beneath him. Su Ziyo, perceptive to Feng Zhang's discomfort, appeared determined not to let the matter slide easily. When he mentioned Feng Zhang, he had no ulterior motives. He simply wished to vex Yin Zhang and Yin He. However, Feng Zhang had interjected, swiftly reconciling with the two men through their shared Taoist lineage, only to turn and seek retribution. Feng brother, what were you about to say? Su Ziyo pressed further. Feng Zhang struggled to articulate his thoughts, rendered speechless by Su Ziyo's pressure. Does Feng brother have no words for me? Feng Zhang could only awkwardly nod in response. Then allow me to offer you a piece of advice, Feng brother. Next time you walk, perhaps it would be prudent to glance behind you from time to time, lest you remain unaware of who is following you. Feng Zhang was truly incensed, yet found himself at an impasse. He could neither advance nor retreat, forced to remain rooted in place. However, the look he cast upon Su Ziyou was now laden with murderous intent. Su Ziyou, unperturbed, turned his attention back to the Yin brothers. I did indeed ascend to this third floor with someone. However, how does that relate to my writing? Even if I, Su, possessed no talent and could only beg on the streets, would my calligraphy not hold value? Do you both believe that only those within the court can produce commendable writing? At this juncture, Su Ziyou suddenly bellowed. Yin Jiang, your master is renowned as the calligraphy sage across the land. Yet even he humbly practices the works of those he has never encountered. What right do you have to disdain the calligraphy of others? For a moment, Yin Jiang found himself momentarily stunned by Su Ziyou's commanding presence. Unable to utter a word. Yet Yin He, standing by, remained unyielding. The calligraphy sage is a world-famous master, and that drunken guest has founded a new school of calligraphy, also regarded as a grandmaster. What grounds do you have to spout such nonsense? Yin He, it seemed, still held Su Ziyou in contempt. Su Ziyou's tone softened in response. Naturally. How about this? I propose a wager today. If my writing can marginally surpass that of the calligraphy sage, will you both take me as your master? As Yin Jiang prepared to interject, Su Ziyou continued. Brother Yin Jiang is a student of the calligraphy sage, and I would not dare to compete for disciples. However, should I emerge victorious today, from henceforth, every time you encounter me, you must pay your respects as a disciple. What say you? And if you lose, then I shall offer my respects to both you and Yin the younger as a disciple. Before Yin Jiang could respond, Yin He readily agreed. Su brother, given your ties to the prince's residence, it should not be too difficult for you to win today. Clearly, Yin Jiang was the more astute of the two. Having been previously outmaneuvered by Lu Wu and the burly man, he now found himself on guard. While the matter of winning or losing could have been treated as jest, Su Ziyou's challenge to the calligraphy sage was serious. And it was unlikely the second prince would engage in frivolity, and one anticipated that it would be Feng Zhang who spoke up, effectively silencing Lu Wu with his words. His aim was undoubtedly Su Ziyou. Yet he feared Lu Wu might genuinely assist him, hence the preemptive strike against Lu Wu's potential interruption. Lu Wu, rather than growing angry, regarded Feng Zheng with a hint of amusement. Feng brother, while I may lack your prowess, I am capable of discerning the gravity of a situation. I shall not interfere recklessly. However, since you are concerned about my influence on this contest, why not join in? Should Su Ziyou win, you must pay him your respects as a disciple. Should he lose, he will then take you and the others as his masters. Given your status as a prime minister's son, this contest should be entirely fair. Feng Zheng fell silent. With his silence, the entire third floor descended into an unexpected stillness. All present awaited the responses from Yin Jiang and Feng Zheng, wondering if they would dare to wager. At that moment, the burly man spoke up once more. I advise you not to bet. Today, young Master Yan's luck is quite poor. He just lost to me. If he cannot win against me, what makes him think he can compete with young Master Su? One must possess self-awareness. As Yin Jiang contemplated the pros and cons of the wager, the burly man's words ignited his competitive spirit. In his youth, Su Ziyou had always been the epitome of the ideal child among their peers, casting a long shadow over Yin Jiang's self-esteem. It was only after becoming a disciple of the calligraphy sage that Yin Jiang felt he had caught up to Su Ziyou. Yet that remark about self-awareness struck him like a hammer, knocking him back to his original state. Taking a deep breath, Yin Jiang solemnly declared to Su Ziyou, I accept your wager. Determined, Yin Jiang resolved that he must emerge victorious. This reflects not only a trust in one's own master but also a means for one's future self to liberate from inner demons. I too have taken a gamble. Feng Zheng has resolved to take a chance. With his sights set on Princess Lumi, the close ties between Su Ziyou and the Prince of Dai suggest a strong likelihood of him becoming a future adversary. This incident presents an opportunity for him. If victorious, Su Ziyou will no longer pose a concern. As for the possibility of defeat, one might wonder what the term book old signifies. Those intrigued may seek to discover its meaning. Well, what audacity! Su Ziyou gave a thumbs up to the three individuals present. He then turned to the burly man and exclaimed, What are you waiting for? Song Gu, hurry and prepare everything, so I may inscribe a few words for everyone. Song Gu is indeed the name of the brawny man. The son of the northern gate captain, Song Qi. Years ago, Su Ziyou intervened to defend him when he was bullied, leading to a confrontation with two princes. Very well, Song-gu readily acquiesced, turning to make the necessary arrangements. Although the third floor of Jufu Tower lacks a stage for literary competitions, it is frequented by young talents, and one can never predict who might suddenly feel inspired to write something. Thus, the proprietor had long been prepared with brushes, ink, paper, and inkstones at hand in no time. Song-gu set out the required items on another table. Just as he reached for the water jug, a delicate hand swiftly seized it first. Startled, Song-gu attempted to grab the ink stick, only to see another hand, cushioned by a handkerchief, take it instead. Upon raising his gaze, he found two beautiful women standing before him. These two ladies paid him no mind. Engrossed in the task of grinding ink, understanding the situation, Song-gu wisely stepped back, realizing one of these beauties was none other than Princess Lumi. The surrounding crowd had already been rendered speechless with astonishment when Lumi and Hutong approached the table. What was transpiring? Here were the two most distinguished and beautiful young ladies on the third floor, diligently preparing ink for Su Ziyo. Moreover, their coordination was remarkably seamless. Su Ziyo himself had not anticipated such a surprise from the two of them. What was going on? When did their relationship become so amicable? He recalled their earlier rivalry while shopping. Nevertheless, this was merely a minor interlude, and Su Ziyo quickly composed himself as he approached the table. After grasping the brush, he did not hasten to write, but instead faced the crowd and proclaimed, 2 years ago, I ventured north beyond the Yinmen Pass, initially with certain matters to attend to. Regrettably, my nature is rather flawed, leading me to offend many, resulting in a relentless pursuit across the grasslands. As he mentioned offending many, numerous attendees stifled their laughter. Having once been chased to the northwest Gobi, he was fortunate enough to behold our Han Dynasty's northwest stronghold, the Yinmen Pass, which inspired a poem. I shall now present it here, albeit with some embarrassment. With that, he began to write. The crowd, eager to see what Su Ziyo would inscribe, found themselves blocked by the Hu family brothers and Zhang family brothers, as well as the second prince and his fiancée Yi, leaving the rest anxiously standing at a distance. Meanwhile, the Yin family brothers and Feng Zhang stood further back. Striving to maintain an air of composure, as Su Ziyo commenced his writing, Hu Qin suddenly shouted, only to quickly cover his mouth with his hand, drawing everyone's attention. If it were Lu Wu or another, the crowd might suspect it to be an act. However, Hu Qin, known for trading written works for favors, could only be astonished by the quality of Su Ziyo's calligraphy. The Yin brothers and Feng Zhang instinctively shivered at the outburst. With each stroke Su Ziyo made, Hu Qin could be heard murmuring with astonishment, while the others widened their eyes, revealing their shocked. Su Ziyo did not write much. Concluding swiftly in the final corner, he penned a few additional characters, seemingly leaving his mark, before producing a seal to stamp down. Witnessing this, not only Hu Qin but the others nearby gasped in disbelief. Only Song-gu, standing behind Su Ziyo, maintained a smile, as if entirely unfazed. Just as the crowd grew impatient, Su Ziyo finally completed his work. He took a step back, signaling for all to observe. Before the crowd could advance, Song-gu was the first to seize the paper from the table. Giving it a gentle shake. In that simple motion, the still wet ink surprisingly dried. Sensing something amiss, Su Ziyo cast a glance at Song-gu but said nothing. Next, Song-gu held the paper to his chest, presenting the front to the audience, granting them their first glimpse of Su Ziyo's writing. It was a brief poem. Cool prefecture verse. The yellow river flows far above the clouds, a solitary city amidst towering mountains. Why should the Chong flute lament the willows? The spring breeze does not pass through Yinmen Pass. Drunken guest. Upon seeing the characters, the crowd erupted in exclamations, marveling at the exceptional quality, far surpassing that of book old. Yet, this was not the sole reason for their astonishment. Upon reading the poem, they envisioned a grand, majestic landscape. From a distance, the yellow river surged forth, seemingly merging with the clouds above. Yinmen Pass stood alone amid the steep mountains. The Chong people played their flutes, weaving a melancholic tune, lamenting the desolation devoid of greenery. Spring would not grace Yinmen Pass. In this world, the willow melody is yet unheard. The poem was succinct, allowing many to swiftly reach the conclusion. However, upon seeing the final signature, the crowd gasped once more. Drunken guest? How could this be? He is the drunken guest. Who is the drunken guest? Someone questioned. Did not Yin Jiang just mention him? As more individuals recalled the identity of the drunken guest, the crowd fell silent, collectively turning their gaze toward Yin Jiang. At that moment, the three brothers of the Yin family stood frozen, bewildered. What was happening? Was this a jest? Was the signature genuine? Not only the signature but also the seal. Impossible. Yin He was the first to shout in disbelief. He felt as if he might lose his mind. Since childhood, Yin He had idolized his elder brother, who had apprenticed under Book Old, and recently, Book Old had begun studying the calligraphy of the drunken guest. Thus, the drunken guest had become a godlike figure in his mind. Yet, the drunken guest was none other than this young man, who was the same age as his brother. How could this be? In that moment, Yin He felt his faith shatter. Yin Jiang and Feng Zhang stood there in silence, unwilling to accept that Su Ziyo was indeed the drunken guest, yet they could think of no counterargument. The only individuals who could affirm that Su Ziyo was not the drunken guest were General Gao and those present at the gathering in Yinmen Pass, but they were all several hundred miles away. Moreover, they privately acknowledged that Su Ziyo's calligraphy was indeed superior to that of Book Old. What to do? Must they concede defeat? While they were still grappling with these thoughts, someone suddenly called out, Su Ziyo just mentioned he traveled north from Yinmen Pass 2 years ago. Correct? So, 2 years ago, he was precisely at Yinmen Pass. Just now, young Master Yin also said that the characters were a gift from the drunken guest to General Gao at the banquet in Yinmen. This was irrefutable evidence. Su Ziyo was undoubtedly the drunken guest. Finally, under the collective gaze of the crowd, Yin Jiang took the initiative. He approached Su Ziyo and respectfully performed a disciple's bow. Observing Yin Jiang's actions, Feng Zheng followed suit, offering a more perfunctory bow. Finally, Yin He reluctantly stepped forward, managing a brief salute to Su Ziyo. Su Ziyo smiled and returned their gestures, intending to say something when a sudden roar erupted from behind. Put that down? It turned out that Song Gu had, while everyone's attention was fixated on Su Ziyo, carefully rolled up the calligraphy and was about to tuck it away. Hu Qin, witnessing this, could no longer contain himself. He shouted and lunged to seize it, but was a moment too late. Song Gu had already concealed the work in his garments. Hu Qin grabbed Song Gu by the collar, ready to voice his grievances, while several others nearby closed in. Yet, Song Gu paid them no heed. Instead, he turned to Su Ziyo and inquired, "Old rules?" Without even glancing, Su Ziyo replied, "Very well, as you wish." Elated, Song Gu raised 2 fingers towards the surrounding crowd. While few understood the significance of the gesture, his next words were unmistakable. 19 sheets. One more, and I shall have 20. Though Song Ji's words seemed like a soliloquy, his voice resonated loudly enough for nearly everyone on the 3rd floor to hear clearly. In the next instant, nearly all eyes turned red with envy. Was this even humanly possible? Others meticulously counted their calligraphy sheets, while he was counting sheets and aiming for 20. Who was it? That was the drunken guest. Presently, the market only held a single piece of his calligraphy, which was cherished by General Gao. Even Xu Lao wishes to see it, and he must exchange it with his own manuscript, for that is the sole copy. But what is this nonsense about you having 19 copies at home? If this word spreads, do you think your family will still have a threshold to cross? Tomorrow, people will certainly gather at your doorstep. Once the public becomes aware of Su Ziyo's true identity, many will plan to stake out his residence, and now there is yet another place to watch. However, what everyone fails to notice is that Hu Pei's gaze seems to possess a certain peculiarity. Chapter 22. To fight or to flee Ziyo. May I also take you as my teacher? The sudden voice belonged to Hu Qin. Upon seeing the seriousness etched on his face, anyone could tell he had made a resolute decision. At this moment, Yin Jiang and the other 2 finally caught on. It was no shame to lose face, for this was a golden opportunity. Learning calligraphy from Su Ziyo is an even rarer chance than studying under Xu Lao. Just as Yin He had previously mentioned, the calligraphy of Drunken Guest is indeed at a master level. With this thought, the 3 of them turned their hopeful gazes towards Su Ziyo. Su Ziyo lifted his head and closed his eyes, seemingly contemplating for a moment before addressing them. Brother Yin, Young Yin, and Brother Feng, I have just returned from the grasslands to Jinyang City today. I must attend to some family matters in the coming days. If you are truly interested in my calligraphy, why not spend a few days at Song Ji's place? He possesses several of my works. You may study those characters in the meantime. Once I have settled my affairs, I shall seek you out. Brother Hu, if you wish to accompany them, you are most welcome. Hearing Su Ziyo's words, their eyes brightened, and they immediately turned to look at Song Ji at this moment. Song Gu was also smiling and nodding. Excellent, welcome. If you don't mind, you may stay at my place for the next few days. Upon hearing this, their joy knew no bounds. Suziyo felt a quiet delight as well. Although it had been 2 years since they last met, his rapport with Song-gu remained strong. Song-gu must have guessed that he intended to keep these individuals in Jinyang City, hence the invitation to his home. Indeed, although it had been confirmed that the Yin brothers could not send someone to inform the Huiling Marker residents, should they wish to run back personally to deliver the message, Suziyo would have no legitimate reason to keep them there. To ensure his plans remained unspoiled, Suziyo had no choice but to reveal his identity as drunken guest. Initially, he had intended to win a bet and use his position as a teacher to retain them, but unexpectedly, they volunteered to stay without him having to say a word. As Suziyo delighted in the smooth progression of his plans, a thought suddenly struck him. He glanced at the crowd and noticed that a certain individual remained present, prompting him to summon Song-gu to his side. Song-gu approached the young lady in a pink dress to offer an apology. Those around were taken aback, clearly not expecting Suziyo to make such a request of Song-gu. Yet the next moment, Song-ji's actions left everyone utterly astonished, as if the world had suddenly shifted. He stepped before the two young ladies and respectfully bowed to the one clad in pink, saying, "My lady, I was rash earlier and should not have struck your face. I sincerely apologize." "Oh, it's quite all right." The pink-clad girl stammered, caught off guard by Song-ji's unexpected apology. Song-gu then bowed to the young lady in green. "My lady, I also extend my apologies to you. You didn't hurt me." "There's no need to apologize," the green-clad girl replied, her voice diminishing as she was equally taken aback by Song-ji's contrition, her earlier boldness fading away. Yin Jiang, witnessing this scene, felt yet another blow to his pride. Previously, he had urged Song-gu to apologize, only for Song-gu to declare he wasn't worthy. Later, when Song-gu insisted his calligraphy surpassed that of Xu Lao, Yin Jiang expressed his desire to see it, and Song-gu reiterated his unworthiness. Now, it appeared that Song-gu had indeed been truthful. He truly was unworthy. By Suziyo's suggestion, Song-gu not only apologized to the pink-clad lady but also extended his apologies to another. After Song-gu had offered his apologies to the two ladies, he returned to Suziyo's side. Suziyo continued, "Old Song, do you know why I asked you to apologize?" Though of the same age as Suziyo, Song-gu was a few months older, hence Suziyo generally referred to him as Old Song, reserving the more formal Song-gu for serious situations. In turn, Song-gu would usually call him Zio, only using his full name Suziyo during significant moments. "I don't know, but it matters not," Song-gu replied, as Yin Jiang was struck by yet another blow to his self-esteem. "You were mistaken earlier. That pink-clad lady truly did apologize to the three of them after defeating them on the stage." He was met with astonishment from Song-gu. The next moment, he once again bowed to the two ladies from a distance, causing their faces to flush crimson. They had not overheard Suziyo and the others, and thus Song-ji's sudden gesture left them lost in thought. After all, girls often admire the strong, and Song-gu was indeed significantly more formidable than they. Following this, many approached Suziyo to greet him. Among them were the second prince and a group of influential individuals who were understandably hesitant to swarm him all at once. Yet, where there's a will, there's a way. Some were bound to find opportunities to ingratiate themselves with Suziyo. Suziyo, ever welcoming, received them all graciously. Having been a small business owner in his past life, he had interacted with various societal strata, though he had never encountered the so-called top-tier elites. Nonetheless, he was capable of conversing with anyone, adapting his speech as required. Despite the youthful brilliance of the crowd on the third floor, their social experience was still quite limited. Thus, after a lively exchange, those who approached left with smiles, while Suziyo merely made empty promises without any tangible effect. As time passed, the number of people on the third floor began to dwindle, with many having already returned home. Lu Xia, having grown weary from the day's festivities, unknowingly fell asleep in Suziyo's embrace. "It's getting late. Perhaps we should disperse now," Suziyo suggested to the few still conversing with him. Presently, those engaging in conversation included the most prominent figures on the third floor: the second Prince Lu Wu, the two sons of the Hu family along with a young lady, the two sons of the Zhang family and a young lady, the two brothers from the Yin family, one from the Feng family, alongside the esteemed Song-gu, who ranked as the highest martial artist in the building. Normally, it would have been Lu Wu who had the authority to dismiss the gathering. Yet, Suziyo spoke up naturally, and the others surprisingly agreed. After all, they were not foolish. While they may not have been fully aware of the relationship between Su Ziyou and Lu Wu, they could certainly perceive the camaraderie between them when they stood side by side. Thus, one by one, they departed. The Zhang family members left, while Song Gu accompanied the Yin brothers and Feng Zheng, who surprisingly took Hu Qin along with him. Hu Pei first inquired if Hu Tong wished to return to the Hu family with him. But upon receiving a negative reply, he did not rush to leave. When Lu Wu intended to take Lu Mi and Lu Xiao with him, Su Ziyou stopped them. "Princess Lu Mi, I have a small request and hope you might grant it." "Why be so polite, Brother Ziyou? Just speak your mind," replied Princess Lu Mi. "Well, as you know, regarding Hu Tong's situation, my sister-in-law has already returned to the Hu family, leaving only my elder brother and me at home. It would be quite inconvenient for Hu Tong to stay with us, yet she cannot return to the Hu family either. I wonder, no problem. As long as Hu Mei doesn't mind, she can stay with me for a few days." Princess Lu Mi readily agreed before Su Ziyou could finish. "Then I shall impose upon you, dear sister," Hu Tong replied, not being foolish. While she yearned to reside at Su's home, she understood that doing so would likely bring trouble, hence she consented. Nearby, Hu Pei felt a sense of relief. When Hu Tong had previously declined to return home with him, he had planned to stay at Su's residence that night, allowing him to publicly state that Hu Tong was accompanying him, a narrative that would be somewhat acceptable. However, with Su Ziyou presenting a better solution, he felt no need to worry any longer. Still, Hu Pei did not hurry to leave. Expressing his desire to remain on the third floor for a while longer, Su Ziyou chose to ignore him and descended the stairs with the remaining guests. On the streets, pedestrians had grown sparse, and the prince's carriage had long awaited outside the tavern. After bidding farewell to his companions and watching their carriage depart, Su Ziyou gradually made his way toward the Su residence. The tavern's patrons had nearly all departed when the owner prepared to instruct the staff to tidy up. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed from the third floor, and shortly after, Hu Pei leisurely descended the stairs. "Young Master Hu, what happened upstairs?" "Oh, I accidentally damaged a table up there. When I go to settle the bill at the Hu residence tomorrow, please add the cost of the table." Since today's gathering at the Gathering Fortune Tavern was jointly hosted by 3 families in Jinyang City, the payment would naturally be settled the following day, and such matters typically fell to the tavern owner to handle with the 3 families. Thus, Hu Pei's comment was quite appropriate. Su Ziyou strolled leisurely toward his home. Having satiated his hunger and indulged in a considerable amount of alcohol, the hour had grown late, and he found himself yawning incessantly as he neared home, with only 2 streets left to traverse. He suddenly came to a gradual halt. The road was utterly deserted at this hour. Although there was no curfew tonight, it was an era devoid of establishments such as bars or internet cafes that operated through the night. While there were some places for enjoying companionship, they were quite distant from Su Ziyou's location. Yet, in this otherwise empty street, 5 figures suddenly emerged, 4 of whom bore silver masks reminiscent of the one he had dispatched the previous night. While the last individual donned a golden mask. 4 were of the 6th rank, and 1 was of the 5th. Gazing at the 5 before him, Su Ziyou's mind began to churn with thoughts. The murderous intent emanating from these individuals suggested they were here to eliminate him. Yet why this particular group? Earlier at Jufu Lu, Yin Jiang had unveiled his identity. Any discerning individual would surely uncover the fact that he had achieved the 5th rank at the tender age of 9. Moreover, if they were aware of his identity as a drunken guest, they would know he had surpassed the 4th rank when composing poetry for General Gao. Although it was possible for a 5th rank martial artist to challenge someone of the 4th rank, as exemplified by his elder brother's recent challenge, it seemed illogical for them to send such a contingent to ambush him. Were their intelligence capabilities so lacking that they were unaware of his true strength? Yet, when they abducted the young princess, their intelligence must have been precise. Was it that their own strength was inadequate, compelling them to dispatch these individuals? Such a suicidal endeavor would serve no purpose other than to squander manpower. Or could it be that internal strife led them to wish to eliminate their foes through his hands? Yet, for those of the highest 5th rank, there seemed little need for such underhanded tactics. Or perhaps this was all a ruse to confound him. With these thoughts, Su Ziyou's eyes began to gleam with realization. His conversation with the prince had taken place in secret within a small room. While outsiders should remain oblivious to their discussions, those with intent could still ascertain who entered the chamber with the prince. Following his unexpected display at Jufu Lu, the identity of the drunken guest rendered them hesitant to act. It was conceivable they had even learned of his earlier confrontation at the Su residence. Su Zio did not mind imagining his opponents as formidable, for it was essential to regard one's enemies with due respect. Their apparent feigned weakness was easily comprehensible. They aimed to lull him into complacency. They must have been plotting a significant move, one capable of obliterating him in a single strike. However, such a maneuver would require certain conditions. Either they needed to amass more personnel or necessitated his departure from Jinyang City. In any case, prior to this, they had intentionally unleashed these minor figures to let him taste a semblance of victory. From the incident that morning, where 3 7th-rank individuals had committed suicide without uttering a word, it was evident that this organization exerted a terrifying level of ideological control over its members, making it unsurprising that some would willingly march to their doom. With clarity of thought, Su Zio regarded the 5 individuals before him and smiled, saying, "Good evening, everyone. Kill." The one clad in the golden mask had no intention of granting Su Zio the opportunity to speak, issuing a direct command. The other 4 lunged forward at once. Su Zio did not rush to retaliate, but instead employed his agility to evade. This technique was one he had devised himself. During the last 3 months on the grasslands, he had created numerous martial arts techniques. A significant portion of these drew inspiration from the renowned martial arts mentioned in classic literature, which he had painstakingly studied. The technique he was employing now was based on Jin Daxia's Lingbo Weibu. Adapted to the martial context of this era, he felt no need to rename it, as it served as a tribute to his previous life. Thus, as the assailants advanced, Lingbo Weibu made its debut in this world. Observing the fierce skirmish, the individual in the golden mask furrowed his brow deeper. At times, a discerning eye is truly a privilege bestowed only upon those of a certain caliber. Had a martial artist of the 3rd rank or higher been spectating, they would have fled without hesitation. Recognizing the terrifying nature of this technique, they would understand that Su Zio, even without exuding the aura of a 3rd-rank master, was undoubtedly one. However, the sole observer was the 5th-rank individual in the golden mask. And within his perspective, everything had shifted. His original mission was indeed to march to his demise, intending to lull his opponent through his own death. Yet upon witnessing Su Zio playfully toying with his 4 subordinates, a glimmer of hope ignited within him. If they could unite to slay Su Zio, he might escape his own fate today. With this thought, he began to concentrate his power into his hands. Seeking an opportunity for a decisive strike. At last, the moment arrived. As Su Zio turned his back to evade the attacks, the distance between them closed to within 3 steps. Without hesitation, the golden-masked individual lunged forward. His darkened palm aimed at Su Zio's back. Despite his caution, Su Zio sensed the danger at the last moment, narrowly dodging the attack at the cost of his sleeve, which disintegrated under the force of the blow. With the golden-masked individual joining the fray, Su Zio's previously graceful movements became increasingly frantic. The masked attacker grew bolder with each passing moment, but each time he struck, he fell just short of his target. In his attempts to evade, Su Zio had sustained 2 cuts from the masked assailants, leaving his garments in tatters. Just as the golden mask felt certain that a final push would claim Su Zio's life, the distant sound of hurried footsteps and shouts reached his ears. Jinyang guards on patrol. Who dares to engage in private combat in Jinyang City? Surrender at once. The golden-masked individual sighed inwardly, lamenting the narrowness of his opportunity. They had originally intended to die, and thus had chosen a location without much thought. Yet, they had not anticipated Su Zio's apparent weakness. Had they known, they would have selected a more advantageous spot to wear him down. Now, the golden mask was faced with an unexpected choice. A choice that should not have existed. To fight or to flee. This fleeing was not for the sake of survival, but rather to convey Su Zio's true strength to his organization. With only local resources, they could swiftly eliminate Su Zio. He had received a kill order, and as such, it was either Su Zio's demise or his own. If he returned to the organization, he would likely still meet his end. Since death was inevitable, should he not bring back this crucial information for his organization? As the patrolling soldiers drew closer, he finally resolved himself. Desperate measures. With a bellow from the golden mask, his 4 subordinates abandoned their previous tactics and recklessly charged at Su Zio. Already at a disadvantage, Su Zio found himself in an even more precarious situation, sustaining 2 more wounds. Seizing the opportunity, the golden-masked individual slipped away to hide behind a nearby building. Su Zio managed to hold out until the patrol soldiers arrived. The leading officer, a young captain, having visited the Su residence earlier that day, immediately recognizing Su Ziyo. Kill. Without a moment's hesitation, the captain led his men into battle, although the soldiers were of average skill. And even the captain himself was only at the 9th rank. They expertly used signaling arrows to alert nearby forces while maintaining a well-coordinated formation. Su Ziyo had not anticipated that the young captain was, in fact, an 8th rank martial artist. One by one, the 4 silver-masked individuals fell to the combined efforts of Su Ziyo and the soldiers. During this time, 2 additional squads arrived to provide support. Thank you for your assistance. General Su Gongzi, you are too kind. The young captain responded with a beaming smile. Though he was not a general, flattery was always welcome, and Su Ziyo's words were pleasing to hear. Who would have thought there were such desperate individuals lurking at night? They were numerous, and I nearly met my end. What a pity one managed to escape. Upon hearing Su Ziyo's words, the captain promptly dispatched the 2 additional squads to search the vicinity while leading his own team to escort Su Ziyo back to the Hu residence. Chapter 23. Halt! Do not depart. Before the Su residence, Su Ziyo stopped Su Zhong, who was about to exclaim in shock, instructing him instead to fetch some ointment for external injuries and deliver it to his room. He then bid farewell to the soldiers who had escorted him home, casually offering the young captain 3 golden leaves as a token of gratitude for saving his life. As for how they would be divided, Su Ziyo did not concern himself with that. The young captain left with a heart full of joy, and Su Ziyo entered the Su residence. Once the door was secured from the inside, a figure clad in a golden mask appeared at the entrance, only to vanish in a flash. Su Ziyo hummed a cheerful tune as he entered, only to find his elder brother seated in the courtyard. Su Zizwa occupied a stone bench, a small spread of dishes, a wine jug, and 2 cups laid out on the stone table before him. Noticing Su Ziyo's return, his tattered appearance caused him to furrow his brow. But seeing Su Ziyo's relaxed demeanor alleviated his concern. Su Ziyo took a seat directly across from his brother. Watong and Lumi have gone to the prince's residence. She plans to stay there for the next few days. Su Ziyo was fully aware of what his elder brother wanted to inquire, thus he preemptively elucidated the matter. Su Zizwa then gestured towards the 4 deep gashes on Su Ziyo's chest. With a surge of energy, Su Ziyo shattered the fabric of his upper garment, revealing that the previously visible, bone-deep wounds had now transformed into mere elongated scars, freshly marred skin. He anticipated recovery by the following morning. Having agreed to assist the prince in a task, fortuitously encountering the situation on his return, and thus decided to set a trap, Su Zizwa, observing his brother's bare torso, inquired, "Aren't you cold?" Su Ziyo replied with a hint of exasperation. "Brother, it was you who placed the food in the middle of the courtyard." Su Zizwa fell silent, merely raising his wine cup, and Su Ziyo mirrored the action. The 2 cups clinked together in the air, marking the commencement of this belated welcome feast. The brothers remained quiet, each savoring their meal at a leisurely pace, occasionally toasting one another. Suddenly, Su Zizwa posed the question, "Is it you?" The seemingly nonsensical inquiry prompted an immediate response from Su Ziyo. "Yes. Did those 3 perish? Indeed, you've attained the 1st rank now? That would be accurate." With a blend of amusement and resignation, Su Zizwa shook his head. Shortly after Su Ziyo departed from home, a wanderer known as Julie Rian emerged on the grasslands. Over 6 months later, news spread that Julie Rian had annihilated a tribe on the plains, becoming the common enemy of all. From that moment forth, Su Zizwa and Hu Jie speculated that Julie Rian was none other than Su Ziyo. At that time, the couple discreetly rejoiced at home. However, a year later, another report emerged stating that Julie Rian had perished alongside 3 first-rank experts. Upon hearing this news, the couple felt as though their entire world had collapsed. They reassured themselves in their hearts that Su Ziyo was alive. As long as no corpse was found, he still existed. After receiving the answers he sought, Su Zizwa unexpectedly stood up and turned to leave. As he walked away, he remarked, "All right, it's late. We should return and rest, lest we catch a chill." Su Ziyo chuckled softly at his brother's retreating figure, but chose not to respond or retire to his room. Instead, he sat cross-legged in the center of the courtyard, swiftly entering a state of profound meditation. The luminous moonlight enveloped him, bestowing upon him an ethereal quality. This moonlight also graced many locations within Jinyang City. Within the Dai Wang mansion, in the boudoir of Princess Lumi, 2 young maidens lay on the same bed, whispering and occasionally erupting into fits of laughter. Meanwhile, the Dai Wang Fei stood outside the door, straining to listen to the sounds within. After a considerable time, she quietly returned to her own chamber. At that moment, the Dai Wang was engrossed in a book, though his expression bore signs of anger. "What is the matter with that girl?" he finally inquired upon seeing his wife return. "She is the youngest granddaughter of Hu Yao, of the same age as me. I am aware of her identity." Today Su's eldest son came specifically regarding this matter. "I wish to know what her relationship with Su Zio is." "What of it? Were you not opposed to Mir having any association with Su Zio? Are you now concerned that someone might vie for your daughter's suitor?" The Dai Wang pondered for a moment before recounting to his wife what had transpired at Jisheng Pavilion with Su Zio, along with his speculations about Su Zio's future. "Initially, I intended to petition the emperor for a marriage grant if he achieved the third rank before turning 20. However, the emergence of that young lady from the Hu family complicates matters. Despite your daughter and this young lady currently enjoying a good relationship, the pursuit of this suitor could lead to a confrontation." The Dai Wang elaborated further. "Is there no other solution?" "No other solution? Our daughter will never settle for being a concubine, and the Hu family likely would not agree either. Even if they could tolerate each other, the powers backing both parties would not acquiesce. Unless that young man can offer something satisfactory to both sides." Upon hearing her husband's words, the Dai Wang Fei fell silent, recognizing the validity of his statement. After a prolonged silence, she finally spoke. "Our speculations are of little consequence. We do not yet know Su Zio's intentions. The fortunes of our offspring are theirs to navigate. Let them decide for themselves." With that, she tidied up briefly before retiring with the Dai Wang. In the Hu family, the grand hall had long since emptied, leaving only a handful of servants busy tidying up. The disarray within the hall indicated that significant events had transpired recently, as the servants whispered among themselves. They noted how irate the eldest young lady had been that day, managing to leave her third uncle speechless. Both the patriarch and the second elder remained silent, merely observing as the young lady wreaked havoc. Ultimately, the patriarch suggested that it was too late and that discussions could continue the following day, thus sending everyone back to their respective rooms. In Hu Yao's courtyard, Hu Pei was recounting the events that had unfolded that evening at Ju Fu Lu to his father and grandfather. Upon hearing about Su Zio's conduct there, Hu Yao smiled with satisfaction, stroking his beard, while Hu Ming's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Halt! Do not depart." Just as Hu Pei concluded his account of the happenings at Ju Fu Lu and prepared to take his leave, Hu Yao's voice resonated with authority, echoing throughout the courtyard, and the sound lingered within the Hu family for quite some time before it gradually faded away. Upon returning to his room, Hu Qin promptly began packing his belongings. He was quite astute. Ever since being forcibly brought back to the Hu family by Hu Jie, he had discerned her intentions. Although he could not fully grasp the Su brothers' motives, he understood he must alert the Shao family. Unable to leave the hall just moments prior, he now hurriedly gathered his things in preparation for a nighttime escape. However, suddenly, his father's voice thundered through the Hu family. "Halt! Do not depart." Recognizing this as a warning from his father, Hu Qin hesitated for a long while in his room before finally exhaling deeply and lying down to rest. Having just lulled her two children to sleep, Hu Jie contemplated whether to monitor her third uncle. Upon hearing her grandfather's robust voice, she relaxed and smiled as she drifted off to slumber. Hu Yao, observing his grandson, was about to speak when a voice interrupted from behind. "Why are you causing such a ruckus in the dead of night?" The speaker was none other than Hu Yao's elderly wife, Zhao. Though she was often bedridden due to illness, her position within the household was paramount. Her frail health made the family reluctant to disturb her. Unaware that Hu Jie had returned, Zhao was displeased to be roused by her husband's exclamation and proceeded to educate him within their quarters. Hu Pei hastily exited the elderly couple's courtyard. Just as he emerged, Hu Ming seized his son by the nape of his neck. "Dad, what are you doing?" Hu Pei's voice was filled with innocence. "Less chatter. Hand over what you have." I have nothing." "Then I shall take it myself." Hu Ming reached for Hu Pei's possession. Dad. I truly have nothing." Despite Hu Pei's vigorous protests, the disparity in their strengths soon led to Hu Ming retrieving the item effortlessly. It was a wooden board, its edges uneven, clearly pried from a larger piece. In the bright moonlight, the markings on the board became evident. It was a poem titled Liangzhou Xie. Hu Ming lowered his head, studying it intently under the radiant moonlight, before murmuring, "A splendid poem. Exquisite characters, penetrating the paper with vigor." Afterward, He cast a glance at his son. Humph. Su Zio is even a year younger than you. Observe him and then yourself. Indulging in such petty cleverness, I shall keep this. You cannot handle it. Hu Pei felt like weeping without tears upon hearing his father's remarks. Earlier at Ju Fu Lu, he was the only one to notice Su Zio's writing on the table. Thus, he had waited until everyone had left to discreetly pry it off. Upon arriving home, he immediately summoned his grandfather, without the time to hide the wooden board in his room, only to be discovered by both his grandfather and father. Grandfather was ensnared by grandmother. Initially, he felt a sense of sly joy, but unexpectedly, his father intervened forcefully, causing everything to slip away. In the residence of the Song family, within the room of Song Gu, he lay soundly asleep on the bed, his snores resonating throughout his small courtyard. In the outer room, a row of small square tables was lined up, where the Yin brothers, Feng Zheng, and Hu Qin were seated at individual tables, each displaying a piece of calligraphy. The four of them were intently focused on the characters before them, muttering incantations while gesturing with their right hands in the air. Inside a dilapidated mansion in Jinyang City, a figure donned in a tiger mask sat at the center of the grand hall. On either side of him were individuals wearing red masks, and at their feet stood three others in golden masks. Before the tiger-masked figure knelt three more individuals in golden masks, forming a triangle. The foremost among them spoke of the night's operations. After his subordinates fled, he worried they might have purposefully let him escape to follow him. Thus, he trailed them back to the Su residence. After confirming their entry, he made a deliberate detour around Jinyang City to ensure he was not being followed before returning. He vowed with his life that his account was truthful. Having resolved to face death, he returned only out of concern that the leader might be unaware of the situation. Upon hearing his words, all eyes turned to the tiger-masked figure, who remained silent for a considerable time before finally responding. Jinwu, you possess the ability to adapt and discern the enemy's strengths and weaknesses. Although you returned without permission, your intentions were commendable. You may rise, but remember, this shall not be repeated. Hearing this, Jian Mian bowed thrice in respect to the tiger figure before standing and taking his place at the end of the line of golden-masked individuals. Jin Shi, what is the situation on your end? The tiger figure inquired of the golden-masked man on the left who remained kneeling. The young fellow, Xiao Guozi, was overly eager to complete the task and, as a result, exposed himself. It was my failure in judgment, and I am willing to accept your punishment, esteemed leader. The tiger figure nodded and suddenly gestured with his right hand towards Jin Shi. Moments later, blood dripped from beneath his mask, indicating he had sustained severe internal injuries. For your poor judgment, according to our rules, a hand must be severed. However, since you serve at the prince's residence, an abrupt amputation would be difficult to explain. For now, let it be. You may rise. Jin Shi bowed thrice in reverence before standing and moving to the back of the line, facing Jin Wu. The tiger figure then addressed the final golden-masked individual. Speaking slowly, Jan Air, what transpired on your end today? My subordinate dispatched a silver-masked individual to fetch the young princess, but unexpectedly encountered Su Zio. You sent a silver mask? I distinctly recall instructing you to go personally. My lord, I was temporarily unable to attend due to pressing matters. Pressing matters? Is it concerning your gambling house or your concubine? I heard you visited Wu Lar today to reclaim his daughter as your own, making her your 13th concubine? Jin Air was so frightened that words escaped him. You heard Jin Wu's estimation of Su Zio's strength. Do you believe if you had gone personally, you would have had a fair chance of reclaiming the young princess? Perhaps 6 or 7 out of 10. The tiger figure nodded that I concur, but you chose to pursue a concubine while neglecting your duties to the gang. What punishment do you deserve? I momentarily lost my senses. Esteemed leader, please show mercy. After Jin Air's plea, he repeatedly bowed to the tiger figure. Today's plan required nearly half a year of effort from our entire Tiger Hall. It was a clever scheme, capable of achieving two objectives: to use the young princess as leverage against the prince, and to incite discord between the prince's residence and the Li family. Yet, due to your infatuation, all our plans have gone to waste. You have been with Tiger Hall for quite some time. How do you propose I punish you? Jin Air offered no reply, merely bowing persistently. Enough, I shall grant you some dignity. Although Jin Wu has just returned, he was involved in the assassination attempt on Su Zio, and the entire city is likely searching for a golden-masked individual. You will take his place. Upon hearing the tiger figure's words, Jane Eyre stood frozen in disbelief. Are you unwilling? Your numerous wives have borne you several children. I am reluctant to harm the innocent, but I will if necessary go. Substitute for Jean Wu and handle the situation. I shall ensure your family remains safe. After a prolonged hesitation, Jane Eyre finally bowed to the tiger figure and slowly retreated. The tiger figure then commanded, Jean E, Jean C, keep a close watch. The rest may withdraw for now. He waved his hand, and several golden-masked individuals exited in unison. Once all the golden-masked figures had departed, the tiger figure turned to the red-masked individual on his left and inquired, what transpired at the Su residence today? Have any spies been dispatched to ascertain the details? Su Zizwa's inner guards are unlike others. Despite my efforts over the past half-year, I could not bribe anyone. The Su family servants are tight-lipped. However, Su Ziyou inadvertently leaked information today at Jufilu. From his conversation with the Yin brothers, it appears that their youngest son, Xiao Hai, was apprehended while causing a scene at the Su residence. Then it seems the Huiling Marquis has yet to receive this news? Indeed, it seems not, my lord. Are you considering we have already sought assistance from the main headquarters? Regardless of Su Ziyou's strength, the matter of his assassination will be addressed once they send someone. However, we can create some disturbances for the Su family in the meantime. Dispatch carrier pigeons to the Jinji Hall, instructing them to relay the news to the Huiling Marquis. How many pigeons? Sending carrier pigeons is fraught with potential mishaps. Even for ordinary messages, it typically requires 3 pigeons to be dispatched simultaneously. For significant matters, 5, 7, or more may be necessary. The number of pigeons often reflects the severity of the situation. 4 should suffice. This is a mere probing move, and success would be splendid, yet failure will bear little consequence. Our target is the troublesome Su Ziyou. As for the other members of the Su family, we may address them at a later time. Understood, the red-masked individual acknowledged, then departed alongside another red-masked companion. After approximately the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, 3 pigeons took flight from a small courtyard not far from the mansion. After another span of time, the last pigeon soared into the sky. The tiger figure watched the heavens intently until all 4 pigeons were out of sight, then nodded and vanished from the courtyard. Shortly thereafter, the tiger figure reappeared in the backyard of a merchant in the eastern market. He gazed up at the moon, removed his mask beneath the bright moonlight, and returned to his chamber. Su residents having dozed off briefly in the courtyard. Su Ziyou suddenly opened his eyes, stretched languidly, and hummed a tune as he headed back inside to continue his slumber. Chapter 1. Assassination in the streets. On a bright morning at the Su residence, the servants of the Su family were likely the earliest risers in all of Jinyang City. Each morning, they awoke to the sounds of their master practicing martial arts, then began their respective tasks. Today, Su Zizwa rose particularly early. Having just ascended to the 4th rank yesterday, he was brimming with excitement. With his wife absent, he hardly slept a wink that night. As Su Ziyou yawned and arrived at the training grounds in the Su family's backyard, he found his elder brother wielding a large blade with fervent enthusiasm. Su Ziyou could understand his brother's mindset, as he had just become a sword-mastered in this world. Martial and literary disciplines generally consist of 9 ranks and 11 stages, including the rank of entry and sage. Each rank bears its distinct title. Conventionally, practitioners at the lower 3 ranks of the martial discipline are referred to as warriors, focusing primarily on physical conditioning, often termed skin refining, muscle tempering, or bone forging. Upon reaching the middle 3 ranks, one becomes a martial artist, specializing in a particular weapon. Based on the weapon they train with, they are further classified as apprentice, artist, or master. For instance, Su Zizwa was previously known as a blade artist, and today he is a blade master. At the upper 3 ranks, one is termed a martial teacher, as practitioners begin to integrate various weapons, earning titles such as Grandmaster, Master of Masters, or Great Master. As for sages or saints, no individual in the martial discipline has publicly declared reaching that level. Watching his elder brother engrossed in practice, Su Ziyou felt a stirring in his own hands. Eager to join, he casually picked up a wooden stick from the side and silently swung it towards Su Zizwa's back. Hearing the whoosh of the stick slicing through the air behind him, Su Zizwa instinctively countered with a backhanded slash. Contrary to his expectations, there was no sound of the wooden stick snapping, nor the clash of metal against wood. Su Zizwa felt the impact of his blade against the stick. Yet it did not clash with it. Rather, the stick deftly guided his blade off to the side, As the sparring continued, Su Zizwa grew increasingly frustrated. In his duel with the Taoist the previous day, his opponent had merely relied on nimble footwork. Yet today, against his own brother, a simple wooden stick had him spinning in circles. However, he soon realized that his brother was only defending and not attacking, prompting him to unleash his full offensive. The two brothers engaged in their practice for over half an hour. Su Zizwa, who had only just become a swordsman the day before, still felt somewhat awkward in many areas. Yet, through the course of the morning's combat, he finally found his footing. Once they ceased their sparring, Su Zizwa gave his elder brother a hearty compliment. "Well done, big brother. With your skill in Su family swordsmanship, you will surely become a master in no time," Su Zizwa retorted. "Oh, spare me. This is all thanks to your clever studies," he added with a teasing tone. "Sometimes I really want to crack open your head to see what thoughts are swirling inside." Su Zizwa responded, "I too would be curious to dissect and examine, but the pain is too much for me to bear." "Why not you give it a try?" Su Zizwa replied, "Perhaps another time. I am quite fatigued today and must go eat." The two brothers continued to jest with one another as they made their way to the dining hall. "Elder brother, I have made some modifications to our Su family swordsmanship while in the grasslands. I'll explain it to you in detail later," Su Zizwa mentioned. During the last 6 months on the grasslands, he had researched numerous martial arts techniques, with swordplay being his primary focus. Much like Klingbo Weibo, he drew inspiration from the works of Jin Daxia from his past life. He delved into 2 distinct sword styles, one being Jimozi's flame blade and the other Hu family swordsmanship. The flame blade is a technique that requires the practitioner to reach the level of martial master to cultivate, a feat Su Zizwa had yet to achieve. However, Hu family swordsmanship emphasizes the intricacies of technique over brute force, advocating for strategic movements such as entangling, sliding, twisting, scraping, withdrawing, intercepting, slashing, and chopping. This was precisely what Su Zizwa was capable of cultivating at present. The similarity in names between Su family swordsmanship and Hu family swordsmanship allowed Su Zizwa to shamelessly adopt the latter. Hearing his brother's words, Su Zizwa felt an irresistible urge to drag Su Zizwa back to the courtyard for further practice, but Su Zizwa managed to persuade him otherwise. Reluctantly, Su Zizwa agreed to begin teaching him the next morning. Upon entering the hall, they found breakfast prepared for them. Su Zizwa took a sip and exclaimed, "This pigeon soup is truly fresh." Though the meat is a tad tough, Su Zizwa chuckled but said nothing. Focusing on his own meal, however, as he ate, he contemplated another matter. Ever since his arrival in this world, he had been exceptionally busy. As a child, he had occupied himself with understanding this new realm, later dedicating himself to honing his skills, and in the past 2 years, engaging in combat on the grasslands. Now that the situation with Hu Xiaomei had been largely resolved and the matters concerning the prince's residence were under control, he finally found some stability and wondered if it was time to improve his quality of life. For instance, regarding food, this era lacked stir-frying. Every meal consisted solely of soup and vegetables. While he was not a master chef in his previous life, he had taken charge of the cooking during his 2 marriages. Therefore, he could certainly teach the household cooks how to prepare stir-fried dishes, or even establish a restaurant specializing in such cuisine. Tea, wine, hot pot. These were all favored pursuits among those who had traversed worlds. Just as Su Zizwa was planning his future lifestyle, he was abruptly interrupted by Su Zhong's entrance. "Master, second master, there are many visitors at the main gate, and they all appear to be individuals of scholarly lineage. They are requesting to see the second master, Su Zizwa," Su Zizwa inquired, glancing at his brother. Su Zizwa understood this was in reference to the poem from the previous night. "Elder brother, you are heading to the military camp, right? I need to consult Uncle Lu about something. May I accompany you?" Su Zizwa hesitated before responding to Su Zhong, first posing a question to Su Zizwa. Uncle Lu was the one who had assisted Su Zizwa with his sword previously, his full name being Lu Ming. "All right, but you are not a child anymore. Without a military position, it's best to limit your visits to the camp." "No worries. The prince asked me to assist in investigating the matter concerning the young princess. My visit to the military camp is in service to the prince's command, and no one will gossip about it." Upon hearing this, Su Zizwa grew anxious. "Why did you agree to this? It could lead to trouble." "Rest assured, elder brother, I have already resolved most of it." Su Zizwa smiled reassuringly at his elder brother, then turned to Su Zhong, who was waiting. "Uncle Zhong, please inform those at the gate that I am under royal orders and cannot meet with them at this time. Once I am finished with my duties, I will host them at the earliest opportunity." If they have invitations, please have them leave them behind. Yes, second master, Uncle Zhong acknowledged before turning to leave. Second brother, it's not that I am scolding you. But regarding the prince's affairs, if we can avoid getting involved, it is best that we do so. The waters run deep here. Su Zizhua was not easily pacified by his brother's reassurances and continued to urge Su Ziyou. Su Ziyou, left with no choice, leaned in close to Su Zizhua's ear and gestured as he spoke for quite some time. Gradually, Su Zizhua's furrowed brow began to relax, and a smile eventually graced his face. You mischievous rascal, Su Zizhua finally said with a resigned finger poke at Su Ziyou, shaking his head in acceptance. Outside the Su residence, many of the visitors had already departed following Su Zhong's persuasion. Though a few remained steadfastly waiting at the door, Su Ziyou and his elder brother mounted their horses and set off through the back gate toward the northern military camp in Jinyang City. The defending forces of Jinyang City comprised approximately 10,000 men, with 4,000 stationed in the inner city, further divided into southern and northern camps. Su Zizhua served as the commanding officer of the northern camp. As the Su brothers were about to transition from a narrow path to a wider road, a carriage approached from the opposite direction. When the two sides were less than 20 steps apart, the carriage suddenly came to a halt, its driver donning a golden mask. Who goes there? Su Zizhua coldly demanded. The masked figure did not respond to his query. Instead, he pulled a hemp rope from behind him. A mechanical sound emanated from within the carriage, and the next moment, a dark object flew out from the top of the carriage. The object unfurled midair, gradually transforming into a large net. The net descended from above. Enveloping the Su brothers, it was lined with barbed hooks that glinted ominously in the sunlight, reflecting a sinister black sheen. Those with even a modicum of experience understood that this black color signified a form of unknown and potent poison. Su Zizhua let out a fierce shout, leaping off his horse and drawing his large blade to confront the net. The figure in the golden mask observed Su Zizhua's strike with cold indifference. His eyes filled with disdain. The assailant was none other than Jin Er. Initially, he had been sent by the Hu Mianren to find Su Ziyou and deliver him to his demise. However, unwilling to accept such a fate, he resolved to make a desperate stand. He had intended to lay an ambush near the front gate of the Su residence, but, upon discovering numerous scholarly students there, had retreated to the back gate instead. He was uncertain whether Su Ziyou would exit through the back, but decided to take a gamble, which surprisingly paid off. Given that Jin Wu had claimed Su Ziyou was of average skill, merely agile in movement, Jin Er had decided to unleash his ultimate treasure, the 5 Luo Heavenly Net, for this ambush. This net was originally an artifact of a second-grade master, which Jin Er had obtained through a stroke of fortune after pilfering from the master. It was woven from 5 different metallic threads combined with the silk of Tianshan ice silkworm, and its barbed hooks were forged from Tianshan cold iron. The net boasted remarkable tensile strength, impervious to blades or swords. Even the internal energy of a third-grade master would struggle to inflict damage upon it due to its unique properties. Only a first-grade grandmaster could form a protective energy barrier to escape its grasp. After acquiring the 5 Luo Heavenly Net, Jin Er had coated its barbs with a deadly poison, making it his final weapon. Had it not been for his desperate gamble, he would not have dared to bring it out. Jin Er believed that with this net, he could potentially kill even the Hu Mianren. Thus, as Su Zizhua leaped to strike the net, Jin Er had already envisioned the outcome for Su Zizhua. He firmly believed that Su Zizhua would soon be ensnared tightly by the net, destined to perish within moments under the lethal poison. However, this turn of events would allow Su Ziyou to evade the grim fate of dying within the web. Yet, Jin Er had long since prepared a contingency plan, assuring that Su Ziyou would meet his demise at the next trap. What Jin Er did not anticipate, however, was a remarkable turn of events. Su Zizhua's blade effortlessly cleaved the Wuluo Heavenly Net in two. Witnessing his most treasured possession being destroyed, Jin Er felt a pang of anguish in his heart. Enraged, he activated the next trap without hesitation. From the carriage behind him, a cacophony of mechanisms echoed. And in the blink of an eye, 20 crossbow bolts shot forth from the side of the carriage. These bolts had but one target, the still-mounted Su Ziyou. Each arrow was aimed directly at Su Ziyou's head, chest, abdomen, and legs. Jin Er was convinced that no matter how Su Ziyou attempted to evade, it would be exceedingly difficult to completely avoid the onslaught of these 20 bolts. Moreover, he had coated the arrows with the same fatal poison. Should even a single bolt graze Su Ziyou, he would succumb to the toxin and meet his end, and of course, the poison Jean Eyre employed was only effective against martial artists below the 3rd rank. But he believed Su Ziyou to be merely of the 4th rank. At that moment, Su Ziyou was suspended in midair, devoid of any leverage, and thus could not descend to shield Su Ziyou from the arrows. Just as Jean Eyre was certain of Su Ziyou's impending death, an unexpected scene unfolded before his eyes. One half of the Wulua heavenly net, previously cleaved by Su Ziyou, was now descending towards Su Ziyou. The net's periphery, originally encircled with copper coins to ensure accurate capture, had its balance disrupted by the split. As the half-net fell askew before Su Ziyou's mount, it fortuitously intersected with the incoming arrows. In an instant, all the arrows were influenced by this half-net, altering their trajectory in unison. Ultimately, the arrows, along with the net, soared past Su Ziyou's right side, embedding themselves into a tree behind him. Entirely missing their mark. Coincidence? Jean Eyre stared in disbelief at the scene before him, utterly stunned. In that moment of distraction, Su Ziyou executed a swift turn in midair, slicing towards Jean Eyre. In the next instant, a formidable strike descended from above. Jean Eyre, still reeling from the unexpected turn of events, stood his ground and received Su Ziyou's blade without flinching. And thus, Jean Eyre fulfilled his mission. Su Ziyou gazed at the unfolding scene. Feeling an ache in his head, he realized that his elder brother had grown far more ruthless than he was 2 years prior. Brother, could we perhaps be a tad gentler next time? Look at you. Yesterday you cleaved someone horizontally, and today, vertically. It's quite off-putting. Su Ziyou found himself momentarily speechless. His initial intention was merely to injure Jean Eyre and capture him for interrogation. He believed his opponent's strength to be comparable to his own from the previous day, sufficient to either evade or withstand his strike, with the most likely outcome being severe injury. However, he had not anticipated that his opponent, a practitioner of stealth combat, would be inept in close quarters and, bewildered by the astonishing turn of events, would stand there frozen, ultimately meeting his demise. A patrol of city guards had noticed the commotion, and by sheer coincidence, this group was among those who had visited the Su residence the previous day. As they approached, they overheard Su Ziyou's words, nodding in shared understanding. The brutality of the earlier act was too shocking. Several soldiers had vomited upon witnessing it the day before. Today's scene was even more grotesque. Leaving many unable to bear direct witness to the gruesome sight, Su Ziyou, however, found himself intrigued by the lifeless body on the ground. He circled the corpse, then suddenly turned to the nearby soldiers and inquired, "Does anyone recognize this individual?" A few brave souls, mustering their courage, stole glances at the deceased. At that moment, the mask of the corpse had been cleaved in two, revealing a face devoid of any concealment. "This is Wu Damazi from South City," one soldier exclaimed loudly. "Wu Damazi? Who is that?" Su Ziyou inquired, clearly unfamiliar with the name. "Your Excellency, Wu Damazi is the clandestine proprietor of the underground gambling den in South City, having dominated the region for nearly a decade. However, he is notoriously cautious and rarely makes appearances, and since his territory does not extend to ours, you would not be acquainted with him." "The proprietor of an underground gambling den? I recall that the prince issued an order yesterday to apprehend all such individuals. How is it that he has been released so swiftly?" "Your Excellency, he is, after all, a figure from South City, beyond our jurisdiction. Moreover, as the mastermind, it is likely that the South City garrison merely captured those on the surface." There was an unspoken implication that, as the owner of the gambling den, he likely had connections with the captain of the South City garrison. "Send someone to fetch the personnel from the charity hall and clean this place up. Leave the bodies for now, but seal off Wu Damazi's residence." Su Ziyou interjected suddenly. "This?" The soldier responding appeared somewhat troubled as he looked at Su Ziyou. "What's the matter? Your Excellency, that is within the jurisdiction of South City, and it may not be convenient for my brothers to proceed. In no matter. You are to seal the doors and apprehend individuals. If the South City guards obstruct you, simply state that you are acting under the orders of the Deputy Prince. If they persist in their interference, send someone back to report. Above all, avoid initiating conflict. Do your utmost to prevent them from seizing people or property," Su Ziyou reiterated. "It's easy for you to say. To go into their territory to seize individuals without provoking conflict is a tall order. Why don't you give it a try?" While the soldier would never voice such thoughts, he couldn't help but express his concerns. "But what if they act first? if they forcefully intervene. We are too few to stop them. Throughout his reply, he kept his gaze fixed on Su Zizua, for Su Zizua was their superior. Yet, to his astonishment, Su Zizua remained silent, merely listening to their exchange. It was evident that Su Zizua had tacitly endorsed his brother's words. Your numbers may be somewhat lacking, making it normal to be outmatched, but this process is essential. Should they insist on seizing individuals? Inform them that Wu Damazi is implicated in the events involving the deputy prince yesterday and advise them to refrain from meddling. Inform them? The soldier's eyes widened in alarm at this suggestion. Wu Damazi is undoubtedly entangled with the captain of South City. You are sending a handful of men to their territory to apprehend individuals while alerting them to the involvement of the deputy prince? Isn't that tantamount to warning them to destroy evidence? If you are indeed injured, ensure you remember who harmed you and return promptly. The soldier, listening to Su Zio's words, felt increasingly exasperated, realizing that it seemed as though they were being sent to invite trouble. Chapter 2. Playing a greater role in the end, the group of soldiers set forth, as Su Zizua was their commanding officer. Although Su Zio held no official position within the military camp, the absence of opposition from Su Zizua indicated consent. For the soldiers, to persist in their objections would imply defiance against their superior. As they watched the soldiers recede into the distance, Su Zizua turned his gaze toward his brother. Filled with inquiry, he knew his brother well, hence his earlier silence, allowing Su Zio to assert his authority. Yet, he still hoped for an explanation. Su Zio smiled slightly, gesturing toward the shattered mask on the ground and then pointing at a red signboard of an inn. Su Zizua initially struggled to grasp his brother's intent, but moments later, he widened his eyes in astonishment, staring at Su Zio. Su Zio nodded affirmatively. Su Zizua found himself at a loss for words. Pointing at the departing soldiers, a mix of amusement and disbelief etched on his face. Brother, Su Zio interjected, breaking their silent exchange. These are mere clowns. Everything is under my control. I merely afforded them an opportunity to showcase their capabilities, providing some entertainment to my life. Since you have already uncovered everything, why not apprehend them all at once? Why resort to such theatrics of fishing for a bigger catch? Besides, the biggest fish is already in your net. What more do you seek, brother? Sometimes, an enemy, when utilized effectively, can prove more valuable than one's own. What exactly are you plotting? Upon hearing Su Zio's words, Su Zizua felt a wave of uncertainty wash over him. He was genuinely concerned that his brother might instigate something uncontrollable. His worry was not for himself or Su Zio, but rather for the ordinary soldiers or the citizens of Jinyang City. Should any mishap occur, brother, just remember one thing. My sole purpose in all I do is to gradually improve everyone's lives. Everyone? Gradually improve? Yes, everyone. Gradually improve. As the two Su brothers were still engaged in conversation, the personnel from the charitable hall had already arrived. Consequently, they ceased their discussion regarding previous matters. Su Zizua instructed the hall's personnel to handle the remains of the deceased Wu Dama, while he himself continued his journey towards the northern barracks. Su Zio gathered the net and the crossbow bolts affixed to the tree, then hurriedly followed his elder brother to the northern barracks with the horse-drawn cart. Upon entering the barracks, Su Zizua convened his subordinates in the tent to prepare for the daily military drills, while Su Zio proceeded directly to the artisan camp situated behind the military compound. Every military unit in Jinyang City had an artisan camp, primarily responsible for the maintenance of weaponry and the fabrication of specialized apparatuses for their respective troops. When significant military operations required the gathering of multiple units, these artisan camps would also convene. The artisan camp at the northern barracks comprised over 20 craftsmen, predominantly carpenters, blacksmiths, and tailors. Indeed, there were tailors within the barracks. As the Han Dynasty's armor had gradually begun to phase out leather armor, leading the leatherworkers accompanying the army to transition into tailoring. The leader among these craftsmen was Lu Ming, who Su Zio had previously mentioned, and he was one of the youngest individuals in the entire artisan camp. In his youth, Su Zio, barely a teenager, sought out the artisan camp to have a sword forged by a blacksmith. Although the camp's leader was aware of Su Zio's identity, he paid little heed to the 11 or 12-year-old boy, casually assigning the least experienced and youngest craftsman, Lu Ming, to forge the blade. To his astonishment, this unlikely duo managed to create several remarkable weapons. Over the course of 2 years, they successfully forged 5 notable arms. Su Zio's dagger Qianju, the dagger was crafted alongside the sword, thus counted as one. Su Zizhua's Saberlonk, and Su Zizhua's Polearmingji. Subsequently, Su Zizhou gifted one weapon each to Prince Dai and Song Gu. Prince Dai received an 8-sided sword named Kunkyu, while Song Gu was bestowed with a curved knife known as Liue. Though regrettably, Song Ji's blade was later taken by his father. These 5 weapons were crafted using distinct Damascus patterns, with Chinju featuring twisted pattern Damascus, Lonk exhibiting trapezoidal pattern Damascus, Ingji showcasing raindrop pattern Damascus, and Lingyue adorned with flame pattern Damascus. While Kunkyu was the most complex, utilizing dragon spine pattern Damascus, Lu Ming was primarily responsible for the forging, with Su Zizhou providing suggestions along the way. The forging process was by no means smooth, encountering numerous failures. Su Zizhou repurposed the defective products and scrap materials into arrowheads, iron balls, throwing knives, and other portable items. After the first blade was completed, Lu Ming standing within the artisan camp began to rise. By the time Su Zizhua's 2 weapons were forged, Lu Ming had ascended to the position of leader of the artisan camp. Following Su Zizhou's presentation of the Kunkyu sword to Prince Dai, Lu Ming became the sole master artisan among all craftsmen in Jinyang City. Consequently, individuals of stature within the martial lineage of Jinyang City began to seek Lu Ming for weaponry. However, Su Zizhou had his own plans and directly approached Prince Dai and his elder brother, requesting their assistance in fending off these weapon-seeking individuals. Lu Ming resided in the northern barracks, and as long as Su Zizhou did not speak, no one could enter the military compound. During this period, Su Zizhou primarily focused on exploring the Su family's sword techniques. In his spare time, he imparted some knowledge to Lu Ming, mainly covering foundational geometry, basic physics, and introductory chemistry. Why these fundamentals? Because Su Zizhou himself lacked mastery over more complex concepts. Although he had learned only at a mediocre level, the memories from his previous life became clearer after his transmigration, allowing him to recall much of the knowledge he had long forgotten from high school. Naturally, Su Zizhou did not impart everything to Lu Ming. He selectively shared information related to metallurgy. Simultaneously, he collaborated with Lu Ming to explore numerous new ideas. In truth, Su Zizhou's primary objective was not the research itself, but rather to instill in Lu Ming a habit of maintaining experimental records. In his previous life, Su Zizhou had only conducted simple experiments during his schooling, yet he was somewhat familiar with how to document experiments. Thus, as Lu Ming delved deeper into research, his excitement grew, and just as he prepared to devote himself entirely to his studies, Su Zizhou unexpectedly hit the brakes. He realized that in this era, conducting research necessitated the resolution of a fundamental issue. The measurement standards of this time yielded significant errors. On one hand, the units of measurement were in disarray, and the conversion systems were inconsistent. On the other hand, the units themselves lacked precision. Later, when Su Zizhou decided to concentrate on martial arts, he entrusted this task to Lu Ming. He instructed Lu Ming to independently research and create some basic experimental tools, such as balances, vernier calipers, rulers, and protractors. He sketched out everything he could think of, detailing the principles and methods of construction. Most importantly, Lu Ming was to refine all measurement units, ensuring they adhered to a standardized decimal system. In fact, this era already possessed small measurement units. For instance, the phone in the Han foot was approximately 2 millimeters, sufficient for measurements but inadequate for mechanical applications. Lu Ming was naturally filled with enthusiasm for manufacturing various tools, and by the time Su Zizhou prepared to head to the grasslands, Lu Ming had completed most of the instruments. Before his departure, Su Zizhou assigned Lu Ming the task of producing steel with varying carbon content, different alloy steels, steels with various elasticities, and steels that rusted at different rates, all while standardizing the composition of these materials. Although it had been possible to create reasonably comparable steel in the past, it often relied on chance. Originally, this artisan camp of 20 to 30 individuals was not equipped to smelt steel independently, but Su Zizhou's connections proved invaluable. Shortly after presenting the Kunkyu to the prince's residence, Lu Ming established a high furnace for steel smelting within the artisan camp. To ensure Lu Ming could successfully complete his task, Su Zizhou also taught him the method for calculating density, famously known as Archimedes' principle of buoyancy. However, Lu Ming informed him that he was already familiar with this method. At that moment, Su Zizhou realized that methods for calculating density had existed as far back as the Spring and Autumn and Warring States periods. Moreover, the Mahists had long possessed density tables for different metals, such as gold, silver, copper, and iron. Another surprise for Su Zizhou was the revelation that Lu Ming was a disciple of the Mahist school. Today, As Su Zio steered the cart that had attacked him, accompanied by De He, into the artisan camp, he was met with a chorus of cheers from within. At that moment, Lu Ming was surrounded by a group of craftsmen, animatedly discussing something while holding a steel bar, gesturing enthusiastically, with several identical steel bars piled at his feet. Lu Ming, what is the cause of such jubilation? Do share, so that I may partake in your joy. Su Zio called out to him. Zio, you have returned, Lu Ming exclaimed, equally delighted to see Su Zio, as he led the group of craftsmen toward him. Upon reaching Su Zio's side, he handed the steel bar he held to Su Zio's hands. Zio, look, this is the new steel we just forged today. Test its hardness and then its elasticity. It is undoubtedly a fine steel. Su Zio grasped the ends of the steel bar and bent it inward, then took another identical steel bar from a nearby craftsman and struck them against each other, a smile spreading across his face. The hardness and elasticity of this steel bar were commendable, even by the standards of his previous life. Have all relevant data been recorded? Can this type of steel be forged again? All data has been documented. In fact, this is already our second batch. Our relation stems from the fact that we can forge steel with identical properties. Well done. Su Zio joined in their joy. What do you intend to use such excellent steel for? We previously forged a type of steel with exceptional hardness. Albeit slightly brittle, I plan to experiment with combining the two types of steel using the three-forging method you mentioned earlier. It was evident that Lu Ming had already contemplated the applications of these steels. Upon hearing Lu Ming's words, Su Zio fell silent, and the surrounding craftsmen ceased their discussions, all eyes fixed on Su Zio. Zio, do you have any other thoughts? After a prolonged silence, Lu Ming could no longer contain his curiosity and inquired. Having been interrupted from his contemplation, Su Zio surveyed the artisans around him and replied slowly, naturally, I have ideas, but there is no need to rush. Let us first work together to dismantle this cart. With that, Su Zio pointed towards the cart belonging to Jean Er. At this moment, Su Zio's standing within the artisan camp surpassed even that of Lu Ming. The knowledge he had imparted to Lu Ming had subsequently been passed on to the craftsmen of the artisan camp with Lu Ming's consent. Currently, Su Zio has become the mentor of all the artisans in the craftsman camp. Thus, at the command of Su Zio, the artisans unleashed a flurry of activity upon the carriage in no time. The carriage was dismantled into its individual components. Su Zio surveyed the array of parts laid out on the ground, nodding in acknowledgement. At that moment, Lu Ming approached Su Zio, unaware that this carriage had recently attacked him. Yet he sensed that it was no ordinary vehicle. The carriage was constructed using a mortise and tenon technique that ensured remarkable sturdiness, indicative of a craftsman of considerable skill, likely a member of the Gongshu family. In this world, Gongshu Ban is also a practitioner of the literary arts, with his foundation rooted in the creation of various tools and mechanisms. He once had the potential to attain sainthood. But alas, after enduring 9 defeats at the hands of Emojai, his spirit was shattered, and he died merely a first-tier powerhouse. Gongshu Ban maintained a close relationship with Emojai, and despite Emojai obstructing his path to sainthood, Gongshu Ban bore no ill will towards him. However, following his demise, his disciples were unable to be recognized as a legitimate lineage due to his failure to attain sainthood, resulting in a long-standing animosity between the Gongshu and Emo families. The Emo family, known for their fierce temperament, naturally retaliated when provoked, leading to an escalating feud between the two clans. Within the craftsman camp led by Lu Ming, a cadre of artisans from the Emo family displayed their disdain while dismantling the carriage crafted by the Gongshu family, until they stumbled upon a particular item. Before long, the 19th crossbow was presented before Su Zio, while Lu Ming held the 20th, elucidating its significance. Zio, this carriage is no ordinary construct. According to the court's regulations, while individuals may possess bows, they are forbidden from concealing crossbows. These 20 crossbows are sufficient for their owner to lose his head 20 times over. Furthermore, observe the clandestine markings on this crossbow. Lu Ming explained, pointing to a discrete area beneath it. This is the private insignia of Gongshu Ting. Out of the 20 crossbows, 11 bear his mark, while the remaining 9 belong to other artisans from the Gongshu family. Gongshu Ting? Su Zio inquired. He is a formidable craftsman from the Gongshu family, currently leading the artisans in the southern military camp. Moreover, the creators of the remaining 9 crossbows are also stationed there. So this carriage was made by the artisans of the southern military camp? Su Zio questioned. Impossible, Lu Ming immediately countered. Although the techniques employed in constructing this carriage are indeed derived from Gongshuban's craftsmanship, the execution is rather crude. Such methods may be commendable in civilian contexts, but they fall short in a military setting. Had it been crafted by Gongshu Ting's artisans, we would not have been able to dismantle it so swiftly. The presence of these crossbows adds an intriguing twist, doesn't it? Su Ziyou summarized after listening to Lu Ming. Not only that, but the mechanism atop the carriage is designed to launch a net. Powered by cow tendons. Cow tendons are a primary material for crafting bowstrings and are strictly regulated by the court. Within the entirety of the Han Dynasty, only 3 locations are authorized to process cow tendons, and Jinyang City is not among them. Once processed, they are directly fashioned into bowstrings, meaning that artisans like us can only access pre-made bowstrings. In fact, acquiring cow tendons is far more challenging than obtaining crossbows. This indicates that the former owner of this carriage had connections that reached the heavens, or perhaps he procured the cow tendons from beyond the borders. Every tribe on the grasslands can produce cow tendons. However, transporting them into the Central Plains is considerably more complicated, Lu Ming suggested, providing another possibility. Upon hearing Lu Ming's words, Su Ziyou gained a renewed perspective on the organization of the masked individuals. Ultimately, Lu Ming's gaze shifted to the net, which had been severed in 2 by Su Ziyou. Lu Ming retrieved a pair of deer hide gloves from his pocket, donned them, and carefully took hold of the net. Addressing Su Ziyou, this net is known as the Wulua Tianwang. It was crafted over a century ago by a predecessor of our Mo family. The threads used to weave this net consist of 5 different metallic wires intertwined with Tianshan ice silkworm silk. This net can ensnare martial artists below the 3rd tier. Originally, this net did not feature these barbed hooks. It was gifted by that Mo family predecessor to a close friend. After the friend's demise, his son sought out the Mo family, requesting the addition of barbed hooks to the net. However, the Mo family declined, believing the net was formidable enough without them. Undeterred, the son approached the Gongshu family, offering a substantial sum for the modifications. As for the poison coated on these hooks, it is not particularly potent. It should only affect martial artists below the 3rd tier, applied by a subsequent owner of the net. The net was inherently designed to counter martial artists below the 3rd tier, and while the hooks may have some effect on 3rd tier fighters, the impact would be minimal. The poison, however, is completely superfluous. Su Ziyou, intrigued by Lu Ming's account, inquired, "So this net was originally crafted by the Mo family? Are you capable of restoring it?" "Certainly, although if you deem the poisonous hooks unnecessary, we can simply remove them." Lu Ming replied, "That poses no issue. The method for creating this net was documented by that Mo family predecessor, and I happen to have studied it. Provided I gather the necessary materials, I can restore the net within a few days." "All right, I will take care of the materials. However, I must admit I have not heard of Tianshan ice silkworm silk before. The Mo family possesses some Tianshan ice silkworm silk. I will procure some from them later. However, what is it? These materials must be exchanged for merit within the Mo family, and I personally lack sufficient merit. While reporting the techniques you taught me would certainly suffice, that knowledge belongs to you. And I cannot make such decisions." Su Ziyou pondered for a moment before asking, "Do you require all of them?" "Not at all. Just 1 or 2 types will suffice. Then you should first present the foundational geometry to them." "Foundational geometry?" Lu Ming exclaimed, taken aback. He had anticipated Su Ziyou would offer some established formulae in exchange. To his surprise, Su Ziyou opted for foundational geometry instead. "I firmly believe that if foundational geometry is entrusted to the Mo family, it will yield even greater results. Am I wrong?" Upon hearing Su Ziyou's words, Lu Ming was overwhelmed with excitement. Chapter 3. Take Lu Ming with you. After Su Ziyou and Lu Ming concluded their discussion on how to restore the Wulua Tianwang, they chose not to linger at the craftsman camp's entrance to watch the dismantling of the carriage, opting instead to enter the camp. Upon their entrance, Lu Ming eagerly showcased the achievements of the craftsman camp over the past 2 years. They had researched and forged nearly 50 types of steel, though fewer than 10 possessed practical value. Among these steel varieties were those with high wear resistance, elasticity, and hardness, each exhibiting distinct properties. Su Ziyou regarded these steels as the technological foundation for the industrial advancement of the Han Dynasty. In addition to these steels, Lu Ming and his team had crafted numerous tools reminiscent of those in later generations: pliers, boards, pipe wrenches, screwdrivers, and an array of screws and nuts, all laid out before Su Ziyou. Observing Lu Ming's exuberance, Su Ziyou casually picked up a screw and a nut. effortlessly twisting them together, then tightened them using a wrench and socket, employing only moderate force to avoid damaging any components. Satisfied, Su Ziyou nodded, prompting another wave of joy from Lu Ming Dai. In the next moment, Lu Ming led Su Ziyou to their newly established workshop. Inside, there were 4 or 5 rudimentary lathes, resembling the pedal-operated sewing machines commonly found in homes during the 1980s and 1990s. Additionally, there was a large machine, a modern gantry milling machine. Next to it stood 3 bicycle frames, which lacked wheels but were connected to the milling machine via belts, serving as the power source for the machine. Su Ziyou vowed that this contraption had no relation to him. He had merely shown Lu Ming the structure diagram of a milling machine, intending to utilize flowing water as the power source. After all, until suitable metals were produced, Su Ziyou was not prepared to unveil a steam engine, let alone an internal combustion engine. Noticing Su Ziyou's astonished expression, Lu Ming excitedly began to describe his creation. After detailing the various functions of the milling machine, Lu Ming sighed, "Alas, the greatest issue we face is the lack of durable tool heads." Having previously engaged in the lathe business in his past life, Su Ziyou understood the importance of quality tool heads for lathes. However, he was not an expert. Aside from general guidance, he could not provide specific data. He could only suggest that Lu Ming experiment with diamond or various alloy steels. Although Su Ziyou felt his advice was rather vague, Lu Ming remained thoroughly enthused. His eyes sparkled with an intensity that suggested an eagerness to commence experimentation with new materials. After the two had circled the studio, they finally arrived at Lu Ming's desk. Su Ziyou unceremoniously took a seat in Lu Ming's chair, grabbed a sheet of blank paper, a piece of charcoal, and a steel ruler, and began sketching fervently. Lu Ming understood that Su Ziyou had something innovative in mind that required their collaboration, so he patiently waited nearby. While Su Ziyou was still engrossed in his drawing, the craftsmen working outside had completed their tasks and rushed into Lu Ming's room in a flurry. It was common knowledge among these artisans that Su Ziyou was, in a sense, Lu Ming's mentor. However, they had previously been unaware of the full extent of his prowess. During Su Ziyou's 2-year absence, Lu Ming had showcased various extraordinary feats to these craftsmen, leading them to finally grasp just how formidable Su Ziyou truly was. Now that Su Ziyou and Lu Ming were alone in the room, the craftsmen speculated that Su Ziyou was imparting some remarkable knowledge to Lu Ming, prompting their eager entry, for mastering advanced techniques was paramount to these artisans. Upon witnessing the influx of people, Lu Ming was not angered. Rather, he jovially welcomed the older craftsmen to take a seat and instructed the younger ones to serve tea and water. Lu Ming's disposition was such that, despite being the sole master craftsman of Jinyang City, he treated his subordinates with great amiability, exhibiting strictness only during work hours. This amiable nature was precisely why these craftsmen felt comfortable barging into Lu Ming's office. Su Ziyou seemed oblivious to the increased number of people in the room, continuing to focus on his drawings. After a brief wait, he finally completed his designs. He lifted his gaze to the assembled crowd, a smile gracing his lips as he announced, "Since everyone is here, I have some matters for which I require your assistance." With that, Su Ziyou spread out the drawings and began to introduce each item he had illustrated. This part should be made of wood. It needs to be smoothed, but no paint is required as this is merely a prototype for testing. This is a cast iron piece. It will suffice for sand casting. This area must utilize your newly forged spring steel. Having spent considerable time among them, Su Ziyou was well acquainted with the craftsman's respective strengths, allowing him to efficiently delegate tasks. Once everyone received their assignments, Su Ziyou succinctly added, "The dimensions have all been marked. Please ensure that any discrepancies do not exceed 5 li. The unit of measurement li has long existed within the Huaxia culture, though it had never been clearly defined until Su Ziyou had Lu Ming create a vernier caliper, which finally made such measurements feasible. 1 Han Chi is approximately 24 centimeters, 1 Cun is 2.4 centimeters, 1 Fun is 0.24 centimeters, and 1 Fun is subdivided into 10 li, making 5 li roughly equivalent to 1 millimeter. This margin of error is considerable for true mechanical precision. Yet it represents a significant challenge for the current craftsman. The presence of various tools crafted by Su Ziyou in the workshop has enabled the attainment of such precision. The craftsman readily acknowledged the instructions. By the way, each component needs to yield 3 or 4 pieces, Su Ziyou reiterated. They nodded in agreement once more before returning to their respective workstations, diligently commencing their tasks. Once the crowd dispersed, Su Ziyou settled down to sketch a new set of blueprints. In truth, These new designs were the primary reason for Su Ziyou's visit to the artisan camp. The previous drawings had merely been a spur-of-the-moment inspiration. The new designs were not significantly more complex than the previous ones. However, Su Ziyou had only observed them before without practical experience, necessitating a gradual process of deduction. Thus, it took him nearly an hour to finish the drawings. Upon completion, it coincided with mealtime at the military camp, and the artisans' meals were delivered by designated personnel. Su Ziyou joined the craftsmen for a meal. During dinner, he inquired about the progress of his companions. Most had already completed 2 or 3 components, with quick workers like Lu Ming managing to finish 4. After the meal, Su Ziyou and Lu Ming engaged in conversation for another hour before all the components were finally completed. "Let us proceed to the shooting range," Su Ziyou declared, leading everyone to the range located in a corner of the training grounds, while also instructing 2 craftsmen to carry several heavy crossbows that had just been dismantled from a cart. As Su Ziyou and the group prepared to unveil something novel at the shooting range, soldiers resting in the training grounds quickly gathered around. Upon arriving at the range, Su Ziyou had several tables brought over and arranged the various components neatly. "What is this peculiar contraption?" some murmured, their curiosity piqued. "Who is that? I haven't seen him before. That's our commander's younger brother. You arrived late and missed him. What is he planning to do? Is he invoking deities? I believe he is going to perform a celestial offering. What nonsense. He hasn't even set up an incense burner. So what could he offer?" Amidst the murmurs, Su Ziyou commenced his demonstration. With hands that moved like the wind, he swiftly assembled a crossbow from the components laid out on the table. In a previous life, he had purchased a toy crossbow for his son, which featured simple components that required assembly by the buyer. Thus, Su Ziyou recalled the details of those parts. Naturally, he had modified the toy crossbow, for it was merely a plaything, and Su Ziyou aimed to enhance its power. For instance, he equipped the crossbow with a magazine. Historically renowned Juga crossbows featured an arrow box, though that box was positioned atop the crossbow, relying on gravity for loading. In contrast, Su Ziyou's magazine was reminiscent of modern bullet clips, situated beneath the crossbow and utilizing a spring for loading. The overall structure of the crossbow bore little difference from contemporary models, with the primary distinction being the magazine and the bow arms that provided propulsion. Su Ziyou was also aware of a method to increase range by adding an eccentric wheel to the bow. Though the complexity of the eccentric wheel required gradual experimentation with Lu Ming and the others, so he refrained from mentioning it today. Once everything was assembled, it was time for Su Ziyou to demonstrate his creation. He supported the crossbow with his left hand, grasped the handle with his right, and positioned his right index finger on the trigger, aligning his aim.as. The onlookers witnessed Su Ziyou release the first bolt. A collective murmur of disappointment arose. In the military camp, crossbows were plentiful, and most soldiers had seen them before. They were disillusioned by Su Ziyou's seemingly extravagant display, expecting more than just a single shot. However, in the next moment, they were left in astonishment. After firing the first bolt, Su Ziyou pulled the trigger mechanism, and the next bolt automatically positioned itself, allowing him to pull the trigger once more. Whoosh, 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 in the blink of an eye, Su Ziyou had fired 11 bolts. Each magazine contained 10 bolts, plus the one he had already loaded, totaling 11. After depleting one magazine, Su Ziyou pushed the spent magazine aside and retrieved another full one from the table. Whoosh, 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 another 10 bolts were fired, followed by another magazine swap. In this manner, Su Ziyou emptied all 4 magazines on the table. The firing speed, while not comparable to modern semi-automatic rifles, was nonetheless impressive when compared to older models like the Type 38 rifle. The onlookers stood in stunned silence. Am I seeing things? What just happened? Is this real? Gradually, murmurs of astonishment began to ripple through the crowd. Bravo! Someone called out from the back of the gathering. The crowd turned to see Su Ziyou entering the scene. "We greet the esteemed officer," the assembled officers exclaimed in unison. Su Ziyou took the crossbow from Su Ziyou's hands, only to find that the 4 magazines had been entirely expended, forcing him to retrieve a solitary bolt from the table. Mimicking Su Ziyou's earlier actions, he drew back the mechanism and released a single bolt. Bravo! The crowd cheered enthusiastically. Su Ziyou could only shake his head in exasperation, reflecting on how he had fluidly executed a series of actions to release over 40 bolts in mere moments. Yet at that moment, no one had cheered. Now, with Su Ziyou merely firing a single ordinary bolt, the cheers from the crowd were thunderous. What flattery! After Su Ziyou released his arrow, his eyes remained fixated on the distant target. The soldiers, alerted to their commander's unusual behavior, also turned to regard the target. Previously, they had focused solely on Su Ziyou's firing speed, overlooking the range and accuracy of the bolts. However, upon glancing at the target, they were nearly left agape. Typically, military targets were set upon hay bales, seldom crafted from solid wood, as using overly rigid targets could compromise the longevity of the arrowheads. However, even with straw targets, crossbow bolts typically penetrated only a quarter of the way. However, the arrows shot from this new crossbow were almost entirely embedded in the haystack. Hiss! A sharp intake of breath echoed around. What kind of crossbow is this? Its firing speed is unprecedentedly swift, and its power far exceeds that of ordinary crossbows. At this moment, all eyes were drawn to the crossbow in Su Ziyou's hands. Whoosh! Another sound followed. While everyone was focused on Su Ziyou's archery, Su Ziyou had seized the opportunity to assemble another crossbow from the parts on the table and shot another arrow. Noticing his elder brother looking at the crossbow in his hands, Su Ziyou handed the second crossbow to Su Ziyou. The more Su Ziyou compared the two crossbows in his hands, the more astonished he became. Today's crossbows are all handcrafted, and while their overall shapes are similar, the details differ significantly. Yet now, with the two crossbows in his possession, he found it exceedingly difficult to discern any differences, no matter how closely he examined them. How did you accomplish this? Su Ziyou inquired with curiosity. At that moment, Su Ziyou refrained from taking all the credit. Instead, he pointed to Lu Ming and said, "This is their merit. Their craftsmanship is sufficiently meticulous, allowing for any identical components to be interchangeable or exchanged." As Su Ziyou spoke, he assembled another crossbow, removing the limbs from the new one and attaching the last limb from the table. Su Ziyou examined the limbs and asked, "Steel limbs? Is this spring steel? It is significantly easier to produce than ordinary limbs. What about the output?" Su Ziyou turned to Lu Ming. "Each batch of steel can produce over 50 pairs of limbs, and we can forge 2 batches a day. If we work day and night, we could manage 3 to 4 batches." Su Ziyou's excitement grew as he heard Lu Ming's response. "We just spent 2 hours to create these 4." Upon hearing this, Su Ziyou began to calculate aloud. If 2 crossbows are made in 1 hour, working 6 hours a day yields 12 crossbows, which totals 360 in a month. With over 2,000 soldiers in the camp, that would take 5 to 6 months. But if we work 8 hours a day, the surrounding craftsmen nearly went mad at Su Ziyou's words. "What? Working 6 hours a day for 6 months is already exhausting. You want us to work 8 hours straight?" Su Ziyou was equally surprised that his elder brother wished for every soldier in the northern camp to be armed with one. However, considering the design Su Ziyou created was much smaller than traditional crossbows, and that the limbs could be easily disassembled, it made sense that a simple leather pouch would allow the crossbow to be carried effortlessly. Thus, whether they were sword and shield soldiers, spearmen, or cavalry, they could all have one on hand. Once equipped throughout the camp, the enhancement in offensive capability would be a qualitative leap. Understanding his elder brother's intentions, Su Ziyou decided to divulge all he knew. "It won't take that long," as Su Ziyou spoke. All the craftsmen and Su Ziyou turned their gazes toward him. The craftsman feeling increasingly anxious. 6 months is already a death sentence. "Do you want to shorten that time even further?" Su Ziyou pointed at the unassembled parts on the table and continued. "These parts are cast. We simply need to bring over a few soldiers to mold and reforge them, followed by some polishing. Moreover, a single casting can produce many parts." He then set aside some components that needed polishing, stating they could be roughly shaped by soldiers while the craftsman focused on the fine details. He retrieved additional parts that required the lathe in the craftsman's camp for drilling but could also be shaped by soldiers, with only the drilling and polishing left for the craftsman. Finally, Su Ziyou gathered the last few crucial components. Therefore, it's unnecessary for all the craftsmen to work together. Half of them, along with a few dozen soldiers, should be able to produce dozens a day without issue. If that is the case, we could manufacture 2,000 in just 2 to 3 months. As Su Ziyou assembled the final crossbow, Su Ziyou's eyes sparked with excitement, and the craftsman exhaled deeply. "But if that's the case, we might not have enough materials," Lu Ming interjected. Lu Ming's point was valid. Each camp received a fixed amount of iron ore, charcoal, and timber each month. If they intended to equip the entire camp with steel crossbows in 2 months, the existing materials would certainly be insufficient. "What of it? I shall seek out the," Su Ziyou replied casually, summoning 2 soldiers to each carry 2 crossbows and accompany him to meet the. "Shall we go together?" Su Zizwa asked Su Ziyo. No. Su Ziyo shook his head. I still have work to finish. You go with Lu Ming, all right? Lu Ming, you remember how I assembled and disassembled it, yes? The latter part was directed at Lu Ming. Lu Ming did not respond immediately, his mind swirling with Su Ziyo's earlier words. Bring Lu Ming along? Bring Lu Ming along. Bring Lu Ming along. Although Lu Ming had previously forged a sword for he had never had the chance to meet him. This time, Su Ziyo's invitation meant it would be his first encounter with such a significant figure. Furthermore, what was the purpose of meeting to present a treasure? Wasn't this a chance to earn merit for himself? With this thought, Lu Ming looked at Su Ziyo with eyes filled with fervor and gratitude. Chapter 4. Don't rush to leave. Su Zizwa departed with Lu Ming and the two soldiers, while Su Ziyo instructed them to take his great black horse to this residence. Prior to leaving the camp, Su Ziyo had not ridden a horse, so he only remembered the essential equestrian accessories, horseshoes and double stirrups. These two items posed no difficulty in manufacturing, yet their significance was paramount. While on the grasslands, Su Ziyo had slyly added these two components to his great black horse, ensuring his journey across the plains was considerably smoother. Su Ziyo explained the functions of these two items to Su Zizwa and Lu Ming, then brought the great black horse for them to examine for a considerable time. Su Zizwa promptly decided to take the great black horse to meet to which Su Ziyo had no objections. After Su Zizwa and his party left, the craftsmen initially intended to return to prepare for the production of the new-style crossbows. However, Su Ziyo halted them once more. You all should take a look at this. Su Ziyo produced his final design drafts and distributed them among the group. Ziyo, what is this? The craftsman gazed at the new design with curiosity. This is a new invention of mine, intended for use in We need a total of 4, so let us work together over the next few days to complete them as quickly as possible. Understood, the craftsmen replied joyfully. Their excitement stemmed from the opportunity to work alongside Su Ziyo, the perfect chance to learn from him. Upon seeing them about to leave, the soldiers who had gathered to watch also dispersed in a flurry. Among the departing crowd, Su Ziyo spotted a few familiar figures. He instructed the craftsmen to return first and intercepted those individuals. Dong Fei and his subordinates were lounging in the barracks, their clothing somewhat tattered and their faces and hands showing signs of bruising. Reflecting on the events of the past few days, Dong Fei felt that he was simply not fated to get along with that. Dong Fei had originally been a squad leader in the internal guard of Jinyang City, and through rigorous training and self-study of military texts, he was promoted to by the end of last year. However, his promotion was solely based on his abilities, and at the moment, he commanded only 3 squads of soldiers. Just as Dong Fei believed his fortunes were turning and he was about to rise in status, the new year arrived, and that returned, seemingly bringing bad luck with him. Take yesterday, for instance. During the day, he had toiled with his subordinates to hang lanterns for the festivities within their jurisdiction. Upon returning to the camp gate, he encountered his superior's gatekeeper calling for help at the entrance. Dong Fei initially thought it was another chance to show off his skills, but after defeating the intruders at his superior's residence, he discovered that these ruffians were connected to the Huailing Ho, led by the younger son of the Huailing Ho, who might inherit the title. Staring at the bloodied young lord of the Huailing Ho, Dong Fei was momentarily at a loss for what to do next. He glanced at the young man who had ordered him to take action. He recognized him as his superior's younger brother, affectionately referred to as by the brothers in the camp. Although he hadn't seen the young man mingling with the craftsmen in recent years, he had no idea where he had been in the next moment. Dong Fei's superior ordered him to confine the young lord and his group. Dong Fei vividly recalled the words spoken by the Huailing Ho's son as he was taken into custody, proclaiming that he was doomed, along with his family until his superior presented this command that he felt a slight sense of relief. Yet, last night, while on patrol, he encountered the mysterious assailants surrounding that. Without a moment's hesitation, he charged forward with his men, and fortune seemed to favor them. Under his command, 4 out of 5 assassins perished, with 1 fleeing. For this, the second master even rewarded himself with a few golden leaves. However, when he went to search for the last assassin, the golden leaves mysteriously vanished, leaving him no choice but to reach into his own pocket to reward his subordinates. After all, when the second master had bestowed the golden leaves, the surrounding brothers had witnessed it, and he needed them to believe that he had lost them. The most unfortunate occurrence was that this morning, while patrolling with his brothers, he encountered his superior being attacked in broad daylight. His superior's martial prowess was unquestionable, as he swiftly dispatched the assassin with a single strike. Yet, trouble awaited him again. The second master ordered him to lead a team to apprehend individuals within the southern camp's territory. Although he longed to refuse, his superior stood nearby, rendering him unable to do so. Thus, he had no choice but to proceed with his men. Initially, the apprehension of targets went smoothly. However, before long, soldiers from the southern camp discovered them and attempted to reclaim their captured individuals. In terms of combat prowess, the northern camp far surpassed the southern camp. In a direct life-or-death confrontation, Dong Fei could lead 30 men to eliminate 300 of the enemy, even if faced with 2,000 from the southern camp. He could ensure a safe retreat back to the northern camp. Yet, this time the skirmish devolved into a chaotic brawl, where neither side could afford to strike lethally, putting the 30 men from the northern camp at a distinct disadvantage. Ultimately, after the enemy dispatched over 500 troops, his side could no longer hold their ground and was forced to withdraw. Fortunately, his superior bore no anger, merely advising him and his injured subordinates to return to the barracks for rest. Lying in bed, Dong Fei silently resolved that the next time he encountered this second master, he would keep his distance. Just as Dong Fei was lost in thought, one of his subordinates suddenly burst into his quarters. "Commander, it's bad. You must think of a way to save my brother." Dong Fei looked at the intruder in astonishment. This was one of his subordinates, whose surname he had long forgotten, known to everyone simply as Awu. Awu's younger brother was also in the military, aptly named Alu. Both Awu and Alu had accompanied Dong Fei to the southern city earlier, but they were fortunate enough to have sustained only minor injuries. After returning to the barracks to rest, the two had gone to the training grounds to watch the commotion. How had things turned so dire upon their return? "Don't panic, take your time to explain." Observing Awu drenched in sweat from anxiety, everyone in the room stood up. Dong Fei immediately approached Awu to calm him down. Awu understood that panicking would be of no use. So he steadied himself and recounted the events. Earlier, the second master had been demonstrating a new crossbow at the training grounds, capable of rapid fire and possessing immense power. Both Awu and Alu had gathered to watch. Marveling at its capabilities, as the spectators dispersed, the second master had unexpectedly stopped them, having recognized the brothers and inquiring about the outcome of their mission to apprehend the family of Wu Dama. Naturally, the brothers dared not conceal anything and recounted the entire process to the second master. After listening, the second master said little, simply handing Alu a standard crossbow and instructing him to deliver it to the southern camp. Although the second master held no official position in the military, he was the younger brother of a lieutenant. Alu, lacking any rank himself, had no choice but to comply, albeit reluctantly accepting the crossbow and heading toward the southern camp. Seeing his brother depart, Awu felt utterly helpless. A day prior, delivering an item to the southern camp would have posed little danger. However, having just clashed with the southern camp, despite their retreat, the enemy had suffered far greater injuries. Now, Alu was venturing alone to deliver an item to the southern camp. While he likely wouldn't face life-threatening danger, his safe return was not guaranteed. With these thoughts in mind, Awu hurriedly sought Dong Fei for assistance. After Awu relayed the entire situation, Dong Fei couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. "Oh, second master," Dong Fei lamented internally. With no other option, he had to approach his immediate superior, despite knowing that the superior held a personal disdain for him. In the military structure of this era, units were organized in groups of 5, with 10 forming a squad under a squad leader. 2 squads combined into a company led by a 100-man captain, and 2 companies made up a battalion led by a battalion commander. Above the battalion commander was the lieutenant, who could manage a variable number of soldiers, ranging from 1 to 5,000. In terms of combat prowess, squad leaders were usually at the 1st rank, squad captains at the 9th, and battalion commanders at the 8th rank, while 100-man captains typically required at least a 7th rank. Lieutenants and captains were usually middle-rank warriors, with no fixed requirements. Promotion was primarily based on military merit. An exception existed for those practicing military strategies, whose combat abilities might be lacking, but their commanding skills were formidable. Thus, the military defaulted to granting them top positions. Dong Fei was a 9th rank warrior, but last year he had broken through to the 8th rank in military strategy. Despite this, the northern camp had very few practitioners of military strategies, leading Su Zizhua to promote him to battalion leader to encourage his rough-and-tumble comrades to study the discipline. Dong Fei did not follow the 100-man captain. His direct superior was a battalion commander, who, while not openly opposed to him, employed subtle tactics to undermine him. For instance, assigning Dong Fei only 30 men, rendering his position effectively powerless. Additionally, he was frequently tasked with patrols, having just completed one last night only to be assigned another this morning. These measures were not meant to harm Dong Fei, but merely to irritate him. Dong Fei knew well that his superior did not favor him, so he generally avoided seeking out this commanding officer. In contrast, the Northern Camp's lieutenant, Su Zizhua, held greater appreciation for him. Moreover, Dong Fei was aware that this lieutenant was also privately practicing military strategies. Thus, under normal circumstances, Dong Fei preferred to approach the lieutenant directly for assistance. However, Wu had just mentioned that the lieutenant had departed the military camp with the craftsman Lu Ming. With no alternative, Dong Fei steeled himself to seek help from his battalion commander. As anticipated, upon hearing Dong Fei's report, the battalion commander made no arrangements and instead invited Dong Fei to sit down for tea. Naturally, Dong Fei could not openly defy his superior, so he suppressed his anxiety and partook in a few cups of tea. It was only when Dong Fei could no longer contain himself that the battalion commander agreed to accompany him to inquire with Su Zizhou about the situation. Hearing his superior's words, Dong Fei nearly exploded with frustration. If his subordinates were in danger, should he not dispatch someone to rescue them or personally check on them? What good would it do to seek Su Zizhou for information? Regardless of what the second master said, it wouldn't aid in rescuing his men. But in the hierarchy of rank, higher ranks held sway, so Dong Fei had no choice but to follow the battalion commander to the craftsman camp. At this moment, Su Zizhou was regretting allowing Lu Ming to accompany his brother to the prince's residence. Among the craftsmen, Lu Ming's skills were evidently superior. Although Su Zizhou possessed significantly stronger theoretical knowledge, he had not visited this camp in over 2 years, and his familiarity with it paled in comparison to Lu Ming's. Now that Lu Ming was absent, he had to personally guide the craftsmen in producing the required items. Watching the craftsmen struggle under his guidance, Su Zizhou felt a headache coming on. Despite their difficulties, the craftsmen were quite pleased. Their troubles primarily stemmed from their inability to comprehend Su Zizhou's instructions. Indeed, Su Zizhou was on the 5th level, Lu Ming on the 3rd, while the craftsmen were at most on the 1st level. To ensure their work progressed smoothly, Su Zizhou had to impart knowledge beyond their current level. This became a rare learning opportunity for them, and how could they not be pleased? Just as everyone was engrossed in their work, the battalion commander and Dong Fei arrived to find Su Zizhou. At a critical moment, Su Zizhou could only ask them to wait outside for a while. The battalion commander was unhurried, leisurely leading a visibly distressed Dong Fei outside. They waited for a short time. But instead of Su Zizhou, a gatekeeper approached. Battalion commander, Lieutenant Ho Ji from the southern camp is seeking an audience with our lieutenant at the gate. Old monkeys here? The battalion commander glanced at Dong Fei. Somewhat doubtful, yet continued to inquire, did you not inform him that our lieutenant went to see the prince? I did. But he said the lieutenant was not present and requested to speak with the battalion commanders and who else? And the second master. Su Zizhou was busy inside, so you wait here for now. When he comes out, have him meet us at the gate. I will go ahead. The battalion commander instructed the gatekeeper before leading Dong Fei toward the camp gate. Ho Ji was the lieutenant of the southern city's inner guard, holding a rank equivalent to Su Zizhou, with a similar number of subordinates. Had it been yesterday, their strengths would have been comparable. Both at the 5th rank. However, there is quite a significant age difference between them. Ho Ji is already nearing 50, belonging to the same generation as Su Zizhou and Song Gu's fathers. Among the 8 school captains in Jinyang City, Ho Ji is regarded as the least virtuous. Apart from his subordinates, the members of the other teams often deride him as the old monkey. When Dong Fei and his companion arrived at the camp entrance, the other 3 captains had just arrived as well, standing in a line at the gate. Ho Ji sat atop a tall steed, flanked by a dozen of his personal guards. The 4 captains saluted Ho Ji in unison, and one of them spoke up, Captain Ho, what brings you to our northern camp? Was it not you who invited me? Ho Ji waved his hand dismissively, signaling his men to push Lu forward. Lu was unharmed, merely bound, and upon being presented, he hurried to the captains, divulging everything he knew. After listening to Lu's account, the captains exchanged glances. Just moments before, when Su Zizhou was testing the crossbows at the training ground, 3 of them had been present. They were aware that, to demonstrate a comparison of effects, Su Zizhou had placed 2 ordinary crossbows beside him. However, they could not fathom why Su Zizhou would send a crossbow to the southern camp. The four men murmured among themselves for a brief moment before turning their attention back to Ho-ji. The captain who had spoken earlier resumed, "Captain Ho, Zio is indeed within our camp. However, he is currently occupied and cannot come at the moment. As for why he instructed someone to deliver this crossbow to you, we are equally in the dark. Would you mind waiting here for a moment?" Suzizwa, commanding his troops with strictness, did not permit outsiders to enter the military camp casually. Suzio was an exception. Since he was absent, the captains could not freely invite Ho-ji into the camp. Unexpectedly, Ho-ji's response surprised everyone. "There is no need to wait for him to return. I understand his intentions." With that, he waved his hand again, and several guards pushed forward another individual bound like a rice dumpling. This person was in far worse condition than Lu, bearing injuries and having his mouth stuffed with something. Then, another guard, holding a piece of paper, began to read aloud. "Mao San, the guard of the southern camp's armory, has committed theft by pilfering military crossbows for personal sale. After Captain Ho's personal interrogation, the evidence of his guilt is irrefutable. According to our military law, he is to be executed." As the guard finished reading, several of the pushing guards forced Mao San to the ground. That moment, another guard unsheathed his knife and, without a moment's hesitation, swung it down. Before the captains could utter a word, Mao San's head had already fallen. "Is it not a sign of contempt for my northern camp that Captain Ho has come here to execute someone?" the previous captain remarked. The other three captains also let their presence be felt. Although the 4 6th-grade warriors might not match the 5th-grade Ho-ji in strength, this was their territory, and they would not lose face. "What do I mean? It is clear that your second master Suzio assisted me in recovering the stolen crossbows and returning them. Naturally, I have come to express my gratitude. I see that you have come to silence someone. The man is dead, and I have retrieved the crossbows. You may say whatever you wish," Ho-ji replied disdainfully. "Please convey to your second master that next time he wishes to threaten someone, he ought not to reveal his trump card so early. He is still too young." After speaking, Ho-ji intended to leave with his men, but at that moment, Suzio's voice rang out. "Do not be in such a hurry to depart, old monkey. Who told you that I only have one crossbow in my possession?" Chapter 5. No bargaining. The idiom "a penny pincher" has long existed in this world, yet the tale of the monkey being plucked had not yet emerged, particularly as it pertains to the cycle associated with the samamas. Nevertheless, there were 3 mischievous children who had somehow heard this story from a fellow rascal. They recounted it to other mischief-makers, and soon all the children had shared it with their parents. Not long after, a certain military leader in Jinyang City acquired the nickname Old Monkey. Upon learning of this moniker, the leader was incensed and sought to trace the story's origin to reprimand those responsible. When he discovered the identities of the 3 children, he was disheartened. 2 of them belonged to families that intimidated him enough that he dared not retaliate. The 3rd child posed no threat, but he had been beaten previously by that child's parent. The memory of that confrontation haunted his dreams. He deduced that the story likely originated from another child and resolved to find an opportunity to educate him. However, he never anticipated that this child's older brother, who held a rank equal to his own but was a younger generation, would possess such formidable martial prowess. This older child was, in fact, unrivaled among those of the same rank within Jinyang City. Thus, the beleaguered leader found himself disheartened once more. Since then, skirmishes had ensued between his soldiers and those of the older child, yet he no longer dared to provoke them openly. This unfortunate leader was none other than Ho-ji, who now stood outside the northern camp with his men. Ho-ji was not a reckless individual. Prior to confronting the camp, he had dispatched men to investigate. He was aware that Suzizwa had just gone to the Dai Wangfu and would not be returning anytime soon. In fact, his subordinates had been secretly shadowing Suzizwa, as recent rumors circulating among the upper echelons of Jinyang necessitated vigilance regarding his movements. Knowing that Suzizwa was absent from the camp gave him the confidence to showcase his might. Originally, Ho-ji had planned to swiftly arrive at the northern camp, execute the scapegoat, and depart without a trace, ensuring that his adversaries could not pin any blame on him. Just as he was about to leave, he heard the voice of that irritating little rascal. Upon hearing the term "old monkey," he immediately turned in anger to face the speaker. However, as the subsequent words reached his ears, his body involuntarily trembled. "What do you mean by that?" Ho-ji turned back, his beady eyes fixed on the speaker. Suzio smiled at him, unhurriedly gesturing for the people inside the gate. In the next moment, a group of craftsmen appeared at the entrance. each carrying a pile of military crossbows. Come, place them all right here. Su Zio directed the craftsman to lay the crossbows before him and then dismissed them. Old monkey, there are a total of 19 crossbows here. I wonder if you plan to execute 19 people, or shall this one person bear all the blame? 19 crossbows. Upon witnessing the scene before him, a tempest of anxiety surged within Hoji. Some matters could be dismissed as mere accidents if 1 or 2 items were lost, but 20 crossbows constituted a far more serious issue. 20 crossbows were sufficient to arm a 100-man squad and could easily facilitate a high-profile assassination. How troublesome, especially at this critical juncture, to find such a significant oversight on his part. What should he do? Deny everything? The craftsman's markings were etched upon the crossbows, and the inventory in his camp did not match. Even a fool would not believe him. Attempting to resolve the matter discreetly, he had personally led men to execute someone at the camp entrance, witnessed by a multitude, making it unlikely for him to cover up the incident. Sweat beads began to form on Hoji's forehead unbeknownst to him. What do these 19 crossbows have to do with me? He gritted through clenched teeth, struggling to maintain his composure. They have nothing to do with you. Of course, Su Zio replied, his tone calm and steady. I merely wish to sell you these 19 crossbows. I wonder if you're interested? Hoji glared at Su Zio, his fists clenched tightly, nearly grinding his teeth to dust. How much do you want for them? Not expensive, a total of 100 guan. Upon hearing this, Hoji felt a wave of relief wash over him. Crossbows were complex to manufacture, and on the black market, they typically sold for 20 guan each. Therefore, acquiring all of them for just 100 guan was evidently a bargain. If he could purchase them and return them to the military camp, the incident could be resolved smoothly. After all, once the items were in his possession, there would be no evidence against him, and he would no longer fear any repercussions. Yet, being Hoji, even in a situation where he stood to gain, he felt compelled to haggle. After all, how could he uphold his reputation as a penny pincher otherwise? You dare to ask for 100 guan for these shabby crossbows? 200 guan. What do you mean by that? 400 guan. Are you threatening me? 800 guan. Hoji fell silent. Being a clever man, he understood that if he spoke again, the price would only increase. As he gazed at the pile of crossbows on the ground, he held his breath and steeled himself, contemplating taking a risk, as long as he rushes forward and destroys the crossbows on the ground. Even if the adversary attempts to accuse him over these weapons, he can simply retort that they are merely a collection of obsolete and broken crossbows. Hoji's unusual demeanor was soon noticed by several commanders, who simultaneously released their imposing presence and stepped forward, shielding Su Zio and the military crossbows from view. Hoji looked disdainfully at the 4 of them, dismissing their rank of mere 6th-tier warriors. As a 5th tier, he could easily repel them as long as Su Zizwa was absent. He could effortlessly penetrate the northern camp. Through the 4, he spotted Su Zio standing behind, who appeared remarkably at ease. You little brat, there's no need for you to be anxious. Once I dispose of these trifling nuisances, you shall be next. Just as Hoji was preparing to act, a sudden memory of his wife's words struck him. Without a son, and with both daughters already married off, no one from his household had been at the Gathering Fortune Pavilion yesterday. Due to his duties, he had been overseeing matters in the military camp. His wife, however, had received an invitation to the auspicious pavilion. It was only when he had breakfast with her this morning that he learned some details about the events that transpired at the auspicious pavilion and the Gathering Fortune Pavilion. The most sensational gossip from the auspicious pavilion yesterday was undoubtedly about Su Zio taking both princesses out for a stroll. Conversely, the biggest scandal at the Gathering Fortune Pavilion was the revelation that Su Zio was the drunken guest. Though Hoji was miserly, he was not foolish. He was acutely aware of Su Zio's connections with the prince's residence, as well as the deep gratitude owed to the esteemed General Gao. If he were to truly harm Su Zio, the repercussions would be significant. Gradually, Hoji suppressed his growing rage. Su Zio, I know you have a good rapport with the prince's residence, and I am well aware of your ties to General Gao. But do not forget, even a cornered rabbit will bite. Should you push me to my limits, I shall not hesitate to retaliate. Old monkey, your intelligence is quite impressive, isn't it? Su Zio's words dripped with sarcasm. 1,600 guan. His next statement left Hoji momentarily speechless. This brat truly seeks his own demise. Is it not enough that you rely on your connections with the prince's residence? You are merely a scribe, After all, if you overstep, do not blame me for being impolite. At that moment, a previously overlooked detail flashed through his mind. That drunken guest appeared to be a fourth-tier master of the literary realm? Indeed, Suziyo should be a fourth tier. With this realization, Hoji gradually extinguished his inclination toward a forceful attack. 4/6 tiers posed little concern to him, but a fourth tier was a different matter altogether. On their territory, a fourth tier plus 4/6 tiers would render his ordinary fifth tier prowess insufficient. In that instant, Hoji found himself at a loss for words. Should he attempt to haggle? It was clear the other party would only increase their demands. Resort to threats? The opposition was evidently unafraid of him. Ultimately, he could only employ a strategy of delay. 1,600 guan is rather excessive. Wu Mazi's household was raided by you today, right? Surely they too must have around 14 to 1,500 guan? Suziyo once again left him momentarily speechless. At that moment, Hoji finally comprehended Suziyo's objective. Suziyo was seeking vengeance for those brash soldiers from the northern camp. Earlier that morning, Hoji's subordinates had reported a sudden incursion onto their territory by a group from the northern camp who had besieged Wu Mazi's residence. He immediately dispatched men to inquire further and learned that Wu Mazi had attempted to ambush Suziyo. And to his shock, he discovered that Wu Mazi might be the mastermind behind the abduction of the little princess the day before. Upon realizing this, Hoji's gut twisted with regret. Following the abduction of the little princess, he had received orders from the prince to apprehend these underground forces. However, Wu Mazi, being the unseen owner of the gambling den, rarely appeared in public, and his contributions had been substantial. Thus, Hoji had only directed his men to detain the visible proprietors of the gambling establishment. Now, it seemed Wu Mazi was not only the orchestrator of the princess's kidnapping but had also attempted to assassinate Suziyo's brother. Should this come to light, his culpability would be immense. With this in mind, Hoji swiftly commanded his men to raid Wu Mazi's home. Initially, he believed there to be only 30 men. He first dispatched 100, then another 100, and finally, in a fit of determination, he sent 300 men, ultimately driving the adversaries away. Though the process was somewhat vexing, the outcome was acceptable. Aside from 3 or 4 who managed to escape, he captured nearly everyone else. As for identifying any connections to the princess's incident, he could investigate gradually. In addition to apprehending Wu Mazi's family, he also seized around 13 to 1,400 guan from their residence, which was an unexpected windfall. However, to his dismay, this sum had barely warmed in his hands before it became someone else's, and he would have to contribute an additional 2 to 300 guan on top of that. The thought of this made Hoji feel as though he might spew blood in frustration. Such is humanity. Despite having considered the confiscated money as his own, Suziyo's insistence on itemizing it brought him a slight comfort. The money had been taken from another, and now relinquishing it could be seen as merely passing through his hands. As long as Wu Mazi's family remained in his grasp, he would remain unassailable. Yet, Hoji still felt compelled to struggle further. Of course, he dared not negotiate. He could only begrudgingly state, "Today, I only managed to seize 1,400 guan from Wu's residence. I shall have someone deliver it shortly. Then you shall simply add another 200 guan. Surely the renowned old monkey can manage that much?" Suziyo showed no inclination to haggle. "Alternatively, if you deliver Wu Mazi's family to me, I shall require not a single guan." At this, Hoji resolved to cease his prattling with Suziyo. He continued issuing orders to his subordinates. "You are to return to the military camp immediately and have the money seized from Wu's residence delivered here. And also prepare an additional 300 guan from my home. I will await your return here." Having spoken, he shot a fierce glare at Suziyo. Suziyo remained unperturbed by the murderous look directed his way, continuing to regard him with a smile. At this juncture, the 4 commanders had deduced the origins of the military crossbows scattered on the ground. One of them approached Suziyo and whispered in his ear, "Ziyo, there is something you may not be aware of. There are rumors circulating at the prince's residence that the prince intends to unify the southern and northern camps within Jinyang City under a single command. Your brother and this old monkey are the 2 most likely candidates for this position. If these crossbows fall into the prince's hands..." Upon hearing this, Suziyo was momentarily taken aback. He had indeed been unaware of this development. Nevertheless, he had no intention of altering his plans, and if all went smoothly, it would serve as a boon for his elder brother. Noticing Suziyo's silence, the commander continued, "The little princess was lost on our northern camp's territory. It seems we are already at a disadvantage in the prince's eyes. This. Su Zio comprehended why his elder brother had remained sullen even after he had informed him that the little princess had been found. Recalling the scene of the old eunuch whispering to his elder brother, Su Zio surmised the reason behind his brother's shift from worry to relief. Su Zio smiled at the commander, assuring him, "Fear not. Everything is well within my plan." Observing Su Zio's confident demeanor, the commander chose not to pursue the matter further. Su Zio had originally intended for the four commanders to return while he awaited the arrival of the funds at the camp gate. However, they were reluctant to leave, knowing Hoji to be a miser. With his leverage now in Su Zio's hands and his inability to mount a forceful attack, he had no choice but to concede. They feared that if they departed, Hoji might launch a sudden assault, jeopardizing the crossbows laid out on the ground. With no alternative, Su Zio acquiesced to their presence. After standing at the camp gate for a while and feeling somewhat bored, he summoned two craftsmen from the artisan camp. Chapter 6. Entrapment. Su Zio's current design was not particularly complex. One was a boiler for heating, and the other a 8 immortals table paired with a grand scholar's chair. Of course, he did not instruct them to create an overly intricate chair. It was merely a standard chair with a backrest and armrests. The two craftsmen who arrived were among the more astute in the artisan camp. Hence, Su Zio refrained from providing them with detailed blueprints, instead sketching a rough outline of the two items on the ground and explaining his requirements in detail, after which they understood his intentions. While the two craftsmen comprehended Su Zio's words, the rest of the onlookers remained utterly bewildered. At this moment, Hoji's anger towards Su Zio intensified further. "Here we are negotiating a transaction, and you, Su Zio, have summoned two individuals to sketch and gesticulate. What exactly are your intentions? Do you take me for a fool?" After arranging for the two craftsmen to return and fabricate the items he required, Su Zio turned to meet Hoji's gaze. Whether it was merely an illusion, Hoji discerned a hint of gratitude in Su Zio's eyes. Regaining his composure, Hoji resolutely chose to disregard Su Zio. After Su Zio had explained matters to the craftsmen, they did not have to wait long before the money-laden carts from the southern camp arrived. Upon seeing the carts approach, smiles spread across the faces of the four commanders and the soldiers gathered near the gate. Su Zio's brows gradually knitted together as he realized he had seemingly made an error. The first 3 horse-drawn carriages contained a total of 14 wooden boxes, each holding precisely 100 guan of copper coins. Except for the last one. Shortly thereafter, another carriage arrived, bearing 3 additional boxes. Hoji meticulously counted each box, ultimately arranging the 16 boxes, which were filled to perfection, at the entrance of the camp. The 4 commanders instructed their men to transport the boxes to Su Zio's tent for further handling upon his return. Hoji also directed his subordinates to collect the 19 military crossbows lying on the ground. Before departing, Hoji suddenly remarked, "Make sure to send the boxes back to me later." This single statement nearly caused those present to suffer internal injuries from stifled reactions, while Su Zio's brow remained furrowed. Observing Su Zio's expression, the commander who had previously spoken with him approached and quietly inquired about his distress. Su Zio feigned indifference, shaking his head to indicate all was well. Yet internally he let out a long sigh. One's own misdeeds lead to one's ruin. Although Su Zio had lived for many years in this world, certain matters remained nebulous to him. For instance, he understood the worth of 1,600 guan, yet he overlooked the sheer volume it represented. After all, in his past life, the frequency of paper currency usage had significantly diminished. Thus, upon seeing these large boxes filled with money, Su Zio felt overwhelmed. However, in the next instant, he contemplated another matter. He seemed poised to extort 60,000 guan from the Shao family, even if he allocated 40,000 guan to the crown prince. The Su family would still retain 20,000 guan. This sum equated to 200 of these large boxes. Su Zio surmised that the Shao family would not be so benevolent as to convert it into gold or other hard currency for him. Consequently, Su Zio began to entertain the notion of using these boxes to construct himself a dwelling. Such is life. Wealth brings its own troubles, and poverty does as well. In the evening, Su Zizwa and Lu Mingkai returned to the military camp. Upon witnessing the pile of boxes in his quarters, Su Zizwa was taken aback. After gleaning the details of the situation from his subordinate, he couldn't help but admire his brother's rapid accumulation of wealth. It had only been a short while, yet he had amassed over 1,000 guan. Su Zizwa was not particularly concerned about the money. He first rewarded the centurion, Dong Fei, and his men who had assisted him several times over the past 2 days with some funds. The remaining money was allocated for the camp's quartermaster to purchase large quantities of meat from the market, significantly improving the rations for the entire army, garnering widespread acclaim. Since it would be 2 days before Su Zizua could go to the Hu family to fetch his wife, he decided to stay in the camp for those 2 days. Initially, he intended for Su Zio to return home to the Su residence, but Su Zio opted instead to stay in the craftsman's camp. And remarkably, for an even longer duration, Su Zio resided in the craftsman's camp for a total of 4 days, only visiting the Hu family with his elder brother on the 3rd day. They paid a visit to his teacher, during which his teacher and Hu Ming insisted he write several characters. It was not until evening that he departed from the Hu family with his brother's family. Rather than returning home, he went straight back to the craftsman's camp. During these 4 days, he simultaneously guided several craftsmen in creating the items he required and assisted Lu Ming and others in establishing a rudimentary assembly line to expedite the production of the new crossbows. By the 5th day, when Su Zio left, the craftsman's camp was capable of producing over 40 military crossbows daily. At this rate, within 2 months, every soldier in the northern camp could be equipped with a crossbow. However, the sacrifices made during this time were substantial. The Crown Prince had allocated all the iron, ore, and coal used for smelting in the military near Jinyang City to the northern camp for nearly 3 months. This also implied that for the next year, the northern camp would be largely deprived of these raw materials. Nevertheless, Su Zio was not particularly concerned about this aspect. He understood that once the Crown Prince witnessed the formidable power of a fully operational crossbow unit, his inclination would be to equip the entire army with them. Yet, Su Zio had no intention of allowing the Crown Prince to arm the entire military, especially after witnessing the southern camp being sold over 20 crossbows in one go. Providing them with superior weaponry would only invite greater trouble. Even in the northern camp, Su Zio had helped his brother establish stringent management protocols. He meticulously outlined regulations regarding the maintenance, repair, reporting of loss, and inventory numbering for the crossbows. Of course, Su Zio did not intend to truly seal off the technology. As a modern individual, he understood that no matter how much secrecy was maintained, it was far more crucial to consistently innovate and maintain a technological edge. The Crown Prince's residence was situated in the very center of Jinyang City, with its interior divided into northern and southern sections from east to west. The southern section housed the Crown Prince's office, where all administrative affairs within his fief were conducted. The northern section contained the Crown Prince's harem. The only connections between the two sides were 2 small doors. Surrounding the palace was a lengthy corridor enclosing the entire estate. The inner and outer walls of the palace flanked the corridor, and the guards of the Jinyang Prince's residence were primarily responsible for securing the high walls and the corridor. There were several small doors in the inner wall of the residence, all manned by guards. However, these guards were a mixed bag, rendering the doors effectively meaningless to those with ulterior motives. The outer wall also featured 4 doors leading directly to the corridor, 2 of which were located on the north wall, with one in the northwest corner and another in the northeast corner. Similar to the doors in the inner wall, these 4 small doors had some guards, but they were merely for show. After all, anyone with a modicum of influence within the palace could pass through these doors without the guards daring to question them. The southernmost section of the palace boasted 3 grand doors leading in and out. The most heavily guarded of all, the Crown Prince, significant figures of the palace, and palace officials all traversed these 3 gates. That morning, 2 carriages halted before the gates of the Crown Prince's residence, followed by a group of individuals dressed as craftsmen. Once the carriages stopped, a young man leapt down, clutching a large bundle. After disembarking, he turned to the drivers and craftsmen and instructed, "Please wait here. I will go in for a moment and return shortly." "Understood," the group replied in unison. The gate guard, upon seeing these individuals at the palace entrance, considered shooing them away. However, before he could utter a word, a large hand covered his mouth, followed by the voice of his leader whispering in his ear, "Shut your mouth. Do you want to die?" Hearing this, the guard immediately fell silent, watching as the young man swaggered into the palace. It was then he noticed the token hanging from the young man's waist, granting him access to the residence. The tokens for entering and exiting the Crown Prince's residence came in 3 tiers. The lowest tier was a wooden token, used by palace guards, minor officials, and certain inner officials. The second tier was a black iron token, primarily held by senior officials of the Crown Prince's residence, influential officials in Jinyang City, and several overseers from the Crown Prince's harem. The highest tier was a brass token, of which only 5 had been issued thus far. The first 4 belonged to the Crown Prince's eldest son, Lu Qi, the second son, Lu Wu, the Crown Prince's advisor, Feng Yuan, and the enigmatic Mr. Dongfang Su. The 5th token remained a mystery. However, it seemed this mystery was about to unravel, as the eyes of the palace guards fixated on the brass token swaying at the young man's waist. Who was this young man? Could he possibly be the Crown Prince's illegitimate son? It was worth noting that even the Crown Prince's trusted steward, Steward Fu, only possessed a black iron token. A select few who recognized the young man's identity were taken aback, wondering how this token had come to be in his possession. The young man in question was, of course, Su Ziyou. Su Ziyou was equally astonished to find himself the center of attention among the guards. This token had been personally bestowed upon him by the Crown Prince's consort after he recognized her as his aunt. However, since that time, he had scarcely used it. Most often, he was summoned to the palace by the Crown Prince or the consort, and in such instances, he naturally entered alongside the attendant delivering the message. The craftsman waiting at the palace entrance bore witness to the entire spectacle, equally astonished by the unfolding scene. It was worth noting that those walking in front of and behind Su Ziyou had been halted and searched by the guards. They were blissfully unaware that those bearing the wooden tokens were subject to searches every time they entered or exited the palace, while those with black iron tokens were only randomly searched, for instance. No one would dare search Steward Fu. In contrast, bearers of the brass token were exempt from such scrutiny. Leading the group was Lu Ming, the head of the craftsmen's camp in the Northern Military Division. At that moment, he pondered in astonishment that their second master was not only at home in the military camp, but also seemed equally comfortable within the palace walls. Lu Ming and his companions had not waited long at the palace gates when they saw Su Ziyou exiting once more. His large bundle now absent, but he was accompanied by an attendant dressed in the garb of a palace eunuch. Lu Ming and the others had no idea who this eunuch was, but the guards at the entrance were once again taken aback. What on earth was happening? The chief steward of the entire palace, the one who only appeared by the Crown Prince's side, Steward Fu, was trailing behind this young man, not leading the way, but following behind. Moments after Su Ziyou had entered, the guards had already deduced his identity through their discussions. He was the Crown Prince's consort's nephew and the younger brother of Su Ziyou, the captain of the northern camp. Even the 2 biological sons of the regent would not dare to walk so brazenly ahead of Master Fu, would they? In truth, Su Ziyou did not wish to appear so audacious. He generally maintained a low profile. However, it seemed that Master Fu had taken some peculiar medicine today, insisting on trailing behind like a devoted little wife. Had it been someone like Lu Ming, Su Ziyou might have casually draped an arm over his shoulder, but given Master Fu's status, Su Ziyou could only acquiesce. Nevertheless, since the other party was so eager to elevate his standing, Su Ziyou felt compelled to reciprocate in kind. Discreetly sliding a piece of exquisite jade from Tianshan into Master Fu's sleeve. Upon reaching the entrance, Su Ziyou directed the carriage and the craftsman to enter the Wang Fu's passageway through the side entrance. If Su Ziyou's token were only valid for himself, then with Master Fu's esteemed presence, the craftsman and the carriage effectively possessed a pass exempting them from scrutiny. They did not enter the inner courtyard of the Wang Fu but proceeded along the passageway toward the rear of the estate. Eventually, they arrived at the northwest corner of the outer wall, where Su Ziyou gestured, and the craftsmen rushed forward, clattering as they dismantled the gate. The guards patrolling the area and those stationed at the gate were rendered speechless. Had Master Fu not been standing nearby, they might have apprehended the intruders. Once the gate was removed, Su Ziyou instructed the craftsmen to unload various items from the cart and began tinkering at the former gate's location. After more than half an hour, a peculiar structure emerged in place of the original gate. Observing this, the soldiers, Master Fu, and even the craftsmen themselves were perplexed, unsure of what exactly had been installed. Any modern individual would recognize it at a glance as a one-way door, akin to those found at train station exits. Once the door was installed, Su Ziyou briefly explained its function and operation. After hearing his words, the assembled crowd could not resist the urge to test it, but Su Ziyou intervened. There is no need to test it. This door only allows entry from the outside. Not exit. Only entry? Master Fu inquired, unable to contain his curiosity. What if one wishes to exit? Use one of the other 3 doors, Su Ziyou replied. From today onward, of the 4 doors at the back of the Wang Fu, the other 3 will permit exit, while this one will only allow entry. In other words, Anyone wishing to enter the Wangfu passageway from outside, apart from the 3 main gates to the south, would have no choice but to use this smaller door, Su Ziyou explained with a smile. Chapter 7. A century of harmony. Master Fu, in his 40s, had served in the palace for over 30 years, having entered during the previous dynasty when he was still in his 20s. His keen intellect and understanding of self-preservation had afforded him the opportunity to accompany the regent, gradually ascending to his current position. Thus, he was well versed in the intrigues of the inner court, knowing what to inquire about and what to keep to himself, fostering beneficial relationships with those whose favor he sought. His reputation within the regent's estate was impeccable. Today, when Su Ziyou visited the regent, the two conspired in secrecy behind closed doors. Master Fu stood guard outside, devoid of any jealousy, aware that there were matters the regent wished to keep from him for his own good. However, he was not entirely in the dark. He was already privy to one fact: the regent's token was no longer in his possession. This was not merely a bronze pass for entering and exiting the Wangfu, but rather the genuine golden command token that could truly replace the regent himself. This token was no ordinary item. It could directly command all within the regent's estate and even dispatch the 10,000 Jinyang guards throughout Jinyang City at will. The Jinyang guards were not considered foreign troops, and their supervising officers bore no tiger talismans. Thus they recognized only this token. Aside from Master Fu, who was almost always by the regent's side, even the palace maids who served the regent daily might not be aware of this detail. Judging by the regent's demeanor, he had likely dispatched the token himself, but when and to whom? Master Fu recalled that the last time he had seen the token was during the Lantern Festival, when the young princess had gone missing, and the regent had issued commands for him to deliver the orders personally using that very token. Since then, he had not laid eyes on it again. Thus, chronologically, it seemed the regent had handed the token to Su Ziyou on the evening of the Lantern Festival. As for the reason, Master Fu initially speculated it was connected to the abduction of the young princess. Yet today it appeared otherwise. Regardless, the fact remained that the token was certainly in Su Ziyou's hands. Hence, Master Fu treated Su Ziyou with exceptional courtesy today. Of course, Su Ziyou was quite astute himself. Despite the change in his status, he remained as unassuming as ever, demonstrating an innate ability to navigate social situations. At this moment, Su Ziyou began directing the craftsmen in the installation of a third door. With the first two completed, the craftsmen were now well acquainted with the installation process, allowing Su Ziyou to observe from a distance, hands clasped behind his back, his gaze keenly assessing their actions. Suddenly, he sensed a subtle communication from Master Fu, who conveyed a secret message. Such discreet communication was a skill reserved for those of the third rank or above. Yesterday, that old monkey from the southern camp visited the Lord. He discovered the mastermind behind the princess's abduction is Wu Matzi from the southern city gambling den. The old monkey found substantial evidence at Wu Matzi's residence. The Lord instructed him to keep it under wraps for now. Upon hearing this, Su Ziyou realized his gesture of gifting that piece of jade had not been in vain. When he had met the regent earlier, he had refrained from inquiring about the investigation against Wu Matzi in the southern camp, wanting to avoid any appearance of impropriety. Master Fu's timely notification was indeed fortuitous. This was good news. The Lord should not discourage the old monkey's enthusiasm. Rewards were due, and such matters ought to be made public to ensure everyone was aware. Su Ziyou relayed this sentiment back to Master Fu, speculating that the regent was likely concerned about the impact on his investigation, hence the directive for Ho Ji not to speak out. However, this was a case of good intentions leading to unintended consequences. Su Ziyou wished for Ho Ji to bring the matter to everyone's attention. Understood. I know how to respond to the Lord. Master Fu nodded with satisfaction, continuing to observe the craftsmen as they worked on the door. In the Wangfu, there were no secrets. Even before the third door was fully installed, numerous idle individuals had gathered to witness the spectacle. With Master Fu present, they dared only to watch from a distance. Meanwhile, many had already begun to experiment with the two doors that had been completed. Brother Ziyou, what are you doing? A voice like a nightingale chimed from behind Su Ziyou. Turning, he and Master Fu beheld Lumi and Hu Tong standing hand in hand. With Lumi having spoken first, Su Ziyou and Master Fu quickly approached to pay their respects. Su Ziyou secretly chuckled. The last time Lumi had seen him, she had hidden away to steal glances at him. Yet now she boldly greeted him. This newfound confidence stemmed from their growing familiarity since the Lantern Festival, as well as a desire to impress Hu Tong. not one to let Lumi take the lead. After greeting Su Zio and Master Fu, turned to him and inquired, Brother Zio, are you installing a door? Why is this door so peculiar? How does it work? Another instance of Brother Zio. Master Fu found himself inwardly amused. As a eunuch, he had no personal needs in such matters, yet he was well aware of the dynamics between the genders. The sentiments of the young princess and Hu Tong were hardly a secret within the Wangfu. Only these two little girls believed they were concealing their feelings well, oblivious to the awareness of others. With no alternative, Su Zio began to explain to the two girls. Naturally, he refrained from divulging the internal mechanisms of the door in such a public setting, instead discussing its operational principles. Even so, this revelation ignited wonder in their eyes. Brother Zio, this door is incredible. Did you invent it? Yes, Su Zio accepted the accolade without hesitation. In truth, he was unsure of the internal structure of such a one-way door in his previous life. However, having spent many years working with machinery, he was capable of designing a simple one-way structure himself. This was why it had taken him several days to construct it. He had to conduct numerous experiments. It was worth noting that when he had created the repeating crossbow, he had merely drawn up a design, followed it, and it was ready for use. Once the door was completed, the two young ladies rushed forward to test it, only to discover they could not return. Su Zio managed a bittersweet smile, knowing he had no choice but to accompany them as they walked towards the final door. Several of the princess's personal maids and female guards attempted to follow, but were swiftly blocked by Master Fu, who directed them to join the craftsmen heading towards the fourth door. In the absence of the princess's command, they naturally complied with Master Fu's orders. Not to mention they were not foolish. When everyone arrived at the fourth door, they were unsurprisingly met with the absence of the three individuals outside the wall. Master Fu could only personally supervise the craftsmen as they installed the door. The thought of having to report back to the prince later left Master Fu feeling somewhat weary. Meanwhile, the maids and guards stood there, momentarily dumbfounded, but eventually, with Master Fu's prompting, they returned to the only entrance to the royal residence in the northwest corner, where the princess awaited them. They did not have to wait long before Su Zio and the others returned. After all, their excursion had been rather spontaneous, and there were no particular destinations in mind on the sparsely populated streets during the harsh winter. The trio merely strolled aimlessly in the vicinity before making their way back to the royal residence. Upon returning to the corridor, the two young ladies took their leave. Given the public setting, it was not appropriate for the group to linger together for too long. During this time, Su Zio briefly discussed the current situation at the Hu residence with Hu Tong. Hu Qin had abandoned his plans to return to the capital and had instead written a sick leave letter to his office. Taking several days off to remain in Jinyang City. As for the Xiao family, there had been no news from the capital, so they would have to wait. However, there was a matter concerning Hu Qin that was neither trivial nor significant. This was something that Song Gu had specifically rushed to inform Su Zio about the day before. It turned out that after the four had confined themselves at Song Ji's home, they discovered that the fewer than 20 pieces of calligraphy there remarkably displayed the evolution of Su Zio's regular script at different stages. For those who were already proficient in calligraphy, such a demonstration of the evolution of script was deemed more significant than the perfectly executed characters they had already mastered. Each drew their own insights from the transformations in Su Zio's handwriting. This was Hu Qin's exact words. Upon hearing this, Su Zio couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and exasperation. In his past life, his handwriting had been atrocious, and in this life, he had dedicated considerable effort to improving it. They mistakenly believed Su Zio was evolving the forms of the characters, while he knew it was merely a transition from poor to proficient handwriting. Hearing that her bookish third brother had found something to occupy himself with brought a smile to Hu Tong's face. Eventually, Hu Tong inquired whether she could return home. After a moment's contemplation, Su Zio decided it was best for her to stay at the royal residence for the time being. Although his sister-in-law had returned to the Su household, the safety of the Su residence could not compare to that of the royal palace. As long as the situation with Xiao Hai remained unresolved, Su Zio did not wish for Hu Tong to be placed in danger. He assured her that a resolution would be forthcoming soon. After bidding farewell to the two young ladies, Su Zio continued his leisurely stroll towards the northeast corner door. The craftsmen were working at an increasingly rapid pace, and by the time Su Zio arrived, the door was nearly complete. To his surprise, amidst the crowd watching the installation, he spotted a familiar face he had not seen in a long time. Master Fu stood respectfully beside a young man. His demeanor markedly different from when he had followed Su Ziyo. The respect he now exhibited was devoid of any casualness. Noticing Su Ziyo's approach, the youth rushed forward to bow first. Lu Qi pays his respects to the esteemed sir. Lu Qi, the legitimate heir of the prince, was of the same age as Su Ziyo. Su Ziyo quickly returned the greeting, instinctively sizing up the young man before him. Compared to Lu Wu, Lu Qi lacked a certain martial aura but possessed a scholarly demeanor. His features bore a resemblance to a young male celebrity from Su Ziyo's past life who had tragically passed away too soon. If he donned coarse garments and carried a sunshade box, the likeness would be even more pronounced. Strictly speaking, Lu Wu resembled the prince more, while Lu Qi bore a closer resemblance to the princess. After several years apart, the young heir had grown increasingly refined and cultured. If encountered unexpectedly in the street, Su Ziyo might not have recognized him. "You flatter me, but I must extend my congratulations to you on your safe return," Lu Qi replied. Hearing those words, Su Ziyo felt an odd sensation, as though this young man was aware of his identity as the bamboo hat man. Could it be? Aside from his siblings, no one else knew his true identity. However, Su Ziyo had no intention of delving deeper into the matter. For reasons unknown, Lu Qi exuded a natural charm that made it difficult for even someone of Su Ziyo's age, who had lived over half a century, to harbor excessive suspicions. Perhaps this was the allure of a protagonist. Su Ziyo mused that it was worth noting that in Su Ziyo's original world, Lu Qi was a renowned figure during the reign of Emperor Jing of Han, celebrated for the flourishing era of Wan and Jing. Yet, it seemed that this lifetime had deviated from that trajectory. The current Emperor Hui was alive and well, and even Lu Gong's son was already 2 or 3 years old. Su Ziyo could not predict whether Lu Qi would eventually attain such heights. "I hear you were married last year, but I could not return in time to attend your wedding. Please accept this as a token of my congratulations," Su Ziyo said as he retrieved an item from his pocket and presented it to Lu Qi. Lu Qi reached out to accept it, discovering it to be something he had never seen before. "Sir, why is this gift lacking even a box? You didn't simply find it on your person, did you?" "Ouch," Lu Qi exclaimed as Su Ziyo inadvertently tapped him on the head with the peculiar object. With a swish, Su Ziyo opened the folding fan in his hand, casually waving it a few times before closing it again. "This is a folding fan, a design I specifically created for scholars," Su Ziyo explained with a smile. "I exerted considerable effort to assemble the ribs for that fan. It was originally intended for my own use, but you ungrateful rascal. Folding fan? Fan ribs?" Lu Qi examined the folding fan closely before mimicking Su Ziyo's actions. Opening it and attempting to fan himself, Su Ziyo had indeed invested significant effort into crafting this fan. The small ribs were made from the horns of a bull from the grasslands, which he had gathered during his time there. He had pondered for a while before selecting suitable large ribs, fortuitously receiving some ivory as a gift from the prince in gratitude for saving the young princess. When a certain unfortunate child caused a commotion at his home, Su Ziyo had whimsically decided to classify the ivory as damaged goods. Thus, over the past few days, he had taken the opportunity to create a folding fan for himself. Upon completing the fan, while contemplating what to inscribe on its surface, he suddenly recalled that he had not sent a gift to Lu Qi for his wedding, and he made the bold decision to gift it. Lu Qi soon noticed the inscriptions on the fan's surface. One side featured the 4 characters by Nian How He, a harmonious union for a century, while the other side bore a poem from the Book of Songs. In the south, there grows a jiao tree, entwined by the climbing vines. Joyful is the gentleman, blessed by the footing that supports him. In the south, there grows a jiao tree, suffocated by the wild vines. Joyful is the gentleman, blessed by the footing that guides him. In the south, there grows a jiao tree, embraced by the winding vines. Joyful is the gentleman, blessed by the footing that fulfills him. Chapter 8. Nonsense. Upon reading the poem, Lu Qi grimaced, muttering in dissatisfaction. "It's not even a new poem. How careless, ouch." His head was once again struck by Su Ziyo's folding fan. "If you don't like it, you can return it to me. Did you not see that I gave you the good one? I am left with nothing but a wooden one," Su Ziyo teased. In later generations, scholars favored bamboo for fan ribs, using it to display their literary integrity. Some enthusiasts even established a hierarchy of bamboo, wood, ivory, horn, claiming that while bamboo was inexpensive, it was beloved by scholars. However, in the early Han Dynasty, the governing philosophy may have leaned towards Laozi and Zhuangzi, but in terms of values, people still clung to gold and silver. If one were to doubt this, one could refer to the saying gold house hiding a beauty, comparing the folding fan made from military crossbow scraps in Su Ziyo's hand to Lu Qi's fan crafted from bullhorn and ivory. Lu Qi unhesitatingly tucked the fan into his robes. Not a chance. You think I would let you take back a gift mint for me? Dream on. Just as Lu Qi was about to say something else, a young eunuch hurried over from a distance, announcing that the prince wished to see him. Lu Qi, who was now responsible for most minor affairs in Jinyang City, could only apologize to Su Ziyo before hastily departing. However, as he left, he deliberately muttered in a voice loud enough for Su Ziyo to hear, "Your writing is truly exquisite. Even the signature of drunken guest would be worth a fortune, but it's a shame it's not a new poem. I knew you would just use the book of songs to fool me. Come back here," Su Ziyo suddenly shouted. To his surprise, Lu Qi completely ignored him, hastening away with the young eunuch, only to call back from a distance. "Sir, come to my residence in a couple of days. I shall treat you to a drink." Watching Lu Qi's retreating figure, Su Ziyo couldn't help but chuckle. That moment, the last door was finally installed. Su Ziyo checked the time. It was just the right hour for lunch. He promptly instructed the craftsman to take a break. When he and Master Fu had stepped out earlier, Master Fu had already arranged lunch for everyone. Before long, the meal was served. "Young Master Su, I must return to eat as well. Would you care to join me?" The fare of a craftsman can hardly be compared to that of the chief steward. Thus, the esteemed eunuch Fu took the initiative to extend an invitation. "No need," Su Ziyo replied, "for we must continue our construction in the afternoon. I shall dine with them at noon, and after our meal, I will arrange for someone to transport the materials for the building." "You still have work to do this afternoon?" Eunuch Fu was momentarily taken aback, as he had assumed the matter was concluded. "It's outside the outer wall," Su Ziyo elucidated. "If Uncle Fu is busy, you need not come in the afternoon. It is of no consequence if you are not present while we construct outside the wall." In truth, once the first door was installed, the distinction of Eunuch Fu's presence became less significant. Su Ziyo only wished for him to be there to reduce the need for excessive explanation. Unfortunately, Eunuch Fu did not share this sentiment, for his duty was to alleviate Su Ziyo's burdens during the construction. Until the work was complete, he naturally would continue to follow along. "Then I shall return later this afternoon." Just as he was about to finalize the time for the afternoon's labor, another young eunuch hurried over. "Young Master Su, the princess requests your presence for a meal." Upon hearing this, Su Ziyo surmised that the two young ladies had informed the princess of his presence, and he was obliged to acquiesce. After a moment's thought, he addressed the craftsman. "After our meal, you all should rest for a while. The hour of the pig. Make your way to the barracks to retrieve the second set of supplies, and then wait for me at the northwest gate." Throughout the morning, the craftsman observed the interactions between Su Ziyo and the chief steward of the royal residence, the county lord, and the prince's heir. They suddenly realized that their habitual calling of Su Ziyo's name had become somewhat inappropriate. However, they were at a loss as to how to address him, and thus could only respond with a simple "Yes." Su Ziyo, oblivious to the craftsman's predicament, continued on with Eunuch Fu toward the princess's quarters. Initially, he thought that since the craftsman's meal had been delivered, his arrival at the princess's residence would mean he had missed the dining hour. To his surprise, upon his arrival, the meal had yet to commence. This was not due to waiting for him, but rather for the two other attendees. As Su Ziyo entered the grand hall, he beheld 5 single dining tables set within. At that moment, Lu Mi, Lu Xia, and Hu Tong were huddled together at one table, whispering and giggling amongst themselves. Upon noticing Su Ziyo's entrance, the three hastily stifled their laughter. Upholding the cultural propriety of Huaxia, Su Ziyo exchanged formal greetings with the two ladies, despite having just parted ways. However, Lu Xia, without a moment's hesitation, dashed to Su Ziyo's side, clasped his leg, and exclaimed for him to hold her. Su Ziyo complied and lifted her into his arms. Aside from the primary table, there were 4 more arranged to the left and right. Acting on instinct, Su Ziyo approached the table on his left. Yet, before he could take a seat, Hu Tong, her cheeks flushed, rushed over and guided him to the table on his right, while she herself occupied the left table. Gazing at the 2 girls seated across from him, Su Ziyo found himself perplexed, in the Qin and Han dynasties. The right side was considered more prestigious. Thus, the fact that the 2 girls sat on the left implied that the person at the head of the table held a status superior to that of Lu Mi, the county lord. But who could that individual be? And where had the princess herself gone? Do not inquire why Su's older brother is named while his younger brother is Yu. It is simply the author's whimsy. Observing the multitude of questions swirling in his mind, Lu Xia, nestled in his embrace, took it upon herself to elucidate. That seat is reserved for the heir's wife. Mother and the heir's wife have gone to attend to grandmother's meal and will return only after she has finished dining. By Taoho, Su Zio mused internally, recalling the title in the Han Dynasty. The mother of the emperor was referred to as the Empress Dowager, while the mother of a prince was called the Princess Dowager. Naturally, akin to how one would not refer to a deputy director as such, the custom was to precede the title with the surname of the princess, directly addressing her as certain dowager. The name Bai Taoho was not particularly remarkable among the illustrious ranks of Han Empress Dowagers, and Su Zio had only remembered it due to a television drama he had watched in his previous life in that realm. This Bai Ji had accompanied her son to the fief of Dai Wang to evade calamity. In this life, Su Zio had not encountered her within the Dai Wang residence, having assumed she would not return at this juncture. Lumi continued her explanation. Not long after you departed, news circulated within the palace that Bai Taoho's health was deteriorating. Father submitted a petition to the palace, wishing to bring her to Jinyang for care. It was not until the end of the previous year that Bai Taoho arrived in Jinyang. Ever since her arrival, Mother has personally attended to her meals every day, returning only after Bai Taoho has finished dining. Originally, Xiao'er and I would assist, but Mother deemed us too clumsy and forbade us from doing so. However, the heir's wife has accompanied Mother every day since her marriage to assist in this duty. By the way, the heir's wife is also of the Bai clan, making her a distant relative of Bai Taoho. Their marriage was orchestrated by the dowager herself. Su Zio had not anticipated that a county lord would exhibit such enthusiasm when discussing gossip. Gradually, however, he discerned a discrepancy in the manner of address. Lumi referred to Bai Taoho with respect, while calling Lu Qi big brother perhaps out of familial affection. Yet, why did Lu Xia, moments earlier, insist on referring to the heir's wife by her title? It was notable that the young girl had addressed Bai Taoho as grandmother with such familiarity. There seemed to be a deeper intrigue at play. Nevertheless, Su Zio's interest in such matters was minimal at present. His focus lay more on uncovering internal treachery. Thus, he chose to feign ignorance regarding the conversation, as it involved Lu Qi's wife, and prying into such affairs would be ill-advised. Yet, he overlooked the little herald nestled in his embrace. They say that Big Brother does not favor the heir's wife, as he does not share a bed with her each night. Brother Zio, does not sharing a bed mean he does not like her? I have never shared a bed with Big Brother or Second Brother. Yet they say they have affection for Xiao'er. Cough, cough, mm. This remark nearly caused the three individuals present to suffer internal injuries. Su Zio coughed incessantly, Hu Tong sputtered water from her mouth, and Lumi could only emit a few helpless hums. A nearby entourage of eunuchs and palace maids struggled to suppress their laughter. Who taught you such nonsensical words? A furious voice suddenly erupted from outside the room. Entering with an irate expression was the Dai Wang princess, followed closely by a graceful and poised young woman. Upon recognizing the princess, those within the room hastily paid their respects, and no need for that, the Dai Wang princess declared, her gaze fixated on the cowering Lu Xia behind Su Zio. Come here. The princess's voice rang out again with authority. Lu Xia, trembling in fear, could only slowly emerge from behind Su Zio, lowering her head as she approached her mother. Lumi, wishing to intercede on behalf of her sister, was silenced by a fierce glare from the princess. Su Zio and Hu Tong, as outsiders, found themselves unable to speak up. At that moment, the young heir's wife took a step forward, kneeling at the feet of the princess. Mother, please temper your anger. Sister Xiao'er is still very young and knows nothing about these matters. You must take care of yourself and not allow your health to suffer. Little Xiao'er will come to her sister. As she spoke, she shifted forward, shielding Lu Xia behind her. The princess's fury had not subsided. She merely instructed the heir's wife, you may rise and stand aside. The heir's wife, with no choice, complied and stepped back. Now, Lu Xia was left to face her mother alone. Speak, who told you such things? The princess's voice remained stern. Meanwhile, Su Zio, positioned at the back, discreetly studied the heir's wife. He had no recollection of this by surname heir's wife. In his memory, Lu Qi's empress was the mother of Emperor Wu of Han, Lu Che, But that was only after Lu Che had been conferred the title of heir. Furthermore, that woman had been a widow with children when she married Lu Qi. Thus, while Su Ziyou could not predict the fate of this by surname heir's wife, he could surmise the likely outcomes. It is not uncommon for possibilities to include death by illness or being discarded. In his previous life, he had recklessly perused a few books on microexpressions, merely following the trend of the moment. Although these texts held no significance for him back then, in this life, as his abilities grew considerably, the value of those books finally manifested. Microexpressions, even for those from his past life, are beyond control without proper training. How much more so for the inhabitants of this world, who are entirely oblivious to such concepts. Through Su Ziyou's observations, he discerned that the noble consort genuinely cared for Lu Xia, evidently wishing to shield her from censure. Although the precise reasons eluded him, her actions, as a woman married into the royal family, were commendable nonetheless. Meanwhile, our little princess, under the threat of her mother, timidly revealed her source of information. It turned out that one day, while dozing off, she had overheard several palace maids conversing outside her chamber. This made the investigation all the more challenging. Lu Xia was only 5 years old and still resided with the princess consort. Her small room was situated within that of the princess consort. Hence, the maids she mentioned were most likely from the princess consort's quarters, complicating any inquiries. Who spoke of this? The princess consort bellowed angrily at the assembled maids, causing them to kneel in fear. Each maid pressed their heads firmly to the ground, their bodies trembling incessantly. Su Ziyou couldn't help but chuckle inwardly at the sight. Clearly, there was no need for further investigation. These maids had likely circulated such gossip. The princess consort's wrath stemmed not from a deep fondness for her daughter Law. In truth, the dynamics between mothers-in-law and daughters-in-law are not altered by their elevated status compared to those in ordinary households. Moreover, her relationship with the crown princess was doubly complex. She was the daughter-in-law of the Empress Dowager, while her daughter-in-law was of the Empress Dowager's own kin. Given her current position, she would naturally not fear the Empress Dowager. However, should this matter escalate and create discord between her and the Empress Dowager, even the crown prince would find it troublesome. If such a situation were to arise, it would signify a dereliction of duty on her part as the princess consort. "Come here." With a thunderous command from the princess consort, a eunuch entered. "Take these individuals away and interrogate them rigorously. I wish to know how many dare to gossip within the royal residence." Upon hearing the princess consort's command, the maids could no longer contain themselves, pleading for mercy as a chorus of cries filled the room. "Take them away." The princess consort remained unmoved by their pleas. Soon, the maids were escorted out. Just then, another wail erupted. It was none other than the instigator of this entire affair, the 5-year-old little princess. Gazing at her daughter, who was sobbing uncontrollably, the princess consort felt a pang of inner conflict. Punishing a few maids was straightforward, but how could she punish her own little girl? If it were her elder daughter, a few days of confinement or a light slap would suffice. But this little one, only 5 years old and her beloved child, posed a dilemma. She couldn't bear to punish her, yet failing to do so would be unacceptable. After a moment of contemplation, the princess consort steeled herself, raising her hand to strike Lu Xia. "How dare you cry? All you do is spout nonsense." The princess consort knew that once her hand fell, the matter would be settled. Neither the Empress Dowager nor the noble consort would pursue the issue further. Yet she did not anticipate that 2 figures would leap to shield her daughter. The one cradling Lu Xia was her elder sister, Lu Mi, while the one blocking her hand was her own daughter-in-law. Chapter 9. Unintended consequences. The princess consort was not a practitioner of martial arts. The force of her raised hand could not be retracted at will. With a resounding slap, a mark appeared on the face of the noble consort kneeling before her. "Biaoer, you?" The sight before her left the princess consort momentarily stunned. "Mother, Lu Xia is still young. Any wrongdoing is mine. Please do not punish her." Su Ziyou, observing this scene, felt a twinge of frustration. He had merely come for a meal. Yet this commotion had made him wish he had remained with the craftsman instead. He could surmise the reason behind the noble consort enduring the slap. If the princess consort's hand landed firmly, it would likely sever the relationship between the noble couple. From what he'd heard, the crown prince's relationship with his wife was already tenuous, and being a doting brother, if he learned that his sister had been struck because of his wife, He would likely avoid the noble consort for life. There was no way around it. The little girl's words were meant for him. Although he bore no responsibility for the situation, it could be exploited by those with ulterior motives. Normally, he would not care, but given his current task, it was imperative to quell the incident swiftly. Contemplating this, Su Ziyou gently addressed the still-crying little girl in his arms. Our Lu Xia is the most obedient. Please do not cry anymore, or you will cease to be lovely indeed. In that fleeting moment, Su Ziyou had already drawn the little girl into his embrace. Lu Mi's efforts were in vain, and the noble consort had indeed made contact. Su Ziyou's voice, though soft, reached the ears of all present. Ziyou, the princess consort's tone had softened, yet it remained tinged with dissatisfaction. Su Ziyou offered an apologetic smile to the princess consort while continuing to tenderly pat the little girl's back, softly soothing her. Perhaps she had truly been frightened. Although Lu Xia continued to cry, her sobs had diminished significantly, gradually transforming into gentle whimpers. At this juncture, the princess consort had been assisted to her seat by the Empress Dowager and Lu Mi. The two women stood by her side, eager to observe Su Ziyou's next move, while Hu Tong sat awkwardly in her own seat. Aunt, this matter was merely a jest. How could those in the princess consort's quarters possibly know what transpires in the crown prince's residence? The maids were merely engaging in idle chatter. Su Ziyou's words were evidently nonsensical. Lu Qi had indeed moved out of the princess consort's residence after his marriage. However, to assert that the princess consort side was ignorant of the happenings in the crown prince's residence was utterly implausible. The individuals in the crown prince's residence had originally come from the princess consort's domain, and their communications were far too frequent. Yet as Su Ziyou concluded his statement, both the Empress Dowager and Lu Mi simultaneously knelt beside the princess consort. Vociferously agreeing, the individuals in the room were not fools. They simply had not grasped the situation immediately. Upon hearing this, the princess consort's expression softened at last. Indeed, the palace servants' careless banter should not have reached the ears of the little princess. I suppose a few strokes of the rod would suffice. If we were to expel them, they might spread even more rumors beyond these walls. Su Ziyou's intent became increasingly clear. To frame the incident as mere jest among palace servants would suffice for their punishment. However, should the matter escalate, it would imply truth in the rumors, thereby causing the royal residence to lose face. After digesting Su Ziyou's words, the princess consort inhaled deeply and slowly replied, Ziyou has a point. Very well, let each receive 10 strokes. Outside, a chorus of gratitude rang out. You need not thank me. Should anyone dare to gossip again, they shall face severe consequences. Another round of obedient acknowledgments echoed from outside. Su Ziyou then turned to the now calm Lu Xia in his arms, asking gently, Little princess, do you know where your mistake lies? Lu Xia lowered her head and shook it softly. Did you witness your brother and sister-in-law's actions with your own eyes? The little princess shook her head. Then, if you only hear it from others and have not seen it yourself, you must not speak of it. Su Ziyou's words left several adults nearby at a loss for words. What do you mean? Are you suggesting the little princess should witness her brother and sister-in-law in the act? Your second mistake is that such matters should not be discussed in public. Clearly, the term public exceeded the little princess's comprehension. She gazed at Su Ziyou with confusion. It means you cannot speak of it in front of so many people. It should only be whispered between two individuals. Indeed, it appeared that this young lad still yearned for gossip, eliciting bemusement from all present. Yet, unnoticed by them, the previously tense atmosphere had gradually dissipated under Su Ziyou's playful tone. Therefore, you must apologize to your sister-in-law. Thus, guided by Su Ziyou's counsel, Lu Xia approached the Empress Dowager and sincerely offered her apology. The Empress Dowager did not wait for Lu Xia to finish her words before enveloping her in an embrace. Repeatedly assuring her that it was all right, though silent tears streamed down her cheeks. All right, everyone is likely quite hungry now. Please return to your seats. The princess spoke softly. The guests finally returned to their respective seats, settling down to await the arrival of the dishes. This moment, the young princess once again slipped over to Su Ziyou's table. Seizing the opportunity before the food was served, the princess began to introduce Su Ziyou to the heir's consort. Ziyou, this is the heiress consort, Bo Shi. You may address her as Bo Shi or Lady Bo from now on. I am honored, Su Ziyou replied, formally bowing to Bo Shi. The princess added, Bo Shi. This is my dry nephew, who also serves as a mentor to Qi and Wu privately refers to him as teacher, and you should do the same. Bo Shi was no fool. Upon hearing the princess's words, she promptly rose to offer Su Ziyo a deep bowed at that moment. An ominous premonition gripped Su Ziyo. He had agreed to regard the princess as his dry aunt partly out of sentiment, and partly to sidestep troubles with the prince. The princess's intention to have the two princes acknowledge him as their teacher was also in line with this consideration. Although the two princes showed him respect upon their encounters, the princess seemed to perceive this matter as a jest of sorts. Had Lu Qi made such remarks to Bo Shi, Su Ziyo would have thought nothing of it. Yet, the princess's solemnity made him uneasy. As the saying goes, when courtesy is extended to others, there must be a request. It appeared that the princess and the heiress consort were conspiring to ensnare him in some manner. Despite deducing their ulterior motives, Su Ziyo could only respond to the unfolding situation, as he was under their roof. After finishing the meal, Su Ziyo intended to take his leave, but was retained by the princess. Sensing the awkward atmosphere, Lu Mi and Hu Tong hastily finished their meals and scurried away with Lu Xia. "You all may leave now," the princess suddenly instructed the palace maids and eunuchs. At this, Su Ziyo's expression grew serious. "Ziyo," the princess began, but Su Ziyo raised a hand to halt her. "Leave," he suddenly exclaimed, his voice resonating with an earth-shattering intensity. The princess showed no reaction, while Bo Shi gazed at Su Ziyo in astonishment. In the next moment, 3 figures collapsed from various corners of the room. 2 women, disguised as attendants, tumbled out from behind the screen at the princess's back, having been hidden nearby. Another figure, clad in eunuch attire, fell from behind a pillar. Upon hearing Su Ziyo's voice, the eunuchs and palace maids waiting outside rushed in. The princess coldly regarded the fallen eunuch. "Take him away and conduct a thorough interrogation. No one is permitted to enter without my command." Several burly eunuchs hastily dragged the fallen eunuch out, seemingly ignoring the 2 palace maids on the floor. The door was shut once more, and Su Ziyo finally smiled at the 2 women, signaling that they could speak freely. However, the princess chose to remain silent, merely gesturing to the heiress consort before closing her eyes in contemplation. As if the impending events were of no concern to her, Bo Shi, on the other hand, felt an overwhelming sense of shock. As a member of a medical family, she was aware that although they were not adept in combat and their cultivation system differed from the ordinary 9-rank model, one could still perceive an individual's strength. Su Ziyo's command had rendered the 3 of them momentarily dazed. Not counting the eunuch, the 2 guards were already 4th-rank martial artists. It was quite difficult for a typical 3rd-rank martial artist to achieve such a feat. Yet Su Ziyo's shout had no effect on the princess or Bo Shi. This was a realm completely beyond Bo Shi's reach. Hesitating for a moment, she finally mustered the courage to speak. "Sir, what the young princess said earlier was not entirely inaccurate." After a moment's pause, she continued, "I wonder if you might persuade the heir." At this point, her words faltered. Hearing her hesitation, the princess could no longer restrain herself and interjected. "This matter concerns the bloodline succession of the Dai Wang lineage, and both the Queen Dowager and I are quite anxious. Heir has grown up, and there are certain matters that I, along with his father, cannot discuss with him. Please help us persuade him. If this succeeds, not only we, but even the Queen Dowager will be grateful to you." Su Ziyo was momentarily at a loss for how to respond. How was he to persuade him? However, the princess's words hinted at a crucial piece of information. The Queen Dowager was also closely monitoring this matter. It was understandable from the princess's perspective. As long as her son could produce a grandchild, she likely wouldn't care whether it was with the heiress consort or another palace maid. The fact that the princess had sought him out alongside the heiress consort suggested that some external pressure was being applied. And that pressure could only come from the Queen Dowager. Su Ziyo still hesitated to agree outright, as he needed to confirm another matter first. "Is the heir's consort a practitioner of medicine?" Su Ziyo posed his question. Although Bo Shi was puzzled by his inquiry, she answered nonetheless. "Sir, you may call me Lady Bo. I am currently only at the pulse-cutting stage. The medical family differs from other practitioners. They possess only 4 stages: pulse-cutting, diagnosing, differentiating sounds, and observing qi. In simpler terms, it is the foundational diagnostic framework of traditional Chinese medicine: observation, listening, inquiry, and pulse-taking. The pulse-cutting stage is the most basic, where all diagnoses must begin with taking the patient's pulse. The observing Qi stage, however, is the most advanced. One can ascertain a person's health merely by observing their complexion. In ancient times, a certain sage from the medical family could not only discern that a king was unwell, but could even predict how many days he had left to live. Nodding at Bo Shi's explanation, Su Ziyou continued, "May I inquire about the heir's health?" Su Ziyou realized his question might seem presumptuous, but it was indeed what he needed to know. Lu Qi's well-being was paramount. If Lu Qi were unwell, even Su Ziyou's extraordinary means would be of no use. Naturally, inquiries about health were best directed at a practitioner of medicine. Bo Shi's face flushed slightly as she stammered. Well, the vagueness of her response did not deter Su Ziyou from pressing further, for he suspected that Lu Qi was likely fine. After all, historical accounts suggested that he had fathered numerous children. Though Su Ziyou was unaware of the exact number, he knew it was certainly more than 2. He recalled that Emperor Wu of Han's throne had been secured for him by his mother, who had wrested it from another prince. After some contemplation, Su Ziyou spoke once more. "It has been over 2 years since I last saw the heir. I only encountered him this morning. I am not privy to the events of these past 2 years. Let us proceed as follows. I will pose a few questions, and you two may respond to the best of your abilities. If you cannot, then that is understandable." The princess and the heiress consort exchanged glances before nodding in agreement. First, did the heir have anyone before marriage? The heir's consort looked to the princess. No. The princess replied curtly, "I don't know who filled the boy's head with nonsense about not engaging in relations before 18. Or he would meet an early demise. Prior to his marriage, the heir was quite amicable with those two, yet he never made any advances." With that, she shot a sharp glare at Su Ziyou. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Su Ziyou acknowledged that while early male behavior could indeed have consequences, it was not as pronounced as for females. Thus, he had merely mentioned it casually during a previous conversation, not realizing that the unfortunate lad had genuinely restrained himself, and those two? They naturally accompany the heir. Hearing this, Su Ziyou felt a sense of relief. It seemed that his initial assumptions were unfounded. What is the heir's attitude towards this marriage? Su Ziyou's question caused the heir's consort to shift uncomfortably, and the princess appeared even more perturbed. Does that matter? Just focus on persuading the heir. The princess clearly wished to avoid answering Su Ziyou's inquiry. "Aunt, this matter is not trivial. As the saying goes, a heart ailment requires a heart remedy. As a member of the medical family, the heir's consort should understand the concepts of treating symptoms and avoiding diagnosis, correct? I am inquiring about the heir's situation to gather sufficient clues. If you two can provide enough information, that would suffice. If not, I will have to seek out those close to the heir for further inquiries. Only by grasping enough clues can I confidently persuade him. If I remain ignorant and merely offer well-meaning advice, it could lead to counterproductive outcomes." Counterproductive outcomes? The princess instinctively exclaimed upon hearing this. Chapter 10. Who is there? Aunt, many people in this world are like this. The more you urge them, the more they will oppose your wishes. It's not that they are bad or harbor any ill intentions. It is simply that they have their own thoughts and will allow things to unfold according to their own rhythm. However, if someone suddenly pressures them, they may intentionally act contrary to that pressure. Ah, the heiress consort's soft gasp abruptly interrupted Su Ziyou's words. Noticing the gazes of the other two upon her, she hastily lowered her head and murmured, "Lady Bo has been rude. Please continue." Su Ziyou recognized that his previous remarks had struck a chord, yet he pressed on. Such thoughts are typically held by the youth, and as they mature, most of these inclinations tend to dissipate. Thus, I have come to refer to it as the rebellious psychology of adolescence. If the young lord finds himself in such circumstances now, my counsel may very well have the opposite effect. Su Ziyou finally articulated all he wished to convey, then turned to gaze at the young lord's consort, pondering whether her recent utterance of a signified something profound. In truth, during the afternoon of the Lantern Festival, prior to our visit to the royal residence, the young lord took my hand and expressed his gratitude for my efforts in recent days. He had even arranged for us to view the lanterns together that evening, and then returned to the young lord's manor to continue our celebration. Bo Ji took a deep breath, resolutely continuing. However, that night at the royal banquet, as the evening progressed, the more they spoke, the more discontent the young lord grew, ultimately abandoning the lantern viewings altogether and returning to his manor. Upon hearing Bo Ji's words, the royal consort's expression shifted repeatedly. Su Ziyou, of course, had not attended the royal banquet, but he could surmise that Bo Ji's reference to everyone pointed to those present at the gathering. It was likely that Empress Bo, the royal consort, and even Prince Dai had spoken, and perhaps even the two ladies had taken it upon themselves, as elders, to advise the young lord. Yet, the more they pressed, the more a standard teenager like Lu Qi would likely resent it. "You have worked hard these days?" Su Ziyou did not dwell too much on Lu Qi's change of demeanor that evening. He was more eager to uncover the root of the matter. From this statement, it was evident that Lu Qi was not devoid of emotion, nor was he ignorant of the circumstances. Rather, there were certain reasons compelling him to wait until the Lantern Festival. What could those reasons be? After some contemplation, he returned to his initial inquiry. "Auntie, what was the young lord's attitude toward this marriage at the outset?" Naturally, he was exceedingly pleased. He had previously met Bo Ji and was quite taken with her. Yet, it is often the case that matters falter at the yet. The mere mention of these words left Su Ziyou feeling somewhat weary. Bog, too, stared intently at the royal consort, clearly unaware of this segment of the story. After the proposal, just as he was about to inform the Bo family, he unexpectedly expressed a desire to postpone the marriage. When asked for his reasons, he remained tight-lipped, insisting only on the delay. The prince had been greatly displeased over this matter. Yet he eventually acquiesced to the continuing wedding plans. The proposal is one of the 3 letters and 6 rites of ancient marriages. Generally, at this juncture, the formal wedding is not far off. Understanding this, Su Ziyou was certain that something must have transpired at that time to prompt Lu Qi's decision to delay the wedding. Did the aunt know whether the young lord encountered anyone particularly significant or experienced any extraordinary events? Afterward, Iron Prince Dai specifically inquired with those around him, and during that period, nothing remarkable had occurred. Those accompanying him stated that he had been preoccupied with acquiring war horses for Prince Dai's manor, having encountered no other troublesome individuals. Moreover, the acquisition of the horses went smoothly, and the prince even visited to inspect the steeds, which were all top-notch war horses. Purchasing war horses? The proposal? The Lantern Festival? Su Ziyou murmured to himself while tapping his fingers on the table. Suddenly, he fixed his gaze on Bo Ji, asking in a low voice, "Did the young lord's consort just state that the young lord is in excellent health? Is that based on your own diagnosis, or was there some other evidence?" Bo Ji did not anticipate Su Ziyou returning to this topic, and after a prolonged hesitation, she finally spoke. "On the evening of the Lantern Festival, after we returned, the young lord did not come to my quarters, but instead summoned my 2 maidens and the 2 palace servants who had previously attended him into his chamber. A beast indeed, for women in one night." Yet Su Ziyou's concern was not with this, so, prior to the Lantern Festival, the young lord had not engaged with anyone at all. Su Ziyou pressed further. Indeed, came the response from the royal consort of Prince Dai. "Being the heir to Prince Dai's manor, such matters are duly recorded. It seems this royal consort is constantly monitoring her son." Upon hearing her words, Su Ziyou closed his eyes once more, lost in thought. Though this time his fingers did not drum against the table. The 4 pairs of beautiful eyes belonging to the royal consort and Bo Ji fixated on Su Ziyou, unaware that beneath his seemingly inscrutable facade, he was grappling with inner turmoil. Yes, Su Ziyou had already deduced the sequence of events, yet he dared not voice it. Previously, Su Ziyou had sensed that Lu Qi had inferred his identity as the bamboo hat man. If this foundation holds true, then Lu Qi's every action would be explicable. Lu Qi had previously procured war horses for Prince Dai's manor, naturally encountering horse merchants from the steppes. He must have heard the news of the bamboo hat man's demise from those merchants. As Su Ziyou's disciple, learning of his teacher's death, it was only natural for him to wish to mourn. This, then, is the reason behind his desire to delay the marriage. Yet he had no evidence to substantiate that Su Ziyou was indeed the bamboo hat man, nor did he wish to betray Su Ziyou's secret. Thus, he refrained from disclosing the true reason for the postponement. Consequently, the wedding plans proceeded as scheduled. However, this obstinate youth, despite being unable to delay the marriage, steadfastly refused to consummate the union with the young lord's consort, a position he maintained until the Lantern Festival. Su Ziyou was uncertain how long Lu Qi intended to mourn for him, but on the day of the Lantern Festival, circumstances shifted. That day, Su Ziyou returned alive to Jinyang City. Although the two did not meet on that day, many within Prince Dai's manor had indeed encountered Su Ziyou. Lu Qi, having learned this news, likely intended to meet Su Ziyou during the lantern viewing at the festival. then return home to comfort his young lord's consort. However, all of this changed with a banquet at Prince Dai's manor. What to do? Should he disclose his conclusions to them? Would they resort to smashing their wine cups over his head? Or perhaps claw at his face in unison? Or even summon the Empress Bo to join in the fray? Such outcomes would be preferable. Merely being beaten would be a light consequence. This matter must remain undisclosed to them. Su Zio silently resolved. After all, it was only speculation. Perhaps he was merely being overly sentimental. There could be other reasons, coincidentally aligned with the timing. Su Zio began to console himself. Nevertheless, these two women awaited his response. After some contemplation, Su Zio reached a decision. He slowly opened his eyes, meeting the gazes of the two women, internally rallying his resolve. Now I have some thoughts, yet I am still uncertain. I need to have another in-depth conversation with the young lord. I shall find a moment to discuss matters with him thoroughly. At that time, I will subtly glean further insights. If the opportunity arises, I shall also offer him my counsel. I believe in the young lord's character. I am confident I can guide him effectively. Su Zio's words were grandiloquent, yet his thoughts were of a different nature. This troublesome lad keeps adding to my burdens, though I must admit, I am somewhat moved. The more so, I should hasten their consummation. If that fails, I shall have to take a firmer approach with that troublesome boy. With this in mind, Su Zio dipped his fingers into his drink and inscribed 2 characters on the tabletop. Since the young lord's consort is from a medical family, this should be acceptable, right? Of course, I refer to those that do not harm the body. Upon seeing what Su Zio had written, Boji's face flushed deeply, while the royal consort spat in dismay. What do you need that for? The royal consort inquired, fixing her gaze firmly on Su Zio. He is, of course, intended for the young lord. First, I shall converse with him. If all goes well, then it shall all be for naught. If not, we should avoid any extreme measures. However, I believe the most likely outcome is that the young lord will neither oppose nor agree. Indicating that he merely requires a stepping stone, that is what I am preparing for him. Should he still seek trouble afterward, you may attribute everything to me. However, if I am not mistaken, there should be no further complications. Upon hearing Su Zio's words, Boji's eyes sparkled with hope, while the royal consort remained rather composed. What is your level of confidence? 80%? Su Zio dared not overstate. The royal consort finally nodded. Do your utmost. If it succeeds, not only will I and Prince Dai reward you, but even Empress Bo will bestow generous rewards upon you. Su Zio's heart sank at this remark. If they were to learn the truth, would I be able to choose a suitable place for myself? Boji stood and respectfully bowed to Su Zio. I shall prepare everything at once. I shall rely entirely upon you. Sir. Su Zio hastily returned the gesture. Once everything was settled, Su Zio formally bid farewell to the two women, departing from this place that filled him with trepidation. One must avoid engaging in any unethical deeds. Su Zio repeatedly reminded himself. Although this matter was not of his choosing, it is said, I did not slay Bo Ren, yet he perished because of me. He now dared not proclaim loudly that this matter bore no relation to him. As Su Zio contemplated this, he made his way toward the northwest gate, for there was still work to be done in the afternoon. Suddenly, he halted in his tracks, for before him knelt a multitude of individuals. Thank you, sir, for your life-saving grace, they exclaimed in unison, bowing 3 times in gratitude. They were the palace attendants who had been subjected to inquiry by the royal consort of Prince Dai. Su Zio's words had rescued them from certain doom, and they had all gathered to express their heartfelt thanks. Observing the scene before him, Su Zio could only shake his head in resignation. As a time traveler, he naturally disapproved of the situation that treated people as slaves. It matters not that he is merely a commoner. Even if he were an emperor, it would not change this circumstance. Teo genuinely transformed this world. Enlightening the populace is undoubtedly the foremost step. Su Zio had pondered these issues before, but the challenges were manifold, and he could not resolve them in a short span, so he chose to set aside his thoughts. You need not thank me. If gratitude is due, direct it towards the princess. It is her benevolence that allows you to remain here. If it were up to me, I would assign you all to arduous labor from now on. Mind your words and refrain from speaking recklessly, lest no one can save you. Su Zio spoke coldly before turning to leave. Such a favor was one he could not accept. Otherwise, should others learn of it, they might mistakenly think he harbored intentions towards the duke's residence. The palace attendants, aware of Su Zio's sentiments, refrained from further comment, and simply bowed once more to his departing figure before rising to leave. Upon reaching the northwestern gate of the Duke's residence, Su Ziyou found Eunuch Fu and the craftsman already awaiting him. From the look in Eunuch Fu's eyes, Su Ziyou surmised that he must have some knowledge of the events that transpired at noon. It was impossible for Eunuch Fu to be unaware of the heir's lack of intimacy with the heir's consort. He also knew of the connections between Su Ziyou, the heir, and the Duke's consort, thus making it reasonable for him to speculate without pressure. "Young Master Su, may I inquire what we are to do this afternoon?" Eunuch Fu asked, glancing curiously at the items before him. "We shall construct a house here." Su Ziyou replied casually. With a wave of his hand, the craftsmen promptly began their work. Build? A house? Eunuch Fu stammered, taken aback. Not only he, but many onlookers were equally astonished. The northwestern gate was an entrance only. With no exit permitted, so many could only stand in the corridor and gaze outside. Each brick and tile of the Duke's residence adhered to specific regulations. Su Ziyou's casual addition of construction to the outer wall could lead to problems, as violating such standards could result in severe punishment. Su Ziyou smiled, unperturbed, and explained to Eunuch Fu, "Uncle Fu, fear not. Do you think the materials for my house could possibly breach regulations?" Eunuch Fu, surveying the pile of wooden planks and bamboo poles before him, was even more perplexed. Besides these, there were merely wooden blocks, a large iron pot, and a heap of canvas. "What is this?" Eunuch Fu finally could not restrain his curiosity. "These are the materials for building a house. I am merely erecting a temporary shelter outside the Duke's residence. Is that not acceptable? A temporary shelter? But for what purpose?" Eunuch Fu's confusion deepened. "To guard the entrance, of course." "Guard the entrance? Who, may I ask?" Eunuch Fu's voice trembled with anxiety. "Naturally, it shall be Su. Young Master Su, please do not frighten me. Who could afford to have you as a guard?" Eunuch Fu was genuinely distressed. He understood that Su Ziyou's capabilities were of the second rank. Even the palace would hesitate to employ such a formidable individual as a mere gatekeeper. "Very well, constructing a wooden house outside does not constitute a breach of regulations, but appointing you as the gatekeeper surely represents a different form of violation, does it not?" Su Ziyou suddenly produced a handwritten decree from the Duke. "Uncle Fu, does this not clearly state my appointment?" Eunuch Fu hastily took it, reading carefully, and indeed, it was Su Ziyou's official appointment as captain, responsible for overseeing all who entered and exited the Duke's residence through the 4 rear gates. Chapter 11. "Do you think me foolish?" Observing Eunuch Fu's bewildered expression, Su Ziyou finally spoke. "Did you forget that just days ago, the Duke explicitly stated I should hold a nominal position at the Duke's residence? So I cannot simply accept payment without fulfilling my duties, so I requested the Duke assign me a position. On the evening of the Mid-Autumn Festival, I discussed this with the Duke. He granted me the title of captain and tasked me with overseeing the 4 rear gates of the residence. I am rather lazy, and inspecting each gate individually is too cumbersome. Hence, I decided to convert the other 3 gates to allow exit only, while this gate shall permit entry solely. Starting tomorrow, all who wish to enter the Duke's residence through the rear must do so via this gate. As long as I keep watch over this one entrance, all shall be well." Upon hearing Su Ziyou's explanation, Eunuch Fu was left speechless, astonished at the audacity of someone to so openly proclaim their desire to shirk labor. Meanwhile, the craftsmen paused their work, equally surprised by Su Ziyou's words. They exchanged incredulous glances until Lu Ming approached Su Ziyou and asked, "Ziyou, have we labored for days simply to facilitate your laziness?" Noticing Lu Ming's incredulous gaze, Su Ziyou smiled and beckoned all the craftsmen to gather around him. "Everyone, we have known each other for some time now, and you have all spent many years as craftsmen. Let me pose you a question. Have you ever contemplated the true purpose behind a craftsman's work? To earn money, perhaps? To support one's family? To have 3 meals a day, with wine and meat?" They responded with laughter, but Su Ziyou shook his head. "While your answers reflect your personal motivations as craftsmen, I am inquiring about the fundamental purpose of craftsmanship itself." This question left everyone momentarily speechless. Su Ziyou continued, "The essence of craftsmanship is, in fact, to allow for laziness." As his explanation sank in, the expressions of those present morphed into a blend of disbelief and amusement. Humans find killing cumbersome. Thus craftsmen devised knives and arrows. Tilling the land with a hoe is slow, hence they invented the plow. Indeed, even the hoe was created to facilitate laziness. Buckets, axes, and so forth. All tools we utilize are crafted by artisans to make our labor more convenient and, ultimately, to allow for greater leisure. Gradually, some began to grasp the meaning behind Su Ziyou's words. Young Master Su, this is the first time I have encountered someone so unabashedly proclaim their own desire for idleness. Just as many nodded in agreement with Su Ziyou's sentiments, Eunuch Fu unhesitatingly exposed his true nature. Cough, cough. Let us not dwell on such details. Su Ziyou ignored Eunuch Fu, continuing unabated. There is yet another crucial point to consider. In addition to achieving specific objectives, craftsmen's new inventions must also account for related inventions or derivative technologies during the process. Seeing the puzzled expressions on their faces, Su Ziyou took it upon himself to elaborate. To provide a simple example, our craftsman's innovation of spring steel was intended for the construction of crossbow arms. However, should I refine it further, it could serve as a mechanism to propel the arrows of a repeating crossbow. Or, with some modification, it could become an integral component of our one-way gate. Furthermore, in order to create the one-way gate, we developed gears. By altering the shape of the gears, their applications could extend far beyond what you currently envision. Upon hearing Su Ziyou's first example, everyone nodded in understanding. Many also agreed with his second example, and in truth, while they were creating the gears, Su Ziyou had already outlined various alternative applications for them. Now, allow me to pose a question. We are all familiar with the methods for constructing this gatehouse. We prepare all necessary materials in standard dimensions at the craftsman's camp, and upon arrival here, we assemble them following the established procedures. What do you believe is the utility of this structure? For equipping the military, that would not suffice. Though the installation is straightforward, it is still more cumbersome than a tent and takes up more space, making transportation quite troublesome. One craftsman voiced his thoughts, only to be swiftly countered by Lu Ming. Then it cannot be used for disaster relief. Another craftsman despondently added. Yet, Lu Ming's eyes suddenly lit up.